In the realm of chaos, all beings descend upon the continent, rising as lords to engage in a fierce competition among myriad races. The spark represents the authority of the human lords. By signing in daily at the spark, one may acquire resources such as population, blueprints, and food. On his inaugural day of signing in, Huang Yu discovered a wondrous artifact of discounts. Each day, a fresh array of discounted items would be available for Huang Yu to purchase. Thus, he mused, a legendary weapon, after the discount, only costs 10,000 soul crystals? I shall buy it. A dragon egg, a half price? I must procure 100 of those. What's this? An extraordinary troop training camp at a mere 0.000, one of the original price. Such fortune is simply irresistible. From that moment forth, Huang Yu and his domain became renowned across the Chaos continent. Chapter 1. The first sign-in. The discount artifact. Welcome to the Chaos continent. Prepare yourself for a competition among the diverse races of chaos. As a human lord, you have ignited the spark. By signing in daily at the spark, you will receive resources and have a minuscule chance of obtaining special rewards. Moreover, the spark possesses functionalities such as a marketplace, communication, and trading. Within this vast and boundless chaos continent lie countless opportunities and challenges. As a lord, you shall embark on the path of conquest, uncovering the mysteries of divinity and eternity. Huang Yu opened his eyes to find himself in a modest wooden cabin. At its center stood a stone platform, above which hovered a small cluster of blue flames. Stepping outside the humble abode, he beheld a grayish sky. Beside the cabin were 2 thatched huts, within which lay several individuals. The 3 structures stood upon a hill, surrounded by an expansive forest, filled with the sounds of birdsong and beastly roars. An eerie and perilous aura permeated the depths of the woods. Gazing into the distance, Huang Yu caught a glimpse of a vast body of water, whether an ocean or a lake, he could not discern. Taking a deep breath, he pondered his predicament. The competition among races was as the name suggested. Soon, he would be engaged in a struggle against various races, even other human lords. War, slaughter, and death loomed ominously over the Chaos continent. With graduation from university on the horizon, he found himself thrust into this harsh, alternate reality, unscathed by the trials of society. After much inner conflict, Huang Yu accepted this new reality. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Due to the low racial value of humanity, your domain shall receive a 7A protection period. During this time, no non-allied beings may enter your territory. After 7 days, you and your domain shall face the assessment of the Chaos continent. Failure to succeed will result in the loss of your lordship and even death. Thus, the 7-day protection period bestowed upon the human lord a brief respite for development. A sense of urgency washed over Huang Yu. Returning to the wooden cabin, he gazed at the small cluster of flames that served as his foundation as a lord. Should the spark extinguish, the lord would perish. What is this? Huang Yu suddenly noticed several virtual options within the spark. Focusing intently, he discerned a row of functional interfaces. Lord information, chaos marketplace, world channel, trading platform, friend list, and more. Each interface illuminated as he concentrated, entirely under his mental command. Regardless of the selected interface, a red sign-in button pulsated at the top. Recalling the previous prompt, Huang Yu mentally clicked the sign-in button. Instantly, the red button transformed to gray, and the spark flickered erratically. Anxious that it might extinguish, he watched as the flames stabilized, and a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, Lord. You have acquired the discount artifact. Its relevant functions are now activated. The discount artifact feature has been integrated into the Chaos Marketplace, refreshing discounted items daily. The Lord may select the Discount Artifact button to filter and view offerings. Discount Artifact? Huang Yu mused. I don't need to strike it, do I? Licking his lips in anticipation, he focused on the spark. His consciousness opened the Chaos Marketplace, revealing a virtual panel before him. The goods were categorized into 10 tiers. Ordinary, fine, rare, excellent, perfect, extraordinary, epic, legendary, mythical, and supreme. The items encompass population, materials, food, profession scrolls, skill books, bloodline potions, and architectural blueprints. He could check relevant options to filter or input searches directly. The sheer volume of goods was astonishing, the menu stretching beyond sight. His heart raced at the thought of extraordinary and mythical items. Huang Yu hastily accessed the Lord Information interface to assess his resources. Lord, Huang Yu level, LV1 Spark Level. First stage adds 1 citizen daily note. Upgrading the spark to second stage requires 100 soul crystals, 1,000 units of wood, and 500 units of stone. Domain: Huangyu Village 100x 100M note. The Lord has one opportunity to rename the domain. Population information: ordinary citizens LV1 10 individuals. Special buildings: none soul crystals, 10 equipment, none. He decided to rename his domain to Huangyu, not only for its phonetic appeal, but also for the grand aspiration to encompass the universe. However, gazing at his meager resources, Huangyu fell into a contemplative silence. 10 soul crystals. Poverty brings tears. These 10 crystals were merely a byproduct of his lordship. In the chaos marketplace, they could only purchase 10 units of food or the most rudimentary piece of equipment. Let's see if I can find some discounted treasures. Reflecting on the exorbitant prices in the chaos marketplace, Huangyu's anticipation for the discount artifact diminished significantly. An extraordinary item would require millions of soul crystals. Even at a 10% discount, it would still exceed 100,000. His 10 soul crystals felt like a drop in the ocean. With a sense of disheartenment, Huangyu opened the chaos marketplace and selected the discount artifact. Upon refreshing the interface, the discounted items displayed exceeded his expectations. He rationalized that it made sense the vastness of the chaos continent mirrored the boundless offerings of the marketplace. Even though the marketplace currently displayed only human faction products, there were over 1,000 pages conservatively estimating over 1 million items. As he browsed the discounted items, he encountered a Berserker Profession Scroll at 10% off, originally priced at over 20,000 soul crystals, now just over 2,000. Not affordable. He moved on to the next item. A random population of 100 at 30% off, originally 1,000 soul crystals, now 300 soul crystals. Still unaffordable. He continued to the next. Legendary weapon, Blade of Judgment. 0,001 off. Only 600,000 soul crystals for a legendary weapon. Huangyu wiped away the tears streaming from the corners of his eyes and gazed at the legendary longsword for quite some time, ultimately deciding to pass it by. Uncertain of how long he had been browsing, he found no suitable items. Yet, Huangyu profoundly recognized the depths of his own poverty. The discount artifact was indeed extraordinary. Items on sale were generally below 50% off, with many priced at mere fractions of their original cost. However, for someone like Huangyu, just starting out, they remained prohibitively expensive. What he needed most at this moment was soul crystals. Let's exchange for 5 longbows. Huangyu prepared to scroll up to purchase the longbow he had seen earlier, now priced at a mere 10% of its original cost. Originally priced at 20 soul crystals each, with an additional 50 arrows included. After the discount, each bow cost only 2 soul crystals. This was a rather suitable piece of equipment for his current stage. Yet, unwilling to give up, he casually scrolled down the discount item menu. His gaze inevitably settled upon an extraordinary item framed in opulent purple and gold. 0,00001 discount. Extraordinary level architectural blueprint. Spartan Training Camp original price 1,800,000 soul crystals. Now only 8 soul crystals to take home. Huangyu was momentarily stunned, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He pinched his thigh to confirm it truly hurt. Indeed, the discount item list displayed the Spartan Training Camp architectural blueprint at a price of just 8 soul crystals. A smile gradually spread across Huangyu's face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Truly, the discount artifact was remarkable. This was his chance to prosper. Chapter 2. This is Sparta. As the architectural blueprint was consumed, a structure unexpectedly emerged in front of the wooden cabin, a training camp sprawling over 200 square meters. At the heart of the camp lay a sandy area exceeding 100 square meters, the very site where Spartan warriors would hone their skills. Huangyu gazed at the training camp, and a virtual information panel manifested within his field of vision. Spartan Training Camp, extraordinary grade building. Level, Tier 1 oat. To upgrade to Tier 2, requires Tier 2 Fire Seed, 50 soul crystals, 800 units of wood, and 400 units of stone. Function, can train 5 humans daily into the extraordinary unit Spartan Warrior, with a 100 success rate. For every 10 soul crystals expended, an additional Spartan Warrior can be trained. Trained Spartan Warriors have a 30 chance of acquiring a secondary profession, a 5 chance of becoming a hero unit, a 0.1 chance of achieving king status, and a 0.01 chance of attaining god status. Spartan warriors resting in the training camp can swiftly recover their condition. Note: unit types include warrior, brave, hero, king, and god. The current building level only permits training of humans below level 10. Extraordinary units. Spartan warriors. The potential to train god-level units. Huang Yu felt a sense of optimism blossom within him as he traversed the chaotic path, although he remained uncertain about their combat capabilities. He turned his gaze to the 10 villagers who had emerged, startled by the sudden appearance of this special edifice. Upon exiting their thatched huts, they caught sight of their lord, who was now respectfully greeting them. "Long live our lord. Our lord is magnificent. Our lord is truly handsome." The repetitive praises from the 10 villagers soon became tiresome for Huang Yu. He summoned the information panels of a few individuals. Villager No. 1 level. Loyalty. 90. Potential. Black iron can only be upgraded to 9. Note: potential levels consist of black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, extraordinary, sacred domain, legendary, immortal, and eternal. Base profession: farmer. Villager number 2, base profession: gatherer. Villager number 3, base profession: cook. Villager number 4, base profession: slacker. In total, there were 10 villagers. Their levels and potential identical, save for differences in loyalty and base professions. 5 farmers, 3 gatherers, 1 cook, and astonishingly, 1 slacker. Huang Yu stared in disbelief at the indolent villager. How could someone dare to reject the merits of hard work? This would not do. He must be sent to the Spartan training camp for reformation. At Huang Yu's command, 3 farmers, 1 gatherer, and that slacker proceeded into the Spartan training camp. The slacker, before entering, turned back every few steps, continually flattering Huang Yu, clearly reluctant to comply. Ultimately, Huang Yu gave him a firm push inside. "Today's quota is full. Would you like to commence training?" "Yes, no, yes." Training has commenced. The estimated duration is 1 hour. Without hesitation, Huang Yu opted for training. In the distance, shadows flitted through the forest, and the roars of beasts echoed ominously, indicating the presence of numerous monsters. Meanwhile, his territory lacked any weapons or provisions. If he could not venture out to gather resources, he would starve long before the protection period concluded. The Spartan warriors would be his crucial asset moving forward. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. As Huang Yu eagerly awaited the outcome, the gates of the training camp swung open with a resounding crash. 5 robust and towering warriors emerged, their upper bodies bare, clad only in white shorts, and barefoot upon the ground. Their well-defined muscles glistened a sun-kissed hue, exuding an aura of astounding strength. "My lord." The 5 Spartan warriors knelt on one knee, paying homage to Huang Yu. Huang Yu once again accessed their information panels. Spartan warrior, Shiozi, level, loyalty, 100, devoted, potential, diamond can be upgraded to 49, profession, foot soldier, skills, Spartan combat techniques, Spartan formation, secondary profession, butcher, motto, slay enemies as one slaughters pigs. Remarkable. Huang Yu could hardly contain his astonishment. Emerging from the training camp, they seemed reborn. Although their level remained unchanged, their potential had surged by 4 tiers, and they had acquired skills related to Spartan prowess. With their new identities came names and personal mottos. Huang Yu's excitement swelled as he turned his attention to the second Spartan warrior, named Xion, whose name echoed that of Shiozi, as though they were brethren. Xion's level, potential, and skills were comparable to Shiozi's, save for the absence of a secondary profession. The next 2 Spartan warriors were named Hour and Ulu, who also lacked secondary professions, remaining pure foot soldiers. Although a pang of disappointment lingered, Huang Yu felt immense satisfaction in having secured 4 high-potential warriors. His gaze shifted to the final Spartan warrior. Spartan hero, Delios, unique, level, loyalty, 100, devoted, potential, sacred domain can be upgraded to 69, profession, Spartan berserker, skills, Spartan fury, Spartan combat techniques, Spartan formation, motto, this is Sparta, heroic talent. Spartan warriors led by Delios, currently able to lead only 10 Spartan warriors, will experience enhanced strength in battle, unyielding to pain and fatigue, though they will gradually lose their reason, transforming into merciless killing machines. Only their king, god, or lord can awaken their fury. A 5 chance, and I have encountered it. Huang Yu gazed at Delios with uncontainable excitement. An esteemed hero unit, possessing uniqueness, capable of reaching sacred domain status upon full maturation. Truly, the extraordinary grade training camp lived up to its reputation. Huang Yu marveled at the capabilities of the Spartan warriors, feeling an insatiable desire. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he himself enter the Spartan training camp? Just as the notion crossed his mind, a ruthless voice echoed in his head. Entering the training camp will result in the loss of lordship. The potential of a lord is limitless. Please choose wisely. Limitless potential. Renouncing his lordship was out of the question. Huang Yu swiftly dismissed the idea of entering the Spartan training camp. However, procuring resources required soul crystals, as did upgrading the training camp and fire seed. With only 82 soul crystals remaining, Huang Yu was eager to discover how to acquire more. Just as the thought formed, an alert chimed in his mind. Killing wild monsters, magical creatures, or enemy life forms will yield soul crystals. Devouring enemy lord tokens can convert a substantial amount of soul crystals or upgrade the fire seed. Ah, I see. Huang Yu contemplated. The various methods of resource acquisition were compelling him to embark on adventures, even to engage in conflict with other lords. If one does not actively expand their territory, relying solely on the scant resources at hand will inevitably lead to either being consumed by other lords or annihilated by the monstrous denizens of the wilderness. Moreover, with the examination looming in just 7 days, Huang Yu allowed 5 Spartan warriors to roam freely within the territory while he retreated into the Lord's abode, intent on procuring a stock of weaponry from the chaotic marketplace to arm the Spartans. With weapons in hand, the Spartan warriors would be emboldened. Chapter 3. Our spears are eagerly awaiting. New book seeking support. Huang Yu spent 5 soul crystals to purchase a discounted spear and an additional 15 soul crystals for a round shield for Dilius. All 5 spears were of ordinary quality, each originally priced at 10 soul crystals, while Dilius' shield was of superior quality. After a lengthy search, Huang Yu managed to acquire this shield at a mere 0, one of its original price from the discounted items. The remaining soul crystals were spent on a bag of discounted flour, leaving Huang Yu with scant resources. Fortunately, there was a cook among the residents, and a well within the territory. 1 bag of flour could produce 25 units of food, sufficient to sustain 11 individuals for 2 days. For the time being, Huang Yu and his subjects were not troubled by hunger. It was time to venture forth. Though the immediate survival pressure had lessened, Huang Yu was not one to succumb to complacency. He instructed Dilius to lead the 4 Spartan warriors in familiarizing themselves with their new equipment and preparing for battle. Approaching the fire pit, he sought to gather information through the world channel. There was no activity in the friends list or trading platform. Yet, the red dot indicating activity in the world channel had long displayed 999. With billions of humans, even with a limitation of 1 free message per day, the world channel remained abuzz with activity. As Huang Yu entered the world channel, several messages flashed by every second. I just left the village to gather some wood and encountered a wolf the size of a bison. The chaotic continent is too perilous. I want to return to Blue Star. Ha. I just signed in to receive a warrior. I truly possess the aura of a sovereign. Is that all you boast about? I signed in to receive a mount of extraordinary potential. In this grand contest of races, I am the chosen one. Isn't it supposed to be a fair competition? Why did I only receive a unit of food? I sympathize with you. At least I received a long sword. I signed in to obtain a unit of a 20-man golden potential troop. Wow, impressive. Is this what it means to start invincible? Glimpsing the 5 Spartan warriors outside the wooden cabin, Huang Yu noted that, despite their small number, their potential and strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the 20-man golden troop. Signing in was merely a matter of luck. After all, out of billions of humans, there would always be exceptional individuals who might encounter the minuscule probability of obtaining something extraordinary. Yet, in the information Huang Yu had thus far reviewed, no one had signed in for items that surpassed the value of his discounted artifact. At that moment, a particular message caught Huang Yu's attention. Common residents are truly useless. I commanded them to search for food, and 6 were killed by a boar the size of a car, leaving the remaining 4 severely injured. It's better not to venture out. I just saw a crocodile over 10 meters long pass by outside my village. I saw a dragon, a real dragon that can breathe fire. Can these creatures truly be dealt with by ordinary people? Let us try chopping wood, mining stones, and farming. Although the experience gained is minimal, it is safer. No way. My village is in the desert. Damn. I encountered enemies from another race. 4 trolls are now blocking my village. Someone save me. After reading these messages, Huang Yu felt the weight of pressure. The creatures of the chaotic continent were not only colossal in size, but also highly dangerous. There were even intelligent beings of other races and legendary creatures, such as dragons. Observing the battle-ready Spartan warriors outside, Huang Yu's expression turned serious. At this stage, thoughts of conquest were far too premature. Merely surviving would require every ounce of effort. Despite the dangers lurking outside the village, stepping out was imperative. Setting aside the examination that awaited in 7 days, merely relying on tree chopping, rock mining, and farming to elevate the black iron potential of the residents by a few levels would have no real significance for their continued survival. A single wild beast could easily obliterate such a village. Huang Yu stepped out of the wooden cabin, and upon seeing him, Dilius immediately approached. With the other 4 Spartan warriors, Dilius saluted respectfully. "My lord, our spears are eagerly awaiting action. Your warriors are born for battle. Please allow us to bring you victory." The Spartan warriors erupted into fervent battle cries, their fervor sending the nearby common residents scurrying into the latrine. Huang Yu shook his head at the sight. Tomorrow, the fire pit would summon a resident. At that time, he would leave 1 collector behind while converting the rest into Spartan warriors. Refocusing on the Spartan warriors, Huang Yu, despite concerns regarding their low levels, could not dismiss their spirited battle intent and thus granted them permission. "Go forth, my heroes and warriors. I eagerly await your triumph." "Yes, esteemed lord." With a fervent expression, Dilius bowed deeply before leading the 4 Spartan warriors into the dense forest beyond the village. Huang Yu followed behind, remaining within the confines of the village territory as he observed the combat of Dilius and his companions. On the other side, Dilius and the 4 Spartan warriors entered the woods, their spears parting the underbrush. Suddenly, a venomous snake, as thick as a bowl, lunged forth. The snake moved with incredible speed, leaving a green afterimage in its wake. Its slender fangs glimmered with a strange purple hue, indicating potent venom. With a swift thrust of his spear, Dilius pinned the snake against a nearby tree, as it writhed for a moment before falling limp. The Lord gains 28 experience points and 1 soul crystal. A tingling sensation coursed through Huang Yu's body, revealing that the Lord could share the experience of his residents. With a flick of his wrist, Dilius tossed the 5-meter-long snake corpse into the village territory. Huang Yu summoned the 2 collectors, instructing them to gather resources from the snake. Though frightened, the 2 collectors, driven by their loyalty to their lord, mustered their courage and approached the snake. In a matter of moments, the collection was complete. Obtained 5 units of snake meat, ordinary food. Obtained 1 unit of snake skin, ordinary material. Obtained 1 pair of venomous fangs, ordinary material. The useful parts were stored in the wooden cabin, while the remaining snake carcass was buried in place. With the first battle yielding success, Huang Yu felt invigorated, casting his gaze upon the 5 Spartan warriors. Suddenly, 3 wild boars burst from the underbrush, emitting a cacophony of grunts and charging at the 5 Spartan warriors with bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing the lead boar, which rivaled the size of a small car, Huang Yu's heart raced. "Spartans!" Upon witnessing the charging wild boar, Dilios let out a fierce roar, his entire being suddenly engulfed in a crimson blaze. This was his professional skill, the fury of Sparta. With a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right, Dilios boldly confronted the beast. Just as the 2 were about to collide, Dilios thrust his shield upwards, striking the boar's head. In one swift motion, he thrust his spear forward, piercing the heart of the wild boar. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, convulsed momentarily, and then lay still. Chapter 4. True kings are always alone turning back. Dilios observed the 4 Spartan warriors still entangled with another wild boar. Undeterred, he launched his spear with a shrill whistle, embedding it into the skull of 1 boar. Without a second glance, he pivoted towards the remaining beast. With a powerful kick, he sent the fleeing boar tumbling to the ground. The 2 Spartan warriors seized the moment, delivering the final blows to slay the creature. The battle was a display of both ferocity and harmonious teamwork, igniting Huang Yu's fervor. The Lord gains 62 experience, 3 soul crystals. The Lord gains 54 experience, 2 soul crystals. The Lord gains 50 experience, 2 soul crystals. A radiant glow, visible only to Huang Yu, flashed by, infusing him with abundant energy. His once singular abdominal muscles transformed into 8 distinct blocks. He clenched his fist, reveling in the changes within his body, feeling as though he could rival Tyson in strength. Opening the Lord's panel, he noted his level had risen from 1 to 2. "My lord," Dilios exclaimed, dragging a wild boar several times his size into the village. "I feel myself growing stronger." "Oh," Huang Yu mused, intrigued by Dilios' words, and promptly summoned his information panel. "Spartan hero, Dilios, level 2, loyalty, 100 devoted, potential, sacred realm, upgradable to 69. Profession, Spartan berserker, skills, fury of Sparta, Spartan combat techniques. Spartan battle array." He had indeed leveled up. Huang Yu glanced at the other 4 Spartan warriors, and, unsurprisingly, they too had ascended to level 2, likely due to fighting above their tier. "Excellent." Huang Yu nodded, encouraging, "Let us continue the battle, my warriors. Combat shall render us ever more formidable." "At your command." "My lord," Dilios replied, his excitement palpable as he led the 4 Spartan warriors back into the forest. Before long, the sounds of combat echoed through the trees, accompanied by the agonized cries of monsters meeting their demise. Huang Yu, too, received a steady stream of experience and soul crystal notifications. The forest teemed with monsters, and the 5 Spartan warriors fought relentlessly, undeterred by pain or fatigue. They transformed into instruments of slaughter, decimating the creatures surrounding the village. An increasing number of monster carcasses were dragged back to the settlement, while 2 gatherers busily transported food, leather, and materials to the wooden cabin. Huang Yu's collection of soul crystals surpassed 20. Upon arriving at the cabin, he found the wooden crates intended for storage overflowing. Numerous food items and materials cluttered the floor. After a quick count, he realized there were 120 units of food, sufficient for the villagers for 10 days. Moreover, all of it was meat, not the coarse bread from the chaotic market. Gazing at the bounty, Huang Yu felt a bittersweet happiness. There were no refrigerators here. Meat would spoil in just 2 days. Moreover, the chaotic market accepted only soul crystals for purchases and did not buy back supplies. Recycling? An idea struck Huang Yu as he considered the trading platform. The food, priced at 1 soul crystal per unit, could be exchanged for wood and stone. Which would other lords prefer, grain or meat? Clearly, meat was the more desirable option, offering tastiness and greater nutritional value. Besides, he need not purchase solely with soul crystals. The trading platform allowed for barter. Huang Yu could compel other lords to work for him, trading his food for essential construction materials like wood and stone, though the benefits would be short-term. Maintaining an early lead would accelerate his future development. With this in mind, Huang Yu swiftly established a personal shop on the trading platform, uploading 100 portions of food and marking it as meat. He then set the pricing information: fresh meat, unit price, 1 soul crystal for 20 units of wood and 10 units of stone. Quantity, 100 units, knowing that many individuals were currently engaged in the World Channel. Huang Yu utilized his once-a-day speaking opportunity to announce his shop's opening. Notice, the Huang Yu shop is now officially open, offering 100 units of fresh meat at fair prices. First come, first served. As soon as the advertisement was released, the World Channel erupted with activity. Is someone actually selling supplies at this stage? Wow, it's meat. The price of meat is the same as coarse bread. 1 soul crystal. I just lost 2 villagers. I caught a chicken and only got 3 units of meat after slaughtering it. Did someone die just for catching a chicken? 100 units of meat. How many monsters had to be slain for that? Soul crystals are so precious. I'll trade wood instead since I've just felled a lot of trees. What a scam. It's practically extortion, requiring double the price of wood and stone for a single unit of meat. As the competition for supremacy among the races commenced, many lords had yet to fully grasp their new reality. The majority were still engaged in chopping trees and mining stones to level up, with few daring to venture out to slay monsters. The sudden availability of such a large quantity of food made many envious. This not only signified wealth, but also showcased Huang Yu's strength. However, after the initial shock, criticism of Huang Yu began to proliferate in the World Channel. In the chaotic market, 1 soul crystal could purchase only 1 unit of food, 10 units of wood, or 5 units of stone. Although Huang Yu sold a piece of meat for a single soul crystal, bartering required double the wood and stone, leading to widespread dissatisfaction. Others resorted to moral coercion, insisting Huang Yu should sell at lower prices or even donate food to assist the human faction during their plight. Some suggested pooling excess resources for collective distribution, but that voice was drowned out by the clamor of others. Unfazed by the criticism, Huang Yu remained resolute. If he were to give away food for free, it would only invite more ire. After all, food was a limited resource. The problem lay not in scarcity, but inequity. Those who could not obtain it would forever stir unrest. Without incurring a certain cost, one cannot truly grasp the reality that there is no such thing as a free lunch. As for the possibility of being collectively boycotted, Huang Yu harbored no concerns whatsoever. If billions could unite, humanity, while on Blue Star, would have already ventured beyond the Milky Way. With superior products and the finest market, there is no fear of failing to sell one's goods. Indeed, shortly after the message was sent, a flurry of notifications arrived from the trading platform and friend requests. 100 units of meat were sold out in an instant. Huang Yu received 25 soul crystals, 700 units of wood, and 400 units of stone. These materials were stored in the trading platform, ready for immediate use when needed. Finally, Huang Yu opened the friend list and cleared the 999 friend requests with a single click. True kings are solitary and require no companions. Chapter 5. The stir caused by exquisite food. Two gatherers brought another batch of materials and food. Huang Yu listed the food on the trading platform, exchanging it for 11 soul crystals, 220 units of wood, and 90 units of stone, including the 32 soul crystals obtained from the Spartan warriors defeating wild monsters. Huang Yu now possessed 78 soul crystals, 920 units of wood, and 490 units of stone. Upgrading the fire seed to the second tier was now within reach. Perhaps by nightfall, the upgrade could be completed. The Lord gained 312 experience points, 12 soul crystals. Suddenly, a rich golden light surged from his body, shining brightly for a prolonged moment before slowly dissipating. An overwhelming energy flooded into him, and Huang Yu felt his physical prowess multiplied instantaneously. Had he leveled up again? Opening the Lord's information panel, Huang Yu was astonished to discover that he had jumped 2 levels, reaching level 4. What was happening? What had Dilios done that allowed me to level up twice? Just as Huang Yu pondered this, a gasp from the villagers outside the wooden cabin startled him. He hurried out, only to be taken aback by a colossal creature not far away. It stood 3 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long, resembling the ancient monitor lizard extinct on Blue Star, but considerably larger in size. Meanwhile, Dilios and 4 Spartan warriors were drenched in blood, their eyes aflame. They dragged the tail of the giant lizard, leaving deep footprints in their wake as they brought it into the village. Sparta! The Spartan warriors roared, their expressions fierce as they turned towards the forest. One of the warriors, named Shuin, bore a savage bite mark on his thigh, blood pouring down. Yet he seemed impervious to pain, leaning on his spear as he pressed forward into the woods. Dilios halt. Seeing the battle-worn Spartan warriors, Huang Yu's heart raced, and he quickly called out to Dilios. Clearly, Dilios and his 4 Spartan warriors had succumbed to a frenzied state, driven to madness by battle. Only Huang Yu's command could liberate them from this rage. Upon hearing his voice, Dilios paused, then approached Huang Yu with respect. "My lord, how may I serve you?" Huang Yu replied, "Today's battle has been sufficient. Your victories bring me great joy. Now, go rest. Tomorrow, I look forward to more triumphs from you." Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Dilios and the 4 Spartan warriors emerged from their frenzied state, their exhaustion evident yet pride shining through. "Yes, esteemed lord." After bowing respectfully, they trudged into the Spartan training camp, where they could recover more swiftly. Dilios had also reached level 4, while the other 4 Spartan warriors ascended to level 3. However, vigilance was crucial in the future. Observing the battered warriors, Huang Yu felt a jolt of anxiety. He feared that, even when faced with an adult dragon, the Spartan warriors in a frenzied state would roar and charge headlong into battle. At this stage, losing any Spartan warrior was not an option, Huang Yu contemplated, for they were his primary support in these early days. Turning his attention to the spoils of the Spartan warriors, the information panel of the monster appeared before Huang Yu's eyes. Ancient monitor lizard, level, status, deceased. They had indeed slain a creature of a higher tier. Huang Yu was astounded by the formidable strength of the Spartan warriors. Truly, they were an extraordinary troop. The 2 gatherers, after toiling for half a day, finally harvested the ancient monitor lizard. A faint glow passed over the gatherers. Huang Yu focused intently and realized that they had unknowingly reached level 3. In contrast, the farmers chopping wood and the cooks still remained at level 1. highlighting the sheer volume of work they had accomplished. Acquired ancient monitor lizard meat. Exquisite food. 35 units. Acquired ancient monitor lizard skin, common material, 10 sheets. Acquired ancient monitor lizard claws, common material, 20 pieces. Remarkably, they had gathered exquisite food. Huang Yu picked up a piece of lizard meat, its surface glistening with a crimson hue, emanating warmth in his hand. He instructed the cook to roast the lizard meat to a perfect crisp on the outside and tender within. Amid the envious gazes of the villagers, Huang Yu took a hearty bite. Oh, delicious! Huang Yu's eyes sparkled. He had never tasted such exquisite meat before. Tender and juicy, each bite was a symphony of satisfaction. The Lord consumed exquisite ingredients, gaining 10 experience points. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Huang Yu was thrilled to discover that eating could also yield experience. He quickly devoured a unit of lizard meat, earning a total of 24 experience points. Feeling warm and somewhat full, Huang Yu realized that a single unit of monitor lizard meat could sustain an average person for 2 days without food. However, with each subsequent bite, the experience gained would diminish. Nevertheless, at this stage, such delicacies were a rarity. Huang Yu contemplated the trading platform. In the chaotic marketplace, an exquisite food item was valued at 10 soul crystals. Currently, no one could afford it. However, he could list it on the trading platform for barter, simultaneously elevating the reputation of his cosmic shop. Moreover, among billions, there were bound to be individuals of means. Perhaps he could even turn a profit. Reserving 10 units of lizard meat for the villagers, Huang Yu listed the remaining 24 units. Monitor lizard meat, exquisite food. Price, 10 soul crystals, 200 units of wood, 100 units of stone. Features, exquisite flavor, easily cooked into a 5-star delicacy. Satisfies 2 days of energy and also increases experience points. Note, can also be exchanged for other items of equal value. Quantity, 24 units. Indeed, after a brief silence, the world channel erupted once more with the listing of the exquisite monitor lizard meat. Exquisite food? Did the big shot from the cosmic shop slay a high-level monster? My goodness, it's only the first day, and someone has achieved such a feat already. I can't even dare to step outside my village. Please share your experiences. Great one. Sharing experience 1. Sharing experience 2. Only with 10 soul crystals can one purchase a piece of exquisite food. Who can afford that now? It's too expensive. Yet I yearn for it. Can the owner of a universal shop accept my friend request? Enough said. I shall go gather wood and strive to taste the exquisite food from the universal shop soon. Don't even think about it upstairs. It's already sold out. How fast it sold out? Huang Yu did not expect that the exquisite food would be completely sold out shortly after being listed. A total of 24 units of exquisite food were sold, bringing Huang Yu 130 soul crystals, 1,200 units of wood, and 500 units of stone. One must say, is it not worthy of the title of human lord? In just a day, gathering wood could yield 200 units, and mining stone could provide 100 units. Perhaps even more. Huang Yu glanced at the account statement. A lord from the Sioux, New Jersey village bought 5 portions of exquisite ingredients, paying with 600 units of wood and 200 units of stone. Huang Yu felt somewhat disillusioned. Were the subjects of this lord endowed with extraordinary strength? Chapter 6. Ascending to the second tier. Deep within the endless forest, a human village stood atop a mountain peak. A graceful young woman lay on the bed of a wooden cabin, shamelessly devouring the exquisite food that had just arrived. The food was so delicious that her large, doe-like eyes squinted into crescent shapes. How delightful! After finishing a piece of exquisite food, the girl contentedly rubbed her slightly bulging belly. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. Pet Gerda leveled up. What a blissful day it is to upgrade simply by eating. I envy the owner of a universal shop. Remembering that the meat in her belly cost her 200 units of wood, her expression shifted to one of slight distress. Rising from the cabin, she stepped outside to a bustling scene. Woodcutters were hard at work, while miners hammered away at stones. It was a vibrant display of industriousness. Observing her 110 subjects diligently at work, with no signs of idleness, the girl nodded in satisfaction and raised her fist towards them. Keep up the good work, everyone. Whether we can have meat again tomorrow depends on all of you. Rest assured, my lord. In response to her words, the 110 subjects chorused in unison, then returned to their tasks. The girl clapped her hands in satisfaction and walked to the back of the cabin, where a mountain of wood and stone materials had accumulated. So many resources. The girl scratched her head in concern. Her subjects had worked hard all day, yet they had not eaten a meal. Perhaps I should also open shop to sell these resources and trade them for meat. In a valley, 20 masked warriors, armed with wooden spears, cornered 5 antelopes as large as war horses against the base of a rock face. The warriors then formed an orderly formation, attacking the antelopes with their wooden spears. Suddenly, the last surviving antelope leaped into the ranks of the warriors. Its hard hooves struck like a hammer, crushing the skull of one warrior upon landing. Then its long antlers transformed into a sharp spear, impaling another warrior and tossing him aside. Kill! The masked warriors roared in unison and surged forward to finish it off. Yet, 2 warriors could not survive the encounter. Watching from the village, Lin Shi felt sorrow over the loss of 2 warriors. However, after advancing to level 2 and acquiring soul crystals, he regained his former confidence. Food and soul crystals will come. With the exceptional troop type, the Yinxing army, Lin Shi, shall not lag behind. The chaotic continent is boundless, and the circumstances of human lords vary greatly. Some still complain and struggle to adapt, while others gradually master the skills necessary for survival. Huang Yu was indifferent to the plight of other human lords, as his fire seed was about to be upgraded. After tallying his resources, he discovered he had a total of 220 soul crystals, 2,300 units of wood, and 1050 units of stone. Upgrading the fire seed to the 2nd tier required 100 soul crystals, 1,000 units of wood, and 500 units of stone. The conditions were fully met. In fact, the surplus resources were sufficient for the subsequent upgrade of the Spartan Training Camp to the 2nd tier. Would you like to upgrade the fire seed to the 2nd tier? Yes, no, yes. As evening approached, the Spartan warriors had not fully recovered, and the subjects required rest. This period of inactivity was perfect for upgrading the fire seed and the Spartan Training Camp. In an instant, the 220 soul crystals dwindled to 120. The fire seed's flames surged, releasing an energy that enveloped the entire territory. Huang Yu stepped out of the wooden cabin. Everywhere he looked was bathed in a soft golden light. The wood and stone slowly vanished. The wooden cabin behind him transformed into a 2-story castle, primarily made of stone, while the thatched cottages where the subjects resided were replaced with neatly arranged wooden houses. He counted, and there were exactly 20 of them, along with a sizable warehouse. The upgrading process lasted about an hour, after which the golden light dissipated and the entire territory was refreshed. Ding! Fire seed upgraded to the 2nd tier. Daily increase of 10 subjects. Note: upgrading the fire seed to the 3rd tier requires 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, and 1,000 units of refined iron. Territory: Universal Town, 500500. Lord: Huang Yu 4. Common Building. Warehouse, 1st tier, can store 11,000 units of wood, 5,500 units of stone, and 1,100 units of refined iron. Special Building. Spartan Training Camp, 1st tier. Note: players can purchase related blueprints to construct their territory. The living area for the subjects occupied less than 1/10 of the territory. A larger portion was reserved for the Lord to develop, such as leading the subjects to cultivate fields and plant crops, or purchasing resources like stables and mines from the Chaotic Mall. Huang Yu had seen many building blueprints and various minerals in the Chaotic Mall, yet he could not afford any at present. Night fell, and eerie howls echoed from the distant forest. The town was situated at a higher elevation, standing on the 2nd floor of the castle. Huang Yu once vaguely spotted a hulking humanoid creature. Its crimson single eye gazed towards the territory for a long moment before it slowly retreated. At night, the creatures in the forest seemed even more lively than during the day. Now is the time to upgrade the Spartan Training Camp to the 2nd tier. Tomorrow, the town will welcome 10 new subjects. The Spartan Training Camp's upgrade to the 2nd tier should also increase the number of trainees. Leaning against the window on the 2nd floor of the castle, Huang Yu gazed at the extraordinary grade Spartan Training Camp. The information panel for the training camp appeared before him. Would you like to upgrade the Spartan Training Camp to the 2nd tier? Yes, no, yes. A beam of light shot from the fire seed towards the Spartan Training Camp. Subsequently, the Spartan Training Camp was enveloped in a golden protective shield, which vanished after half an hour. The area of the camp had more than doubled. Originally supported primarily by timber, most of the structures had now transformed into stone pillars, evoking a sense reminiscent of the 300 Spartans. Huang Yu gazed at the Spartan Training Camp. Spartan Training Camp, extraordinary grade building. Level. Second tier. Note, to upgrade to third tier requires a third tier fire seed, 600 soul crystals, 3,000 units of timber, 6,000 units of stone, and 600 units of refined iron. Function. Can train 10 humans daily into the extraordinary unit of Spartan warriors with a 100 success rate. Is that all? Huang Yu looked at the Spartan training camp in astonishment. Aside from the increase in training slots, the camp's other functions had remained largely unchanged, leaving him somewhat disappointed. He could only console himself that perhaps with further upgrades, the camp's capabilities would be enhanced. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where, behind a veil of misty clouds, 3 moons were encircled by stars, 1 red, 1 purple, and 1 white. The largest moon gleamed in purple, casting an eerie light across the realm. Time to rest. Huang Yu set aside his worries. The 7-day protection period was perfect for a good night's sleep. Perhaps after 7 days, things would not be so easy. Chapter 7. The population surpasses 100 special building blueprints. Rubbing his eyes, Huang Yu stepped out of the castle. The howls of beasts in the wilderness had kept him awake all night. Once he became stronger, he would ensure the surrounding area was thoroughly cleansed. With dark circles under his eyes, Huang Yu thought with a fierce determination. Good morning, Lord. As soon as he stepped outside, Huang Yu spotted Dilius, brimming with energy, accompanied by 4 other Spartan warriors, eagerly waiting outside the castle. After a night's rest, the 5 warriors had fully recovered. This was not solely due to the training camp. Their extraordinary base physique played a significant role. After a night of recuperation, the Spartan warriors were filled with fighting spirit and were eager to engage in battle. Dilius, hold on for a moment before we head into battle. Today we have new warriors joining us. After yesterday's skirmish, Dilius had leveled up to 4, allowing him to command 14 Spartan warriors. At your command, my lord. Dilius nodded respectfully and led the Spartan warriors to a nearby clearing to hone their combat skills. Huang Yu then turned his attention to the 10 newly appeared citizens in front of the castle. 6 farmers, 2 gatherers, 1 tailor, and 1 carpenter. Seeing the foundational professions of the citizens, Huang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, there were no lazy individuals among them. However, at this stage, both the tailor and the carpenter seemed quite useful. The tailor could craft armor from monster hides, while the carpenter could repair damaged structures and create basic tools. It would be best to retain them if possible. Huang Yu pondered for a moment, recalling that he had yet to check in for the day, and summoned the Lord interface to do so. Check-in successful. Congratulations, Lord. You have received 100 ordinary crop seedlings of soil melon. Soil melon, an ordinary crop that can be harvested once every 7 days. Well, with 8 farmers, I must at least keep 2 to cultivate crops. Is this considered a happy dilemma? Huang Yu found himself somewhat speechless. Perhaps in the hands of other lords, the soil melon seedlings would be seen as a valuable resource. However, for Huang Yu, who fought to sustain his battles, the melons were somewhat superfluous. Never mind. Let us see if there are any suitable discounted items today. Upon opening the discount item page, the selection was still extensive. Legendary quality equipment, Millennium Shield, original price, 240 million. Current price, 24 million. 1 Epic Class Profession Scroll, Phantom Blade Knight. Original price, 62 million. Current price, 620,000. Exceptional quality special building, Yinxing Army Training Camp. 1. Original price, 360,000. Current price, 108,000. Most of the items remained beyond Huang Yu's financial reach. Yet, his objective for the day was not these expensive high-tier goods. He directly searched for population in the window. The discounted product menu refreshed instantly, leaving only a few dozen options. Random 10 population, 100 population, 1000 population, foundation profession customization for 10 population, 100 population, special profession rare units. Huang Yu even glimpsed 3 heroes, each possessing uniqueness. Upon purchase, he could acquire a second hero follower. Regrettably, he lacked sufficient soul crystals. The random profession for 100 population was offered at a 50 discount, originally priced at 1,000 soul crystals, now only 50 soul crystals. After upgrading the Fire Seed and the Spartan Training Camp, Huang Yu had 70 soul crystals remaining, more than enough to procure the 100 population. Clicking to purchase, 50 soul crystals were instantly deducted. Subsequently, 100 citizens appeared out of thin air on the flat land outside the castle. Huang Yu selected them, and their information immediately appeared before his eyes. The citizens purchased from the Chaos Mall were all at level 1. However, unlike the daily fire seed summons, their loyalty fluctuated between 60 to 100. Only a handful were fiercely loyal. Yet, Huang Yu was not overly concerned. As long as he could provide for their needs and ensure a stable life, loyalty would naturally increase. The professions of the 100 new citizens were quite diverse: 60 farmers, 15 gatherers, 5 tailors, 10 carpenters, 6 servants, 3 cooks, and 1 steward. There were even servants and a steward among the citizens. 2 professions Huang Yu had not encountered before appeared: steward and servant. Huang Yu summoned these 6 individuals. The steward was a well-dressed, middle-aged man, while the remaining 6 servants were relatively younger, 4 male and 2 female. Of course, the female servants possessed rather ordinary appearances. "Master?" The steward bowed and tentatively called out. Huang Yu nodded and spoke. "From now on, you will be responsible for all matters of the castle." "Understood." The steward nodded and led the 6 servants into the castle to begin cleaning. Huang Yu assigned 10 farmers to the Spartan training camp and instructed the others to carry out their respective duties: cultivating fields, chopping down trees within the territory, and breaking stones. The area instantly became bustling with activity. While the Spartan warriors trained, Huang Yu opened the discount item list once more, hoping to find a bargain. Scanning through thousands of items one by one was quite time-consuming. After nearly 10 minutes, Huang Yu finally discovered a suitable discounted item. Perfect grade building blueprint, Blue Mountain Workshop. Original price, 230,000 soul crystals. Discounted price, 230 soul crystals. The introduction to the blueprint is as follows. Blue Mountain Workshop is a renowned equipment manufacturing workshop in a parallel world, celebrated for its exceptional production efficiency and the superior quality of its weapons, which are highly praised. The workshop has crafted legendary-grade equipment, and its blacksmiths are held in great esteem. However, to commission high-grade equipment, the Lord must provide the requisite materials. After all, a skilled artisan cannot create a meal without rice. Today, a special building blueprint has appeared, with a discounted price of 230 soul crystals. Huang Yu was originally prepared to purchase ordinary building blueprints, such as blacksmith shops and forging workshops. To his surprise, the discount menu revealed Blue Mountain Workshop. Remembering the materials accumulating in his warehouse, Huang Yu felt a surge of excitement. He could forge equipment himself, although he currently possessed only 20 soul crystals. He was confident that he could earn sufficient crystals before the afternoon. After all, he now commanded 15 Spartan warriors. As the gates of the Spartan training camp swung open, 10 level 1 Spartan warriors emerged. Huang Yu checked their information. Although no new heroes had appeared, 2 warriors had acquired combat-related subclasses. One, named Ruto, had become a Spartan archer, while another, named Moan, had taken on the role of a Spartan spearman. Both possessed ranged attack capabilities. Among the discounted items today, only ordinary quality long swords were available. Huang Yu spent 15 soul crystals to equip each Spartan warrior with a weapon. If he could survive the day and gather 230 soul crystals, he would no longer have to worry about their weaponry. With Blue Mountain Workshop at his disposal, he could tailor a complete set of equipment for each warrior without any issues. Chapter 8. Shops Abound. The red-shelled crocodile, with Dilius leading 14 Spartan warriors into the forest. The nearby wild creatures suffered yet again. The entire forest was thrown into chaos. Huang Yu chose not to follow this time, as the steadily rising experience and the continuously updating count of soul crystals left him assured of the Spartan warriors' abilities, provided they remained level-headed. Before long, Huang Yu's experience surged dramatically, nearly surpassing level 5, while his soul crystals increased by 42. He approached a window on the castle's 2nd floor and spotted the returning Spartan warriors, each dragging at least one wild creature's carcass. Leading the group, Dilius was hauling a crocodile, its size comparable to the giant toothed lizard from yesterday, indicating it was likely another level 10 creature. Had they discovered a nest of crocodiles? The wild creatures brought back by the Spartan warriors included a significant number of red-shelled crocodiles, alongside wild boars, pythons, and giant rabbits. Once the creatures were returned to their territory, the Spartan warriors wasted no time and charged back in the forest. For them, the essence of life lay in unceasing battle. Gatherers rushed forward, commencing a busy day as they transported a large quantity of food and materials into the warehouse. Huang Yu noticed that notifications scarcely ceased. Acquired red-shelled crocodile meat, fine food, 35 units. Acquired red-shelled crocodile skin, fine material, 8 pieces. Acquired red-shelled crocodile meat, ordinary food, 86 units. Huang Yu's eyes lit up. The skin of the red-shelled crocodile was classified as fine material. Just then, the butler's voice echoed from outside. "Enter," Huang Yu called, turning to find the butler accompanied by 2 male servants, each cradling an egg the size of a football. "Master, Lord Dilius instructed me to deliver these 3 eggs to you." The butler respectfully placed the eggs on the table and stepped aside, awaiting Huang Yu's command. "Eggs?" His gaze focused on the trio of eggs, and an information prompt materialized in his mind. Red-shelled crocodile egg, fine-level pet egg, upon contract. A red-shelled crocodile hatchling can be obtained. Red-shelled crocodile, a wild creature inhabiting the forest. Potential value generally rated at bronze level 19, with a possibility of evolving into a silver level 29 species. To his surprise, it was a pet egg. Intrigued, Huang Yu picked them up one by one, examining them closely. He then uploaded the pet eggs and some food to the Huang Yu shop. In the Chaos Mall, he had seen many high-grade pet eggs. Although the discount menu had yet to feature any, he was confident he would eventually acquire them. Thus, he held little interest in the merely fine-quality red-shelled crocodile. Accessing the trading platform, Huang Yu intended to check the sales status of his shop. However, he discovered that overnight, the trading platform had burgeoned with thousands of lord shops. Many lords had opened personal shops, offering a plethora of miscellaneous items. These included crude weapons made from stones and wooden sticks, as well as unreliable goods like river water, artificial fertilizer, and sand. Some lords even listed their own subjects for sale. Of course, since the trading platform ranked shops based on transaction volume, the Huang Yu shop's top position remained unchallenged. Nevertheless, this drew Huang Yu's attention to other notable lord shops. The second-ranked Zijingwa shop featured fine ingredients, not meats, but a fruit called Baningwa, with a substantial stock of 18 units. Huang Yu exchanged a portion of his fine food, red-shell crocodile meat, for some and found its taste pleasantly sweet and tangy. While it did not grant experience points, it did invigorate the mind of the consumer. The third-ranked shop offered a selection of ordinary quality equipment. Although its ratings and quality did not compare to those of the Chaos Mall, the prices were appealingly low. In the shop's introduction, the lord claimed to have received a craftsman as a reward for their first sign-in and was willing to customize equipment for those who provided materials. Had Huang Yu not possessed the discount artifact, he might have considered collaborating with this lord, but now it seemed unnecessary. As he continued to browse, he stumbled upon a familiar name, the Sioux, New Jersey shop, ranked 7th. This shop lacked any distinctive offerings, featuring only 2 basic construction materials, wood and stone, but in astonishing quantities, 4,000 units of wood and 2,000 units of stone. If assessed at the Chaos Mall's prices, their total value soared to 600 soul crystals. Perhaps recognizing the ubiquity of these items, the lord of the Sioux, New Jersey shop had set their prices at only half that of the Chaos Mall, accepting only soul crystals and meat products in exchange. Thus far, not even half of the goods have been traded. After all, at this stage, there are not many lords in need of such items. Most lords, along with their subjects, are still struggling to make ends meet. As Huang Yu continued to peruse, he came across a group of skilled craftsmen who had fashioned exquisite furniture from timber, as well as those who produced cement, bricks, and other materials. Remarkably, one lord had even concocted gunpowder, though he lamented that its potency was sadly lacking. Huang Yu, piecing together his resources, acquired 30 units of refined iron, a scarce commodity at present, with only a few fortunate lords stumbling upon such quantities. A vibrant frenzy of commerce erupted when exquisite pet eggs were listed at the cosmic shop, only to be swiftly curtailed. The world channel buzzed with chatter, once again making the cosmic shop the focal point of discussion. Did I see that correctly? The cosmic lord has listed exquisite quality pet eggs. Red armored crocodile. I lost 2 warriors to 1. How did the big shot defeat them? I want to cry. One cannot generalize about people. Cosmic Lord, add me as a friend. I have a regal voice. The Cosmic Lord truly lacks a broader perspective. We are all part of the human alliance and should assist one another. I urge all lords to resist the top lord's shops. Those fellows are like vampires, treating us other lords like mere fodder. With a swift click, Huang Yu cleared friend requests and promptly blocked several individuals who resorted to vulgarity and moral coercion. He felt invigorated as he noted the arrival of 100 soul crystals, which had just been received from the Zijinhua Lord in exchange for a pet egg, bringing his total to 178 crystals. Although many lords had listed food items, they were not selling quickly at the Cosmic Mall, but Huang Yu was unperturbed. He envisioned the Cosmic Shop as a premier, all-encompassing marketplace, aspiring for it to become the preferred choice for players aside from the chaotic mall. There was no need to obsess over trifling profits. Huang Yu believed that by noon at the latest, he would possess his second special building, the perfect grade Blue Mountain Workshop. At that point, he would hold the reins of the equipment market firmly in his grasp. Chapter 9. Blue Mountain Workshop, Expert Level Smith, Transaction Platform Notification. Lord Jiashirda has paid 100 soul crystals to purchase an exquisite quality pet egg. The Lord S shop has received 100 soul crystals. Just as the total soul crystals approached 200, another pet egg was purchased, instantly elevating Huang Yu's total to 298 crystals. With approximately 3 hours remaining until noon, he had already gathered enough soul crystals to purchase the blueprint for a perfect grade building. Huang Yu felt a twinge of unfamiliarity towards the second buyer. Upon checking the trading platform, he discovered that the Jiashirda shop had swiftly climbed to the 5th position, relying on a common herb known as snake's tongue grass. This herb possessed certain detoxifying properties and was currently a rare commodity in the realm of medicine, making it quite popular among the lords. The snake's tongue grass had a total of 30 units, each priced at 6 soul crystals, and had now sold out. Closing the trading platform, Huang Yu opened the discount product menu and searched for the Blue Mountain Workshop. Filled with anticipation and excitement, he clicked to purchase. Confirm payment of 230 soul crystals for the Blue Mountain Workshop blueprint. Yes, no, yes. Upon confirming the purchase, Huang Yu found himself holding a thick stack of architectural blueprints. Although he could not comprehend the content, it did not hinder his ability to utilize them. After selecting to use the blueprint, the vacant land beside the Spartan training camp was quickly enveloped in golden light. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing a square, 2-story building that occupied nearly 200 square meters of land. Huang Yu gazed at the Blue Mountain Workshop as an information interface materialized before him. Blue Mountain Workshop, perfect grade building. Level, Tier 1 note. Upgrading to Tier 2 requires 50 soul crystals, 700 units of timber, 200 units of stone, and 50 units of refined iron. Function, comes with 10 apprentice smiths. The probability of apprentices advancing to expert level is 100, to master level is 10, and to holy smith level is 0. 1. For every 20 soul crystals paid, one subject can be converted into a smith. Note, the smith advancement path is apprentice, expert, master, holy divine. Master level smiths perfectly exploit material properties. Holy smiths forge equipment that transcends the limitations of materials, creating legends. Divine smiths transform decay into the miraculous. The 10 smiths emerged from the Blue Mountain Workshop and greeted Huang Yu, clad in deep blue uniforms, each adorned with an apprentice smith badge. The badge bore the inscription Cosmic Blue Mountain, bringing forth the information panels of the 10 smiths. He noted, Smith 1, level, apprentice, loyalty, 95, potential, 0, 1 chance of becoming a holy smith. Smith 2, level, apprentice, loyalty, 100, potential, 0, 1 chance of becoming a holy smith. The panels of the 10 smiths were entirely identical. It would take 1,000 smiths to possibly produce 1 holy smith. Would any among them rise to that 1 in 1,000? Although they were all merely at the apprentice level now, Huang Yu believed they had a bright future ahead. The Lord gains 320 experience points and 11 soul crystals. Huang Yu's contemplation was interrupted by the radiant golden light that enveloped him, signaling his level had surpassed 5. It was evident that Dilius and the 14 Spartan warriors had once again vanquished a creature with a level exceeding 10. Sure enough, not long after, Dilius returned with a massive red-armored crocodile, followed closely by Spartan warriors, each dragging 2 ordinary red-armored crocodiles. They must have discovered the habitat of the red-armored crocodiles. Huang Yu glanced at Dilius, who was slightly lagging behind in level. Although still at 4, he was not far from a breakthrough. Among the remaining Spartan warriors, 4 of the earliest members, including Ruz, were also at level 4, while the other 10 warriors ranged between levels 2 and 3. After 2 battles, nearly all 15 warriors bore injuries. Huang Yu commanded the recall of those Spartan warriors who wished to venture into the forest, directing them to temporarily rest in the Spartan training camp. He then pointed to the warehouse and instructed the 10 smiths, "Feel free to utilize ordinary materials, but refrain from touching those of exquisite quality for now." The rationale behind this was Huang Yu's intent to assess the smith's capabilities first, preventing any wastage of materials. "Understood, my lord." The 10 smiths promptly bowed and dashed towards the warehouse in search of materials. Crafting equipment was not only their duty, but also their passion. Only through the relentless crafting of equipment and the acquisition of experience can they swiftly elevate their levels, evolving into expert blacksmiths, master blacksmiths, and ultimately, saint blacksmiths. At that time, their renown will resonate throughout the chaotic continent alongside the universal territory. Huang Yu awaited the information from the castle's warehouse, which he could access with a simple adjustment. Although the blacksmiths were merely at the apprentice level, with the support of the Blue Mountain Workshop, their speed and quality of equipment production far surpassed that of the initial artisan lord who had just signed in. Materials continuously flowed into the Blue Mountain Workshop, and even the refined iron Huang Yu had reserved for upgrading buildings was allocated to the workshop upon the blacksmith's request. After all, refined iron would be abundant in the future. In the chaotic marketplace, a common-grade iron mine required over 800 soul crystals, while the blueprint for a steel furnace was relatively inexpensive at only 150 soul crystals, well within Huang Yu's capacity. If he were in urgent need, he wouldn't hesitate to spend a little extra. After all, refined iron would be essential for both equipment and building upgrades. No lord would ever find it excessive. Materials were steadily delivered to the Blue Mountain Workshop. Half an hour later, equipment began to pour into the warehouse. Bows, short spears, long spears, cleavers, long swords, leather armor, shields, battle axes, helmets, and battle boots. Each of the 10 apprentice blacksmiths seemed to have chosen a specific type of equipment to craft. Various items filled the warehouse. Although they were merely ordinary, their quality was commendable. Each piece bore the universal insignia of Blue Mountain. After 2 hours, the warehouse had amassed 73 sets of equipment, valued at approximately 1,500 soul crystals. "Lords, are you prepared to face the dread imposed by the universal shop?" Upon witnessing the supplies in the warehouse, Huang Yu felt a surge of confidence. He would have pets, iron mines, and third-tier fire seeds. "Blue Mountain Workshop, you have acquired an expert blacksmith." "What? So soon?" Huang Yu eagerly pulled up the personnel information from the Blue Mountain Workshop. Blacksmith number 7 had vanished, replaced in the personnel list by an expert blacksmith named Song Yun. Blacksmith, Song Yun, level, expert, specialty, armor, potential, 2 chance of becoming a saint blacksmith. Chapter 10. Competition in the marketplace and the unremarkable Huang Yu summoned Song Yun. He was an ordinary-looking male blacksmith of Eastern descent. Although he addressed Huang Yu with utmost respect, his tone conveyed impatience, suggesting he had reservations about being summoned merely for a glance. "My lord, if there is nothing further, I shall return to forging equipment." Song Yun began to retreat toward the door, feeling that the time spent traveling and meeting the Lord was akin to wasting years of his life. In just a few minutes, he could have finished processing a piece of beast hide. "Do not be hasty, Song Yun." Huang Yu, unfazed by Song Yun's brusque demeanor, noticed the confusion on his face and continued, "You now have access to high-quality materials. Go find Di Liu's and customize a set of leather armor for each of them." The mention of high-quality materials lit up Song Yun's eyes, and he instantly felt that these few minutes had been well spent. With such materials and his expert skill, he could undoubtedly create superior equipment. "Thank you, my lord." Song Yun bowed respectfully, gazing at Huang Yu with admiration, eagerly awaiting further instructions. "Nothing more for now. Please be diligent and aim to complete them before their afternoon battle." "Rest assured, my lord, there will be no issues," Song Yun declared confidently, patting his chest before hastily making his way to the warehouse. Huang Yu nodded in satisfaction. As a lord, he relished having industrious individuals like Di Liu's and Song Yun on his team. There was no need for him to issue directives. They naturally embraced work as a way of life. Seated on a simple sofa provided by the steward for the townspeople's crafting, Huang Yu accessed the trading platform and opened his personal shop, initially intending to list some of the ordinary equipment piling up in the warehouse. He reconsidered and decided to utilize his daily opportunity to advertise in the World Channel, expanding the influence of the Universal Shop while simultaneously irritating those he had blacklisted. Notification: the Universal Shop will list 50 sets of ordinary equipment in half an hour. Categories include leather armor, longbows, short spears, swords, shields, and more. Fair prices, excellent quality. Limited quantity, act swiftly. Once the message was released, the world channel erupted. The big shot has appeared. Seeking sponsorship. Is the Lord of Universal Territory about to list equipment? The Lord of Village Mountain is in tears. His shop has barely warmed up before being overshadowed by the Universal Lord. The Village Mountain Lord, previously ranked third and the initial Artisan Lord, was in a precarious position. Is it too much to ask? The equipment from the Universal Shop isn't even listed yet. Indeed, even if the Universal Shop's equipment is commendable, given the stinginess of its lord, how low can the prices actually be? Absolutely. Equipment crafted by lords always falls short compared to those from the chaotic marketplace. I advise the Universal Lord to lower his prices. Perhaps I will consider purchasing some. Everyone is welcome to shop at Village Mountain. To ensure better development, all equipment will be half price after half an hour. Wow, the Village Mountain Lord is impressive. This is the audacity a top-tier big shot should have. Huh, you think you can ride my coattails and compete on price? Upon seeing the Village Mountain Lord's remarks, Huang Yu chuckled coldly. Let me show you what despair truly is. Half an hour later, Huang Yu listed 50 sets of equipment. The most expensive items were ordinary-grade leather armor, totaling 10 sets, each valued at 30 soul crystals. The prices of leather armor in the chaotic marketplace generally exceeded 40 soul crystals. Huang Yu slashed the price by a third. The remaining swords, longbows, shields, and other equipment were mostly priced below 20 soul crystals, with some common weapons costing less than 10. In terms of barter, prices would be slightly higher, but not excessively so. Additionally, based on lumber, stone, and refined iron, Huang Yu included beast hides, tendons, fangs, and claws as equipment materials. This not only enhanced the trading capabilities of the Lord, but fundamentally obstructed the flow of equipment materials to the Village Mountain Shop. Furthermore, Huang Yu opened a custom equipment service, explicitly noting the capacity to create high-quality gear. Ordinary-grade equipment held little value for him. He awaited the superior items crafted by Tsang Yun from high-quality materials. Perhaps after today, ordinary-grade equipment would be entirely phased out, so he felt no regret over the slight loss. Just as the 50 sets of equipment were listed, they were swiftly snatched up, and the trading volume of the Universal Shop surged into the 4-digit range. Huang Yu took a moment to glance at the Village Mountain Shop, which displayed over 30 crude weapons. The price is generally within 5 soul crystals. However, fewer than half have been sold. After all, the performance of handmade weapons is not particularly strong, and the production difficulty is low. They are not an essential need for most lords. With the comparison provided by the Universe Shop, the weapons from the Village Mountain Shop have lost their appeal. Opening the World Channel. Information regarding the Village Mountain Shop has vanished. Discussions in the World Channel revolve entirely around the recent batch of equipment sold by the Universe Mall. Did you see the reviews on the trading platform? The equipment from the Universe Shop is surprisingly not rated worse than that from the Chaos Mall. I missed out. I just took a quick look at the Village Mountain Shop's equipment, and when I returned to the Universe Shop, all 50 sets were gone. I feel like I missed out on a fortune. Without comparison, there's no pain. Compared to the equipment from the Universe Shop, the Village Mountain Shop's gear is utterly worthless. Haha, Universe products are guaranteed to be top-notch. I'm glad I stayed there and snagged a set of leather armor. At least I saved 10 soul crystals. What a steal. Did anyone else notice Blue Mountain Workshop? I just checked, and it's actually a special building of perfect quality. Wow, really? No wonder the Universe Lord is so confident. I hope the Universe Lord lists another batch of equipment. I'll save all my soul crystals for you. Same here. This little bit of equipment doesn't even fill the cracks. Huang Yu glanced at the 60 sets of equipment in his warehouse and the large amount of materials transferred out of the trading platform. Without hesitation, he spent 10 soul crystals to post another message in the World Channel. Before nightfall, over 200 sets of equipment will be available. The prices will still be cheaper than the Chaos Mall, and the cost-performance ratio far exceeds those made by subpar shops. Don't miss out. Wow, over 200 sets of equipment tonight. The Universe Lord is amazing. I can't wait. I've decided to stay at the Universe Shop. This time I must get something. Universe Lord, can we trade privately? I'm willing to offer more soul crystals, and I have a great demand. Haha, I wonder how the Village Mountain Lord feels about the subpar shops. Oh no, I just realized I've been blacklisted. If I don't leave the little black room, I can never buy from the Universe Mall. Was it just for a few harsh words? Scanning the barrage of messages, Huang Yu disregarded other lords' requests for private trades. Selling ordinary equipment at low prices was never intended for profit. It was to build a reputation and establish a high-quality brand image. Ignoring the healthy development of the universe shop for the sake of trivial gains would be counterproductive. He cleared 999 friend requests and effortlessly blacklisted the village mountain lord. Huang Yu exited the trading platform and stepped out of the castle. Dilios led 14 Spartan warriors, standing in formation before the castle. Each donned a crimson armor, exuding a fierce battle spirit. Chapter 11. Crimson Crocodile Armor, included in the Chaos Mall. Your friend request has been rejected. You have been blacklisted by the Universe Lord. While in a blacklisted state, you cannot add the Universe Lord as a friend. While in a blacklisted state, you cannot enter the Universe Mall. Please do not operate frequently. Seeing the series of notifications from the Fire Seed, Village Mountain Yantai gritted his teeth and cursed. Baka, this Universe Lord is truly detestable. One day, I shall make him pay. With a dark expression, he exited the wooden house, spotting a farmer covered in bruises. Clutching a handmade weapon and looking terrified, he felt his anger flare. Useless. He kicked one farmer aside and berated, "You can't even deal with a rabbit. What use do I have for you, trash?" Yantai sought to vent his frustrations on a few more villagers, but turned to find that they had already scurried away, causing his brow to furrow. Just yesterday, they didn't dare hide when he struck them. Now they dared to defy his will. Observing the villagers' fearful expressions and evasive gazes, a foreboding sense washed over him. Accessing the villagers' information panel, he was shocked to discover that the loyalty of all 11 villagers had plummeted. The loyalty of the villager beneath him had even rapidly dropped below 60, indifferent. Seeing the suppressed anger in their eyes, Yantai was taken aback. These fellows wouldn't dare rebel, would they? The 14 Spartan warriors stood in 2 rows, clad in thick crimson armor, each wielding a fine iron spear. The Spartan archer, Rudo, carried a large bow and 2 quivers of arrows, while the spear thrower, Moan, bore a bundle of short spears, the tips seemingly honed from the claws of wild beasts. Appearing exceptionally sharp, Dilios stood behind Huang Yu, equipped in even more extravagant gear. In his left hand, he held a blood-stained, finely crafted round shield, and in his right, a fine iron spear. A fine iron sword hung at his waist, and he carried a bundle of short spears on his back, fully armed. Huang Yu's gaze was drawn to the half-body leather armor worn by the Spartan warriors. The armor was a deep crimson, adorned with crocodile skin patterns. The shoulder guards were crafted from the tail of a red-scaled crocodile, encasing the warrior's upper arms, while the right guard was made from the crocodile's jaw. 2 blood-red eyes, fixed with special craftsmanship, adorned the armor, emanating a fierce and imposing aura. Huang Yu accessed the Armor S information panel. Crimson Crocodile Armor, Quality, Fine Equipment Function. Crafted meticulously by an expert blacksmith at Blue Mountain Workshop, it boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding most ordinary projectile damage. The right shoulder guard can unleash frenzied bloodlust, enhancing berserk abilities and gradually healing the wearer's wounds. Note: this product is a custom piece from the expert blacksmith Song Yun at Blue Mountain Workshop, an unprecedented new equipment in the Chaos Continent. Extraordinary defensive power, immunity to most ordinary projectile damage, enhancement of berserk abilities, and gradual wound recovery. Is this not the very equipment that lords need at this stage? Huang Yu could already envision the scene of the Crimson Crocodile armor being listed and flying off the shelves. However, Song Yin had just mentioned that while the Crimson Crocodile armor is indeed outstanding among fine-quality equipment, the technology it embodies is not particularly advanced. If a master-level blacksmith were willing to decipher it, they could obtain the manufacturing technique without expending too much effort. This suggests that, perhaps before long, counterfeit versions of the Crimson Crocodile armor would emerge. However, by that time, Huang Yu might not even care about the profits brought by the armor. Ding! Just as Huang Yu pondered, another prompt appeared. The Chaos Mall assesses the value of the Crimson Crocodile armor to be 780 soul crystals, with collectible value. Would you like to submit the Crimson Crocodile armor for inclusion in the Chaos Mall? The Lord shall have the opportunity to acquire 2,000 experience points, along with a profit of 3 upon the sale of the Crimson Crocodile armor in the Chaos Mall. Note: the Lord is not required to provide materials for crafting the equipment. The Chaos Mall will mark the item as produced by Huang Yu Blue Mountain once it is listed. Could this be considered a form of indirect intellectual property protection? Huang Yu glanced briefly and chose affirmation, rather than allowing others to replicate it. He preferred official certification from the Chaos Mall. Although it cannot entirely eliminate piracy, the legitimacy it confers is invaluable. In contrast, the 3-unit profit share seems less significant. After all, Huan Yu Shop will soon list the Crimson Crocodile armor at a considerably lower price. Most human lords will likely choose to purchase from Huan Yu Shop. Choosing affirmation, he entrusted the Crimson Crocodile armor to be included in the Chaos Mall. An unprecedented surge of energy surged from every corner of his being. Huan Yu was enveloped in an intense golden light. After a while, the golden glow slowly dissipated. Congratulations, Lord. You have been promoted to level 8. The 2,000 experience points propelled Huang Yu up 3 levels. Although still classified as a common creature level, he felt his strength had multiplied several times. Now, with a gentle leap, he could soar 3 to 4 meters high. My lord, the materials have run out. This is the last 2 sets of Crimson Crocodile armor. Song Yun, still yearning for more, exited the Blue Mountain Workshop. 2 apprentice blacksmiths followed closely behind, each carrying a set of Crimson Crocodile armor. They temporarily stored the armor in the warehouse. Currently, the warehouse contained a total of 82 sets of common equipment and 2 sets of fine equipment, still falling short of the 200 sets of common equipment needed by evening. My lord, leave the materials to us, Dilius declared confidently. With this equipment, we can confidently eliminate the red-armored crocodiles outside the town within an hour. I trust you will not disappoint me. Huang Yu nodded and continued, however, after dealing with the red-armored crocodiles, do not rush deep into the forest. First, scout the surrounding environment of the town. His intuition warned him of great danger lurking deep within the forest. It was not yet time to delve too deeply. Understood, Dilius nodded earnestly. He then bid farewell to Huang Yu and led the Spartan warriors into the forest. Only the materials for wild monster pelts and claws were insufficient. Song Yun frowned and said to Huang Yu, crafting equipment requires a substantial amount of metal. Our fine iron is extremely scarce and cannot meet our upcoming crafting needs. Fine iron, you say? Huang Yu felt a slight headache. Currently, fine iron was a scarce resource on the trading platform. To this day, no one had reported finding an iron mine. It seemed he would have to spend considerably. Opening the Chaos Mall, Huang Yu searched for mineral resources. Common iron mine. Price, 800 soul crystals. Description, iron ore is essential for the Lord's development. However, you cannot use ore directly. Besides iron ore, you will also need a steel smelting furnace. Chapter 12. The Dilemma of Fine Iron and the Exceptional Cold Wave. The hunting of wild monsters by the Spartan warriors and the profits from Huang Yu's shop provided Huang Yu with 200 soul crystals. In terms of quantity, Huang Yu now met the requirements for upgrading the ember to the 3rd tier. What was lacking were basic materials such as wood, stone, and fine iron. Nevertheless, upgrading the ember to the 3rd tier would not enhance the comprehensive strength of Huang Yu's territory. What he urgently needed was to perfect the construction of various infrastructure within his domain. Accustomed to the discounts offered by the artifact, spending such a large sum to purchase 2 ordinary building blueprints still pained him. However, after reviewing the discounted item menu, he found no relevant resources. He was uncertain whether the discount artifact would refresh iron mines or similar resources tomorrow. Besides consuming soul crystals for purchases, there was no other recourse for the time being. This was indeed a limitation of the discount artifact. It could not refresh discounted items according to his whims. Otherwise, Huang Yu would have soared to great heights. Building upgrades and crafting materials almost all required fine iron. Iron mines could yield long-term benefits, and for better development, they would need to be purchased sooner or later. After some self-reassurance, Huang Yu clicked to purchase the iron mine and steel smelting furnace blueprints. 950 soul crystals were deducted. 2 beams of golden light emanated from the ember, landing on the vacant land of the territory according to Huang Yu's will. Minutes later, the golden light receded, revealing a smoke-emitting steel smelting furnace, standing adjacent to a mining site at the edge of Huang Yu Town. Huang Yu brought up the information interface for the mine and the smelting furnace. Iron mine, Tier 1 ordinary building. Function, accommodates up to 10 citizens for mining, yielding 100 units of iron ore daily. Note, upgrade to Tier 2 requires 15 soul crystals, 100 units of wood, and 50 units of stone. Steel smelting furnace, Tier 1 ordinary building. Function, requires 3 citizens to operate, refining 100 units of iron ore into 50 units of fine iron daily. Note, Upgrade to Tier 2 requires 10 soul crystals, 60 units of stone, and 10 units of fine iron. The daily production of 50 units of fine iron left Huang Yu quite dissatisfied with the iron mine's productivity. Upgrading the ember to the 3rd tier required 1,000 units of fine iron. The Spartan training camp's upgrade to the 3rd tier also needed 600 units of fine iron. And then there was the Blue Mountain Workshop. Based on the iron mine's output, it would take an eternity to accumulate enough. Moreover, considering the consumption rate of materials at the Blue Mountain Workshop, 50 units of fine iron would barely suffice for daily crafting needs. Gazing at the remaining 250 soul crystals, Huang Yu gritted his teeth. He accessed the warehouse, gathering the accumulated wood, stone, and a small amount of fine iron to invest in upgrading both the mine and the smelting furnace. A total of 25 soul crystals, 100 units of wood, 50 units of stone, and 10 units of fine iron were consumed. Within minutes, both the iron mine and the steel smelting furnace were upgraded to Tier 2 buildings. Iron mine, Tier 2 ordinary building, function, accommodates up to 20 citizens for mining, yielding 300 units of iron ore daily. Note: upgrade to Tier 3 requires the ember at Tier 3, along with 100 soul crystals, 600 units of wood, 300 units of stone, and 100 units of fine iron. Steel smelting furnace, Tier 2 ordinary building, function, requires 5 citizens to operate, refining 300 units of iron ore into 150 units of fine iron daily. Note: upgrade to Tier 3 requires the ember at Tier 3, along with 50 soul crystals, 150 units of stone, and 80 units of fine iron. After upgrading to Tier 2, the situation improved slightly. However, in comparison to the upgrade requirements of the ember and special buildings, the production of fine iron remained inadequate. The limitations of special buildings lay here. Their formidable functions heightened the Lord's potential, yet the resources required for their upgrades were exorbitantly high, often beyond the means of ordinary lords. It appeared that solutions could only be sought from the Chaos Mall and trading platform. Huang Yu retracted the information panel. In the Chaotic Mall, 1 soul crystal could purchase a unit of refined iron. Even for Huang Yu, he was reluctant to spend such unnecessary resources unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, he planned to relax the trading restrictions on refined iron at the Cosmic Shop and also included iron ore in the trading scope. He hoped that fortunate lords on the trading platform could acquire refined iron resources. Under Huang Yu's arrangement, the iron mines and steel furnaces were immediately set into operation. 30 subjects, equipped with tools produced by the Blue Mountain Workshop, entered the iron mine with enthusiasm. 5 subjects, bare-chested, activated the steel furnaces. Moments later, a thick plume of smoke billowed into the sky. Once everything was arranged, Huang Yu had nothing else to do and began to patrol his territory. Engaging in combat was out of the question. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. As the Lord, managing the territory was his responsibility. With no experience in combat training and having never engaged with the system, Huang Yu's combat experience was virtually non-existent. Aside from his formidable physical prowess derived from high levels, he had no other cards to play. If he ventured into the forest, he could easily lose his life to a venomous snake. Moreover, he had the powerful Spartan warriors at his disposal, eliminating the need for personal risk. Good afternoon, my lord. It is truly a fortune to live in your territory. Thanks to you, we have food and drink. Huang Yu's subjects were exceedingly enthusiastic. Those who were not had already been sent to the training camp for reformation. In other lords' territories, it was considered quite good if the subjects could eat their fill each day. However, in Cosmic Town, the subjects enjoyed meat daily. Moreover, Huang Yu had never pressed them, resulting in a relatively high loyalty among the subjects of Cosmic Town. Ding! Blue Mountain Workshop. You have acquired an expert-level blacksmith. Just as Huang Yu was patrolling his territory, deep in thought about how to obtain more refined iron resources, the Blue Mountain Workshop unexpectedly produced another expert-level blacksmith. Was this a delightful dilemma? The addition of an expert-level blacksmith meant that Huang Yu could obtain more high-level equipment, but it also implied a need for substantial resources. Huang Yu's spirits lifted as he accessed the information of the new expert-level blacksmith. Blacksmith, Baili, level, expert blacksmith, specialty, swords, potential, 3 chance to become a master blacksmith. In terms of potential, the new expert-level blacksmith Baili surpassed Song Yun to some extent. Huang Yu entered the Blue Mountain Workshop. Song Yun was immersed in a mountain of materials, completely oblivious to Huang Yu's arrival. The other 9 blacksmiths greeted him respectfully before returning to their work. Among them was a relatively young man with an outstanding demeanor, polishing a sword. It was none other than the newly promoted expert-level blacksmith, Bai Li. Bai Li, is this your creation? Huang Yu inquired, eyeing the sword in Bai Li's hands. The blade measured 3 feet and 8 inches, adorned with wavy dark patterns, radiating a chilling gleam, appearing exceptionally sharp. My lord, Bai Li slightly bowed, presenting the sword with both hands. This is the Cold Wave, crafted during my realization upon being promoted to expert-level blacksmith. Cold Wave. Huang Yu received the sword, swishing it through the air, exclaiming, "What a fine sword." Bai Li, hearing Huang Yu's praise, nodded with honor and pride. In truth, Huang Yu knew little about swords, but he could see the information of the sword. As soon as he held the sword, the information panel automatically appeared. Huang Yu also noted the Cold Wave sword's grade. Exceptional. Chapter 13. The first encounter with other races. Cold Wave sword. Quality. Exceptional. Equipment description. A work of realization from Bai Li, expert-level blacksmith of the Blue Mountain Workshop. This sword cuts through iron like mud, extraordinarily sharp. Active skills. 1. Cold Wave slash. Inject energy to produce a frosty slash when swinging the sword. 2. Cold scales. While wielding the Cold Wave sword, water vapor adheres to the blade, condensing into scale-like ice crystals that, when released, can injure enemies and inflict frostbite. Passive skills. Clear chill, worn for an extended period. It enhances mental clarity and agility of thought. Note, this product is a unique creation by Bai Li, expert-level blacksmith of the Blue Mountain Workshop. A unique weapon. The exceptional grade Cold Wave sword. Huang Yu fondled the sword in his hand, unable to part with it. He had seen many high-quality equipments in the discount menu, but they were exorbitantly priced, far beyond his means. The Cold Wave sword was the highest quality weapon he had ever personally witnessed and acquired. According to the prices in the Chaotic Mall, the exceptional grade Cold Wave sword, combined with its uniqueness, would certainly exceed 100,000 soul crystals, not falling below the perfect grade in equipment quality. This sword is meant as a gift for you, my lord. May I use it? Huang Yu performed a flourish with the sword. To be honest, the sword's appearance and weight aligned well with Huang Yu's aesthetic. After hearing Bai Li's words, he began to waver. However, he was not currently prepared to engage in combat. Possessing such a high-quality weapon would indeed be a waste. Bai Li seemed to sense Huang Yu's thoughts and smiled as he said, "The Cold Wave sword is too light and relatively small, making it unsuitable for Dilius and the others." Pointing to a 5-foot-long sword blank nearby, Bai Li continued, "After my upgrade to expert level, as long as I have sufficient materials, I can forge better weapons for the Spartan warriors. If we have higher-grade materials, both Song Yun and I could create rare or even exceptional grade equipment. Since that is the case, I shall accept it." Huang Yu carefully sheathed the Cold Wave sword in the scabbard prepared by Bai Li, patting Bai Li on the shoulder in encouragement. "Let me know what materials you need. I look forward to the day you become a master blacksmith." Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Bai Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he replied earnestly, "To forge the glory of Cosmic Town is my unshakable duty." After exchanging a few words with several other blacksmiths, Huang Yu left the Blue Mountain Workshop, Cold Wave sword in hand. As soon as he stepped outside, Huang Yu was startled by a nearby mountain of corpses. A small hill about 10 meters high was piled high with the carcasses of red-shelled crocodiles, and the blood flowing from them had formed a pool. He wondered if the red-shelled crocodiles around the territory would be completely exterminated. Swallowing hard, Huang Yu approached the battle-worn Spartan warriors. Their scarlet armor was covered in scratches, enveloped in a faint mist of blood, and each breath they took seemed to draw in some of that blood mist, slowly restoring their stamina. "My lord, the greatest threat within 2 kilometers of the town has been eliminated." Dilius was the first to approach Huang Yu upon seeing him. Having just experienced battle, combined with the effects of the blood mist, Dilius emanated an imposing aura. Merely passing by few gatherers caused them to shudder involuntarily. However, Huang Yu, being of a higher level, with level 8, not only significantly enhanced his physical capabilities, his resolve grew ever more steadfast. The influence of Dilius was minimal. Upon accessing Dilius's information panel, Huang Yu discovered that Dilius had ascended to level 5, while all other Spartan warriors had reached level 4. The combat prowess of the Huang Yu territory had once again ascended to a new echelon. "Well done, Dilius." Huang Yu nodded in satisfaction. This time, Dilius and his comrades had successfully vanquished 62 red-armored crocodiles, 7 of which were above level 10. One red-armored crocodile exceeded 15 meters in length, marking the highest level of wild creature Huang Yu had encountered thus far, level 17. The gatherer had completed the collection. The blood, flesh, claws, bones, and hide were all materials of exquisite quality for crafting equipment, and were directly brought back to the Blue Mountain Workshop by Tsang Yun and Bailey. During this excursion, were there any other discoveries? Previously, after defeating wild creatures, Dilius would lead the Spartan warriors back to the forest without delay, never wasting a moment of combat time. However, this time, Dilius had his warriors rest within the territory, quietly awaiting Huang Yu's arrival. There must be something he wished to convey. We have encountered another race, Dilius reported to Huang Yu. After exterminating the red-armored crocodile population, a group of half-human, half-beast creatures attempted to ambush us and seize our spoils. With a wave of his hand, Dilius gestured for a Spartan warrior to reveal 2 wolf-headed, humanoid beings covered in gray fur from among the carcasses of the wild creatures. We easily repelled them and pursued them to the territory of this intelligent race. Their territory is rather small, comparable in size to the village we encountered yesterday, and is inhabited by a dozen such beings. However, their territory is protected by a peculiar energy preventing us from entering. Upon hearing Dilius's words, Huang Yu's eyes lit up as he inquired, "How far are they from us?" "Less than 3 kilometers, Dilius replied. "Within 3 kilometers lies another race's territory." Huang Yu's gaze fell upon the 2 deceased beings. An information interface materialized before him. Work, level 2. Potential, black iron, can only be upgraded to level 9. Note, Worgs are an independent race among the myriad of species, entirely distinct from the werewolves of the Night Clan and the wolf-headed men among the half-orcs. They typically inhabit the fringes of forests with a loosely structured society, but they tend to operate in packs. Worgs bear no emotional connection to other races. Their appetite is the driving force behind their slaughter. Worgs. Huang Yu observed the 2 lifeless worgs. They were slightly more robust than humans, with sharp claws and a mouth full of fangs serving as their innate weapons. In comparison, at the same level, the foundational attributes of Worgs were significantly higher than those of humans. Yet, they faced the Spartan warriors. Against the martial prowess and equipment of the Spartan warriors, their claws appeared as laughably insignificant as children's toys. Did they, like humans, have a designated protection period? Humans had 7 days, but Huang Yu pondered how long the protection period for Worgs lasted. Squinting, he contemplated for a moment. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Furthermore, this neighbor did not seem to be a docile entity. Had the Spartan warriors not been sufficiently strong, their prey would have been snatched away by the Worgs. If conditions allowed, Huang Yu would not hesitate to eradicate them swiftly. Allowing them to develop unchecked could lead to future complications. Chapter 14. Worg Territory, Blue Mountain Workshop Level 2. Dilius, how many Spartan warriors do you believe are needed to eliminate the Worg territory? 1 is sufficient. Dilius confidently thumped his chest and declared to Huang Yu. Though they are agile in the forest and possess considerable strength, they are still no match for us. We circled their village, and not a single word dared to step outside. Huang Yu nodded, not perceiving Dilius's words as mere bravado. As a hero unit of sacred domain potential, Dilius undoubtedly possessed such combat capability. However, Huang Yu had no intention of sending Dilius to confront the Worg territory. The protection period had yet to expire. No matter how strong the combat power, annihilating the Worg population within the protection period was impossible. Dispatching Dilius now would merely squander time. They needed to wait until the Worg's protection period had passed. Shoin, Xiozhua, Ludomon, Huang Yu called forth 4 Spartan warriors. Shoin and Xiozhua were Spartan infantrymen, currently the highest level among the 14 Spartan warriors, on the verge of breaking through to level 5. Ludo and Mon were Spartan archers and javelin throwers, the only 2 ranged attackers Huang Yu possessed at present. Together, the 4 could unleash formidable power. You are tasked with monitoring the Worg territory. Huang Yu stroked his chin and said coldly, I want you to pin the Worgs within their territory, ensuring they do not step foot outside. As you command, my lord. The 4 stepped out of formation, accepting their orders. Turning back to Dilius, Huang Yu instructed from now on, your combat range should focus on the vicinity of the Worg territory. You must cut off their chances of acquiring resources from outside their territory. And once their protection period expires, launch an immediate assault. Understood, my lord. Dilius' expression grew stern. He recognized Huang Yu's emphasis on the word territory. While the words were not currently a threat to the Huang Yu territory, their activity in the forest far surpassed that of ordinary humans, coupled with the uncertainty of daily sign-ins. If the Word leader were to strike lucky and acquire high-quality items, they would not be so easily dealt with. Now that they had discovered their presence, it was imperative to suppress their development and eradicate the potential threat while it was still in its infancy. After watching Dilius and the Spartan warriors depart, Huang Yu systematically arranged the food collected by the gatherer on the shelves of the Huang Yu shop. A total of 42 units of exquisite food and over 100 units of ordinary food were available. At this stage, meat had become a commonplace trading commodity. Yet many opted for the Huang Yu shop. Compared to rabbit meat and wild chicken, the meat of ferocious wild creatures was far more sought after, especially the exquisite red-armored crocodile meat, which granted experience points upon consumption, making it a favorite among many prominent lords. The proprietor of the Sioux, New Jersey shop had already exchanged for over 30 units of exquisite food, becoming the largest customer of the Huang Yu shop's food items. Before long, over half of the food had vanished, and Huang Yu had traded for a substantial number of soul crystals and materials. The Spartan warriors' mourning efforts had yielded over 200 soul crystals for him. The shop's profits were even more impressive, bringing in over 300 soul crystals and a wealth of basic materials. Huang Yu's total of soul crystals reached 730, with reserves of wood and stone exceeding 2,000 units. This was the result of the labor of the citizens, but even more so, it stemmed from the Huang Yu shop. The supply of refined iron remains insufficient, yielding only 80 units. Should the Blue Mountain Workshop be upgraded to level 2? Yes, no, yes. Huang Yu has long been preparing for the upgrade of the Blue Mountain Workshop. The lack of raw materials can be remedied with financial resources. Innovations in technology, however, are never premature. 50 soul crystals, 700 units of timber, 200 units of stone, and 50 units of refined iron vanished simultaneously. The golden light emitted by the fire seed enveloped the Blue Mountain Workshop. Huang Yu waited nearly an hour before the upgrade was successfully completed. Blue Mountain Workshop, perfect grade building. Level 2. Note, to upgrade to level 3, a level 3 fire seed, 550 soul crystals for 1,000 units of timber, 5,000 units of stone, and 450 units of refined iron are required. Function: adds 10 apprentice blacksmiths, with a 100 probability of promotion to expert and approximately 15 to master, and a 2 chance to become a holy blacksmith. The success rate for blacksmith equipment production is doubled. For every 15 soul crystals paid, 1 civilian can be transformed into a blacksmith. With an additional 10 apprentice blacksmiths, the production efficiency of the Blue Mountain Workshop has significantly increased. More importantly, the promotion probabilities for blacksmiths to master and holy levels have also improved. The only point of embarrassment for Huang Yu is that his resource acquisition efficiency is struggling to keep pace with the rapidly developing needs of his domain. At this stage, many lords have a total population that has not surpassed 20. However, Huang Yu now possesses 15 Spartan warriors and 20 blacksmiths, with the total number of civilians reaching 131. His daily expenses and income are astonishing figures compared to other lords. In fact, Huang Yu has also become aware of his limited energy. Currently, his focus is primarily on the Spartan Training Camp, the Blue Mountain Workshop, and the Universal Shop. The largest group of ordinary civilians is almost left to fend for themselves, and this portion of productivity has not been effectively utilized. One should not underestimate ordinary civilians. Under normal circumstances, the operation of the domain relies heavily on them. Among his civilians are tailors, carpenters, and cooks, covering every aspect of daily life. However, Huang Yu has made rapid strides, failing to fully realize the value of ordinary civilians. Contemplating their utilization, Huang Yu glanced at the warehouse. The quantity of equipment in the warehouse is rapidly increasing at twice the speed of the morning, now having accumulated 156 sets. Among them are 2 sets of fine-quality leather armor and 3 fine-quality long swords. Each of these 5 sets commands a price exceeding 100 soul crystals. Huang Yu can already envision the bustling scene of these items flying off the shelves at the Universal Shop. The rankings on the trading platform have gradually stabilized, now presenting a situation of one dominant shop and many strong competitors. The Village Mountain and the Purple Flower have been pushed out of the top 20. Currently, the second-ranked shop is the Decisive shop, whose lord had the fortune of discovering a patch of snake's tongue grass on the edge of their territory. They have since listed over 100 units of snake's tongue grass at a price 1 soul crystal lower than that of the Chaos Mall, earning a considerable profit. The third-ranked shop is named Jaw, which, like the Universal shop, primarily trades in meat, with quantities comparable to Huang Yu's, mainly featuring wolf meat and feathered deer meat. In addition to meat, the Jalawal Lord has also listed materials related to the wolf and feathered deer monsters. Huang Yu has investigated these two types of monsters. Both the wolf and feathered deer inhabit the grasslands, bearing evaluations similar to the red armor crocodile. It appears that the Jalawal Lord's territory is situated above the grasslands and possesses considerable strength. Otherwise, they would not have slain so many monsters at this stage. Chapter 15. The Jalawal Lord and a large iron mine. Huang Yu purchased some wolf meat and feathered deer meat, simultaneously clearing out the materials in the Jalawal shop. The meat was meant to diversify his palate, while the materials were intended for the Blue Mountain workshop. After all, the feathers of the feathered deer, as mentioned in the introduction, are excellent arrow materials. However, Huang Yu was somewhat taken aback when, after paying 126 soul crystals, he received a refund notification before exiting the Jalawal shop. Trading platform. The Jalawal Merchant Guild has refunded your payment of 126 soul crystals, with a note asking if you would like to add a friend, Lord of the Universe. What is this? At this stage, is someone willing to risk a loss of 126 soul crystals just to send a friend request? Intriguing. Jalawal Lord, you have successfully piqued my curiosity. Huang Yu did not exit the trading platform, although 126 soul crystals is a considerable sum at this juncture. He had not stooped to the level of being greedy for such an amount. He is a person of principle, since the other party expressed their sincerity. There was no need to offend them over a trivial sum. It was merely a friend request, after all. He accepted. Huang Yu sent a friend request to the Jalawal Lord. Almost immediately, his friend list notified him. The other party has accepted your friend request. You can now chat. Note, there are no restrictions on friend chats. Please be wary of scams. Seeing that the friend addition was successful, Huang Yu did not inquire about the other party's intentions, but transferred the 126 soul crystals from his recent purchase to the Jalawal Lord. He dislikes being indebted to others. His principle is not to rely on small favors to forge friendships. Those who are petty often suffer great losses. Seemingly surprised by Huang Yu's actions, the Jalawal shop lord took some time before accepting the 126 soul crystals and sent an inquiry to Huang Yu. Lord of the Universe, I noticed you seem to be collecting refined iron. The directness of this statement immediately captured Huang Yu's attention. How did they know I was collecting refined iron? Huang Yu did not respond immediately. He awaited the next message. Sure enough, after a while, the Jalawal Lord sent another message. I observed that the Universal shop has adjusted its trading ratio for refined iron and included iron ore in the trading range. So I wondered if you were lacking this resource. I see. This lord appears to be quite observant. Huang Yu silently nodded. The first impression the Jalawal Lord left him with is that they are a rather reliable individual. If opportunities arise in the future, perhaps deeper communication and collaboration could occur. Noticing the other party was silent, Huang Yu smiled lightly and inquired, do you have a method of acquiring refined iron? Since the question was posed, Huang Yu believed the other party had a way to obtain refined iron resources. The prolonged silence was merely a weight for his attitude. Huang Yu did not believe the other party would bow down due to his current display of strength. Indeed, it was not long before Huang Yu received a reply. There's a large iron mine not far from my territory. The first words from the Jalawal Lord instantly piqued Huang Yu's interest. What he desperately needs now is refined iron. A large iron mine is a rare grade resource. The daily output of ore is undoubtedly several times that of the ordinary iron mine owned by Huang Yu. What do you require? Huang Yu inquired directly, seeking to understand the other's needs. That large iron mine lies between my territory and that of a dwarf clan who possess a higher racial value than humans. Currently, the mine is occupied by them, and I wish to ally with you against them. Ally with me? Given the current low level of our territories, the teleportation function is non-existent. Sending people there is simply impossible. The Lord Garo was only interested in the equipment from the Universal store. Realizing this, Huang Yu cautiously asked, even if I provide you with the equipment, how can you guarantee that you will defeat the dwarves? Furthermore, how can I trust you? After a long silence, during which Huang Yu feared he had been deceived, a notification from Fireseed arrived. Fireseed notification. Human Lord Garo has consumed a contract scroll and initiated a contract request. A translucent scroll materialized before Huang Yu. A contract scroll? Such items are typically of rare quality, each costing thousands of soul crystals. Huang Yu hesitated to expend his soul crystals on something like this. Where did Lord Garo acquire such soul crystals? Beep. Lord Garo has sent you a message. Please check. Although I cannot guarantee a victory against the dwarves. With the contract scroll in hand, you need not worry about being deceived, correct? However, I must caution you, that group of dwarves is formidable, and my chances of success are not high. Once the scroll is used, it cannot be retracted. In other words, if Huang Yu does not sign the contract, Lord Garo will immediately lose at least 1,000 soul crystals. No lord at this stage would accept such a loss. From this moment onward, the two would be sworn enemies. Yet, at the final moment, Garo still chose to warn Huang Yu. It seemed he had some integrity. Huang Yu examined the information on the scroll. The contract proposed by Lord Garo required him to supply 22 sets of ordinary quality leather armor, as well as 22 sets of offensive weapons, including swords, spears, and longbows. Should they successfully capture the large iron mine, Lord Garo would generously grant Huang Yu half of its daily output. Should either party breach the contract, all assets of the defaulting party, including population, equipment, and special buildings, will be transferred to the other. In the lower right corner of the contract scroll, Garo's name was boldly inscribed. So is indeed called Garo. How peculiar for someone to bear such a name. The contract scroll mandates that only true names can be inscribed. Huang Yu just learned this detail. Over 40 pieces of equipment. After meticulously reviewing each clause, Huang Yu signed his name on the contract scroll. He considered it a calculated risk. He could afford to lose over 40 pieces of equipment. If Garo could seize the large iron mine, future gains would far exceed this investment. Even if the mine could not be taken, having an alliance with such a lord seemed advantageous. The contract scroll dissipated into motes of light, and Huang Yu felt a new obligation weigh upon him. Should he fail to fulfill the contract's demands, all his assets would indeed be transferred to Garo. Messages from his friend list chimed. Lord Huang Yu, may our collaboration be fruitful. May our collaboration be fruitful. Huang Yu replied, then curiously inquired, how did you obtain this contract scroll? I received it as a reward for signing in yesterday. Although it is relatively rare, it does not significantly aid me at this stage. With the foundation for their cooperation established, Garo became noticeably more amiable, confiding to Huang Yu, to be frank, those dwarves pose a significant threat to me. For me, suppressing them is as crucial as capturing the iron mine. After pondering, Huang Yu recognized the validity of this claim. The dwarves are skilled craftsmen, and safeguarding a large iron mine would allow their territory to burgeon into a formidable power. Eventually, surrounding forces like Garo's would inevitably be eradicated by the dwarves. As the hour grew late, Huang Yu asked, what equipment do you require? Please be specific so I can prepare it for you. Leather armor, swords, and other weapons will suffice. If you could procure a superior longbow, that would be most appreciated. No problem, Huang Yu promptly replied. Then closed the dialogue box. He would simply have the Blue Mountain Workshop hastily craft a fine longbow. Chapter 16. A reliable partner, a solitary plume of smoke rises in the vast desert. The setting sun casts a circular glow upon the long river. Although situated on the grassland, the expansive green carpet is graced by wisps of smoke gently ascending, while a long river flows from afar. Illuminated by the resplendent hues of dusk, the beauty of the scene rivaled that of poetic imagery. Yet at this moment, Garo was devoid of the leisure to appreciate such splendor. The thick smoke that had recently emerged now served as a warning in her eyes. For the dwarves had constructed a smelting furnace near the large iron mine. Standing atop the castle's parapet, Garo held a longbow crafted by the Blue Mountain Workshop. She was tall and strikingly beautiful, though a certain aloofness in her expression lent her an air of coldness. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of her robe, revealing her delicate ankles. The style of her attire resembled that of an archery uniform, accentuating her remarkable silhouette. Circling above the territory, a vulture descended momentarily before swooping down to scavenge the remains of an animal. Garo raised her gaze, skillfully knocking an arrow, drawing back the bowstring. Whoosh! An arrow arced through the air, targeting the vulture. The vigilant creature, sensing danger, flapped its wings to flee. However, the arrow's speed was astonishing. Just as the vulture took flight, it was struck in the eye, crashing to the ground lifeless. Such prowess, my lord. Below the castle, over 20 citizens armed with various weapons cheered in excitement. Among them, only 4 or 5 bore higher levels and wielded ordinary quality weapons from the Blue Mountain Workshop. The rest carried rudimentary wooden sticks or makeshift weapons. Despite their humble appearances, the citizens' spirits were high, their eyes filled with reverence and admiration directed toward Garo. As she lowered her bow, Garo observed her citizens hauling the vulture into the territory for dissection. The fire seed notified her that she had slain a level 4 vulture, earning 2 soul crystals for units of meat and several experience points. However, she was still considerably far from reaching level 7. Had Huang Yu known that Lord Garo had already reached level 6, he would have been utterly astonished. After all, with the assistance of a Spartan warrior and the 2,000 experience points from the Chaos Store, his own level had only risen to 8. In contrast, the 21 citizens in Garo's territory were merely ordinary citizens of potential black iron quality. Her rapid ascent to level 6 could only imply one thing. Garo had earned all her experience on her own. Experience gained from defeating targets as a lord does not need to be shared with citizens. Indeed, that was the case. After an extraordinarily fortunate first day, during which she signed the contract scroll, Garo did not inherit the same streak of luck thereafter. The following day, upon signing in, she managed to acquire only 10 subjects. However, even these ordinary subjects were trained by Gallo into barely usable militiamen. Under her leadership, the 21 militiamen in the territory had transformed from timid individuals who dared not step beyond their borders into seasoned fighters. They accompanied Gallo on hunts, slaying flower wolves and capturing feather deer, each having tasted blood. Gallo relied on her intellect and combat prowess to ensure the safety of every subject, even elevating all 21 of their levels above 3. Within just 2 days, Gallo showcased extraordinary combat abilities, her style starkly contrasting with Huang Yu's. She initiated every battle with formidable force. Particularly adept with the bow, her aim was nearly infallible, earning her the fervent trust of her subjects. Yet, while these subjects could handle ordinary wild creatures, they would falter against the formidable dwarves. Gallo had once ambushed and killed a dwarf, but its robust physique had imposed significant pressure on her. Despite landing 7 arrows, one striking the dwarf's eye, the creature remained remarkably agile after barbarically extracting the arrows. Had it not been for the kite strategy, with the dwarf losing too much blood and exhausting its stamina, she might not have succeeded in slaying it yesterday. Observing the conspicuous black smoke in the distance, a shadow fell over Gallo's heart. Perhaps by nightfall, the dwarves would acquire a new batch of quality weapons, making it even more challenging for her to confront them. Her sole hope now rested on the assistance Huang Yu could provide her. Ding! Your friend, Lord Huang Yu, has provided you with a batch of equipment as per the contract. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing the notification, Gallo's spirit lifted, and she hurriedly examined the gear sent by Huang Yu. However, upon opening the equipment list, she was momentarily taken aback, unable to maintain her previously indifferent demeanor. Her furrowed brow relaxed, and surprise and excitement lit up her face, even causing her to lose her composure slightly. Lord Huang Yu has provided you with red crocodile armor, fine quality, X1, iron frame bow, fine quality, X1, poison fang arrows, fine quality, X50, leather armor, normal quality, X21, spear, normal quality, X5, long bow, normal quality, X5. Not only did Huang Yu furnish her with a complete set of 44 pieces of equipment, but he also had the Blue Mountain Workshop craft a fine quality iron frame bow on short notice. The included 50 poison fang arrows were also of fine quality. The value of just one set of red crocodile armor rivaled that of 44 sets of ordinary equipment. Moreover, the iron frame bow was an unexpected boon. Gallo had initially thought Huang Yu would only provide her with a bow of slightly better quality than her current longbow, never anticipating such lavish gifts. In terms of value alone, these 44 pieces of equipment far exceeded the worth of the contract scroll. Taking out the iron frame bow, she observed its entirely black exterior. Though its craftsmanship was unremarkable, it felt substantial in her hands. Gallo had enhanced her physique multiple times, yet she sensed that even her strength might not suffice for prolonged use of the iron frame bow. Accessing the bow's information panel, she noted, iron frame bow, quality, fine. Equipment description, crafted by the Blue Mountain Workshop in Lord Huanyu's territory, forged from abundant fine iron. While its appearance is ordinary, it possesses incredible lethality, provided you have sufficient strength to draw its string. Skill. Note, although lacking special skills, arrows shot from the iron frame bow can pierce through the majority of fine-quality armor. Message from Huang Yu. This equipment was hastily produced. I hope it meets your needs. Hastily produced equipment? Had Huang Yu's territory developed to such an extent? It had been less than an hour since the contract was established, yet he was capable of crafting fine-quality longbows, with the prospect of 50 fine-quality poison fong arrows. Gallo also retrieved and examined their attributes. Poison fong arrows, 50, quality, fine, equipment description, crafted by the Blue Mountain Workshop in Lord Huanyu's territory. Each arrowhead is infused with potent toxins, capable of sealing the throat upon contact, without a fine-quality antidote within 5 minutes. Any being with a level below 20 is doomed. Skill. Note. Arrows can be recovered. Toxicity decreases upon recovery. Against the dwarves, whose physicality was formidable, these highly toxic arrows would prove invaluable. Gripping the bow and arrows tightly, Gallo's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed she had found an excellent partner. Chapter 17. Aspiring to be a pet on the thigh of a big shot, thank you. The equipment has been immensely helpful to me. Seeing Gallo's message, Huang Yu smiled calmly and replied, wishing you victory. He then closed the chat interface and turned his attention to the warehouse. Although the focus on having the Blue Mountain Workshop fully produce fine-quality bows and arrows had delayed the production of equipment, the total number of pieces in the warehouse had reached 380. Among them, 7 sets were of fine quality. The lords must be growing anxious, realizing it was getting late. Huang Yu refrained from advertising in the World Channel. The Huang Yu shop was now the most renowned lord shop within the human faction. With countless eyes upon it at all times, there was no longer a need for promotion. He listed all 380 sets of equipment. Just as Huang Yu was about to exit the shop, he received a trading notification for 99 transactions. The number of soul crystals in his account swiftly surged to over 1,800 and continued to increase at a steady pace. It seemed possible that the total trading volume for the night would exceed 5,000 soul crystals. With this thought, Huang Yu felt a surge of excitement. This was the largest sum of soul crystals he had acquired in the past 2 days. Remembering that the wood and stone materials in the warehouse were running low, Huang Yu set his sights on the Sioux, New Jersey shop. The Sioux, New Jersey shop still had over 6,000 units of wood and more than 3,000 units of stone. These materials were in low demand among lords, so the Sioux, New Jersey shop relied entirely on pricing advantages to maintain a position in the top 20 of the trading platform. Huang Yu spent only 900 soul crystals to deplete the wood and stone from the Sioux, New Jersey shop. However, this move immediately elevated the Sioux, New Jersey shop's ranking on the trading platform to 2nd place. In Sioux, New Jersey town, Yixuanji, who was reveling in the joy of the territory's upgrade, was startled when she received the notification of 900 soul crystals being credited to her account. She put down the jerky in her hand and rubbed her eyes. Her bright, sparkling eyes flickered as she repeatedly checked the trading notification, finally confirming that she was not dreaming. 900 soul crystals. Yixuanji leaped up in excitement, unable to contain herself as she exclaimed, "Boss, you are magnificent! Boss, you are awesome! I love Lord Huang Yu!" After a moment of exhilaration, Yixuanji, her face flushed, returned to her bed in the castle, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Visit the Universal Shop to see if there are any gifts worth purchasing. Savoring the exquisite red-armored crocodile jerky crafted by the citizens, Yixuanji eagerly entered the trading platform and clicked into the Universal Shop. Exquisite quality pet egg, red-armored crocodile, price 100 soul crystals. Quantity. This was listed yesterday and still hasn't he sold? I wonder if the red-armored crocodile is adorable. If it is, perhaps I shall buy it to keep as a pet. Yixuanji bypassed the red-armored crocodile egg and continued perusing the subsequent offerings. As she swallowed, she flipped through various meat products. However, as she continued, her expression suddenly froze. Exquisite quality red crocodile armor, independently developed by the Universal Territory, included in the Chaos Mall equipment catalog, priced at 750 soul crystals. Quantity, 2. Exquisite quality longsword, outperforming similar price swords in the Chaos Mall, priced at 480 soul crystals. Quantity, 3. Exquisite quality broadsword, outperforming similar-priced broadswords in the Chaos Mall, priced at 480 soul crystals. Quantity, 2. Ordinary quality leather armor priced at 35 soul crystals. Quantity, 60. Gazing at the dazzling array of equipment, Yixuanji suddenly found the jerky in her mouth to be rather tasteless. She felt that the leg of the Universal Lord seemed far more enticing. How much would all this equipment fetch? After casually purchasing a beautifully designed sword, Yixuanji sat on her bed, torn in thought. The freshly credited 900 soul crystals and her snacks felt somewhat flavorless. Although she had been in this otherworld for 2 days, she had yet to encounter any fierce wild monsters nearby. Consistently, she had signed in 200 citizens over the past 2 days, including 2 village chief professionals to help manage her territory. Thus, her life had been quite comfortable. Yet, upon witnessing the disparity with the universal territory, a sense of crisis washed over her. The location of her territory was undeniably secure, but she must not forget the looming Lord assessment after the 7-day protection period. What would she use to face it? 200 ordinary citizens of levels 1 and 2. With this thought, Yixuanji felt a surge of urgency, shaking her small fists to motivate herself. Strive. I must strive. Surely, the effort will be exhausting. However, her fighting spirit crumbled within 3 seconds, defeated by her own inertia. Sighing, Yixuanji sprawled across her bed, a look of distress upon her face. I wonder if the Great Ones are in need of trinkets. Exiting the trading platform, Huang Yu took a cursory count of the supplies and promptly upgraded the nearly full warehouse to a second-tier building. Warehouse, second-tier ordinary building. Function, can store 50,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of fine iron, and corresponding volume materials. Note, upgrading to third tier requires 100 soul crystals, 600 units of wood, and 200 units of stone. Huang Yu still held a substantial amount of supplies. Perhaps before long, he could contemplate upgrading the Spark to the third tier. Entering the world channel, he found, as expected, the human lords were already in a fervor. Wow, there are exquisite quality equipment? My goodness, I've never even touched ordinary equipment, let alone exquisite quality. 700 plus soul crystals. I cannot afford it, merely to gaze upon it from afar. Over 300 pieces of equipment. The Universal Lord is indeed formidable. They're selling so quickly. Those ordinary quality items are almost gone. The ordinary equipment produced by the Blue Mountain Workshop far surpassed similar-priced items in the Chaos Mall. Even some relatively simple weapons were quite affordable in the Universal Shop. For lords at this stage, the cost-performance ratio was exceptionally high. However, exquisite quality equipment garnered little interest. How I covet that exquisite quality red crocodile armor. It's practically a life-saving artifact. Stop looking. I believe besides the likes of Decisive and Jalaw, those in the second tier of lords cannot afford it. How Chuanji's shop suddenly rise to second place. Indeed, the price of purchasing exquisite quality equipment is too steep, making it unworthy at this stage. The Universal Lord showcasing them is merely a display of strength. How enviable. Brothers, aside from those 7 exquisite quality items, all other equipment has sold out. What? It hasn't even been a minute. How terrifying. Sigh. I didn't manage to snag one. Every time I select an item, it notifies me that it has been purchased by someone else. How do you all practice such speed? For lords who missed out on equipment, take note. Search for the AO phone shop on the trading platform. There are still 2 universal-produced longswords available. First come, first served. Ugh, how shameless. Scalpers are truly relentless. What? This fellow is reselling them for several soul crystals more than in the Universal Shop. There are actually lords daring enough to take advantage of their own equipment, profiting off others. Huang Yu raised an eyebrow and blacklisted these scalpers. If that is the case, do not expect to purchase anything from the Universal Shop in the future. Chapter 18. The stirring of the ancient giant lizards. The trading area gradually returned to calm, yet the world channel remained abuzz with activity. Evidently, many lords would struggle to sleep tonight, shaken by the impact of the Universal Shop. In the evening, Dilius returned to the territory with 14 Spartan warriors. Prior to this, they had transported monster corpses 3 times in succession. Even now, the wasteland of the territory remained piled high with the remains of numerous monsters. The gathering of collectors had been busy all day, with average levels nearly reaching 4. They were close to catching up with the Spartan warriors, who had fought all day. Naturally, the experience required for leveling up was incomparable. Huang Yu estimated that the experience needed for a Spartan warrior to reach level 5 was nearly equivalent to the total experience required for 10 collectors to reach level 5. The experience needed for Huang Yu and Dilius to level up was even more exaggerated. Otherwise, Huang Yu, who shared experience with the citizens, would not only be at level 8. The recent batch of hunted wild monsters exceeded 50 in total. The contribution of food amounted to 650 units. The materials collected could potentially yield nearly 100 sets of equipment. As their strength gradually increased, Huang Yu's efficiency in resource acquisition within his territory also escalated. The upgrade to the 3rd tier of the Spark was now within reach. Such a pace of advancement was unattainable for other lords. The assessment in 7 days appeared to be a near-certain victory for Huang Yu. After all, with his strength, it was improbable to fail the assessment. In 7 days, among the billions of human lords, there would likely be very few remaining. He sent 10 warriors back to the Spartan training camp for rest, while Dilius entered the castle alone to meet Huang Yu. After a day of combat, Dilius finally reached level 6 as night fell. The remaining 14 Spartan warriors all advanced to level 5, elevating their overall strength once more. Noticing Dilius' travel-worn appearance, Huang Yu ensured he was well fed and watered before patiently waiting in his seat. "Thank you, my lord." After devouring the food provided by Huang Yu, Dilius respectfully reported, "We have followed your command, engaging in battle while scouting the surrounding environment. There have been no unusual movements in the territory of the Wolfmen. But to the northeast, we discovered traces of hundreds of migrating behemoths. This group of behemoths is vast, and among them, a few exerted more pressure on me than the 17th red armored crocodile." The migration of behemoths? Huang Yu furrowed his brow. Behemoths are wild creatures that inhabit the grasslands and do not adapt well to forest environments. The behemoth Dilius previously hunted seemed like a mere coincidence. Now, it appears that some irresistible force has compelled the behemoths to leave the grasslands and migrate to the forests. The most likely cause of this force is the emergence of a formidable power on the grasslands. Huang Yu pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a slight headache. It has only been 2 days since the universal arrival. The behemoths appeared in the forest yesterday, and today there are signs of large-scale migration. This indicates 2 issues. 1. The grasslands where the behemoths reside are not far from here. 2. The new power on the grasslands is exceptionally strong enough to drive away hundreds of behemoths. This is a perilous signal. Dilius felt pressure from several of the behemoths. The strength of the opposing force may very well surpass his own. The Wolfmen are still 3 kilometers away, a thorn in the throat. Now, a new force has emerged, potentially as strong as his own. Huang Yu felt the weight of pressure multiply. "Tomorrow, 10 men." Huang Yu stroked his chin, pausing for a moment before addressing Dilius. "Dilius, how many Spartan warriors can you currently command?" "If I fully utilize my leadership abilities, I can command 20 warriors." Dilius replied thoughtfully, "If necessary, I could also lead up to 40 Spartan warriors." 40, you say? Huang Yu nodded. He believed that despite any potential weakening of Dilius's commanding effectiveness, the prowess of the Spartan warriors should not be underestimated. "Tomorrow, I will assign you more personnel." Huang Yu prepared to invest in troop training, consuming 10 soul crystals to train a common citizen into a Spartan warrior. This trade is quite profitable. Looking at Dilius, Huang Yu continued, "Since we have discovered the behemoth herd, you and your warriors shall go eliminate them tomorrow. Remember, prioritize safety while leveling up. Do not take unnecessary risks. If you are uncertain, do not provoke those creatures that exert pressure on you." Dilius rose slightly, bowing his head, and replied, "As you command, my lord." "Well, go rest for the night. Remember to contact Su Zhui tomorrow. We must not relax our vigilance against the Wolfmen." "Yes." Dilius respectfully departed. Huang Yu stood on the castle balcony. Tonight, the most radiant sight remained the violet moon. However, compared to yesterday, its glow had dimmed considerably. Beside it, the crimson moon seemed to shine even brighter than before. The red-violet moonlight bathed the forest, and under the gentle breeze, the rustling trees resembled a dreamlike, mysterious ocean. Huang Yu felt invigorated, free of sleepiness, quietly awaiting the arrival of the 3rd day. Night passed swiftly, Huang Yu awoke to the sounds of commotion outside the castle. Opening his eyes, he stretched lazily. With the assistance of his butler and servants, Huang Yu quickly washed up and had breakfast. He then opened the Chaos Mall and clicked to sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, Lord. You have received 10 horned sheep lambs. Horned sheep, quality, ordinary. Description: an ordinary livestock that requires 1 month to mature naturally. The meat is tender, and each adult can provide 10 units of food. Ordinary livestock with a growth cycle of 1 month. Huh? Huang Yu pursed his lips. While this is the usual outcome for most lords when signing in, both the soil seedling and now the horned sheep provide minimal assistance to Huang Yu. What he lacks most at the moment is food. Seeing that it was still early, Huang Yu did not rush to leave the castle, but instead entered the Chaos Mall to see what delightful surprises the discounted items would bring today. Filtering the list of discounted products, thousands of items came into view. 20 ordinary militia at 30 off. Original price, 600 soul crystals. Now 180 soul crystals. Although affordable, it seemed unnecessary. Huang Yu lost interest in the first item. 600 soul crystals could train him 60 Spartan warriors. A 90 discount on the extraordinary potential hero, Jerome. Originally priced at 2 million soul crystals. Now 220,000. A 90 discount on a hero unit. Huang Yu clicked his tongue. He had witnessed Dilius's combat prowess firsthand and was intrigued by Jerome. However, the number of soul crystals he possessed stifled that interest. What a pity. Huang Yu disappointedly skipped over the first-tier hero Jerome, lamenting that if the discount were just a bit deeper. Chapter 19. Middlemen profit from price differences. At 80 discount on the epic skill scroll, Wind and Fire Annihilation. A one-time skill scroll that unleashes the Holy Domain spell. Wind and Fire Annihilation, covering an area of 100 square kilometers. Original price 6. From million, now 1. 28 million. Current quantity. A single Wind and Fire Annihilation could likely obliterate a city. Huang Yu coveted this skill scroll intensely. At this stage, it is a formidable weapon. The truth within truth. With this item, he need not worry about the rising force on the grasslands. As long as he could scout the enemy's position, a scroll thrown their way could potentially wipe them out before they even comprehend what transpired. Unfortunately, he could not afford it. A 99 discount on the perfect quality pet egg, Flame Sparrow, capable of hatching into a magical creature with diamond-level potential. Maximum upgrade to 49. Original price 160,000. Now 600 soul crystals. Current quantity, 20. This was within Huang Yu's purchasing capability. However, it held little necessity for him. The reasoning was similar to that of the militia. He could invest that money in the Spartan training camp to produce more Spartan warriors. Each Spartan warrior possesses diamond-level potential, not inferior to the Flame Sparrow. Thus, he skipped it. Next, a 90 discount on the special building blueprint, Xiaolan Barracks, a fine-quality building. The primary troop of the parallel world Xiaolan Principality, generating a certain number of Xiaolan warriors daily. Xiaolan warriors have bronze-level potential, highest upgrade to 19, and a certain chance to produce warrior units. Original price 7, 800 soul crystals. Now 780 soul crystals. Current quantity 2. A fine-quality building blueprint that generates a certain number of Xiaolan warriors daily. Huang Yu hesitated. At this stage, bronze-level warriors could still enhance the strength of his territory to some extent. However, the numbers were not significant. According to his estimation, the combat capability of the Hulun warriors was at best on par with that of ordinary gnolls. In battle, they could only serve as auxiliary support for the Spartan warriors. It was an unavoidable reality. Their racial attributes dictated their limitations. Humans were inherently at a disadvantage, even though Hulun warriors possessed slightly higher potential than typical gnolls. In a one-on-one confrontation, they would not hold a substantial advantage. So, should he buy or not? Huang Yu pondered for a moment, deciding to review the discount list thoroughly before making a decision. He scrolled through item after item, examining various goods of different quality. There were extraordinary profession scrolls at 90 discount, elite teams of the Yinqing army at a 70 discount, and epic dragon blood potions at a 99 discount. Huang Yu even came across an item priced at a staggering 0.00001 discount, a mythical quality artifact. This was the highest tier item currently available on the discounted list. However, Huang Yu could only admire it from afar. He could not afford such an extravagant purchase. The starting price for mythical quality items was at least 1 billion soul crystals. The mythical equipment known as the magical furnace was priced at an astonishing 5.6 billion soul crystals. Even after the discount, it would still cost 56,000 soul crystals. Perhaps if Huang Yu saved diligently for a few days, he could eventually acquire this item. Yet, the discount list would refresh tomorrow, and it was highly unlikely that the magical furnace would appear again. Gazing at the over 5,000 soul crystals in his account, Huang Yu felt a pang of regret. Such a mythical item had slipped through his fingers. No matter how extensive the list, it would eventually be exhausted. After seeing the magical furnace, Huang Yu's interest in subsequent items significantly waned. By the time he finished reviewing the entire list, he had not encountered any other bargains comparable to the Hulun military camp or the Spartan training camp. In terms of utility, the Hulun military camp turned out to be the most valuable option. Should he buy it or not? Huang Yu grappled with this dilemma while reassessing the future development of his territory. The matter of iron had shown promising signs. He had provided significant assistance to Lord Gallo. If this still did not resolve the issue with the dwarves, he would have no choice but to abandon Lord Gallo and seek alternatives. The gnolls were currently trapped in his territory, and the threat they posed was steadily diminishing. Although the power in the grasslands remained a potential risk, it was not an immediate concern. The primary focus now was to elevate the spark to the 3rd tier. Once that was achieved, his territory would expand once more, and his overall strength would ascend to new heights. Presently, the vast majority of Lord's territories consisted merely of villages, with their subjects struggling to meet their basic needs. Only a select few lords had upgraded their villages to towns, and even they did not boast significant power. In comparison, Huang Yu had already outpaced them considerably in terms of both troop types and resources. A sudden inspiration struck him. Troop types and resources? Huang Yu realized he might be able to profit from the discounted artifacts. While many items on the discount list were of little use to him, they were highly coveted by other lords. Setting aside food and equipment for the moment, for instance, the Hulun military camp that had just refreshed today could automatically generate Hulun warriors each day. Although Huang Yu looked down upon the bronze potential of the Hulun warriors, for the majority of lords, the Hulun military camp was a rare and sought-after asset. In 4 days, the lord assessment would take place, a daunting challenge for most lords. No lord wished to face elimination, as that would mean death. Over these 7 days, they would spare no effort to enhance their territory's strength. Compared to risking their ordinary subjects against wild monsters, purchasing supplies from the Chaos Mall and trading platform seemed a far more prudent choice, provided they had enough soul crystals. On the Chaos Mall, the blueprint for the militia camp was priced at 1,000 soul crystals, and each militia unit cost 30 soul crystals. The prices were not insignificant. However, Huang Yu could offer them a more favorable price. He could utilize the discounted artifacts to procure items that were of little benefit to him, but extremely useful to other lords. He could then list these items on the Universal Shop, setting prices lower than those in the Chaos Mall to sell to other lords. For example, he could spend 780 soul crystals, 90 off, to purchase the blueprint for the Hulun military camp, and then sell it for 900 soul crystals, 50 off, along with various resources in barter on the Universal Shop. Huang Yu was confident that no lord could resist such an enticing offer. Purchasing from a Universal Shop would save them a full half of their soul crystals. Not only would Huang Yu profit by 120 soul crystals, but he would also be extending a favor. If he marked items down to 70 or 80, there would still be those clamoring to buy them. This was a mutually beneficial endeavor. Huang Yu would not only help the lord save on resources, but also, to a degree, contribute to the development of a human faction. The only regret was that, at this stage, the purchasing power of the lords was exceedingly limited. The 7 exquisite quality items he had listed in the Universal Shop had been up for an entire night without a single inquiry. This was not a reflection of the quality of the equipment, but rather the fact that the lords were impoverished and unable to afford such expenses. Nevertheless, Huang Yu believed that as the lords gradually developed, it was inevitable that the Universal Shop would flourish with a diverse range of products. Chapter 20. The Birth of the Middleman. For updates today. Confirm payment of 560 soul crystals to purchase 2 Hulun military camp blueprints. Yes, no, yes. Confirm payment of 180 soul crystals to purchase 20 ordinary militia. Yes, no, yes. Confirm payment of 600 soul crystals to purchase one flame sparrow pet egg? Yes, no, yes. Huang Yu once again relished the joys of online shopping. In total, he spent over 500 soul crystals. Besides the Hullen military camp, 20 militia, and the flame sparrow, he also cleared out all food items priced below a 30% discount and low-quality equipment from the discount list. Even the smallest gains are worthwhile. As a diligent and frugal lord, Huang Yu would not overlook any opportunity to exploit the Chaos Mall. From now on, the Chaos Mall would serve as his wholesale market. He was set to become a middleman. Huang Yu entered the World Channel. The equipment he had listed the previous day had sold out overnight, except for the exquisite quality items. Even the food items had turned gray, with not a single unit remaining. This was the head effect at work. Even though food products were now quite common on the trading platform, many lords would still flock to his shop, drawn by the reputation of a universal shop. After a spree of reckless spending, he was left with 394 soul crystals, but he had accumulated a considerable amount of other basic materials. Timber, 1860 units. Stone, 854 units. Fine iron, 90 units. Iron ore, 120 units, along with a variety of other materials. It appears that the ascension of the fire seed to the third tier is imminent. Huang Yu displayed a look of satisfaction. Given the remarkable support from everyone, it was only fitting that he reciprocate. After surveying the reserves in the warehouse, Huang Yu's spirits lifted further. He promptly listed all the items he had recently acquired in the Huang Yu shop. The flame sparrow egg, purchased for 1,600 soul crystals, was priced at 50,000. Currently, no one could afford it. However, that was inconsequential. If Huang Yu were to concern himself with such trivial gains, he would not have ventured into the realm of reselling. What he truly valued was the perfect grade of the flame sparrow egg. This was his marketing strategy. At this stage, aside from himself, which lord could offer perfect grade goods? The Xiaolan military camp, bought for 780 soul crystals, was listed at 2,500 soul crystals in Huang Yu. 2 sets of building blueprints were listed together. The pricing was set deliberately low to accommodate the spending capabilities of the current lords. The discounted equipment comprised dozens of ordinary sets and 8 sets of fine-grade gear. To maintain the previous pricing of the Huang Yu shop, most items were treated at a 7/10 rate. Various food items were also priced half sold and half given away, in accordance with the chaotic market's rates. Thus, early in the morning, the World Channel erupted once more. The 7 fine-grade pieces from yesterday had already been astounding. Who could have anticipated that, in just one night, the Huang Yu shop would acquire a perfect grade pet egg, along with those 2 special building blueprints for the Xiaolan military camp? Had the Huang Yu lord gone mad? These buildings could produce fine military units. My goodness, I was frightened awake by a beast's roar all night, and just as I was starting to doze off, I habitually checked the Huang Yu shop and instantly became alert. Brothers, am I still dreaming? What am I witnessing? Early in the morning, could the Huang Yu lord not be so terrifying? Countless words condensed into one. The boss is invincible. Perfect grade. It's actually perfect grade. I can't take it anymore. Does the boss need an accessory? It feels like a vehicle just rolled over my face, but I also want to ask, can the great Huang Yu add me as a friend? Is the chaotic market operated by the Huang Yu lord? How did he acquire so many cheap goods? I'm also quite curious. Are we in a survival situation? Where did the Huang Yu lord get such resources? It's simply preferential treatment. With prices set so high. Who has the means to purchase? It's just bullying. If he can't use it himself, can't he give it to us struggling lords? To the one above, go compare with the chaotic market. The prices in the Huang Yu shop are quite reasonable. In the World Channel, countless lords engaged in fervent discussion. Some expressed curiosity, others lauded, some envied, and naturally, there were those who felt jealousy. However, in the face of real price disparities, the envious and resentful detractors were soon drowned out by other lords. Of course, those who deserved to be blacklisted would still be blacklisted. Huang Yu would not indulge anyone. The goods listed in the shop were disappearing at a rapid pace. Even a fine-grade battle axe, priced relatively low, was purchased by a lord named Lan Chuan. In the blink of an eye, most items on the shelves of the Huang Yu shop had turned gray, indicating they were sold out. Only a few item icons remained illuminated, including the flame sparrow pet egg and the Xiaolan military camp, among others. I just slept a little longer and missed out on so many good things. Boo-hoo. Capturing the Xianyuan lord upstairs. You all slow down. I haven't finished checking the items on my shelves, and there's nothing left to buy. who still goes through items repeatedly now. After the previous 2 lessons, I just click in and buy. After all, anything from the Huan Yu shop, 1T be a loss. Learn my lesson. Learn my lesson. Will the great Huan Yu be listing equipment again today? I'll have to try. I must work hard today. Otherwise, I 1T even get the leftover soup from the great Huan Yu. In a canyon. Lin Chi's expression darkened as he closed the blacklist prompt from the Huan Yu shop. Opening the world channel, the incessant stream of messages made Lin Chi's face grow even darker. For the subject of everyone's discussions was none other than the Huan Yu Lord, who had just blacklisted him. Just as Lin Chi was preparing to spend 10 soul crystals to send a greeting to the Huan Yu Lord to vent his pent-up frustration, a sudden notification from the Fire Seed caught his attention. Fire Seed notification. Your citizen, Yin Xing Army No. 3, has leveled up in potential and has become a warrior. A warrior. After losing 10 Yin Xing soldiers, one had finally broken through to become a warrior. The gloom on Lin Chi's face dissipated instantly. He leaped up in excitement. After signing in on the first day and acquiring the Yin Xing Army, Lin Chi had thought he was on the path to greatness. Who would have thought that reality would deal him a harsh blow? During his first battle alongside the Yin Xing Army, he lost 2 soldiers. On the first day back, he encountered a fierce wild beast attack. One of the Yin Xing soldiers sacrificed himself to save him, only to have his neck bitten by the beast. Blood spraying all over Lin Chi's face. The gruesome death of his subordinate, along with the foul breath of the wild beast, terrified Lin Chi so much that he lost control. For the past 2 days, he hadn't dared to step outside his territory. However, holed up in his territory. Lin Chi had been stimulated by Huan Yu all day yesterday. Recalling his own disheveled state made Lin Chi feel quite unbalanced. If it weren't for that unfortunate incident, resulting in the loss of nearly half his Yin Xing army, the focus of the world channel would surely be on him now. Lin Chi felt a surge of excitement as he hurried to the first floor of the castle. However, he was surprised to find a Yin Xing soldier standing beside the Fire Seed in the hall on the first floor, seemingly engaged in some activity. My lord. Upon noticing Lin Chi's arrival, the Yin Xing soldier respectfully bowed and saluted him. Seeing the soldier's actions, Lin Chi nodded in satisfaction and spoke. You are the newly born warrior? Yes, my lord. My name is Yin. I know. Lin Chi waved his hand, feigning authority as he said, work hard, understand? You must at least bring back 100 units of food today. Yes. The Yin Xing soldier placed his hand on his waistblade, adopting a humble stance. Lin Chi nodded, turning to ascend the stairs. Once his figure disappeared around the corner, the Yin Xing warrior straightened up. His crimson eyes revealed no emotion, but on the hilt of his swayingly drawn sword was inscribed the words Huan Yu Blue Mountain. Chapter 21. The warrior born from battle as dawn broke. The morning breeze retained a hint of chill. Huan Yu donned the grand cloak meticulously crafted by the territory's tailor and stepped out of the castle. The blacksmiths at the Blue Mountain workshop were even more industrious. The materials gathered last night had all been transported to the workshop, ready for the forging of equipment. The rhythmic clinking of iron resonated sweetly in Huan Yu's ears, for it signified the birth of fresh equipment. Dilius, accompanied by 10 Spartan warriors, was engaging in physical training in the small square outside the castle. Just as they had the previous day, the 10 newly appeared citizens quietly awaited his orders in front of the castle. Huan Yu called up their information panel. 6 farmers, 3 gatherers, and a village chief. Have new foundational occupations emerged? Huan Yu gazed at the elderly villager. Upon first sighting him, Huan Yu had found it peculiar that among the villagers present today, there was an aged man. To his surprise, the man's foundational occupation was that of a village chief. Villager number 133, level, loyalty, 88, potential, black iron, can only be upgraded to 9. Foundational occupation, village chief, description, with abundant experience. The village chief can guide ordinary villagers in tasks such as farming, logging, stone quarrying, and livestock rearing. Excellent. It appears that someone can assist me in managing the tasks of the ordinary villagers. Huan Yu nodded and offered the chief a benevolent smile. The chief, taken aback by the gesture, bent his already stooped back further, his face alight with honor. There's no need for formality, Huan Yu said, patting the chief's shoulder with a smile. You will manage the ordinary villagers from here on. If you have any questions or needs, do not hesitate to approach me. Rest assured, my lord. The chief replied respectfully. I will work alongside everyone to transform your territory into a veritable paradise. A paradise, you say? Huang Yu remained non-committal. After dismissing the chief, he selected 30 villagers and arranged for them to enter the Spartan training camp. As the 30 ordinary villagers entered the camp, Huang Yu's account was debited by 300 soul crystals. The Spartan training camp had now become a second-tier building, capable of providing free training for 10 Spartan warriors each day. Any additional slots required a payment of 10 soul crystals each. Huang Yu opted to pay the 300 soul crystals because 10 of the villagers were at level 2. Training level 2 villagers into Spartan warriors demanded double the soul crystals. The newly trained Spartan warriors would retain their pre-training levels. Currently, Huang Yu's supply of soul crystals was relatively ample. He had contemplated training more Spartan warriors, but upon careful consideration, he decided to temporarily shelve that plan. The territory size was limited, and the nearby activity area was already nearing capacity for 40 Spartan warriors. Any increase beyond that could lead to a situation where there were too many warriors and not enough resources. Without a heroic unit to lead them and reliable means of communication, Huang Yu was apprehensive about allowing the Spartan warriors to venture into other regions. While the Spartan warriors were formidable, they were not invincible. This world possessed extraordinary powers, and the disparities in strength among combat units of varying potential and levels were quite evident. Soon, the gates of the Spartan training camp swung open automatically. 30 Spartan warriors, resembling bodybuilders, streamed out in single file, aligning themselves in 3 rows before Huang Yu. They flexed their well-defined pectorals and saluted him. Spartans. Among the 30 Spartan warriors, 10 possessed secondary occupations. 6 were Spartan spear throwers, 3 were Spartan archers, and 1, surprisingly, was a Spartan bard. Observing the bard, Huang Yu found it difficult to reconcile his muscular physique and rugged appearance with the concept of a singer. Spartan warrior, Musa, level 2, loyalty, 100, devoted. Potential, diamond can be upgraded to 49. Occupation, infantry, skills, Spartan combat technique, Spartan battle formation. Spartan battle song, secondary occupation, Spartan bard. Motto, when the song resonates, it is time for our enemies to abandon their armor and flee. The Spartan battle song, and it even possessed a unique skill. Huang Yu was intrigued and specifically requested Musa to demonstrate. Musa took up a long sword and a shield. His expression shifted to one of fierce intensity, as if he were facing a horde of enemies. Clang, clang, clang. The long sword struck the shield repeatedly. Musa mimicked an offensive stance and suddenly bellowed, "Hua!" The resounding roar was not melodious. It jolted the spirits of those nearby. The ordinary villagers, seemingly startled, stood frozen, oblivious to the hoe that had slipped from their grip. Conversely, the other Spartan warriors reacted in stark contrast. They seized their pre-prepared weapons and, under the leadership of Dilius, formed a simple triangular formation. Eurylacula, a string of incomprehensible syllables flowed rhythmically from Musa's lips. Although it sounded rhythmic, Huang Yu could not associate it with a song. To his ears, it resembled more of a command, akin to 1, 2, 1, stand at ease, stand to attention. Under Musa's song, the 38 Spartan warriors moved as one. They thrust their spears and swung their swords in a synchronized and rhythmic manner, shifting formations with remarkable fluidity. Each Spartan warrior functioned like a cog in a well-oiled machine, interlocking perfectly to create a cohesive whole. As Musa's tempo quickened, the warriors' movements became even swifter. Though the display appeared somewhat flamboyant, Huang Yu astutely discerned that amidst the dazzling formations lay countless deadly potential. Should an enemy force charge toward the Spartan warriors at that moment, they would be utterly torn to shreds by the onslaught. Musa's Spartan battle song lasted but a moment. Once the melody ceased, the Spartan warriors halted their fluid assault. Huang Yu applauded, expressing his satisfaction to Musa. "Well done, Musa. Under your battle song, the Spartan warriors will charge forth like a battering ram." With the addition of 30 new warriors, Huang Yu felt a pang of regret for the absence of a heroic unit. However, this sentiment diminished significantly with Musa's presence. He could hardly fathom the terror that a group of berserk Spartan warriors, harmoniously slaying enemies to the rhythm of a battle song, would evoke. Chapter 22. Further collaboration bathed in the morning light. Dilius led 40 Spartan warriors back into the forest, embarking on a new day of combat and advancement. The ordinary villagers required no further oversight from Huang Yu. Under the village chief's guidance, they worked in an orderly fashion to collectively develop Huang Yu's territory. Huang Yu entered the Blue Mountain Workshop, where 18 apprentice-level blacksmiths, led by Tsang Yun and Bailey, were divided into two groups. One group was dedicated to crafting armor, such as leather armor and shields, while the other focused on developing offensive weapons like swords and spears. The entire Blue Mountain Workshop buzzed with industrious energy. After inspecting all the projects, Huang Yu returned to the castle, where a flurry of notifications from his friend List awaited him. The battle between Lord Gallo and the dwarves has reached a conclusion. Lord Huang Yu, I bring you good news. With your assistance, after a night of combat, the large iron mine is now under my control. Currently, the large iron mine can accommodate 50 miners, yielding a maximum of 5,000 units of iron ore per day, a daily output of 5,000 units. The large iron mine truly deserves its classification as a rare resource. The production capacity of a regular iron mine pales in comparison. Upon receiving this news, Huang Yu's spirit soared. A fully utilized large iron mine could produce 2,500 units of refined iron daily. Even if Huang Yu could only obtain half of that, it would sufficiently address his current scarcity of refined iron. However, as he scrolled through the messages sent by Lord Gallo, his brow furrowed. The battle with the dwarves yesterday cost me 6 subjects. Now, my territory has only 24 subjects, which can yield a maximum of 2,400 units of iron ore daily. Moreover, one dwarf, before perishing, destroyed their steel furnace. I have only just acquired the steel furnace and do not currently possess the means to increase my population. Thus, the amount of iron ore I can provide you in the coming days may be limited. Gazing at Lord Gallo's message, Huang Yu frowned. While he had secured a source of refined iron, it also revealed the issue of Gallo's insufficient productivity. If the large iron mine were within his own territory, Huang Yu would have no cause for concern. He has 141 subjects, ample manpower to mine. But now, with Gallo's territory so distant, he could not dispatch subjects for support. Nevertheless, to ensure the rapid development in the early stages, he must acquire all the refined iron. Having come to this realization, Huang Yu replied, I will fund you with 500 soul crystals to purchase subjects. My condition is that before the protection period ends, you must deliver 3,500 units of iron ore to me each day. What do you think? After sending the message, Lord Gallo did not respond immediately. In truth, according to the prices in the chaotic marketplace, the value of merely 5,000 units of iron ore is equivalent to 500 soul crystals. Considering today, there are still 5 full days remaining in the protection period. Should Lord Gallo agree, Huang Yu would receive a total of 17,500 units of iron ore over the next 5 days, valued at an astonishing 1,750 soul crystals. He would need to do nothing further to gain 1,250 soul crystals. While it may appear that Huang Yu is at an advantage, without his support, Lord Gallo would squander the iron mine's production capacity in the short term. Thus, Huang Yu was confident that Lord Gallo would agree to his terms, perhaps only negotiating on the quantity of ore. Not long after, he received Gallo's response. I have some thoughts regarding the daily transfer of iron ore. Indeed, upon seeing Lord Gallo's reply, Huang Yu smiled knowingly. However, 3,500 iron ore per day is his bottom line, and he would not yield. He would only offer compensation in other areas, such as assisting in refining the iron. Before Huang Yu could initiate a negotiation, Lord Gallo's message arrived first. If it weren't for the equipment you provided, I would not have been able to defeat the dwarves. Furthermore, I cannot consume 1,500 units of iron ore in the short term. Rather than storing it or trading it to others, I would prefer to give you the surplus. Before the protection period concludes, I will supply you with 4,000 units of iron ore daily. What do you think? What do I think? Naturally, there are no issues. As Huang Yu read Lord Gallo's message, he was both surprised and touched. Gratitude and integrity are rare virtues. Without hesitation, he transferred 500 soul crystals to Lord Gallo, imposing no further restrictions. Although the two had only reached a verbal agreement, Huang Yu was certain that Lord Gallo would not easily violate their pact. Upon receiving the 500 soul crystals, Gallo replied, before nightfall, 4,000 units of iron ore will be transferred to you through the trading platform. Excellent. Huang Yu wasted no more words. He had other matters to attend to. Although he had secured iron ore, The solitary steel furnace in his territory was inefficient and could not be relied upon. He needed a more efficient structure. Opening the chaotic marketplace, Huang Yu was about to search for better steel-related buildings when he suddenly recalled that Lord Gallo had mentioned having only 26 subjects. What could 26 subjects accomplish? A single mishap could lead to the loss of the large iron mine. Reciprocating kindness with kindness. Huang Yu remembered that he had 2 sets of barracks in his shop that were currently unclaimed. He made a decisive decision. On the vast grassland, Gallo stood atop the large iron mine, bow in hand, clad in crimson crocodile armor, exuding an air of authority amidst her cold demeanor. After the battle concluded the previous night, she had remained to guard against a possible counterattack from the dwarves. And only after ensuring the dwarves were no longer a threat did she breathe a sigh of relief and send Huang Yu the news of her occupation of the mine. As she noted the additional 500 soul crystals in her account, a flicker of excitement shone through her weary expression. She was not a greedy person. Having successfully eliminated a threat while also acquiring abundant resources, she felt quite content. Moreover, when considering the quality of her equipment, it became clear that Huang Yu's contributions far exceeded her own in their partnership. This left her feeling as though she owed him something. Hence, she willingly relinquished a portion of her profit, transferring 4/5 of a large iron mine's daily output to Huang Yu. In 5 days, all will be settled, Gallo murmured to herself, feeling a lift in her spirits. Compared to combat, she despised owing others favors even more. In some ways, she and Huang Yu were quite alike. Just as Gallo was preparing to return to her territory to purchase 50 subjects for mining, a notification suddenly appeared in her friend's list. Your friend Lord Huang Yu has gifted you a set of architectural blueprints. Please check them. Gallo was taken aback. Opening her friend's list, she saw the blueprints for the Xiaolan barracks, along with a message from Huang Yu. The large iron mine must not be compromised. Your manpower is too limited, and I am concerned you cannot hold it. Since I have a stake in the mine, I shall lend a hand. Please use these blueprints. Gazing at the blueprints for the Xiaolan barracks, awaiting her acceptance, Gallo bit her lip, rendered speechless. Chapter 23. The Corrupted Beasts. After searching the chaotic marketplace for quite some time, Huang Yu ultimately spent 2,000 soul crystals to purchase a set of ordinary architectural blueprints for a steel mill. Steel factory, first-tier ordinary building. Introduction. Requires 20 citizens to operate, capable of smelting 2,000 units of iron or into 1,000 units of refined iron daily. Note. Upgrading to the second tier requires 35 soul crystals, 280 units of wood, 210 units of stone, and 40 units of refined iron. The blueprint for the steel factory is significantly more expensive than that of the steel furnace. However, its cost-effectiveness is also superior. 2,000 soul crystals would be sufficient to purchase 13 steel furnaces. Yet, these 13 first-tier steel furnaces can only produce a total of 650 units of refined iron each day. In contrast, a first-tier steel factory can yield 1,000 units of refined iron daily. Thus, the expenditure is indeed worthwhile. Naturally, a discount would be even more desirable. With soul crystals and materials in abundance, Huang Yu promptly upgraded the factory to the second tier upon its completion. Steel factory, second tier ordinary building. Introduction. Requires 40 citizens to operate, capable of smelting 4,000 units of iron or into 2,000 units of refined iron daily. Note. Upgrading to the third tier requires a third tier flame seed, along with 350 soul crystals, 1,800 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, and 400 units of refined iron. Once the steel factory was upgraded, Huang Yu found himself back at square one. His supply of soul crystals had dwindled to a mere pittance. However, this was only a temporary setback. The materials gathered the previous night were nearly depleted by the Blue Mountain workshop, and soon a plethora of equipment would come into existence. Furthermore, with Dilius and 44 Spartan warriors at his side, fortune was surely at hand. Just then, Huang Yu received a series of notifications. Lord gains 56 experience, 7 soul crystals. Lord gains 42 experience, 5 soul crystals. Lord gains 86 experience, 11 soul crystals. Hearing the faint cries emerging from the forest, alongside the notifications, Huang Yu understood that the Spartan warriors had located the migrating ancient lizards. On the battlefield within the forest, the Spartan warriors did not engage the ancient lizards head-on. Instead, they tactically divided into smaller teams. Under Dilius' guidance, they ambushed, drove, and dismantled the massive ancient lizard horde. Utilizing their understanding of the terrain and their exceptional combat skills, they quickly dispatched several ancient lizards. Soon, the ground was littered with the corpses of over a dozen ancient lizards, while the remaining ones, akin to headless flies, were manipulated by the Spartan warriors. Darting chaotically through the forest, ill-suited to their woodland surroundings, the ancient lizards, under the deliberate misdirection of the Spartans, were thrown into disarray, unwittingly marching towards their demise. Although their formidable size allowed ancient lizards to claim a place among the top predators on the plains, within the densely wooded forest, their bulk restricted their visibility and mobility, leaving them helplessly enraged against the agile Spartan warriors. Whoosh! A spear was hurled by Dilius. Although its landing was not as precise as that of Spartan javelin thrower, the sheer power behind Dilius's throw enabled it to embed itself into the neck of an ancient lizard nearly 20 meters long. Roar! The ancient lizard, in pain, charged at Dilius, its massive body trampling everything in its path. Agitated by pain and fury, the creature exhibited a strength that matched its size. Boom! Dilius nimbly evaded the ancient lizardess collision, but the enraged creature showed no intent of halting. It crashed into a tree that could barely be embraced by two people. Splintering it with a creaking sound, concealed by the fallen timber, Dilius advanced swiftly. Crack! The ancient lizard's long, flexible tail lashed out like an iron whip, effortlessly shattering nearby trees. Even Dilius lacked confidence in enduring a single strike from the ancient lizard's tail, highlighting its immense power. However, the distinction between predator and prey is not solely defined by strength, but also by skill. Displaying his exceptional combat prowess, Dilius deftly evaded the ancient lizard's clumsy attacks, weaving around it with his sword. In mere moments, he had left a series of deep wounds across the ancient lizard's body, ultimately severing its limbs. Thud! The ancient lizard collapsed, wailing in despair as it gazed up at Dilius, who was poised to strike with his sword. Suddenly, a chilling sense of impending danger enveloped him. Without hesitation, Dilius withdrew. In the next instant, a deep red, football-sized orb of intense heat landed precisely where he had just stood. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the orb detonated, dismembering the ancient lizard and releasing a wave of scalding heat. Blood, tree trunks, and soil were sent flying. As the chaos subsided, a crater appeared at the orb's impact site, the soil within marked by charred remnants. Dilius discarded his slightly scorched, high-quality round shield, which had just shielded him from the explosion. The shield was now riddled with cracks, effectively rendered useless. Dilius turned to the source of the fireball. It was a 10-meter-long ancient lizard. Though smaller than the ones he had encountered before, the sense of danger it exuded was unprecedented. This particular ancient lizard bore striking differences from its kin. The scales around its neck glimmered a dark red, and it occasionally exhaled puffs of smoke laced with embers. Clearly, the recent magical attack originated from it. As it approached, the ancient lizard, furious at having failed to kill Dilius and instead obliterating its own companion, advanced slowly, the smoke from its nostrils thickening. Its golden vertical pupils radiated a subtle pressure. A magical beast, Dilius remained on high alert. He recognized that this ancient lizard was certainly above level 20. Due to its magical nature, it possessed formidable magical attack capabilities. A single misstep could turn him, even as a hero unit, into mere ash. Roar! The magical ancient lizard opened its fearsome maw, the dark red scales on its neck shimmering ominously. A surge of searing energy coalesced within its mouth. Moments later, a dense red sphere took shape, expelled with great speed toward Dilius. As the magical ancient lizard prepared to unleash its attack, Dilius swiftly retreated. Just before the sphere landed, he narrowly avoided the explosion zone. Boom! Several large trees were obliterated, and the ground bore yet another crater 2 to 3 meters deep. The magical ancient lizard surged forward, crashing through the swirling leaves and debris. After casting a glance around, he discovered that the enemy had vanished without a trace. A forked, dark red tongue flicked out repeatedly as the corrupted ancient giant lizard searched for the presence of its foe. Suddenly, the creature's body tensed, and it lifted its head sharply. Why were there so many similar scents surrounding it? Chapter 24. Rare Skill Book, Fiery Magic Orb Sparta. Upon witnessing the corrupted ancient giant lizard enter the ambush zone he had meticulously prepared, Dilius turned and roared, his voice echoing like thunder across the terrain. Moments later, 10 Spartan warriors surged forth, encircling the corrupted giant lizard. With its head bowed, the creature warily eyed the approaching Spartans. It had amassed energy within its maw, and with a sudden, fierce opening of its mouth, unleashed a barrage of over a dozen perilous energy spheres toward the surrounding warriors. The resulting explosions obliterated a section of the nearby forest, turning boulders to dust and charring trees to blackened remnants. The ground became a scarred landscape, yet remarkably, the destructive force of the assault inflicted no casualties upon the Spartan warriors. This was due to the fact that the 10 warriors surrounding the lizard were clad in crimson crocodile armor, each at level 5. Most evaded the onslaught with their agile movements, and even those few unfortunate souls caught in the aftermath of the blast sustained only minor injuries, their armor absorbing most of the damage. Seeing that its powerful attack had failed to subdue the lively adversaries, the corrupted ancient giant lizard sensed the encroachment of death. Instinctively, it attempted to retreat and regroup with its kin. However, a flurry of javelins suddenly rained down from behind, effectively blocking its escape route. In a frantic bid to evade, the lizard was struck by several javelins. Its scaled hide mitigated much of the harm, but there remained vulnerable spots where the javelins pierced through. Feeling the sharp pangs of pain in its body and the dwindling energy within, the lizard began to panic. It crouched low, letting out a desperate roar, frantically thrashing its elongated tail in an attempt to summon its companions. Yet it strayed too far from its pack, which was now in disarray, and no ancient giant lizards would come to its aid in the immediate future. Ha! 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 The Spartan bard, Musa, chanted a rhythmically intense war song. Dilius, accompanied by 10 high-level Spartan warriors, swiftly closed in on the corrupted giant lizard, with a surge of faint red blood energy erupting from his body. Dilius transmitted this vigor to his fellow warriors, filling the battlefield with a fervent, iron-willed essence. The Spartan's fury ignited once more, realizing that its life hung in the balance. The corrupted ancient giant lizard opened its maw, squeezing out the scant energy it had left. Observing that the creature still possessed enough strength to cast magic, Dilius lunged forward, hurling his spear at the lizard. In an instant, the spear, propelled over 30 meters, pierced the creature's mouth, interrupting its spell casting and causing it to suffer backlash. The explosion of searing energy within its mouth was excruciating. Despite the lizard's formidable magical resistance, its mouth remained one of its more vulnerable areas. Amidst its anguished cries, the lizard raised its head, its forked tongue reduced to a pulp, a portion of its jaw blown off and hanging limply by a thin layer of flesh. It appeared utterly wretched. Sparta! Dilius positioned himself beneath the corrupted giant lizard, raising his finely crafted long sword, forged over 100 miles. With a swift motion, a glint of cold light flashed at the creature's neck, followed by a cascade of blood gushing forth. The lizard writhed in agony, its cries reverberating through the surrounding forest, startling countless birds and beasts. Eventually, its movements grew feeble until it fell silent. Dilius, meanwhile, was enveloped in a golden glow, signifying his ascension to level 7, the realm of the cosmos. The radiant light of his promotion enveloped Huang Yu, surging with potent energy. With a series of crackling sounds, Huang Yu's height increased to 185 centimeters, his muscles reshaping into a sculpted form, brimming with explosive power. His level rose to 9, reaching the pinnacle of ordinary beings. Huang Yu, filled with astonishment, beheld the flashing notification. The Lord gained 1027 experience points and 133 soul crystals. Such a substantial reward in experience and soul crystals indicated that Dilius and his companions had vanquished a formidable foe. However, to Huang Yu's surprise, a moment later, another notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Lord. A skill book has dropped. Please check your inventory. A skill book had indeed emerged. Huang Yu's smile widened. For skill books in the chaos market were notoriously expensive. Ordinary and fine-grade skill books typically required hundreds to thousands of soul crystals, while those with extraordinary abilities, like Dilius's Wrath of Sparta, were rare and costly. Though not a combat specialist, Huang Yu had rarely perused the skill books in the market due to his lack of interest in lower-tier skills. He never anticipated that this time he would not only gain a wealth of experience and soul crystals, but also acquire a skill book. Even if the skills within were of little use to him or his subjects, they could be traded in the cosmic market for substantial soul crystals. Huang Yu promptly claimed the skill book, a small volume radiating a hazy light appearing before him. The booklet, palm-sized and entirely white, bore 4 lines of text on its cover. Fiery magic orb, grade, rare, description, gathers energy to form a high-temperature explosive magic orb. The power and size of the orb depend on the amount of energy infused. After charging for a period, multiple fiery magic orbs can be produced simultaneously. Note: non-legal professions cannot learn this skill book. The Lord is exempt from this restriction. Huang Yu had initially believed that obtaining a fine-grade skill book would be a remarkable feat. He never expected his luck to be so fortuitous. Fiery magic orb. Only legal professionals and lords could learn it, and it boasted a charging attack as well. Truly exceptional. It appeared that only he could currently learn it. Although Huang Yu was not adept in combat, he was not one to shy away from it either. As a lord, it is essential to possess formidable martial prowess. Otherwise, how could one command respect? Lacking experience in close combat, one might find it considerably easier and less perilous to remain at a distance, casting spells. According to the gaming experiences of Blue Star, mages are regarded as the elite. In contrast to the brute force approach, he prefers to pursue the path of the mage. Chapter 25. A bounty of returns and debate. The Lord has used a skill book. Congratulations to the Lord for mastering the rare skill, Blazing Magic Orb. The skill book transformed into wisps of white light, dissipating into the air. Concurrently, a piece of information appeared in Huang Yu's mind, detailing the release method for the Blazing Magic Orb. This information felt akin to a vivid memory, deeply ingrained, leading Huang Yu to wonder if he had been practicing the casting method of the Blazing Magic Orb for an extended period. Eager to test its power, Huang Yu strolled to the open ground of his territory. Following the method ingrained in his memory, he extended his hand to cast the spell. A rush of energy surged within him, causing his garments to billow as if stirred by an unseen wind. A searing energy swiftly coalesced in Huang Yu's palm, manifesting as a light red orb the size of a basketball. With a silent incantation, the Blazing Magic Orb, under Huang Yu's will, hurtled towards a distant boulder. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the stone into fragments that scattered in all directions. The force of the blast sent tremors through the surrounding trees. Player has acquired 3 units of stone. Just as he was marveling at the power of the Blazing Magic Orb, Huang Yu was bemused by the informational prompt. It was indeed true. The rare-grade Blazing Magic Orb seemed exceptionally useful for gathering stones. Observing the crater left by the explosion, Huang Yu couldn't help but muse that the path of spell-casting promised greater prospects. In a dense forest, the recently upgraded Dirios, accompanied by 40 Spartan warriors, continued to encircle the remaining ancient giant lizards. They had previously utilized the forest's environmental features to scatter the ancient lizard population, significantly reducing the danger of battle. Now, the 40 Spartan warriors, divided into 2 teams of 20, resembled 2 voracious serpents, methodically devouring the scattered ancient lizards, which resembled a myriad of small modules within the forest. After slaying the demonic ancient lizard, the remaining ones posed little threat to the current Spartan warriors. One after another, ancient lizards with levels exceeding 10 fell before the Spartans, their ascent marked by almost continuous bursts of golden light. By the time the ancient lizard population was diminished by more than half, the majority of the Spartan warriors had advanced to level 3. Excluding the highest level Dirios, Huang Yu's 44 Spartan warriors now included 10 at level 5, 8 at level 4, 20 at level 3, and 6 at level 2. Their strength had surged tremendously. The group of over 40 Spartan warriors transported the remains of the ancient lizards back to their territory after 3 trips, collecting a total of 123 monster carcasses, the largest haul in nearly 3 days. Notably, among them was the demonic ancient lizard. At this moment, Sang Yun was tenderly caressing the dark red scales encircling the neck of the ancient lizard, akin to a lover's touch. These scales were smaller and considerably harder than those of ordinary ancient lizards, arranged in a diamond-like pattern that was both tight and orderly, exuding an aesthetic appeal. Huang Yu reached out to touch them. Although the demonic ancient lizard had been dead for some time, the dark red scales still retained a warm sensation. Huang Yu could sense the vibrant energy contained within them. As customary, the collector prioritized harvesting from this level 23 demonic ancient lizard. Acquired ancient lizard meat, rare food, 50 units. Acquired demonic ancient tissue, rare material, 6 pieces. Acquired ancient lizard claws, fine material, 20 pieces. This demonic ancient lizard was indeed a treasure trove, as the harvested materials were of at least fine quality, particularly its meat and hide. The skin around its neck, referred to as demonic tissue, was imbued with abundant fire elemental energy. Observing Tsung Yun's eagerness, Huang Yu understood that it was undoubtedly an exceptional material. Acquired demonic ancient crystal, rare material, 1 piece. Just as the harvesting of the demonic ancient lizard was nearing completion, Huang Yu received a notification indicating he had obtained a demonic crystal. This was the first time he had encountered such an item. The collector presented him with a red orb, approximately the size of a ping-pong ball. Upon grasping it, Huang Yu felt as though his hand had been pricked by a searing needle. Holding the demonic ancient crystal, information about it automatically appeared. Demonic ancient crystal, grade, rare, description, contains a wealth of fire elemental energy, can be embedded in equipment to bestow special effects, and serves various core functions in certain magical formations. Tsung Yun and Bailey gazed intently at the demonic ancient crystal in Huang Yu's hand, their eyes wide with anticipation. "My lord, may I have this crystal?" Tsung Yun implored. "With it, alongside 5 units of demonic tissue and other materials, I could forge a set of flame armor." Flame armor. Huang Yu quickly searched the chaos market and discovered that this armor was of rare grade, among the most elite of rare quality gear. "My lord, the fire element of the demonic ancient crystal is highly active and sharp, making it unsuitable as the core for flame armor. It would be best suited for weapons like swords," Bailey interjected, stepping past Tsung Yun. "If you would be willing to entrust it to me this afternoon, Dirio shall wield a rare, if not exceptional quality weapon." Hearing Bailey's words and noticing Huang Yu's growing interest, Tsung Yun grew anxious. "My lord, the demonic ancient crystal is absolutely viable as the core for flame armor. The value of a full set of armor far exceeds that of weapons of the same grade." Upon finishing, Tsung Yun quickly countered Bailey. "I can neutralize its properties using flexible materials, thus allowing it to serve as the core for flame armor." "Flexible materials?" Bailey frowned. "Tsung Yun, how can you guarantee that the demonic crystal won't be damaged? Furthermore, forcibly altering the properties of flexible materials would hinder their functionality. Wouldn't that be a waste?" Tsung Yun was momentarily silenced, but quickly retorted, "In comparison to the performance of the flame armor, any waste would be worth it. Rare quality is merely rare quality." Bailey shook his head. "I concede that armor of the same quality typically holds greater value than swords. However, with that crystal, I am confident I can craft an exceptional quality sword." Tsung Yun waved dismissively. "You have yet to advance to master. Surpassing material limitations to create exceptional quality equipment is highly improbable. I possess the experience." Bai Li's intent was clear as he cast a glance at the sword. "Hanbo, that Huang Yu carried. Even if the probability were a mere 10%, it would undoubtedly be worth a try." Observing the heated debate between the two, Huang Yu found himself in a quandary. Should he choose the 100% rare-grade equipment, the flame armor, or the 10% chance of an exceptional quality sword? Furthermore, it was no longer merely a matter of selecting equipment. With Bai Li and Tsung Yun flushed and fervent, Huang Yu realized that if he were to impart the demonic crystal to one of them without a just cause, it would certainly breed discontent in the other. Such a scenario would lead to a decline in loyalty, rendering his efforts counterproductive. Huang Yu pondered, furrowing his brow. Was there a way to achieve a win-win situation? Chapter 26. I want them all. There will be another update later. Tsung Yun and Bai Li were both expert-level blacksmiths. Tsung Yun specialized in armor, particularly in forging protective gear, while Bai Li excelled in crafting swords and blades. Their divergent areas of expertise led to fundamentally different philosophies. Continuing the argument would yield no resolution. Ultimately, the decision regarding the demonic crystal's fate would hinge on Huang Yu's desires. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. A single demonic crystal could not be split in two. Would he opt for the pinnacle of rare-grade equipment, the flame armor, or a sword that might achieve exceptional quality? Huang Yu declared, "I want them all." Addressing the arguing duo, Huang Yu interjected, "I have a thought regarding this demonic crystal." Interrupting their ongoing dispute, he tossed the demonic crystal to Tsung Yun. Bai Li's expression shifted to one of melancholy. "Thank you, my lord." Tsung Yun beamed with joy. Cradling the demonic crystal, as if it were his lifeline, despite the sharp pain it inflicted. Don't be too hasty in your gratitude, Huang Yu chuckled. Bai Li, do not be disheartened, for this demonic crystal is intended for both of you. Huh? For both of us? Song Yun and Bai Li looked up at Huang Yu, their expressions tinged with confusion. What does the Lord mean? Upon hearing that the demonic crystal would be shared, Bai Li's despondency evaporated instantly. You may both have the demonic crystal, but I have one condition, Huang Yu stated, gazing at the two expert blacksmiths. I require both of you to collaborate to forge a complete set of rare-grade armor. Collaborate? A set? A set refers to multiple pieces of equipment that complement one another. Typically, armor consists of components such as helmets, neck guards, shoulder guards, and breastplates. However, this does not imply that armor alone constitutes a set. A set is usually composed of armor, swords, shields, etc., that share a cohesive characteristic or function. Each piece of equipment, when considered individually, may not surpass the flame armor or hanbo in quality. Yet, when combined, their effectiveness far exceeds mere arithmetic. The cumulative performance enhancement for the user is significantly greater than that of the individual components. Observing the contemplative expressions of Song Yun and Bai Li, Huang Yu smiled and said, I trust that the blacksmiths of the Blue Mountain Workshop will not disappoint me. Will you? Song Yun furrowed his brow in thought, while Bai Li, invigorated as if electrified, confidently replied, My lord, rest assured, we shall create a set that will exceed your expectations. In contrast to the composed and reserved Song Yun, Bai Li's disposition was more exuberant, perhaps reflecting the distinct nature of their respective expertise. Do your best, and do not feel pressured. Even if you fail, consider it merely an attempt, Huang Yu encouraged, patting their shoulders before moving towards the Spartan warriors who awaited new equipment. The last batch of materials from yesterday had been diligently transformed by the Blue Mountain Workshop into 70 pieces of fine-grade equipment and 314 pieces of ordinary-grade equipment. Now, all 44 Spartan warriors donned the striking red crocodile armor, each wielding at least one fine-grade weapon. The fierce red armor, combined with the imposing stature of the Spartan warriors, presented a truly formidable sight. My lord, if there are no further instructions, I shall lead the warriors into battle. Dilius said, bowing to Huang Yu. Yes, with your new equipment, you may venture deeper into the forest, but exercise caution to ensure your ranks remain intact. Huang Yu advised. Understood, Dilius replied, bowing once more before charging into the forest with the Spartan warriors. Huang Yu began to assess the fruits of this endeavor. 123 wild creatures had been defeated, the majority of which were ancient giant lizards, yielding over 600 units of premium meat and more than 1,000 units of ordinary meat. In addition, there were substantial quantities of ordinary and fine-grade materials. Song Yin had just noted that if 2 more waves of this magnitude were to come, even if the Blue Mountain Workshop worked through the night, they would struggle to exhaust such an abundance of materials. It appeared that Huang Yu would need to consider increasing the number of blacksmiths under his command. As for the rare-quality ancient giant lizard meat, Huang Yu intended to consume it himself, with their levels having risen. Both he and the Spartan warriors had experienced an increase in their appetites. Previously, a single unit of fine-grade meat sufficed for a day as sustenance. Now, that quantity had doubled, with each individual requiring 2 units of fine-grade food. Fortunately, the ordinary citizens could still be satisfied with just 1 unit of ordinary food daily. Huang Yu accessed the trading platform, entered the universal shop, and after setting aside a day's worth of food reserves, listed the remaining surplus. Subsequently, he also put up the 9 remaining pieces of fine-grade equipment and over 200 pieces of ordinary equipment for sale. The moment the listings were successful, Huang Yu's soul crystals began to rise rapidly. The world channel erupted with excitement once again. At this stage, numerous lords could provide meat, including figures like Jialuo, Tenglong, and Decisive, who had started listing fine-grade meat in their shops. This indicated that they now possessed the strength to slay creatures of level 10 or higher. However, their quantities were nowhere near Huang Yu's. Moreover, beyond food, Huang Yu had listed over 200 pieces of equipment. In the World Channel, discussions ensued. The strength of the Universal Lord is escalating at an alarming rate. It's truly terrifying. To offer such fine-grade meat, how many level 10 creatures must one slay? And the equipment. The Blue Mountain Workshop truly deserves its reputation as a perfect grade special building. Why can't I acquire a special building of such caliber? I just calculated. Excluding items like the Flame Sparrow Egg and the Huilon Barracks, Other goods could still yield at least 20,000 soul crystals for the Universal Lord. What? My total soul crystals barely exceed 100. This is utterly absurd. 20,000 soul crystals. How immediate. Huang Yu paid no heed to the discussions in the World Channel, for he had no time to spare for such matters. His focus was solely on when he could elevate his territory to the 3rd tier. The global shop has successfully sold more than half of its merchandise. Coupled with the soul crystals derived from the valiant Spartan warriors' battles, the total has reached an impressive 10,623. For the first time in history, Huang Yu's collection of soul crystals has surpassed 10,000. In addition, Huang Yu has traded for over 6,000 units of timber, more than 3,000 units of stone, and over 300 units of refined iron. With these resources, and pending the arrival of iron ore from Lord Garo this evening, he will soon be able to smelt it into refined iron, allowing the Seed of Fire to upgrade once more. By tomorrow at the latest, the Seed of Fire will ascend to the 3rd tier. This upgrade will not only expand his territory, but also increase the number of his subjects daily, a monumental advancement for Huang Yu. Chapter 27. The Cavalry of Lord Garo, 4th update, seeking support. Across the vast expanse of the prairie, 10 humans mounted on feathered deer pursue a ferocious beast. This creature measures 7 meters in length and stands over 2 meters tall, its long tusks measuring 50 to 60 centimeters, resembling a saber-toothed tiger. Its fur is a sandy yellow adorned with chaotic brown spots, facilitating its concealment amidst the lush grass as it stealthily approaches its prey, once its favored quarry, the agile feathered deer. However, the roles of predator and prey have now been reversed. The feathered deer, at the bottom of the food chain in this ecosystem, are agile creatures, measuring 4 to 5 meters in size and covered in feathery fur. Their low aggression and gentle nature make them prime targets for many carnivorous animals. Under the pressures of survival, the feathered deer have evolved remarkable leaping abilities and stamina, allowing them to traverse the prairie for extended periods while using their powerful jumps to survey their surroundings. At this moment, Garo rides atop one of the feathered deer. Accompanied by the feathered cavalry knights, she is just summoned from the Huilan barracks, elite grade units. Huilan Light Cavalry No. 1. Level 2. Loyalty 100 Devoted. Potential Bronze upgradable to 19. Class Light Cavalry. Skills Skirmish. Mounted Combat. Note: there is a certain probability of breaking the limit and becoming a warrior class unit. Barracks differ from training camps. While barracks can produce unit types daily, training camps require the expenditure of corresponding subjects for training. The Huilan Barracks, as a building of elite grade units, unlocks a basic class for each tier it ascends. Garo was fortunate. The newly established Huilan Barracks unlocked its first basic class, Cavalry Skirmishers. On a vast, flat prairie, skirmishers are undoubtedly the most suitable unit among the basic classes available at the Huilan Barracks. However, upon witnessing the emergence of 10 skirmishers from the barracks, Garo awkwardly realized that while the barracks could produce skirmishers, it did not provide mounts. Reluctantly, she took the risk of capturing a dozen feathered deer. After a brief taming process, she decided to utilize them as mounts for the skirmishers. Currently, she is leading her newly formed Huilan skirmisher squad on a hunt to acclimatize them to their mounts and combat. Their target is the fleeing level 15 brown-striped saber-toothed tiger ahead. With a leap, the feathered deer carrying Garo springs from the grass, akin to a fish emerging from water. The blue sky and boundless prairie unfold before her. Garo quickly locks onto the fleeing brown-striped saber-toothed tiger, drawing 3 ordinary arrows from behind. Pinching them between her fingers, she draws back the bowstring. Thwack! With a dull thud, as the feathered deer descends, the 3 arrows are released simultaneously, shooting forth like meteors in pursuit of the brown-striped saber-toothed tiger, accompanied by the ominous whistling of death. The creature, guided by its primal instincts, attempts to evade the arrows upon hearing their shrill flight. However, Garo's arrows form a triangular pattern, effectively sealing off the tiger's escape. No matter how it twists and turns, it is destined to be struck by at least 1 arrow. Thud! In an instant, 1 arrow buries itself deep into the tiger's foreleg. Caught off guard, the swiftly running saber-toothed tiger loses its balance and tumbles to the ground, rolling over 20 meters before coming to a halt amidst the overgrown grass. Roar! The tiger opens its massive jaws, releasing a furious roar filled with rage. It stumbles to its feet, glaring fiercely at the rustling grass nearby, preparing for a desperate fight when the enemy approaches. Suddenly, a feathered deer dashes past from the nearby grass. The saber-toothed tiger pivots sharply, yet before it can discern the deer and its rider, an arrow strikes it once more. Do not approach. Maintain a distance of over 20 meters and shoot it with arrows. A cold voice commands. The saber-toothed tiger may not comprehend the words, but instinctively recognizes that this being is the source of its predicament. It steels itself to charge in that direction. Swoosh, swoosh. Two Huilon skirmishers, mounted on their feathered deer, dart past the saber-toothed tiger, simultaneously launching two glimmering arrows that strike the beast. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger howls in pain, turning to pursue its assailants. Suddenly, a rustling noise erupts behind it. The tiger swiftly pivots, only to behold a scene of despair. The skirmishers circle around it, akin to fish leaping from the water, frequently springing from the grass to unleash their arrows. Caught in a whirlwind of attacks, the saber-toothed tiger is relentlessly peppered with arrows, becoming a veritable pincushion. With a mournful cry, the saber-toothed tiger collapses to the ground, slowly succumbing to its injuries, unable to even catch sight of its foes. This realization fills it with utter despair. Once again, a feathered deer leaps forth from the front, carrying Garo upon its back, her longbow drawn taut. The saber-toothed tiger, struggling to raise its head, locks eyes with Garo. Before its beastly roar can escape, it is silenced. An arrow plunges deep into its forehead. The predator of the prairie, the brown-striped saber-toothed tiger, has fallen. A golden light envelopes Garo, infusing her with abundant energy. The Lord gains 627 experience points and 28 soul crystals. The Lord's level rises to 7. Garo closes her eyes, savoring the profound transformation within her body. She then gathers her skirmishers and guides the feathered deer toward the fallen beast. The deer, under Garo's command, cautiously approaches the now lifeless saber-toothed tiger, the once terrifying creature that had so easily toyed with them. The sight of its tragic demise at the hands of a two-legged being instills within them a profound fear of these ground-dwelling creatures that cannot run fast. My lord. 10 rangers controlled the feathered deer and approached Gallo. Glancing at the level of the light cavalry, they had hunted all morning. All 10 light cavalry members had advanced to level 3, and their coordination with her had improved significantly. Had she acquired the rangers sooner, perhaps with her command, she could have vanquished the dwarves occupying the large iron mine without Huang Yu's assistance. Alas, there are no what-ifs, only outcomes. All the equipment used to seize the dwarves' territory, as well as the light cavalry by her side, were provided by Huang Yu. Although he claimed it was to protect a share of the iron mine, Gallo felt indebted to him. Chapter 28. The Scale and Fong Set, Part 1. This stone is unsightly. Let us shatter it. Huang Yu raised his hand and effortlessly cast a spell. Boom! Amidst the thunderous explosion, a boulder towering over 4 meters was obliterated into fragments. The Lord has acquired 20 units of stone. Our Lord is magnificent. Is this truly the power of our Lord? Like a deity, how fortunate I am to dwell within his domain. Huang Yu instructed the villagers to transport the stone into storage while he continued to roam his territory. He gradually grew fond of the sensation of casting spells. When the energy within him surged, it felt ephemeral, akin to a transcendent mental experience. The satisfaction derived from the explosive release of energy molded by his intent surpassed the exhilaration he felt from shooting firearms in his past life, where shooting referred to live-fire training during military drills. Thus, every sizable stone within the territory met a similar fate. Any stone touched by Huang Yu would be reduced to rubble under the onslaught of a blazing magical projectile. This seemingly frivolous endeavor garnered considerable admiration from the villagers, though they would praise him regardless of his actions. Lord! Lord! Just as Huang Yu was selecting his next target, an apprentice blacksmith hurried towards him from a distance. What is it? Huang Yu inquired as the apprentice drew near, panting with excitement. My lord, the expert Sang Yun and the expert Bailey have crafted the armor set you requested. Upon hearing the apprentice's words, Huang Yu's anticipation surged. He hastily returned to his domain. Outside the Blue Mountain workshop, a circle of blacksmiths had gathered, surrounding Dilius, who had returned unbeknownst to them. Dilius donned a dark red scale armor, wielding a long-handled greatsword. exuding an imposing aura. However, his expression revealed discomfort, as the blacksmiths occasionally reached out to touch him with an oddly tender demeanor. Although he understood their fascination lay with his new equipment, it still made him uneasy. Had it not been for the fact that his gear depended entirely on their craftsmanship, he might have already cast them aside. Upon catching sight of Huang Yu approaching, Dilius brightened, breaking through the crowd to bow before him. "My lord, you have arrived." Witnessing Dilius's relieved expression, Huang Yu felt somewhat bewildered. Yet soon, his gaze was captivated by Dilius's impressive gear. Dilius adorned a set of scale armor, deep crimson in hue. Crafted from the scales of a magical ancient giant lizard, meticulously arranged to accommodate the movements of the human form, with consistent scale sizes within designated areas. The armor's shoulders and elbows bore the sharpened barbs of the ancient lizard's claws. With each breath Dilius took, the scales would subtly expand and contract, the barbs glimmering with a dark red sheen, as if alive. In addition, Dilius held an exaggerated longsword, entirely dark red, with a width of nearly a palm and a length close to 2 meters. The grip alone measured 60 to 70 centimeters. The sword's hilt was fashioned from the sharp teeth of the ancient giant lizard, appearing chaotic yet exuding a rugged beauty. Most astonishingly, 3 rows of fine red scales were subtly embedded from the hilt to the blade, running the entire length of the sword. "Song Yun Bailey, is this the armor set you have created?" Huang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. From its appearance alone, he was thoroughly satisfied with the set. Without waiting for a response from Song Yun and Bailey, he promptly summoned the information about the armor set. Scale and Fong set, quality, rare, equipment description. The scale and Fong set consists of 2 pieces of rare quality gear. The fire scale armor, crafted by expert blacksmith Song Yun of the Blue Mountain Workshop, has been modified and optimized from its original design. Its defensive capabilities are exceptional for a rare item, granting immunity to low-level fire energy attacks and extreme heat. The Fong sword, crafted by expert blacksmith Bailey of the Blue Mountain Workshop, has also undergone modifications and optimizations. The Fong sword possesses attributes such as tearing, hardness, and sharpness, with the core attribute being lifesteal. Both the modified fire scale armor and Fong sword utilize the magical crystals of the ancient giant lizard as the core of the set. Passive abilities: 1. Fire elemental breathing. The scale and Fong set will automatically restore fire energy and can even absorb fire attacks of a certain intensity to replenish the set's core energy. 2. Fong absorption. Attacks that inflict substantial damage can siphon a portion of health and energy, with the amount of health restored and energy gained proportional to the damage dealt by the user. Active skills: 1. Blaze. Consuming the core's stored fire energy, it releases a vast conflagration centered around the user to engulf enemies. 2. Flame slash. Consuming core energy or the user's energy, it creates a fiery slash. 3. Flame resonance. A set skill that maximally releases core energy, enveloping the user in flames, significantly enhancing their base power and granting any attack a fiery effect. Note: this product is a collaborative creation by Song Yun and Bailey, expert blacksmiths of the Blue Mountain Workshop, representing an unprecedented armor set combination in the history of the chaotic continent. After reviewing the attributes of the scale and Fong set, Huang Yu was astounded. Was this truly only of rare quality? Why did he feel that the frost wave in his hand paled in comparison to the scale and Fong set? Yet, it would be unfair to dismiss frost wave entirely, as it possessed uniqueness. Huang Yu cast a furtive glance at Bailey. This was a product of his enlightenment during a breakthrough. Would he betray him if he knew of his recent thoughts? Nonetheless, the advantages of the armor set were indeed formidable. The fire scale armor and Fong sword, even when considered individually, were hardly top tier among rare quality equipment. However, once assembled into a complete set, its overall performance even surpasses that of many exceptional quality armaments. "My lord, this is the meticulously crafted scale Fong set that we have developed together." Song Yun and Bailey also wore expressions of sheer excitement, clearly satisfied with their creation. Amid Dirios's awkward demeanor, Song Yun caressed the breastplate of the scale Fong set. He then patted Dirios on the back and said, "Lord Dirios, you must have acclimatized to the scale Fong set by now. Could you please demonstrate it for our lord?" "Certainly." Dirios nodded. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he strode towards the desolate land of the territory. In Chapter 29, The Scale Fong Set, Part 2, Dirios positioned himself 50 meters away, standing on a relatively flat area along the slope. Under his control, the Scalefang set had dimmed the faintly flickering red light. Huang Yu and the others stood atop the hillside, waiting in silence. Suddenly, a scarlet flame burst forth from the crevices of the armor scales. Dark red flames surged like a tide, radiating from Darius's center and engulfing the surrounding area. In an instant, the blazing inferno devoured a 10-meter radius, with flames reaching heights of 4 to 5 meters, sending waves of scorching heat outward. The vegetation in the area where Darius stood was reduced to ashes the moment the flames erupted. Even from the hillside, Huang Yu could feel the intense heat, indicating the flame's extreme temperature. Darius remained enveloped in the fiery domain, his silhouette distorted by the heat, causing Huang Yu to worry. If testing this piece of equipment were to result in Darius getting injured or even perishing, it would be a tremendous loss for him. However, Huang Yu's concerns were unwarranted. At that moment, Darius sprang into action. Grasping the Fang blade with one hand, a deeper shade of crimson light entwined the sword's body. Then, with a swift motion, Darius executed a reverse strike, unleashing a crescent-shaped flame slash. The flame slash, the second active skill of the Scalefang set, carved a charred trench into the ground. After traveling over 10 meters, it gradually dissipated. Huang Yu nodded in satisfaction, given its demonstrated power and attack range. The Scalefang set was only slightly weaker than the Cold Wave set. A low-frequency humming emanated from Darius as he maximally unleashed his core energy. Flames erupted from the joints of the scale armor, transforming him into a hellish knight cloaked in fire. He knelt and leapt powerfully out of the fiery realm, trailing a long flame tail as he descended the slope. With a resounding crash, it was as if a meteor had struck the ground, creating a deep crater at his landing spot. The flames on his body erupted with a booming sound, sending a wave of fire rippling outward and stirring up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, 3 4-meter-high flame slashes shot forth from the dust, striking a distant protruding boulder. Sparks flew as the boulder was cleaved into 6 pieces, each cross-section exhibiting signs of silicification. Witnessing Darius's prowess while clad in the Scalefang set, Huang Yu nodded with satisfaction and called out, "That will be enough, Darius." Upon hearing Huang Yu's command, Darius halted his subsequent actions. The flames on his body extinguished instantaneously, returning him to his former appearance. Turning back, Huang Yu addressed Bai Li and Song Yun, "Well done. You have greatly impressed me. To harness the power of rare-grade equipment to such an extent is a feat only the blacksmiths of Blue Mountain Workshop could achieve." Upon hearing Huang Yu's affirmation, Bai Li and Song Yun exchanged relieved glances. They had devoted nearly all their energy to crafting the Scalefang set throughout the morning, and their efforts had finally borne fruit. The successful creation of the Scalefang set was also thanks to the support of our Lord. Bai Li humbly remarked to Huang Yu, "It is all due to the guidance you provided, my lord, that Song Yun and I could find the direction for our development." "What guidance did I provide?" Huang Yu chuckled inwardly, maintaining a composed demeanor as he accepted Bai Li's praise. Noticing Huang Yu's lack of reaction, Bai Li continued, "My lord, with the experience gained from developing the Scalefang set, Song Yun and I have accumulated considerable expertise. After some time for further refinement, we are confident of advancing to the master level." Oh, at this, Huang Yu's spirit was invigorated. Although expert-level blacksmiths were formidable, they had limitations in the equipment they could forge. Regardless of their prowess, expert blacksmiths could only create items of less than perfect quality. However, master-level blacksmiths were different. They could fully exploit the characteristics of materials. Every piece of equipment they crafted was the finest within its quality tier. Moreover, when supplied with high-quality materials, they could forge extraordinary or even epic-grade equipment. Huang Yu could not help but inquire, "How can I assist you in expediting your advancement to the master level?" More high-quality materials. Song Yun hesitated before elaborating. "To elevate to the master level, mere theory will not suffice. We must continuously engage in experimentation, which will consume a significant amount of materials and incur substantial costs. Do not fret about the issue of waste." Huang Yu waved his hand, speaking earnestly. "Every master is invaluable. Wasting some materials is of no consequence. From now on, aside from the equipment I specifically request, you may use any materials you have at your discretion." Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Bai Li and Song Yun were deeply moved. They quickly bowed and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. We will not let you down." Huang Yu nodded, unconcerned. After all, it was just high-quality materials. While he may not possess an abundance at the moment, he had soul crystals. With a thought, Huang Yu opened the Chaos Mall. By the end of the morning, the store's inventory had been significantly depleted, including the sale of 7 pieces of fine-grade equipment. The number of soul crystals in Huang Yu's account had swelled to over 17,000. This was his source of confidence. If he couldn't obtain high-quality materials for now, he could simply purchase them from the Chaos Mall. There was no shame in that. Searching for equipment production materials in the Chaos Mall, he filtered for those of rare quality or above. In a short while, a list of materials appeared before Huang Yu. Venomous mountain viper fangs, quality, rare, unit price, 650, current quantity, 25, description. The venomous mountain viper is a highly toxic mutated creature. Its pair of fangs are composed of its mutated tissue, possessing potent venom. Even a warrior of level 49, if bitten and not administered an antidote in time, will succumb to internal decay and death in a short period. Blackback turtle shell, quality, rare, unit price, 750, current quantity, 20, description. The blackback turtle is a marine magical turtle creature. Its shell is black with a hardness that far exceeds that of fine iron. Shining stone, quality, excellent, selling price, 1520, current quantity, 100, description. The shining stone is a rare mineral, extremely unstable in structure, prone to explosion, and possesses significant explosive power. Cypress dragon horn, quality, perfect, selling price, 25,000, current quantity, 5, description. The cypress dragon is a solitary creature, although it resembles a dragon. It holds no affiliation with the intelligent dragon race. Cypress dragons are scarce, inherently wary, and difficult to capture. Their horns serve both as their magical organ and crystallization of magic, imbued with abundant natural energy. Casting a quick glance, Huang Yu expressionlessly closed the Chaos Mall. My apologies for the interruption. I admit I am but a pauper. Chapter 30. The Shaman Lord of the Orc Tribe in the Past. Ordinary materials fetched no more than 2 or 3 soul crystals at most. Fine-grade materials were slightly more expensive, but seldom exceeded 50 soul crystals. However, upon reaching the rare grade, the price disparities were astonishing. Nevertheless, considering the exaggerated capabilities of the scale-tooth set, Huang Yu felt reassured. A complete scale-tooth set was undoubtedly worth more than 10 sets of red crocodile armor. No wonder Bai Li mentioned that the limit for apprentice-level blacksmiths was fine-grade equipment. For expert-level blacksmiths, it was perfect grade, and for master-level blacksmiths, it was epic-grade equipment. From the rare grade onwards, the effects of equipment would undergo a qualitative transformation. Having readily agreed earlier, Huang Yu had no choice but to suffer in silence. He begrudgingly purchased 2 magical mountain viper fangs and 2 blackback turtle shells, totaling 2,800 soul crystals. Huang Yu did not expect that these 4 pieces of rare-grade materials would elevate Bai Li and Song Yun to master-level blacksmiths. He merely wished to demonstrate to his subordinates that he possessed the capability and was willing to support them. As a lord, one must instill confidence in their followers. Upon witnessing Huang Yu produce 4 pieces of rare-grade materials, both Song Yun and Bai Li were visibly astonished. Observing their emotional expressions, Huang Yu smiled calmly and said, "Take these 4 pieces of rare-grade materials and experiment with them." "Thank you, my lord," the two exclaimed, overjoyed. Bai Li looked earnestly at Huang Yu, bowing and pledging. "Rest assured, my lord, we shall diligently study these materials and strive to become master-level blacksmiths, ensuring that your investment yields returns." Song Yun, meanwhile, caressed the blackback turtle shell, grinning. "Indeed, and crafting rare equipment lies within our capabilities. While we will study these materials, we shall not let them go to waste. Naturally, avoiding waste is paramount. However, it seems that rare-grade materials may soon be insufficient to satisfy the needs of the 2 expert-level blacksmiths. I can lend a hand with the materials." Dilios had already returned to join the others. Upon hearing the blacksmith's material demands, he spoke to Huang Yu. "My lord, our strength has significantly increased. I believe we should venture further afield to fight. Not only will this expedite our leveling, but we will also have a greater chance of encountering high-level wild beasts." Wielding his fong of the thicket, Dilios proclaimed proudly, "Next time we encounter magical ancient lizards, I can easily handle them alone." Huang Yu pondered for a moment before deciding to acquiesce to Dilios' request. "Dilios, I grant your request, but I have one condition. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Dilios was elated. The wild beasts near their territory had been nearly eradicated, and the remaining ones provided him no thrill in combat. Now, he could finally venture to battle stronger beings. As for Huang Yu's condition, he would agree to anything. Dilios obediently lowered his head and said, "Please command me. My lord, you may only take 20 Spartan warriors each time, and you must not lose a single warrior. Can you manage this?" "Certainly," Dilios replied resolutely. Huang Yu nodded, refraining from further words, allowing Dilios to select his team. He then instructed the Spartan bard, Musa, to temporarily lead the remaining 20 Spartan warriors to fight and level up near the territory. Perhaps due to the unique nature of the Spartan bard profession, Musa's level increased rapidly, nearing a breakthrough to level 5. Huang Yu had reason to suspect that this individual's skill, Spartan War Song, had the capability of gaining experience efficiently. The two teams of Spartan warriors departed from the territory. Bai Li and Tsang Yun eagerly took the materials back to the Blue Mountain workshop. Huang Yu gazed at the charred land on the mountainside. The flames had extinguished, yet thick gray smoke still billowed. Ashes floated into the sky with a gentle breeze. A fire on the mountain, yet here we are, oblivious to the need for extinguishing it. Bored, Huang Yu drew his cold wave and swung forcefully. Cold wave slash. A pale blue strike was unleashed, landing on the mountainside. Subsequently, the scorched earth was encased in frost. At the edge of the northeastern forest, a brutal battle was unfolding. Dozens of orcs, with their grayish skin and robust physiques, emitted harsh, mocking sounds as they wielded crude weapons, slaughtering a creature resembling a wild bull. Despite the creature's massive size and seemingly tough hide, it fled in terror from the orc onslaught, daring not to resist. A young creature was struck down by two orcs, its joints broken and body crashing to the ground. Before it could lift its head, a hefty pillar fell upon it. Thud! The creature's skull visibly caved in, meeting its demise in a single blow. Amid the fleeing herd of creatures, a mature beast suddenly halted, emitting a mournful roar as it charged toward the orc that had slain the young one. Whether driven by sorrow or other mental pressures, the beast's eyes turned crimson, and as it ran, blood poured from its mouth and nose, presenting a fearsome visage. As the prey of a mighty orc, how dare you defy our will? The orc that had crushed the young beast stood tall, over 3 meters in height, his muscles bulging grotesquely as if enhanced by steroids. Thud! A 4-meter-tall metal pillar, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, was planted firmly in the ground. The pillar, resembling metal, bore strange carvings, with fresh blood from the slain young beast still staining its top. Feel the dread of Ogram, you feeble beings. The orc lord, who was also a shaman, Ogram, forcefully struck his totemic pillar. This was not only a symbol of his lordship, but also his magical tool. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp metallic clang, a rune on the totem pole instantly radiated a grayish-purple ripple. This ripple expanded outward, enveloping the approaching wild creatures in a shroud of intense fear. Their momentum abruptly waned, limbs trembling as if they were no longer under their own control, nearly collapsing to the ground. For the destined greatness of Ogma, offer your flesh and blood. With a resounding thud, Ogma struck the totem pole once more, illuminating another rune. The wild creatures continued to grapple with the terror in their hearts, oblivious to the subtle tremors emanating from the ground beneath them. Suddenly, a jagged rock spike erupted from the earth. Before the creatures could react, the spike pierced through their jaws, crimson blood gushing forth and staining the stone a deep scarlet. Ogma approached the lifeless form of the creature, cupping a handful of blood in his palm and raising it to his lips. His previously grotesque visage became even more fearsome. Observing the majority of the wild creatures fleeing into the forest, Ogma's expression darkened. If only he had sufficient manpower, every creature would become a resource for him. A sudden lift of his gaze, surpassing the treetops, revealed a wisp of rising smoke, a sinister smile slowly blossoming on his face. Could this be an intriguing prey? Chapter 31. The territory under attack, Blue Mountain Workshop. You have acquired an expert-level blacksmith. Once again, an apprentice has ascended to the rank of expert blacksmith. Huang Yu, reclining on a chaise lounge, immediately opened his eyes upon hearing the notification. He waved away the maid who was massaging his legs. Clothed, he made his way to the Blue Mountain Workshop. The workshop was a 2-story structure. The first floor was cluttered with various raw materials. already brimming with the remnants of a dozen apprentice blacksmiths at work. Witnessing the bustling apprentices and the overwhelming amount of unprocessed materials, Huang Yu deemed it necessary to consider increasing the number of blacksmiths. Navigating through the neatly categorized raw materials, he ascended directly to the second floor. "My lord, you have arrived." As Huang Yu stepped onto the second floor, Bai Li, with keen eyes, spotted him. Bai Li approached with a stout-looking blacksmith, exclaiming, "Congratulations, my lord, on acquiring another expert blacksmith." "Indeed, that is precisely why I am here," Huang Yu replied, turning his gaze toward the man. Perhaps it was their first direct encounter. The man appeared somewhat reserved, but earnestly introduced himself. "Greetings, my lord. My name is Mu Ping, and I specialize in the forging of crossbow weapons." Huang Yu nodded, calling forth Mu Ping's information panel. "Blacksmith, Mu Ping, level, expert, specialty, crossbow weapons, potential, 25 chance of advancing to Saint Blacksmith." Mu Ping's potential lay between Song Yun and Bai Li, presenting a reasonable possibility of becoming a Saint Blacksmith. "My lord, yesterday I assisted Song Yun in crafting an iron bow, addressing several technical issues along the way," Mu Ping stated. "Oh," Huang Yu chuckled, patting Mu Ping on the shoulder. Speaking in a congenial tone, "That iron bow played a significant role. What reward would you desire?" "Not at all. That was merely my duty." Mu Ping quickly waved his hand, appearing somewhat anxious, seemingly an introverted individual. "Ha ha ha. As your lord, how could I not reward merit?" Huang Yu chuckled lightly, his consciousness wandering through the chaotic marketplace until he found a rare material. "Now that you have become an expert blacksmith, your treatment will be on par with Bai Li and Song Yin. You may freely utilize the materials in the warehouse, and feel free to approach me with any requests." "Thank you, my lord." Mu Ping bowed deeply, clearly satisfied. "Do not be so formal." Huang Yu lifted Mu Ping, smiling as he added, "In fact, to celebrate your promotion to expert blacksmith, I have prepared a gift for you." Producing the materials he had procured, Huang Yu handed them to Mu Ping. The expression on Mu Ping's face transformed into one of astonishment as he beheld the precious gift. "Thousand silk wood, a rare grade material," Huang Yu remarked. Thousand silk wood is an excellent material for bow crafting, renowned for its superb resilience, valued at 700 soul crystals. As an expert blacksmith, especially in the field of crossbows, Mu Ping was well acquainted with thousand silk wood. He simply did not anticipate that Huang Yu would present him with such an extravagant material right away. "Thank you, my lord," Mu Ping exclaimed, his excitement prompting him to bow once more. For blacksmith, high-quality materials served as their driving force in their craft. Huang Yu prevented Mu Ping from being overly deferential. While maintaining necessary authority before his subordinates was vital, it must be balanced. Just as Huang Yu intended to further strengthen his bond with Mu Ping, a long and short blast of a horn echoed through the territory. "My lord, it is the alert horn." The sound came from the very alert horn that Huang Yu had commissioned to be forged at the Blue Mountain Workshop. This finely crafted piece of equipment bore no offensive capabilities. Its sole function was to transmit sound over considerable distances. Huang Yu initially designed it to communicate with the Spartan warriors engaged in battles within the forest. Subsequently, he established various signals, such as long and short blasts, and combinations thereof, to serve as the most fundamental means of remote communication. A long followed by a short blast signified the presence of enemies near the territory. With the wild creatures in the vicinity having been largely eradicated, from where could the enemies have emerged? This marked the first proactive assault on the Huang Yu territory. Huang Yu, refusing to remain idle, promptly exited the Blue Mountain Workshop. At that moment, the village chief approached him, accompanied by a robust farmer who gripped the alert horn. It appeared he was the one who had sounded the alarm. "My lord, trouble is at hand. Enemies have appeared near the territory." The village chief hurriedly approached Huang Yu, his complexion pale, words tumbling out in a frenzy, clearly shaken by the sight of enemies beyond the territory. "What is there to panic about?" Huang Yu reprimanded. The 7-day protection period for the territory had not yet elapsed. During this time, no enemies could breach the Huang Yu territory. Although there were no Spartan warriors present within the territory, there was truly no need for alarm. The village chief's actions were merely sowing discord among the people. In such moments, any unforeseen incident that could undermine the confidence and loyalty of the citizens toward him would not be tolerated. Huang Yu would not let this fool escape unpunished. Seeing Huang Yu's grim expression, the village chief's heart sank. immediately realizing his indiscretion and regretting the disturbance he had caused his lord. "My lord, it is just that those monsters appear exceedingly terrifying." The village chief lowered his head, hesitantly muttering, but upon noticing that everyone had ignored him, he lifted his gaze only to find Huang Yu had left with the others, his face paling instantly. "Your village chief's loyalty has decreased by 10 points due to fear." As Huang Yu advanced toward the direction of the enemy's emergence, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes upon receiving the system notification. It appears that the position of village chief requires a change. Upon arriving at the northeastern direction of the territory, Huang Yu could not help but furrow his brow at the sight of the adversaries before him. The humanoid creatures with ashen gray skin not only towered over 2 meters in height, but were also exceedingly grotesque in appearance. With greenish faces and protruding fangs, their large, bell-like eyes made them resemble a band of malevolent spirits. Huang Yu summoned the information panel regarding the foes. Orc, race level, advanced. Note, race levels are categorized as low, normal, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. The human race is classified as normal. Lordly authority, totem pillar, description, orcs, regardless of age or gender, are destined to become formidable warriors from the moment of their birth. Upon reaching maturity, they often possess strength comparable to that of wild beasts, along with robust endurance, magic resistance, and recovery capabilities. In particular, those orcs who inherit the totem pillar not only emerge as powerful warriors, but also as formidable spellcasters. Advanced race, indeed? Huang Yu's expression turned grave. He surmised the origins of these foes. The forces from the grasslands were, as expected, this very band of orcs. Chapter 32. Come here. 18 orcs stood outside the territory. Though the weapons in their hands appeared crude, their imposing physiques lent an air of violence and ruggedness. Notably, the orc leading the group was significantly taller than the others, with muscles twisted together and bulging veins resembling purple serpents, indicative of a formidable opponent. Huang Yu specifically retrieved information about this individual. Orc Lord level, totem pillar, skills. Apart from the Orc Lord's identity, all other information was obscured by question marks. Seeing Huang Yu, who was akin to a star surrounded by planets, the Orc Lord seemingly recognized his status and spoke a few words in a language beyond Huang Yu's comprehension, gesturing towards him. Following this, a thunderous laughter erupted from the 18 orcs. One orc, brandishing a stone axe, swaggered to the edge of Huang Yu's territory, closing the distance to less than 10 meters. With a thud, the stone axe was cast to the ground. The orc twisted its neck, and its previously playful expression morphed into a sinister grin as it bellowed at Huang Yu and his companions. Roar. The sound resonated like that of a wild beast, echoing throughout Huang Yu's territory. The ordinary citizens by Huang Yu's side turned ashen, instinctively taking a step back. However, upon noticing Huang Yu's unwavering composure, they shamefully returned to stand behind him. Meanwhile, those further back, observing the scene, were even more affected, some collapsing in fear, while others trembled and struggled to remain upright, with a few even screaming and seeking refuge. Noticing Huang Yu's calm demeanor, which even bore a hint of mockery, the orc's eyes flickered with surprise. It then opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and spat a thick glob of phlegm toward Huang Yu. However, the spit fell short, plummeting to the ground midway. The orc beckoned Huang Yu with a gesture, challenging him to step forward. Huang Yu let out a cold chuckle, and amidst the gasps of the citizens and the orc's cunning gaze, he strode directly to the orc's front. Then spit. A glob of saliva landed squarely on the orc's face. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The orc, taken aback, reached up incredulously to wipe the spit from its face. Its chest heaved rapidly, veins bulging on its forehead, eyes wide with fury as it lunged for Huang Yu. Huang Yu neither dodged nor flinched, merely observing the orc with indifference. Bang! The orc's hand came to a halt less than half a meter from Huang Yu, an invisible barrier preventing any part of its body or any attack from breaching Huang Yu's territory. Huang Yu flashed a smile at the bewildered orc before sidestepping it, and, using the same gesture, beckoned to the distant ogre. Come here. Ogre's playful expression vanished instantly. It sprang to its feet, eyes filled with murderous intent directed at Huang Yu. Roar! The orcs, enraged by their leader's provocation, charged at Huang Yu, one seizing the stone axe from the ground and swinging furiously. Yet, regardless of how forcefully he struck, The axe always fell just short of reaching Huang Yu. Throughout this, Huang Yu remained unfazed, not even blinking, observing the furious orc before him. Huang Yu wore a mocking expression and uttered 2 words, "Fool." What? Though the orc could not comprehend Huang Yu's words, it recognized the derision in his expression and became even angrier. "Be careful, come back." However, just as it prepared to retort, a warning from Ogre echoed behind it. Suddenly, a blazing red light engulfed its entire field of vision. A wave of energy that instilled terror surged forth. Huang Yu unleashed a fiery magic missile directly at the orc's face. The missile struck the orc's chest, sending it hurtling towards its comrades. "Get away!" Ogre shouted, realizing that its subordinates were attempting to save the targeted orc, but it was too late. Bang! Huang Yu snapped his fingers, and the fiery missile detonated under his control. Boom! Amidst the cacophony of the explosion, the orc that had dared to provoke Huang Yu was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. 2 additional orcs were caught in the blast. One losing an arm, the other a calf, both writhing on the ground, emitting anguished cries. Roar! Ogre's face darkened as it roared in fury at Huang Yu. Yet, what awaited it was a chilling wave of frost. Whoosh! Ogre wielded the totem pillar, stepping forward to shield its injured comrades from Huang Yu's icy strike. Clang! In a piercing clash of metal, the frosty strike was dissipated by Ogre's totem pillar. However, Ogre was not unscathed. A thin layer of ice crept along the totem, enveloping its hands. Though the ice shattered swiftly, a bone-chilling cold seeped into its body, nearly paralyzing its hands. Bang! Ogre raised the totem pillar, enduring the pain coursing through its hands, and struck the totem. A rune illuminated, generating a warm wave of water energy that enveloped its hands. Within mere seconds, the chilling poison infiltrating its hands began to dissolve rapidly. Healing Wave, one of the fundamental skills that an orc shaman must master. Having healed its hands, Ogre was poised to tend to the 2 injured orcs. However, the shaman's exceptional energy perception alerted it to a terrifying energy fluctuation approaching from the front. Raising its gaze in horror, Ogre discovered that the human lord was gathering 5 fiery energy spheres in his outstretched hand, identical to the previous one. It should have been anticipated. The skill of the demonic ancient giant lizard. These creatures had managed to vanquish that entity. A pang of regret washed over Ogre. If he had erected the totem pole from the very beginning, perhaps his subordinates would not have suffered so greatly. But now, it is too late for regrets. Quick, take cover, he shouted at the remaining orcs. As for the 2 injured subordinates, Ogmer had no intention of rescuing them. It was evident that those 2 were doomed to be finished off. Boom! 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 The orcs scattered in disarray, their speed astonishing, and the 5 charged fiery magic missiles failed to yield any new results. Only the 2 wounded orcs became the focal point of Huang Yu's attention. In the explosive fury of 2 fiery missiles, they were reduced to mere fragments. Moments later, Ogmer returned, only to behold the lifeless bodies of 3 subordinates. Not even a hand intact. Roar! Ogmer's fury reached unprecedented heights. He planted the totem pole firmly into the ground and gestured towards Huang Yu, mimicking a throat-slitting motion. He intended to confront Huang Yu head-on. Having witnessed the recent battle, he discerned that the opponent was reluctant to show himself. Thus, he planned to wait until the protective shield dissipated, then charge in to tear Huang Yu to shreds. However, Huang Yu turned to the farmer who held the horn, an expression of adoration on his face, and said, "Sound the horn. It is time to summon D. Leos and Mudo back." In the midst of Ogmer's bewildered gaze, a long, resounding horn echoed through the air. Before long, Ogmer's totem pole alerted him to the presence of numerous intruders in his territory. Retreat. Without a second thought, Ogmer hoisted the totem pole and fled. In his haste, he was snagged by the underbrush, losing what little cover he had left. He left in as much disarray as he had arrived with flair. Chapter 33. All prepare bang. Once he was certain the enemy was not in pursuit and had exited the forest, Ogmer set the totem pole down and bent over, gasping for breath. He had just felt a terrifying surge of energy, although he was still within the range of confrontation. The thought of Huang Yu's relentless tactics and the warning from the second-tier totem pole about a multitude of enemies encroaching within 500 meters left him no room for hesitation. He chose to flee immediately. Yet, the memory of his subordinate's tragic demise and Huang Yu's provocation filled him with boundless humiliation and rage. Simultaneously, He felt deep regret for his reckless actions today. Upon entering the forest, he had brought only a third of his subordinates. Had he brought all of them, perhaps they could have dealt with the enemy reinforcements arriving from behind. Rising to his feet, he shouldered the totem pole and cast a resentful glance towards the direction of the Huan Yu territory. After standing still for a moment, he turned to the orc beside him, whose face was pale with anxiety, and declared, "One day, I shall lead you to flatten that place and crush the humans within into a pulp to honor our fallen comrades." Roar. Hearing Ogmar's words, the orcs let out a fierce roar, their spirits ignited. Ogmar nodded in satisfaction and marched forward, totem pole in hand. Now back to the encampment. Yes, the 15 orcs, silhouetted against the setting sun, ventured deeper into the grasslands. As they approached a high slope, Ogmar glanced back at the Huan Yu territory. This was his first defeat in 3 days. Though he left in a state of disarray, he had not suffered any severe injuries. The next time he returned, it would be to crush that place. Orcs never yield. "My lord, we have arrived late." D. Leos, clad in scale armor, knelt on one knee, his face exposed and filled with self-reproach. Had he not coincidentally delved deeper into the forest today, hearing the horn and arriving a moment too late, he could have coordinated with the Spartan warriors to hold off the enemy just now. "Rise, D. Leos." Huan Yu shook his head and replied, "This is not your fault. The enemy was simply too cunning." Upon first sight of the orcs, Huan Yu had perceived them as brutish, savage, foolish, and mindless. Yet, he had clearly underestimated the sophistication of higher races. That orc lord possessed a sharp eye and acted decisively. Once he realized his goals were unattainable, he would retreat without hesitation. Moreover, that hefty totem pole seemed to be wielded with remarkable ease. Coupled with the runic magic inscribed upon it, it appeared to be quite formidable. However, the orc lord's totem pole could be moved at will. Huan Yu had attempted to shift the fire seed, only to discover that its location was fixed and would never change. Furthermore, apart from its functions in the marketplace and trading platform, the fire seed did not enhance Huan Yu's combat power. In contrast, the totem pole not only represented the lord authority, but also served as a weapon for the orc lord, seemingly possessing much greater utility. It seemed that the advantages of the fire seed had yet to be fully realized. Pondering this, Huan Yu noted that despite the significant differences in strength among various races, numerous mechanisms maintained a fundamental balance. For instance, the 7-day protection period for humans. During this week, as long as they remained within their territory, no one could harm them. Beyond this, humans also possessed other advantages. For example, Huan Yu's current primary source of soul crystal income was through forging equipment. The orcs he had just encountered were scarcely equipped, most wearing nothing more than a single pair of Syrian-style leather pants, their weapons exceedingly rudimentary. Huan Yu believed that an orc of Ogmar's caliber undoubtedly possessed a wealth of resources and soul crystals, yet they were temporarily unable to produce decent equipment. Setting aside these thoughts, Huan Yu instructed D. Leos to retrieve the wild monsters they had hunted in the afternoon. They had returned in such haste that their spoils had been left behind. If they delayed, those wandering wild monsters might benefit from their oversight. It was then that Huan Yu discovered D. Leos had already leveled up to level 8, while the Spartan warriors he had brought along had all reached level 6. As levels increased, the rate of advancement slowed. It seemed that the density of wild monsters deeper in the forest was indeed higher than in this area. Huan Yu walked back to the castle, receiving compliments from the citizens along the way. The recent events, particularly the sight of their lord repelling the terrifying orcs, had left a profound impression on them all. With such a lord, they felt a sense of security. "Lord Garo has transferred you 4,000 units of iron ore. Please be sure to accept." Before even entering the territory, Huan Yu received a notification from his friend list. Opening it, he found not only the 4,000 units of iron ore awaiting collection, but also a message. "This is today, S. iron ore. Please accept." "Okay," Huan Yu replied casually. After receiving the iron ore, he hurried to the steel mill. Having faced the orcs and engaged in preliminary combat, Huan Yu felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. He needed to elevate the territory's level as swiftly as possible. Currently, over 600 units of refined iron were amassed in the warehouse, some sourced from the ordinary iron mine, but more significantly from transactions at the Huan Yu shop. By placing the 4,000 units of iron ore provided by Lord Garo into the steel furnace, he hoped to amass 1,000 units of refined iron before midnight, allowing him to upgrade the fire seed to the 3rd tier. The 4,000 units of iron were piled up into a small mountain within the steel mill, and 40 citizens began their work. The supply of iron, ore, and the waste would repurposed as fuel is gradually diminishing. This marks the first time the steel mill has been put to use since its establishment. Huang Yu awaits silently outside the steel mill. As dusk falls, the smoke billowing from the mill is particularly striking. The unexpected visit from the Orc Lord fills Huang Yu with concern, apprehensive that it may attract the attention of even more formidable forces. Yet, for the sake of progress, such risks must be embraced. Units of refined iron are steadily delivered to the warehouse, though the total of 1,000 units has yet to be amassed. Dilios and Musa have returned to the territory first, burdened with a substantial haul of nearly 100 pieces of game. Huang Yu even spots a few mutated creatures among them, suggesting a promising yield of rare materials today. The gatherers rush forward, prioritizing the collection of the 3 mutated beasts brought back by Dilios. A flurry of notifications resonates in Huang Yu's mind. Acquired 50 units of rare boar meat. Acquired 3 units of mutated boar organs, rare materials. Acquired 40 units of rare boar meat. Acquired 2 units of mutated boar organs, rare materials. Acquired 10 units of rare purple toad meat. Acquired 1 unit of mutated purple toad organ, rare materials. 2 of the high-level beasts are boars, and 1 is a purple toad. Regrettably, no mutated crystals were harvested. It seems that mutated beasts lacking elemental energy are unlikely to produce such crystals. Chapter 34. The tumult beneath the blood moon. As the gatherers finish their collection from the beasts, the third night of the universal descent has arrived. A crimson moon hangs low above the forest, vast as a grinding stone, casting a sanguine light. Under the glaring crimson illumination, the purple and white moons can barely be discerned. A hazy red veil blankets the earth, and a gentle breeze stirs the layered trees, resembling a sea of blood. The hillside at the center of the territory stands as the only elevation amidst the encircling dense woods, akin to an isolated island. Huang Yu stands before the castle, the blood moon instilling within him a profound unease. A foreboding sensation clings to his heart, rendering him unable to find tranquility. Upon inquiring with Dilios, Bailey, and Sanyun, he discovers that his subjects share this feeling. Dilios expresses his apprehension most clearly, sensing a surge of brutality within him, should battle ensue. He believes he could easily slip into a frenzied state without the need for the Spartan rage. It seems the night will not unfold peacefully. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yu forbids anyone from leaving the territory and sounds the horn to summon back the 4 Spartan warriors guarding the Wolfman's territory. Their levels have all reached 6, the highest among all Spartan warriors. Indeed, Huang Yu's decision proves judicious. He places thousands of units of food and over 300 sets of equipment in the Universal Shop. However, upon entering the World Channel, he notices a marked decline in discussions among the lords regarding the Universal Shop. Instead, they're preoccupied with the ominous blood moon. It's terrifying. All the beasts outside my territory have gone berserk. Could this truly be caused by the blood moon? I don't know, but it's best not to go out. A lord friend of mine just messaged me that a group of half-orcs blocking his entrance were driven mad and fought a rampaging horde, being torn to shreds. The 7-day protection period is crucial. Those monsters are fighting less than 50 meters away. It's utterly horrifying. I'm a bit worried. If the beast's frenzy is indeed caused by the blood moon, this phenomenon could become cyclical. How will we defend ourselves after the protection period ends? If it's cyclical, that is truly terrifying. My territory is merely a small village. As Huang Yu observes the discussions of the other lords, his expression turns grave. The beasts near his territory have been largely cleared, so he has yet to witness any violent outbreaks. However, according to the other lords, if such outbreaks become a cyclical occurrence, it would spell catastrophic disaster for them. Without a protection period, after a horde passes, given the current pace of human lore developments, it is highly likely that none will survive. Moreover, the threat of the horde is significant for Huang Yu as well. The forests and grasslands abound with various types and numbers of beasts. Should a large-scale outbreak occur, Huang Yu's territory would be akin to a solitary boat amidst a surging sea, left to fate when the protection period concludes. My lord, Shuin and the others have returned. Dilios' voice calls out. Huang Yu looks down the slope to see the 4 Spartan warriors supporting one another, their bodies smeared with blood, appearing quite disheveled. My lord, the beasts outside have gone mad, their eyes all bloodshot, attacking anything alive. Even the wolfmen have been provoked in a battle. Though we managed to drive them back to the territory, I can sense their strength has increased, and they are fearlessly fierce. As the four relay the situation outside to Huang Yu, he feels his heart sink despite having mentally prepared for this. Among the information they bring back, Huang Yu realizes that not only the beasts are affected, warriors like Dilios and the wolfmen are similarly influenced, with the latter even experiencing a boost in power. Friend list. Your friend Lord Gallo has sent you a message. You've worked hard. Please return to the Spartan training camp to rest. Huang Yu instructs the battered four to recuperate at the Spartan training camp. With the camp's restorative capabilities, they will recover to peak condition after tonight. He then opens the friend list to check the message from Lord Gallo. Apologies, Lord Huang Yu. I must return to my territory tonight, but please trust that once the beast tide has passed, I will reclaim the large iron mine. Huang Yu understands the other's predicament, especially since he has already secured today's iron ore. With the beast tide looming, there is no need to worry about the large iron mine being seized by other forces. It is prudent for her not to remain there in danger. I understand. The iron mine can be reclaimed. Take care of yourself, and should you need assistance, don't hesitate to seek me. After sending this message, Huang Yu casually transfers 50 high-quality lizard tooth arrows. The large iron mine in Gallo's territory is currently his primary source of refined iron, and he must ensure its safety. Riding swiftly across the seemingly endless grasslands, Gallo hastens back to her territory on a feathered deer. Her body, bent low over the deer, showcases a perfectly proportioned silhouette. Upon seeing Huang Yu's transferred arrows and his message, Gallo pauses momentarily, a glimmer of gratitude shining in her beautiful eyes. Huang Yu remains unaware of the depth of this sentiment. He reopened the World Channel, eager to glean more information about the Blood Moon. Despite the presence of billions of human lords, many of whom may possess limited combat prowess, there are always a few exceptional individuals. Huang Yu did not have to wait long before he received invaluable intelligence. As an astronomer, I now bring forth a piece of news that may be both good and bad. Based on my observations over the past 3 days, I speculate that the phenomenon dominated by the blood moon will last at most until dawn. However, if the beast tide is indeed related to the blood moon, we shall face a beast tide every 7 days in our struggle for survival. Starlight Lord? Could it be that the esteemed academician Yi Xinheng is behind this? If so, the reliability of this information would be greatly heightened. The Xylan Lord rewarded the Starlight Lord with 5 soul crystals, annotating a small token of appreciation. Thank you for enlightening us. The Linlong Lord and the Ludao Lord also bestowed 3 soul crystals each upon the Starlight Lord. To Huang Yu's surprise, the World Channel featured a reward function. This was a revelation to him, recognizing the identity of Yi Xinheng, a pillar of the nation, and the significance of the information provided. Huang Yu did not hesitate to contribute. The Huang Yu Lord rewarded the Starlight Lord with 100 soul crystals. As soon as this reward was announced, the World Channel erupted in excitement. Such generosity from the Great Lord. Indeed, the Huang Yu Lord's generosity is unmatched, dishing out 100 soul crystals. Poverty brings me to tears. Huang Yu Lord, allow me to dance for you. I humbly request your patronage. The talent on display here is remarkable. Due to Huang Yu's substantial donation, the tone of the World Channel shifted dramatically. Each lord began showcasing their talents, and some even managed to earn a few soul crystals in the process. Although Huang Yu possessed soul crystals, he would not squander them on trivialities. His reward for Yi Xinheng was not only due to the utility of the information, but also out of respect for his stature, both in the past and present. He held such figures in high regard. After a long absence from spotlight, Huang Yu's act of generosity returned the World Channel to its previous state, where lords deliberated on the implications of the blood moon. If the beast tide truly occurs weekly, that would be far too frequent. With only 4 days remaining, we would be left to face annihilation. Indeed, the pressure is overwhelming. I miss the peaceful life on Blue Star. I do not wish to perish. Ha ha ha, brothers. I've discovered a method to farm experience and soul crystals. If there are wild beasts battling near your territory, you can stand within your domain and attack them alongside your citizens. Once the beasts you've struck down perish, you could potentially earn some experience and soul crystals, provided your attack inflicts damage on them. Really? Is that true? utilizing the protection period to exploit this is brilliant. I just tried it using the method of the Hui Lord and garnered 1 soul crystal and 24 experience points. Is it really feasible? Hui Lord is impressive. This is the true master. I'm off to try it myself. The Decisive Lord rewarded the Hui Lord with 10 soul crystals, annotating, "Brother, you're amazing. This method truly works." The Jinshua Lord rewarded the Hui Lord with 3 soul crystals. A friendly reminder, Hui Lord's method is indeed effective, provided your attack inflicts damage on the target. If you think you can simply throw stones to gain experience or soul crystals, well, you're mistaken. Oh no, what should I do? I only have a few crude weapons. Hurry and buy some. The Huanyu shop just stocked over 300 new pieces of equipment, with more ranged weapons than before. I can't believe I forgot to keep an eye on the Huanyu shop. It's too late. Once I saw your message, I knew I had missed my chance. Upon reading this, Huanyu exited the world channel and entered the trading platform. The recent influx of transaction notifications had gone unnoticed by him. Since the Blue Mountain Workshop's equipment became available, this had become commonplace. However, he was still taken aback by how quickly the equipment had sold out. Ordinary gear was entirely gone, and only a set of scarlet crocodile armor remained on the shelf. Meanwhile, Huangyu's total number of soul crystals had climbed to over 36,000. In addition, he possessed various materials that he had yet to tally. Clearly, the words of the Hui Lord had inspired many to take risks in preparation for the forthcoming challenges, beast tides, and the impending war among the races. The Hui Lord has paid 750 soul crystals for a set of scarlet crocodile armor. The last piece of fine-grade equipment was snatched up by the Hui Lord. The shelves of Huangyu's shop were left with only a perfect-grade fire sparrow egg and a set of architectural blueprints for the Xiaolan military camp. It appeared this individual had just amassed a considerable sum of soul crystals. Huangyu smiled nonchalantly. It could be said that if not for the Hui Lord, his fine-grade equipment would not have sold so swiftly. He had inadvertently benefited from this promotion. Returning to the world channel, Huangyu casually rewarded the Hui Lord with 100 soul crystals. The Huanyu Lord rewarded the Hui Lord with 100 soul crystals. The reward notification flashed briefly, but was captured by many lords. My goodness, another 100 soul crystals. Are the soul crystals in the possession of the Huanyu Lord always in such generous denominations? Huanyu Lord, please grant me a small reward. I just spent all my resources on your equipment. Great Master, is there any equipment left? I failed to seize anything from your shop. I implore you to craft more. Yes, Great Master, please restock some equipment. Although the equipment in the Huanyu shop had been cleared, the stock in the chaotic mall remained unaffected. However, when there are bargains to be had, some individuals would rather waste time than spend a few more soul crystals. Of course, Huanyu was unconcerned with such matters. He was merely aware that his business was thriving once more. Exiting the world channel, Huanyu brought his steward to the Blue Mountain Workshop. The first floor of the workshop was nearly overwhelmed with materials. Faced with such an abundance, the craftsmen at the Blue Mountain Workshop were utterly swamped. My lord, you have arrived. Bali looked up, appearing somewhat haggard. Before him lay 2 fangs of the demonic mountain viper, one of which had already been shaped into a dagger, radiating a soft purple glow. Clearly, he had been engrossed in his work for quite some time. Huangyu nodded and instructed his steward to gather 20 ordinary citizens. He then took a tour around the Blue Mountain Workshop and summoned Song Yun and Mao Ping as well. My lord, is there an urgent matter? Song Yun asked, still holding a small hammer, his form dusted with black bone powder. This evening, you are required to work overtime to forge crossbow-type weapons. Produce as much as you can. I have use for them. Yes. Although the reason behind Huangyu's specific request for crossbow equipment remains unclear, the 3 expert blacksmiths readily agreed. However, my lord, we do not have many hands, and focusing solely on crossbow-type weapons may limit our output, Bailey inquired. You need not worry. 20 apprentice blacksmiths will arrive shortly to assist you. Huangyu replied, hands clasped behind his back. Remember, I only require quantity. Understood, my lord. The 3 expert blacksmiths immediately set aside their tasks and directed the apprentice blacksmiths to their respective positions. My lord, the 20 common villagers you asked me to find are waiting outside. The steward panted as he rushed back to Huangyu. Upon hearing this, Huangyu promptly accessed the functionality page of the Blue Mountain Workshop. Do you wish to consume 300 soul crystals to convert 20 common villagers into apprentice blacksmiths? Yes, no, yes. Huangyu confirmed, and the 300 soul crystals vanished entirely. Soon after, the 20 villagers entered the Blue Mountain workshop, emanating a faint golden light. A moment later, the golden glow faded, and a notification appeared. Congratulations, Lord. You have acquired 20 apprentice blacksmiths. Chapter 36. Entering the fray, Mountain Monster and White Wolf. The number of blacksmiths in the Blue Mountain workshop had multiplied, now totaling 37 apprentices and 3 experts. While apprentice blacksmiths could only produce equipment of fine quality at best, their efficiency in crafting ordinary gear was commendable, despite a longer production time and a certain failure rate. Bai Li and Song Yun, though not experts in crossbows, were still capable of crafting several sets with ease. As for the newly promoted blacksmith, Mu Ping, a true expert in the realm of crossbows, the quality of the crossbows he crafted would at least match the materials used. For instance, the rare-grade longbow in Huang Yu's possession, 1,000 threads bow, quality, rare, equipment description, silent in release, possessing great elasticity, requiring less strength from the user than an iron frame bow, yet the arrows shot are equally powerful. The bowstring is crafted from the tanned tendons of a magically enhanced ancient giant lizard. Passive skill, Archer's Focus, significantly reducing the difficulty of skills such as rapid fire and shock arrows for archers. Active skill, Charged Sniping, aim at the target, draw the bowstring fully. Infused with energy and release, the defenses of equipment below rare grade become utterly ineffective. The 1,000 threads bow was originally a weapon available in the Chaos Mall, with overall performance ranking in the mid-tier, priced at 2,300 soul crystals. Huang Yu exited the Blue Mountain workshop with the 1,000 threads bow in hand. Dilius, clad in his scaled tooth armor, stood at the hillside with 44 Spartan warriors, holding a vigilant posture. With each breath Dilius took, the armor glimmered with a dark red light. The roars of beasts echoed from the dense forest beyond the territory, where shadows of wild creatures could be glimpsed darting about, signaling the gradual approach of the beast tide towards Huan Yu territory. Dilius, during the upcoming battle, no one is to step outside the territory without my command, understood? Huan Yu is also preparing to utilize the protection period upon the beast tide's arrival to accumulate experience and soul crystals. Furthermore, he intended to personally participate in this battle. His level had already risen to 9, and he was but a step away from reaching level 10. The disparity in strength between level 9 and 10 among wild creatures was starkly apparent. Thus, Huang Yu was eager to ascend. Understood, Dilius replied solemnly. Huang Yu nodded, refraining from further words. Before the battle commenced, he had one more task to attend to. The steel mill had already smelted over 400 units of refined iron. Huang Yu's total refined iron count had reached 1,200 units, allowing him to upgrade the fire seed to the 3rd tier. Do you wish to upgrade the fire seed to the 3rd tier? Yes, no, yes. 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 units of timber, 5,000 units of stone, and 1,000 units of refined iron vanished. A golden light, visible only to Huang Yu, radiated outward from the castle, forming a hemispherical protective shield over his territory. With the fire seed upgrading on its own, Huang Yu led the Spartan warriors down the hillside to the edge of the territory. Under the red moonlight, the gnarled branches appeared particularly ominous, resembling malevolent spirits eagerly awaiting their prey. The roars of wild creatures never ceased, growing ever closer, as they seemed to have taken notice of Huang Yu and his entourage. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps approached rapidly. Dilius's body moved as he prepared to confront the approaching threat, but halted abruptly upon spotting Huang Yu's figure. Dilius, be patient. Huang Yu had already glimpsed the silhouette of the wild creature. It was a towering 6-meter-tall humanoid creature, adorned with 2 horns and covered in yellow markings. Mountain Monster. Attribute: Earth. Level: 32. Description: Mountain monsters are solitary creatures of the forest, nurtured by the wilderness. From birth, they possess extraordinary strength and one of the elemental abilities of earth, wind, water, or fire. In dense woodlands, they are apex predators. The mountain monster charged towards Huan Yu territory like a humanoid tank, using its immense strength to violently break the trees that obstructed its path. Its skin was gray, with yellow markings extending from its horns downward, giving it a mysterious appearance. Level 32. This was the highest level wild creature Huang Yu had ever encountered. Roaring with red eyes, the mountain monster leaped mid-approach, lunging at Huang Yu and his team. Boom! Yet before it could close the distance, the mountain monster collided in midair. Attack! With Huang Yu's command, Dilius was the first to strike. The fang tooth in his hand erupted into 3 meters of blazing fire, slashing toward the airborne mountain monster. The fierce flames reached the creature in an instant. However, true to its nature as the forest's favored child, the level 32 wild creature could not evade Dilius's attack. Yet, it used its elemental ability to avert the fate of being cleaved in two by the fiery slash. Boom! With its robust arms crossed before its chest, the mountain monster's yellow markings flared to life. Almost instantly, a layer of stone armor enveloped its body, and the crossed arms sprouted a thick stone shield. The fiery slash struck the stone shield with a resounding explosion, shattering it and revealing the mountain monster's bloodied arms beneath. Thud! The mountain monster landed heavily. Its stone armor cracked extensively. Fragments of stone broke away from its body, disappearing upon hitting the ground. Roaring in pain, the mountain monster glared at Dilius while its yellow markings flickered incessantly. A surge of earth elemental energy flowed from the ground into its form, rapidly regenerating the damage inflicted by Dilius's fiery slash. Its armor was even more refined. What a troublesome creature! Huang Yu furrowed his brows. Standing on the ground, this being was practically invincible. However, as the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lies in wait. It regarded us as mere prey. Yet other wild beasts were also observing you. Pairs of crimson eyes glimmered behind the mountain monster. Sensing something, the mountain creature turned its head and let out a series of roars upon spotting the figures in the forest. It seemed to intimidate, yet also provoke. Suddenly, a pack of towering gray wolves, each standing 3 meters high, burst forth from the woods. They panted with tongues lolling, drool dripping from their jaws, and the mist that erupted from their breaths shimmered a strange red under the moonlight. 7 gray wolves, moving deliberately, encircled the mountain monster. Throughout, they paid no heed to Huang Yu and his companions. The mountain monster ignored the wolves at its side, bending slightly, arms outstretched, continuously roaring towards the forest. It appeared that the creatures within were its true adversaries. Indeed, amidst the mountain monster's howls, a colossal white wolf emerged from the thicket. Huang Yu summoned the information panel of the white wolf. White wolf, level 35. Description: this is a mutated giant wolf, one of the forest's most formidable hunters. Chapter 37. The joy of the finishing blow. The battle arrived with ferocity and directness. As soon as the white wolf revealed itself, the mountain monster bellowed and charged forward. The surrounding gray wolves immediately launched their assault on the mountain creature. They opened their massive jaws, conjuring blades of wind. Whoosh! The wind blades struck the mountain monster's rocky armor instantaneously. Although they thwarted the mountain monster's advance towards the white wolf, the damage inflicted was minimal. 7 wind blades merely etched a few cracks in the mountain monster's armor. The yellow patterns on its body flickered rapidly, and the cracks on its rocky armor vanished entirely. A howl erupted from the white wolf. Without hesitation, the 7 gray wolves lunged at the mountain monster. They abandoned their wind blades, opting instead to use their sharp claws against the formidable foe before them. Bang! The mountain monster slammed a fist into the ground, creating a deep crater. Subsequently, a rich surge of earth elemental energy radiated outward. The rigid ground suddenly transformed into a swamp. 2 gray wolves, caught off guard, fell into the mire. However, the other gray wolves seemed prepared, leaping toward the mountain monster. A glimmer of cunning appeared in the mountain monster's eyes. It struck the ground once more, causing the trembling earth to bloom like a budding flower, erupting with numerous rock spikes. The airborne gray wolves were taken by surprise. 3 were impaled through the abdomen, struggling on the spikes, looking as though death was imminent. The remaining 2, though fortunate to survive, were also injured. In an instant, the giant wolves had suffered heavy losses. The white wolf emitted a chilling howl. Before it, a vast crescent-shaped blade of wind coalesced, accompanied by a piercing sound, and launched towards the mountain monster. Bang! 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 The white wolf's wind blades were evidently far more potent than those of the other gray wolves. Each blade shattered the rocky armor of the mountain monster, leaving its body drenched in blood. But the mountain monster, a true child of the forest, was not easily defeated. Rich earth elements surged from the ground into its body, and its wounds began to heal once more. Such a creature was resilient, powerful, and manipulative. It was exceedingly difficult to contend with. Clang! A soft chime rang out. A pale blue slash struck the ground beneath the mountain monster. Huang Yu, who had been waiting patiently, finally made his move. A thin layer of ice rapidly spread, covering the ground and disrupting the mountain monster's ability to absorb earth elemental energy. A howl erupted from the white wolf as it seized the opportunity, unleashing a massive wind blade towards the mountain monster. The wind blade whistled as it sliced through the underbrush, striking the mountain monster before its armor could fully regenerate. A spurt of purple blood shot forth as the mountain monster howled in agony, collapsing onto the icy surface. The white wolf glanced back at Huang Yu and his companions, only to find Huang Yu drawing forth a 1,000-thread bow. "What are you staring at? Did you think I was helping you?" Huang Yu drew the bow and released an arrow. However, the arrow did not target the white wolf or the mountain monster. Instead, it aimed for the 3 giant wolves hanging desperately on the rock spikes. Swish! The arrow passed just above the giant wolf's head, flying far into the forest. Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly handed the bow to Dilius. "Wasn't this supposed to be a beginner-friendly bow? Why did I not feel the archer's focused effect at all?" Huang Yu, blushing, drew forth the frost wave and infused it with energy, swinging it forcefully. A flurry of ice crystals shot forth, turning the 3 gray wolves dangling on the rock spikes into a sieve. The Lord gains 378 experience points and 37 soul crystals. The Lord gains 425 experience points and 40 soul crystals. The Lord gains 289 experience points and 30 soul crystals. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining a skill book. Please check. Although Huang Yu scored the finishing blow against the gray wolves, his experience points paled in comparison to the bounty Dilius received from slaying the corrupted ancient lizard. Nonetheless, Huang Yu felt satisfied as he had acquired a skill book. Windblade. Quality. Fine. Description. Gathers energy to form a blade of wind, possessing formidable cutting power. Note: unlawful practitioners cannot learn this skill book. The Lord is exempt from this restriction. Huang Yu did not disdain the fine quality of Windblade and chose to learn it. After all, there were no limits on the number of skills for a lord. The more one could learn, the better. Skills would never be a burden. Seeing Huang Yu slay its minions, the white wolf let out an enraged howl. It unleashed a series of wind blades at Huang Yu, all of which were deflected by the protective shield. "Hey, pay attention to your enemy in front of you. I'll just help you to control it." Huang Yu grumbled at the white wolf, while seamlessly using the wind blade he had just learned to finish off the 2 gray wolves trapped in the mire. The Lord gains 734 experience points and 72 soul crystals. The Lord gains 667 experience points and 65 soul crystals. It seemed that the experience and soul crystals earned from defeating wild creatures were based on the contribution to the kill. Huang Yu began to understand. The mountain monster, now frozen by the frost poison released from Frostwave, attempted to stomp on the ground to break the ice layer and continue siphoning earth elemental energy. With a single step, it shattered the ice layer, but the frost poison seeped into its foot, causing it to howl in pain as it staggered towards the areas not covered by ice. Frostwave, as an exceptional quality weapon, possessed the most insidious, stricken from record, formidable ability of frost poison. Once the target was infected, its flesh would gradually decay, enduring tremendous agony throughout the process. The white wolf howled, its remaining 2 gray wolves returning to its side. It cast a glance at Huang Yu, then turned away, seemingly deciding to spare the mountain monster and depart from the scene. Suddenly, a wild boar, resembling a small mountain, burst forth from the thicket. Its body was as smooth as rock, save for a ring of crimson mane around its neck, exuding an aura of formidable majesty. The wild boar emitted a harsh bellow and, with heavy steps, charged towards the white wolf. The white wolf nimbly evaded the boar's assault. Before it could even roar, the ground trembled as if the very earth was quaking. Turning around, it beheld the faint silhouettes of monstrous creatures lurking in the forest. The true beast tide had finally arrived at the realm of the universe. Spartans, do not be stingy with your short spears and arrows. First, eliminate those incapacitated and dying monsters. Do you see that mountain creature, Dilius? It is your task. It is on the brink of collapse. The white wolf is impressive, still alive at this moment. Alas, that steel-bristled wild boar is nothing but a troublemaker. Such a pity for the materials on so many monsters. The jungle outside the realm of the universe had transformed into a chaotic battlefield. As the only high ground nearby, The flames on the mountain attracted many monstrous onlookers. When these creatures realized they could not breach the realm of the universe, their raging desire for battle was unleashed upon the other wild beasts drawn to the commotion. Meanwhile, Huang Yu stood within the territory, reaping the lives of the monsters without restraint. The Lord gained 245 experience points and 27 soul crystals. The Lord gained 432 experience points and 42 soul crystals. Congratulations, the Lord has acquired a skill book. Please check your inventory. The golden light of leveling up flickered continuously. Huang Yu and his companions, standing within the realm, finally experienced the joy of finishing off their foes. Chapter 38. The awakening medium spear and arrow rained down upon the beast horde as if they were worthless, further plunging the battlefield into chaos. Monsters below level 20 were almost entirely expendable in this fray. Only those above level 20 could persist on the battlefield for a longer duration. However, Huang Yu did not disdain these lower-level creatures. They were numerous and perished quickly. A mere graze from an arrow or spear was enough to yield experience and soul crystals. Huang Yu had just hurled 5 blazing magic missiles into the thickest cluster of monsters, resulting in the destruction of 6 creatures. It was unfortunate to waste so many corpses. The territory needed to be reclaimed before the beasts tore them to shreds. Roar! The mountain creature bellowed, grasping a horned monster that had been impaled in its abdomen, refusing to let it escape. Then, its entire body lit up with yellow markings as earth element energy coalesced in its palm. With a sudden burst, numerous rock spikes erupted from the horned monster's body, leaving it riddled with wounds. A gruesome sight indeed. Releasing the lifeless horned creature, the mountain beast staggered back a few steps and roared defiantly at the other monsters, eyeing it hungrily. Witnessing the mountain creature's explosive display, the other beasts momentarily hesitated to approach. One opportunity. Huang Yu had been closely monitoring that mountain creature. Seeing it was nearly spent, he immediately called out, "Dilius, go swiftly and return." Understood. Dilius had long been eager to engage. While safely finishing off foes within the territory was certainly secure for a hero like him, not being able to fight personally was utterly unbearable. With a crackling roar of flames, Dilius activated his full power, transforming into a fire dragon as he burst forth from the realm of the universe, landing before the mountain creature. Numerous monsters, upon seeing Dilius, immediately surged towards him. Boom! A torrent of flames erupted, scorching everything within a 10-meter radius of Dilius into a barren wasteland. Taking advantage of the wild beasts being repelled by the inferno, Dilius lunged at the mountain creature. Howl! The mountain creature howled in rage, preparing to counterattack, but was suddenly struck by a piercing pain. Ice crystals, radiating a chilling aura, were hurled by Huang Yu, embedding themselves into the mountain creature's form. The majority of its body was now encased in frozen scales. Spartan, brandishing his sword, Dilius unleashed a torrent of flames from his fiery state, propelling him like a rocket into the mountain creature's chest. The shattered stone armor offered no resistance against the sharp fangs. Dilius pierced the mountain creature directly. The surging flames erupted within the creature, instantly charring its insides to ash. Dilius's momentum remained unyielding, crashing through the mountain beast's corpse and back into the realm of the universe. With a sickening squelch, Dilius withdrew his fangs, and the mountain creature collapsed, its chest bearing 2 gaping wounds that were truly horrifying. The Lord gained 1920 experience points and 180 soul crystals. Congratulations. The Lord has acquired a skill book. Please check your inventory. A surge of energy flowed into Huang Yu. He sensed that it would not be long before he could ascend to level 10. Truly, level 10 marked the first significant threshold for a Lord's advancement, requiring more experience than levels 19 and below combined. A golden light flickered beside him. Huang Yu turned to see Dilius had also leveled up, reaching level 9. "My lord, please allow us to venture into battle." After leveling up, Dilius clearly struggled to contain his desire for combat. The surrounding Spartans also appeared eager to engage. The previous finishing blows had raised their levels to 7, significantly enhancing their strength. Huang Yu glanced at the monsters outside the territory. The highest level among them was the white wolf. Additionally, there was a steel-bristled wild boar and a scorpion lion, both above level 30. The remaining monsters were all below level 30. When we go, We shall only engage in combat within a 50-meter radius of the territory. This distance was the maximum Huang Yu could support. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, the Spartans would have ample time to retreat to safety. Dilius joyfully accepted the mystical turtle shield handed to him. Thank you, my lord. Huang Yu would not accompany them. As a mage, his place was to remain in safety. Casting spells. The mystical turtle shield was a rare piece of equipment forged by Tsangyan not long ago, valued similarly to the 1,000-thread bow, perfect for Dilius's use. Forming a formation within the territory, the 45 Spartans marched boldly into the battlefield, instantly drawing the attention of numerous wild monsters, including the white wolf, which had previously witnessed Huang Yu slay its kin. Howl! The white wolf bit through its opponent's neck, its white fur now stained crimson. Upon seeing the Spartans step out of the detestable protective zone, the white wolf let out a furious howl, summoning a barrage of wind blades that shot toward the Spartans. Dilius, clad in the mystical turtle armor, charged fearlessly to the forefront. The Spartans behind him, undaunted, surged towards the horde of beasts. Stone armor. A hazy yellow light enveloped the Spartans. As the glow faded, each Spartan was adorned with a suit of stone armor, composed of earth element material, an ability recently acquired from the mountain creature. Stone armor, grade, rare, description, by condensing earth elements. A stone armor can be formed on oneself or on another target to defend against enemy attacks. The energy-condensed stone armor possesses no weight and does not impede movement. Note: illegal practitioners are unable to learn this skill. Lords are not subject to this restriction. Bang. 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 The wind blades shattered the stone armor before vanishing. The Spartan warriors remained utterly unmoved. However, after casting the stone skin technique, Huang Yu's energy finally depleted. He could no longer wield magic for a brief period. Losadal. Losadal. The battle hymn of Vol Musa resonated. The Spartan warriors, led by Dilius, thrust into the midst of the wild beasts. In an instant, flashes of blades and torrents of blood filled the air. The entire Spartan formation resembled a finely tuned machine of slaughter. The Lord gains 72 experience points and 7 soul crystals. The Lord gains 85 experience points. The Lord gains. A series of notifications flooded in. Huang Yu continuously amassed a substantial amount of experience and soul crystals. At last, he sensed a saturation of energy within himself. In the past, this had heralded an impending level up. Yet this time, instead of golden light, a notification appeared. Notification: the Lord is about to break through to the second tier. Please provide an awakening medium to meet the promotion requirements. Awakening medium? What is this? Huang Yu was perplexed. The Lord may use any material as an awakening medium. However, the Lord must understand that the higher the grade of the awakening medium and the more suitable its properties, the stronger the innate talent awakened after the Lord ascends to the second tier. Moreover, the awakened talent's abilities are intricately related to the nature of the medium. Current public setting information can be skipped at the request of readers. A chapter is open to disclose the current settings and level information. 1. Setting information: commodity prices. 1 soul crystal, 1 unit of food, 10 units of wood, 5 units of stone, 1 unit of refined iron. The prices and functions of goods will undergo significant changes at the rare and extraordinary tiers. Commodity levels: ordinary, fine, rare, excellent, perfect, extraordinary, epic, legendary, mythical, supreme. Types of goods: population, materials, resources, food, occupational scrolls, skill books, bloodline potions, building blueprints, etc. Note: building blueprints grant immediate access to first-tier buildings upon purchase and use, without requiring labor and materials for construction. The materials and costs required for construction are already included in the total price of the blueprint. Unit types and wild beast potential: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, extraordinary. Sacred domain: legendary, immortal, eternal. Combat units: warrior, level cap 29, champion, level cap 49, hero, level cap 69, king, level cap 79, god, level cap 89. Note: different unit grades have different caps. Smithing levels: apprentice, expert, master, saint, divine. Basic occupations: village chief, steward, servant, farmer, gatherer, etc. Territory levels: first tier village, 100-100, generates 1 population daily. Second tier town, 500-500, generates 10 population daily. Consumes 100 soul crystals, 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone. 3rd tier city. 1,000. Generates 100 population daily. Consumes 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of refined iron. To upgrade to the 4th tier. Consumes 100,000 soul crystals, 200,000 units of wood, 150,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of refined iron, and 1,000 units of special building materials. Further levels will remain undisclosed. 2. Huang Yu and the Universe Territory, Lord. Huang Yu, level 9, max value. Fire Seed level, 2nd tier, adds 100 population daily. Note, upgrading the Fire Seed to the 4th tier requires 100,000 soul crystals, 200,000 units of wood, 150,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of refined iron, and 1,000 units of special building materials. Territory, Universe Town, 1,000. Population information, common residents, 24, 65 individuals, Spartan Hero, Dilius, 9, Spartan Warriors, 7, 44 individuals, Blue Mountain Workshop Expert Smiths, 3 individuals, Tungyun, Bailey, Mooping, Blue Mountain Workshop Apprentice Smiths, 37 individuals. Special buildings, Spartan Training Camp, 2nd tier, Blue Mountain Workshop, 2nd tier. Common buildings, Warehouse, 2nd tier. Iron Mine, 2nd tier. Steel Smelter, 2nd tier. Steel Factory, 2nd tier. Soul Crystals, 41,000. Talent, about to awaken. Skills, Fiery Magic Orb, rare grade skill. Wind Blade, fine grade. Stone Armor, rare grade. Equipment, Cold Wave Sword, excellent. 3. Currently available equipment. Crimson Crocodile Armor, quality, fine. Equipment function, meticulously crafted by an expert smith from the Blue Mountain Workshop. It possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding most ordinary projectile damage. The right shoulder guard can unleash frenzied blood energy, enhancing berserker-type abilities while gradually healing the wearer's wounds. Note, this product is a customized piece crafted by Tsangyun, an expert smith at the Blue Mountain Workshop, being an unprecedented new equipment in the Chaos continent. Iron Frame Bow, quality, fine. Equipment description, produced by the Blue Mountain Workshop of the Universe Territory, forged with a substantial amount of refined iron. While its appearance is ordinary, it boasts astonishing lethality, provided one has sufficient strength to draw its bowstring. Skill. Note, although it lacks special skills, arrows shot from the iron frame bow can penetrate most fine-quality armors. Cold Wave Sword, quality, excellent. Equipment description, a product of Bailey's profound insight at the Blue Mountain Workshop. This sword slices through iron like mud, exhibiting exceptional sharpness. Active skills. 1. Cold Wave Slash. Infuse energy to produce a frost-infused strike when swinging the sword. 2. Cold Scales. When wielding the Cold Wave Sword, the blade absorbs moisture, crystallizing into scale-like ice shards that can be hurled at enemies, inflicting wounds and freezing them. Passive skill. Clear Chill. Long-term where enhances mental clarity and agility of thought. Note, this product is a unique creation by Bailey, an expert smith at the Blue Mountain Workshop. Scale Fong Set, quality, rare. Equipment description, the Scale Fong Set consists of 2 rare quality pieces. The Fire Scale Armor was forged by Tsangyun, an expert smith at the Blue Mountain Workshop, and has been modified and optimized from its original version. The defensive capabilities of the Fire Scale Armor are commendable among rare grades, and it grants immunity to low-level fire energy attacks and high temperatures. The Fong Sword was crafted by Bailey, an expert smith at the Blue Mountain Workshop, and has undergone modifications and optimizations. It possesses attributes of tearing, hardness, and sharpness, with its core attribute being lifesteal. The modified Fire Scale Armor and Fong Sword share the magical crystallization of the ancient giant lizard as the core of the set. Passive abilities. 1. Fire Element Breath. The Scale Tooth set automatically restores fire attribute energy and can even absorb a certain intensity of fire attribute attacks to replenish the core energy of the set. 2. Scale Tooth Absorption. Attacks inflict substantial damage, allowing the user to recover a portion of health and energy, with the amount of health and energy restored being proportional to the damage dealt. Active skills. 1. Blazing Inferno. Consumes the fire element energy stored in the core of the set, unleashing a vast area of flames that engulf enemies. 2. Flame Slash. Consumes core energy or user energy to create a fiery slash. 3. Flame Roar, a set skill that maximally releases core energy, enveloping the user in flames and significantly enhancing their basic strength. All attacks will possess fiery effects. Note: this product is a collaboration between the expert blacksmith Sung-Yoon and Bailey from Blue Mountain Workshop, presenting an unprecedented set combination scheme in the history of the chaotic continent. Chintzy Bow Quality, rare equipment introduction. The silent bow, with remarkable elasticity, requires less strength from the user than the iron body bow. Yet the arrows it fires are equally powerful. The bowstring is crafted from the tanned tendons of a magical ancient lizard. Passive skill, Archer Focus, significantly reduces the difficulty requirements for skills such as rapid fire and shock arrows. Active skill, Charged Sniper, aims at the target, fully draws the bowstring, infuses energy, and releases an arrow, rendering the defenses of equipment below rare grade virtually useless. I feel as though I wrote this rather hastily, resulting in a somewhat chaotic and overly simplistic narrative. I genuinely do not wish to elaborate excessively on battle scenes, yet to gloss over them would seem abrupt. I need to take some time to refine my thoughts. Updates will certainly proceed as usual. I kindly ask my readers for patience and confidence. Please do not abandon this book. If you nurture it, it will flourish. The pace will soon quicken. Let us enjoy this together, my friends. Various units, races, and resources will all be included. If there is something missing, please let me know, and I will incorporate it later. I plan to launch next month, and once it is available, there will be a substantial increase in content. I humbly request your support for this fledgling author. Chapter 39. The third stage of the Fire Seed. Huanyu Town, will the human lord awaken their talents upon reaching level 10? Huanyu pondered. Ascension to the second tier requires awakening a medium. Moreover, the higher the grade, the better the awakened talent. Although Huanyu still possesses some materials that could serve as mediums, none of them are of high quality. He does not have a single item above the extraordinary grade. Until he finds a suitable high-grade medium, Huanyu intends to postpone his ascension. His awakening medium must be at least of epic grade. Returning to his senses, Huanyu gazed upon the battlefield. The level 7 Spartan warriors exhibited terrifying prowess, as countless monsters fell before their blades and spears. Notably, their leader, Dilius, though the flames of the scale-tooth set had extinguished, was once again ignited by Spartan fury, casting a fierce glow upon the formation of 44 warriors. Under his command, the Spartan warriors surged forward, their momentum akin to a raging tide. It appears that after ascending to level 9, his commanding ability has been further enhanced. As his gaze shifted, he noticed the steel main boar, a disruptor on the battlefield, had engaged the White Wolf. At this moment, the White Wolf appeared somewhat beleaguered under the assaults of the steel main boar. Its energy had long been depleted, leaving it reliant on its minions and agile form to evade the boar's attacks. However, faced with the energy-enhanced, tough hide of the steel main boar, its minions could barely penetrate its defenses. After a brief entanglement, the White Wolf, unwilling to concede, glanced towards the direction of the Spartan warriors before turning and fleeing into the forest, with the steel main boar in pursuit, plunging into the depths of the dense woods. Ding! The Fire Seed has advanced to the third stage. The notification of the Fire Seed's elevation resounded suddenly, as Huanyu witnessed the golden light enveloping his territory surge forth dramatically, expanding outward by more than double the previous distance. A remarkable phenomenon emerged. The golden protective shield acted as an invisible filter, pushing all wild monsters within the newly expanded territory of Huanyu outwards by 500 meters. Many monsters, amidst their battles, were abruptly forced back, finding themselves overwhelmed and toppled 500 meters away, leaving them in stunned disbelief. With the advancement of the Fire Seed, Huanyu Town has transformed into Huanyu City, with the territorial area expanding from 500 by 500 to 1,000 by 1,000. During the protection period, no creatures can enter Huanyu's territory, resulting in the current scene. Huanyu accessed the Lord Information Panel. Lord, Huanyu, level 9, perfect, Fire Seed level, third stage, adds 100 new residents daily. Note, to elevate the Fire Seed to the fourth stage requires 100. 000 soul crystals, 200 units of wood, 150 units of stone, 30 units of fine iron, and 1,000 units of special building materials. Territory, Huan Yu Town, 1,000 by 1,000. Population information, total 150. Click to view details. Special buildings, Spartan Training Camp, 2nd tier. Blue Mountain Workshop, 2nd tier. Common buildings, Steel Plant, 2nd tier. Warehouse, 2nd tier. Soul Crystals, 43, 273. Talent, Awaiting Awakening. Skills, Blazing Magic Bullet Windblade. Stone Armor Technique. Equipment, Cold Wave, excellent. The 3rd stage of the Fire Seed, Huan Yu City. Able to summon 100 new residents daily. Huan Yu felt a surge of excitement within. He firmly believed he was the first human lord to elevate the Fire Seed to the 3rd stage. Next, he must upgrade his other buildings to the 3rd stage. Due to the limitations of the Fire Seed level, both special and common buildings are forced to remain at the 2nd tier, particularly the Spartan Training Camp. While the transition from 1st to 2nd tier brought minimal changes, Huan Yu anticipated that once the Spartan Training Camp reached the 3rd tier, it would undoubtedly provide him with delightful surprises. My lord, Dilius, drenched in blood and appearing as though he had just clawed his way from the depths of hell, looked fearsome against the moonlit backdrop. Approaching Huan Yu, Dilius exclaimed excitedly, My lord, the beast tide has not yet receded. May we continue the battle? Huan Yu glanced at the crimson moon in the sky. The hour approached midnight, and while the red moonlight remained thick, it had diminished in size compared to its initial appearance. It seemed that the beast tide would soon come to an end. Go forth, my heroes and warriors. Tonight, you may fight to your heart's content. Seizing this final opportunity, Huan Yu planned to have the Spartan warriors further enhance their abilities. For such a favorable moment would not arise again soon. Dilius, invigorated, respectfully bowed before leading the 44 Spartan warriors out of the territory. Their current strength was incomparable to before. With a bit of caution, they would sustain no losses. Huan Yu, having reached maximum experience, was ready for the next steps. Without the awakening medium, one cannot surpass level 10. Without breaking through this threshold, no amount of experience holds any value for him. Accompanied by a pale-faced steward, Huan Yu made his way toward the castle perched on the hillside. Along the journey, he took stock of the resources he had acquired. This battle had yielded over 3,000 soul crystals and 5 skill books. He chose to learn the skills of Windblade and Stone Armor on the spot. The remaining 3 skill books were Phantom Sound, Rarity, Rare, Description. The sound emitted can confuse and disrupt the enemy's mind, intertwining with 1's emotions to incite the target's feelings. Charge, Rarity, Fine, Description. Charges in a selected direction, granting the user enhanced speed and destructive power. But if obstructed by an immovable object, it will inflict damage on the user. Vortex, Rarity, Fine. Description. Summons water elements to create a whirlpool of water near oneself or the enemy, used to defend against attacks or trap foes. Huan Yu was determined to learn Phantom Sound and Vortex himself. He initially intended to pass charge to Dilios, but Dilios expressed that he had no need for it, planning to automatically grasp a stronger skill once he reached level 10. The Blue Mountain Workshop was still busy crafting weapons. Previously, Huan Yu had casually listed several batches of equipment, all of which had now been sold out. Over 100 sets of ordinary gear and 3 sets of fine equipment, yielding him an income of over 4,000 soul crystals. Additionally, he acquired more than 600 units of wood, over 900 units of stone, and 120 units of fine iron. Subsequently, Huan Yu entered the trading platform and made significant purchases of 4,000 units of stone from various infrastructure resource shops, including Xianji, combined with the 500 fine iron freshly produced by the steel mill and the remaining materials in the warehouse. He gathered all the resources required to upgrade the Spartan Training Camp to Tier 3. Would you like to upgrade the Spartan Training Camp to Tier 3? Yes, no, yes. Huan Yu arrived at the Spartan Training Camp, where a beam of light emanated from the castle, enveloping the training camp entirely. Before the dawn of a new day, he was about to acquire a Tier 3 extraordinary building. Now, however, he needed to rest well. Chapter 40. The Commander in the Shadow of Sparta. After a night of fierce battles, Huan Yu awoke to find the sun had already traversed a significant portion of the sky. Without a clock, he could only estimate that it was around 8 or 9 o'clock. Upon regaining consciousness, he was greeted by a plethora of information alerts. Unread message. Spartan Training Camp upgraded to Tier 3. Unread message. Hero Unit Dilios has reached level 10. Unread message. Your friend Lord Garo has sent you a message with the assistance of a steward and maid. Huang Yu had breakfast and stepped out of the castle. The castle now boasted 3 levels, with a main structure composed of 4 spire-like fortresses interconnected, flanked by 2 auxiliary towers. Spanning approximately 10,000 square meters, it stood majestically atop the hillside. The territory outside the castle had undergone a dramatic transformation. 4 broad dirt roads led in each direction from the territory, lined with houses in harmonious disarray. Upon counting, Huang Yu found a total of 200 ordinary civilian buildings. Closest to the castle, in a designated area for special structures, the newly upgraded Tier 3 Spartan Training Camp was the most eye-catching edifice. The Tier 3 Spartan Training Camp, with its dimensions resembling a rectangle with a ratio of 12, covered an area of about 5,000 square meters. Supported by white stone pillars 2 meters in diameter and 10 meters high, the sloped roof bore rugged yet artistic carvings. Within the 3 layers of stone pillars lay rooms such as halls, great chambers, weapon rooms, and lounges. The very center of the building was occupied by the training grounds. Huang Yu accessed the information panel for the Spartan Training Camp. Spartan Training Camp, Extraordinary Grade Building, Level, Tier 3, Note, to upgrade to Tier 4. Requires Tier 4 Fire Seeds, 70,000 Soul Crystals, 100,000 units of wood, 150,000 units of stone, 25,000 units of fine iron, and 1,001,000 units of special building materials. Function: each day, it can train 20 citizens into the Extraordinary Spartan Warriors, currently only available for citizens below level 29. For every 10 soul crystals paid, 1 additional Spartan warrior can be trained 1. The trained Spartan units have a 35 chance of acquiring a secondary profession, a 6 chance of becoming a hero unit, a 0, 1 chance of becoming a king-level unit, and a 1 chance of becoming a divine unit. Spartan warriors in the training camp can quickly recover their state, comprehend combat skills, enhance their potential, and have a certain probability of breaking through to become heroes. The daily training quota had doubled. The probability of acquiring secondary professions had increased by 5, and the success rate of hero units had risen to 6. Moreover, within the training camp, Spartan warriors could learn skills, enhance their potential, and even break through to become hero units. Huang Yu was exceedingly pleased with this upgrade of the Spartan training camp. His interest was not merely in the additional 10 training slots each day, but rather in the significantly heightened probability of hero unit emergence. In Tier 3 territory, 100 citizens could be born daily. Currently, these 100 individuals were gathered at the foot of the hill, awaiting Huang Yu's commands. Among this new group, the majority still held the basic profession of farmer, but there were also 2 village chiefs, for maids, and 20 gatherers. Recalling the poor performance of the previous village chief, Huang Yu lost interest in the basic professions and promptly arranged for 20 citizens to enter the Spartan training camp. Within 10 minutes, the gates of the camp swung open. 20 Spartan warriors emerged in succession. With the elevation of their level, the efficiency of the Spartan training camp had also improved. What previously took an hour now only required a mere 10 minutes. Among them, 6 possessed secondary professions, such as Spartan spearmen and longbowmen, with 2 emerging as the new secondary profession of Spartan shield warriors. Yet Huang Yu still had not touched the 6 probability to acquire hero. He couldn't help but question his luck. Currently, he had amassed 65 Spartan warriors but had only obtained 1 hero, Delios, with a 1 in 20 chance. He refused to believe he couldn't achieve it. Gritting his teeth, Huang Yu spent 350 soul crystals and commanded another 35 citizens to enter the Spartan training camp. After waiting silently for a few minutes, while the 35 Spartan warriors had yet to exit the camp, Huang Yu received another notification of a hero promotion. Spartan Training Camp. Your warrior Musa has been promoted to a hero unit through training. Musa had become a hero unit. Upon hearing this news, Huang Yu was nearly overcome with excitement, almost losing composure in front of the citizens. A throng of Spartan warriors surrounded Musa as he approached Huang Yu. After paying his respects, Leos congratulated Huang Yu. My lord, Musa has been promoted to a hero. Another valiant warrior has joined your ranks as a leader. Excellent. Marvelous. Huang Yu clapped his hands in delight, opening Musa's information panel. Spartan hero, Musa, level, loyalty, 100, loyal, potential, extraordinary, upgradable to 59. Class, Spartan commander. Note: the Spartan commander is an advanced class of the Spartan Bard. While not a combat-oriented class, it possesses formidable leadership abilities. Under the command of the commander, Spartan warriors will unite as one, vanquishing any foes that dare to stand in their way. Current command capacity, 80 warriors. Skills, Spartan war song, Spartan battle formation, Spartan combat techniques. Motto, when the song resonates: it is time for our enemies to flee in terror. A commander-type hero, Huang Yu's joy intensified. He had longed for a hero who could unite the Spartan warriors into a cohesive force. Although Musa's potential was lower than Di Leo's, his future contributions would undoubtedly rival those of Di Leo's. With you by my side, Musa, my warrior shall become a razor-sharp blade at my command, Huang Yu declared sincerely, patting Musa affectionately. Musa was determined not to disappoint the expectations of his lord. Hearing Huang Yu's words, a look of honor washed over his face as he respectfully saluted. What might my lord expect of me? Suddenly, a voice echoed behind Di Leo's and Musa. Clang! Di Leo's drew his weapon in a defensive posture, turning to see a Spartan-clad man standing behind him. The man was slightly smaller than the other Spartan warriors, yet his bare chest was adorned with perfectly defined muscles, exuding the strength and speed of a cheetah. The realization that this man had approached silently sent a chill down Di Leo's spine, especially with his lord merely 2 meters away. Noticing he had attracted everyone's attention, the man smiled gracefully and bowed to Huang Yu. I am Gannicus, the shadow of Sparta, here to pledge my loyalty to you, my lord. Chapter 41. The Spartan 100 Spartan Hero. Gannicus. Unique. Level. Loyalty. 100 loyal. Potential. Sacred. Upgradable to 69. Class. Spartan Shadow Warrior. Note: the Shadow of Sparta refers to the Spartan Shadow Warriors. Though they are part of the Spartan Warriors, their combat style starkly contrasts with that of other Spartans. They typically lurk in the shadows of Spartan warriors, delivering lethal strikes to the enemy when necessary, favoring an assassin-like approach. Skills. 1. Shadow Doctrine. Passive. The Shadow of Sparta identifies overlooked areas as the Shadow Realm, instinctively hiding there to deliver a fatal blow when the enemy reveals a weakness. 2. Shadow Walk. Upon exiting the Shadow Realm, the Shadow Warrior retains a temporary stealth effect, allowing them to reposition or strike without being detected by the enemy. 3. Spartan Dance of Death, a combat technique that flirts with death. When the enemy admires its finesse, their life slips away. Motto: you will remember my face when death descends upon you. Huang Yu regarded Gannicus, this new Spartan hero, with skills and demeanor so distinct from the brash Spartan warriors, was undeniably still a Spartan. Spartans prioritize efficiency in eliminating foes, and Gannicus evidently possessed those qualities. Thus, this was sufficient for most Spartans. Di Leo's sheathed his weapon. Musa beamed, while Huang Yu stepped forward to help Gannicus to his feet. Welcome to my ranks, my hero. Here, you shall savor the blood of our enemies and forge a reputation that instills fear. Gannicus, with unwavering resolve, replied, it is my honor to serve under you. With the acquisition of 2 heroes, Huang Yu's spirit soared. Furthermore, Di Leo's, now the strongest warrior under Huang Yu's command, had leveled up to 10 during last night's monster hunting spree. Spartan Hero. Di Leo's. Unique. Level. 10. Loyalty. 100 loyal. Potential. Sacred. Upgradable to 69. Class. Spartan Berserker. Skills. Berserk. Invulnerability. Fearless Charge. Upon promotion to the 2nd tier, Di Leo's acquired 3 class-specific skills: Berserk, Invulnerability, and Fearless Charge, elevating his power further. The newly trained 35 Spartan warriors, excluding Gannicus, comprised 34 primarily infantry warriors. The total number of extraordinary Spartan warriors officially reached 100, with 20 at level 8, 23 at level 7, and the remaining 54 at level 1. As Huang Yu surveyed the formidable assembly of nearly 100 Spartan warriors, he felt an overwhelming sense of ambition. Before such a powerful force, all enemies would be left to lament at his feet. Gannicus, I present you with this weapon. Huang Yu inspected the items in his warehouse and selected a pair of fearsome daggers. Although classified as daggers, they exceeded 0.5 meter in length, their surfaces gleaming like white jade, adorned with dark purple patterns. Venomous fangs. Quality. Rare. Equipment description. A pair of daggers forged from the fangs of a demonic mountain viper, imbued with potent toxins and exceptional sharpness. Passive skills. 1. Deadly Poison. Each successful strike infects the enemy with severe poison. 2. Armor piercing. Expertly crafted by the Blue Mountain Workshop's master blacksmiths, these daggers possess formidable armor-piercing capabilities, potentially breaching even comparable grade armor with a single strike. 3. Laceration. Wounds inflicted by the venomous fangs are exceedingly difficult to heal. Active skill, venom injection. Upon striking an enemy, it can inject energy into the shadows and echoes, creating an even more potent toxin that is harder for the enemy to eradicate. These weapons, crafted from the fangs of a demonic mountain viper, were superior to the Chinsi Bao and Xiangui shield. Gannicus beamed upon receiving the weapons. For someone of his assassin-like profession, nothing could be more enticing than a pair of high-quality daggers. "Thank you, my lord." Gannicus saluted once more. Huang Yu waved his hand, signaling Gannicus to dismiss the formality. Gazing at the 100 warriors before him, particularly the newly formed 55, Huang Yu felt a moment of concern. The warehouse now held little in the way of quality equipment to arm them. What has causing the commotion between Bai Li and Song Yun again? Why is Muping involved as well? A cacophony of voices echoed from the hillside below, and Huang Yu discerned the familiar tones of Bai Li and Song Yun. Faintly, he could also detect Muping's voice among them. Peering past the Spartan warriors, Huang Yu gazed down the slope, instantly taken aback by the mountainous pile of monster corpses that lay before him. "Dilios, how many monstrosities did you slaughter last night?" Huang Yu could not help but inquire. After a moment of contemplation, Dilios crossed his arms and replied, "My subordinates did not keep count. Half of the monsters down there were slain by us, while the remainder were merely collected. My comrades and I made 4 trips back and forth to retrieve all the corpses in the vicinity." Huang Yu had asked merely out of curiosity, but as his consciousness enveloped the mound of corpses, the information about the fallen creatures coalesced within his awareness. There were 68 first tier, 19, 126 second tier, 1019, and 7 third tier, 2029 monsters. Surprisingly, there were even 3 fourth tier, 3039 monsters. Huang Yu distinctly remembered that he had only managed to secure 1 fourth tier mountain monster's corpse. Where had the other 2 fourth tier creatures come from? Upon reviewing the information, Huang Yu discovered that those 2 monsters had indeed appeared during last night's beast tide. One was a scorpion lion, and the other a steel-bristled wild boar. At this moment, these 3rd and 4th tier monsters had already been disintegrated. In addition to various tiers of food, he had also acquired 5 demonic crystals, 13 units of exceptional grade materials, 43 units of rare grade materials, and a significant quantity of common and fine grade materials. Huang Yu had been so overwhelmed by the deluge of information that he had failed to notice the abundance of high-grade materials. To his astonishment, the spoils from last night's battle were far more rewarding than he had anticipated, especially the demonic crystals, considering the performance of the scale tooth set, which rivaled that of exceptional equipment. Huang Yu felt a surge of excitement. However, he couldn't help but wonder if the commotion was due to disputes over the demonic crystals. With a resigned sigh, Huang Yu rubbed his forehead and marched down the slope alongside the Spartan warriors. "Lord!" 3 expert-level blacksmiths noticed Huang Yu and immediately approached to pay their respects. Their disheveled attire and bloodshot eyes indicated they had not rested well throughout the night, yet their spirits were remarkably high. Huang Yu was particularly surprised to see that there were no signs of discord among the 3. Rather, they all wore joyful expressions. Chapter 42. Together we create miracles. Are you suggesting that you have derived a new equipment forging concept from the magical patterns of the mountain monsters? Huang Yu looked at the 3 expert blacksmiths in astonishment. He had not anticipated that their debate revolved around a novel forging technique. "Indeed, my lord. It was the scale tooth set that inspired us," Song Yun replied with fervor. "The energy from the demonic crystals of the scale tooth set is transmitted through the magical scales of the ancient giant lizard. We chose the magical scales because they share a common origin, which minimizes energy loss and maximizes energy efficiency. However, compared to the magical patterns of the mountain monsters, the energy transmission efficiency of the magical scales is pitifully low. We have made a new discovery regarding the mountain monsters." Bailey clenched his fists and exclaimed enthusiastically. "The magical patterns on the mountain monsters are exceptionally pure, allowing for highly efficient absorption, transmission, and release of energy." Muping, unwilling to be left out, chimed in. "If we could replicate a similar structure, we could integrate energy circuits into our equipment, significantly enhancing their power." A glimmer of aspiration shone in the eyes of the three. I have a premonition that if we succeed with this concept, we will establish a new faction in equipment forging. Huang Yu was taken aback by their words. It felt as if they were discussing wiring within a machine. The entire atmosphere had shifted. What kind of equipment could this lead to? Electrical devices? Laser guns? Or perhaps mechs? Goodness, I only wanted you to forge equipment, and now you wish to build mechs? Nonetheless, the thought of operating a mech in another world did spark a flicker of excitement in Huang Yu, prompting him to ask, how long will it take to create such equipment? Oh, as soon as the words left his mouth, the three, lost in their daydreams, were abruptly brought back to reality. They exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly awkward. My lord, currently, this is merely a concept. We have not attempted it yet. The magical patterns on the mountain monsters are naturally occurring. If we were to create them artificially, success is not guaranteed. We were just debating how to embed the magical pattern circuits into the equipment. Armor is one thing, but blades and weapons must undergo forging in a furnace. The expressions of the three darkened, reflecting the weight of their realization. After all, this was just an idea, not even a concrete plan, merely a whimsical inspiration. Bringing it to fruition would be exceedingly challenging. I see. Huang Yu's hopes dwindled. After all, not everyone could be a pioneer. Beep. The Lord has received an optional quest. In the battle of the myriad races, there is a way to accept quests? Huang Yu opened the quest notification. Quest name, The Birth of a Miracle. Quest type, Phase Quest. Quest hint, the chaotic continent is vast and boundless, concealing various wonders. Your subjects are currently on the path to creating miracles. If successful, you and your subjects will become a legend that endures throughout the chaotic continent. Will you lend them a helping hand? Quest requirements. Fulfill all needs for the blacksmithing venue, manpower, resources, etc. Failure penalty. Resources invested will be wasted, and the Lord will incur a loss. Int. Accepting the quest will transform the Blue Mountain Workshop into a brand new first-tier building. The Lord should choose wisely. After reading the quest information, Huang Yu fell into deep contemplation. The equipment produced by the Blue Mountain Workshop was his primary source of soul crystals at this stage. The Huang Yu shop, which dominated the trading platform, owed much to the Blue Mountain Workshop. However, accepting this quest would result in the Blue Mountain Workshop becoming a completely new first-tier building. Huang Yu knew nothing about the functions of this new structure, yet he understood that creating something as elusive as a miracle was no simple task. The Blue Mountain Workshop was a special building of perfect quality. The equipment forged there was even included in the Chaos Mall. Observing the anxious expressions of the three expert blacksmiths, Huang Yu fell silent. Just as the thought of declining the quest crossed his mind, he suddenly froze. How could he fear failure before even attempting? That was not his style. If he lacked even this small dream, what difference was there between him and a mere fish out of water? I accept the quest. Does the Lord confirm acceptance of his quest? The transformation of the Blue Mountain Workshop into a new building is an irreversible event. The Lord should think carefully. Confirmed. Quest accepted. A golden light emanated from the castle, enveloping the Blue Mountain Workshop entirely. The three expert blacksmiths looked up abruptly, their bewildered expressions transforming into sheer delight. Are we about to establish a new faction? Such a magnificent dream, truly befitting the subjects of my realm. Huang Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing the three individuals. As your lord, how could I possibly miss this opportunity? My lord, the three expert blacksmiths exclaimed, their expressions brimming with fervor, ready to lay down their lives for Huang Yu. Noticing Bai Li about to speak, Huang Yu smiled and waved his hand, saying, no need for further words. I understand your intentions. I trust you will deliver results. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, the three expert blacksmiths ignited with indomitable spirit, simultaneously declaring, we shall not disappoint you, my lord. The golden light lingered in the air. Although Huang Yu felt anxious internally, he refrained from showing it before his subordinates and opted instead to review the information he had overlooked. Opening his friends list, Huang Yu clicked on the dialogue box with Lord Gallo. Upon entering, he was greeted with good news. Lord Huang Yu, the large iron mine has been reclaimed by me. Huang Yu had been worried that the large iron mine would be overrun by the wild beasts left behind by the beast tide. And now he felt a sense of relief. Additionally, I wish to inquire about something. What is the awakening process like after reaching level 9? Are there any considerations to take into account when selecting an awakening medium? Upon reading the latter question, Huang Yu was at a loss for words. Why was she asking me? I have only just reached level 9 and am merely beginning to touch upon awakening. How would I know the details of the awakening process? Clearly, in Lord Gallo's eyes, given Huang Yu's displayed prowess, he should have long surpassed the second tier. Yet, how did she rise so swiftly, her level matching his? With a wild beast lining up to be slain by her, Huang Yu was astonished. It was important to note that his rapid ascent to level 9 was aided by over 40 Spartan warriors granting him experience. He also received a bonus of 2,000 experience points from the Chaos Maul. Huang Yu felt the pressure mounting. Despite the overall strength of his territory surpassing that of other lords, his personal power was not advancing at a satisfactory pace. This could not continue. Not to mention, even Dilius had surpassed him by a level. It seemed that the promotion to the second tier could no longer be delayed. Chapter 43. The elusive core of time and space opening the Chaos Maul. Huang Yu casually signed in. Perhaps due to his previous misfortune, he finally obtained something splendid today. Congratulations, Lord. You have acquired 20 saplings of black gold bamboo. Huang Yu clicked to view the information on black gold bamboo, discovering it to be a rare grade material. Black gold bamboo. Quality. Rare. Description. A type of bamboo that grows in mountainous regions. It absorbs metallic elements from the soil as nutrients during its growth. Once mature, its entire body is infused with alloy, being both lightweight and remarkably rigid, easily fashioned into weapons with minimal polishing. Note, the richer the metallic elements in the growth area, the faster the growth and reproduction of black gold bamboo. If the environment contains high-grade metal mines, the quality of the mature black gold bamboo will also be enhanced accordingly. Huang Yu took out a bundle of black gold bamboo saplings. They appeared similar to ordinary bamboo, albeit with a deeper hue. After contemplating, he tossed them to his steward, instructing him to plant the black gold bamboo on the ordinary second-tier iron mine. The output of the second-tier iron mine was no longer meeting Huang Yu's demands, so cultivating black gold bamboo was a worthy alternative. Next, it was time for the discount event. Filled with anticipation, Huang Yu clicked on the discount tool and began to sift through the items in the Chaos Maul. He did not browse in order. Instead, he entered materials into the search bar, revealing a plethora of discounted materials before him. He was eager to find a suitable awakening medium. 40 off, ordinary grade material, refined iron. Original price, 1 soul crystal unit, now 0. 4 soul crystal units, current quantity, 100 refined iron at 40 off. Huang Yu promptly paid 40 soul crystals to clear the 100 units. He was currently in need of refined iron. With his lordship level rising, the price of refined iron on the trading platform had also increased. The 40 discount made it considerably cheaper than the lord's shop. Even the smallest of gains was worth pursuing. Huang Yu would not easily overlook the opportunity. The 100 units of refined iron were sent to his warehouse, and Huang Yu continued to scroll down. 25 off, ordinary grade material, giant bull leather. The giant bull is a massive prairie creature. Current quantity, 20 sheets. Huang Yu paid 50 soul crystals for the purchase. Although he was uncertain what the Blue Mountain Workshop would look like after reconstruction, he was nonetheless prepared to stockpile materials for future needs. Given the workshop's unique characteristics, Huang Yu believed it would retain its capability for equipment forging, even if the forging system leaned towards magical patterns. Leaving these materials for Bai Li and the others to experiment with was also a suitable choice. 30 off, fine-grade material, golden ram horns. Renowned for their delicious meat. Current quantity, 20 purchased. Huang Yu paid 60 soul crystals, and 20 golden ram horns were sent to his warehouse. 10 off, rare-grade material, glimmerstone. Often found in the nests of earth element creatures, glimmerstone contains rich earth element energy and is an excellent material for equipment forging. Original price, 150 soul crystals. Now only 15 soul crystals. Quantity, 50. A total of 50 units of glimmerstone for merely 750 soul crystals was an extraordinary deal. Huang Yu felt it was well worth the investment. He purchased it. 750 soul crystals were deducted from his account, and 50 units of glimmerstone were promptly added to his warehouse. 40 off, perfect grade material, azure gale crystal, rich in wind element and natural energy. An excellent material for crafting magical equipment. Original price, 30,000, now 12,000 soul crystals. Current quantity, 20. I can't afford that. With just 3 azure gale crystals, Huang Yu would nearly deplete his soul crystals. He still needed to find a suitable awakening material and couldn't afford to waste them on this. Huang Yu chose to skip this offer. Bye. Huang Yu spent nearly 5,000 soul crystals acquiring various grades of materials. Among them, he secured 2 units of perfect grade materials, 8 units of extraordinary grade materials, and 130 units of rare grade materials. The combined total of fine and ordinary grade materials exceeded 1,000 units. His soul crystals dwindled to 37,200 as he continued to browse through the subsequent perfect and extraordinary grade materials. While some were within his purchasing power, he opted to forego them in pursuit of higher grade awakening mediums. Finally, after sifting through a plethora of perfect and extraordinary grade materials, Huang Yu encountered epic grade and legendary grade materials. Twofold epic grade material, Chaos Stone Fragment, used for forging equipment, can awaken chaos attributes, with a chance of gaining chaos-related talents. Original price, 3 million soul crystals. Current price, 600,000. Quantity, 5. One-fold epic grade material, Feather of Melody, a feather from a creature not of the Chaos continent, possessing abilities such as purification and healing. Original price, 9 million soul crystals. Current price, 190,000. Quantity, one-fold legendary grade material, Heart of the Demon Lord, the heart of a demon lord from the abyssal world. Instant death upon contact below the extraordinary level. Original price, 55 million soul crystals. Current price, 55,000. Quantity, 1. Though anticipated, Huang Yu felt a tinge of disappointment upon seeing the pricing of the 3 materials. Those he could afford were of no use to him, while the ones he desired were simply out of reach. The cheapest, the Demon Lord's Heart, valued at 550,000 soul crystals, was something Huang Yu believed he could gather before noon. Yet, what purpose would the Demon Lord's Heart serve? To end his life? That item would surely spell death upon contact for anyone below the extraordinary level. In a state of helplessness, Huang Yu, clinging to a sliver of hope, turned his gaze to the last item among the discounted materials, the highest grade of them all. One-fold mythic grade material, Core of Time and Space. The core of time and space is the crystallization of the laws of time and space, each core containing an infinite expanse. Only a divine blacksmith possesses the capability to apply the core of time and space to equipment. Original price, 286 million. Current price, 286 million. This was Huang Yu's first encounter with mythic-grade materials, and it was the medium he yearned for the most in awakening his talents. If he were to use the core of time and space as a medium for his talent awakening, upon reaching the second tier, he would likely awaken a talent related to time and space. Such a talent was the hallmark of protagonists in web novels. The thought alone was exhilarating. However, 86 million soul crystals were beyond his reach. No matter how hard he worked, he could not amass such a sum in a day. The core of time and space was, at this stage, a treasure that was sought after but unattainable. It only served to frustrate him with its unattainability. Reluctantly, Huang Yu shifted his gaze away from the core of time and space. He dismissed the Chaos Stone Fragment and the Demon Lord's Heart from consideration. His only glimmer of hope lay with the Feather of Melody. With 100 Spartan warriors sweeping through the forest for a day, coupled with the equipment crafted at the redesigned Blue Mountain Workshop, he might yet gather the 190,000 soul crystals. Chapter 44. Procurement and Harvesting Canceling the Search. A complete list of discounted items appeared before Huang Yu. With over 30,000 soul crystals still in hand, his confidence surged as he began to procure items in the Chaos Mall. Subsequently, a discount for 100 individuals at 15 off, original price, 1,000 soul crystals. Discounted price, 150 soul crystals. 15% off? Now, that's an opportunity. Huang Yu clicked to purchase. Although he had added 100 new subjects to his territory that morning, half of them had trained to become Spartan warriors. The ratio of ordinary subjects to Spartan warriors was now 12:1, which was highly disproportionate. If this continued, it could lead to significant issues. One-fold fine-grade equipment, repeating crossbow, capable of shooting 8 consecutive times, includes 50 ordinary arrows. Original price, 320 soul crystals. Current price, 32 soul crystals. Current quantity, 10. Huang Yu bought 10 repeating crossbows at this price. He then seamlessly listed them on the Universal Mall at a selling price of 280 soul crystals. Many lords had savored the benefits of ranged weapons the previous night, so even pricing the crossbows slightly higher would not deter their purchasing intentions. Lord Huey spent 560 soul crystals to purchase 2 repeating crossbows. Lord Xuanji spent 280 soul crystals to purchase 1 repeating crossbow. Lord Xinghan spent 280 soul crystals to purchase 1 repeating crossbow. As expected, Huang Yu had scarcely returned to the discounted items list when the system promptly displayed multiple purchasing notifications. The 10 repeating crossbows he had just listed were snatched up in an instant. Huang Yu netted a swift profit of 480 soul crystals. His total soul crystals were nearing 40,000. At this stage, equipment was undeniably the most lucrative venture. After experiencing the beast tide the previous night, most lords, provided they were bold enough, would not face a shortage of food in the short term. With their basic needs met, they would need to prepare for the upcoming assessments and competitions. Without the claws of wolfmen or the physique of orcs, equipment remained the most direct means of enhancing one's strength. However, upon seeing the golden light enveloping the still upgrading Blue Mountain Workshop, Huang Yu felt a pang of anxiety. Should the upgrade result in a loss of the equipment forging function, his development would undoubtedly be significantly delayed. Having made his decision, he reasoned, why dwell on such thoughts? He resolved to focus on procuring items to earn soul crystals. Shaking his head, he dispelled any excessive musings and continued selecting from the discounted items list. 2-fold ordinary grade equipment. Plate armor, forged from fine iron, excellent defense, slightly heavy. Original price, 35 soul crystals. Current price, 7 soul crystals. Current quantity, 20. Purchased. 1-fold rare grade potion. Revitalizing elixir. Rapidly restores physical strength and energy, invigorating the user. Original price, 100 soul crystals. Current price, 31 soul crystals. Current quantity, 10. A fine item. Purchased. A reserve for personal use. 2-fold fine grade class scroll for archers. Upon use, a subject will transition to the archer class, gaining archer-related skills with each level up. Original price, 620 soul crystals. Current price, 124 soul crystals. Current quantity, 5. A class scroll. Many lords must be in need of such items. After all, ordinary subjects and militia possess insufficient strength. Moreover, it is an archer class scroll. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yu bought all 5 archer class scrolls. 1-fold excellent grade communication crystal. Input energy and information to transmit within a 100-kilometer range. Original price, 15,000 soul crystals. Current price, 500 soul crystals. Quantity, 4. Huang Yu's eyes lit up. This was precisely what he needed. Spending 6,000 soul crystals, he acquired 4 communication crystals. Thus, while the Spartan warriors battled outside, he could maintain contact with them at all times. Huang Yu indulged in purchasing discounted items, focusing primarily on those below the perfect grade. He retained what was useful for himself and listed anything he could not use on a universal shop. To his surprise, as he engaged with higher grade products, his total soul crystals did not diminish but instead increased. During this time, he had gradually listed over 200 ordinary and fine grade pieces of equipment at Huang Yu's shop. More than 20 fine grade class scrolls, 25 potions for skill books, and 2 sets of ordinary building blueprints. Each time he listed an item, it was quickly snatched up by the lords. Just recently, the building blueprints for the Huilan barracks were purchased by Lord Jiashide. Huang Yu's total soul crystals soared to 61,705. It appears that after enduring the beast tide last night, the lords have capitalized on the protection period, amassing a considerable number of soul crystals. Huang Yu contemplated this, reflecting on his own experience. Last night, he had spent over 2 hours battling wild monsters, resulting in an acquisition of more than 3,000 soul crystals. Additionally, Dilius, alongside the Spartan warriors, had fought valiantly until dawn, bringing him an extra 4,000 soul crystals. While other lords may not match his gains, they certainly would not fall far behind, especially prominent figures like Lord Gallo and Lord Jiaside. Their benefits might not be less than his own. At the very least, after a night of combat, Lord Gallo had caught up to his level. The competition for soul crystals made the game all the more enjoyable. Otherwise, harvesting would lose its charm. Huang Yu smiled, turning back to purchase the 3 items he had hesitated over. Discounted extraordinary grade equipment, red feather bow, embedded with fire attribute magical crystals, possessing 1 passive skill and 3 active skills. Original price, 12,600 soul crystals. Current price, 1,260 soul crystals. Current quantity, 1. Discounted refined grade building, Mountain Barbarian Tribe. The Mountain Barbarians are a fierce, yet powerful human troop characterized by their abundant stamina. Their sole drawback lies in their poor command. Original price, 9,000 soul crystals. Current price, 1,800 soul crystals. Current quantity, 1. Discounted perfect grade material, Heart of the Thunder Spirit, which can serve as the core for perfect grade magical materials or awakened thunder attribute talents. Is a unique magical material. Original price, 25,000 soul crystals. Current price, 2,500 soul crystals. Current quantity, 1. Huang Yu's earlier hesitations stem from the high prices of these items. He feared the lords would be unable to afford them in the short term. However, witnessing the purchasing power exhibited by various lords after the beast tide, he felt assured that at least the leading lords had a few thousand soul crystals at their disposal. He listed the 3 items without excessive greed. The red feather bow priced at 7,000 soul crystals, the Mountain Barbarian Tribe at 6,000 soul crystals, and the Heart of the Thunder Spirit at 15,000 soul crystals. Even selling just one would allow him to break even. If all were sold, he would net over 20,000 soul crystals. Indeed, the lords did not disappoint Huang Yu. Before long, the Huang Yu shop sent transaction notifications. Lord Qitian paid for 000 soul crystals and 500 units of fine iron, valued at 2,000 soul crystals, to purchase the building blueprint for the Mountain Barbarian Tribe. Lord Gallo paid 5,000 soul crystals and 1,000 units of iron ore, valued at 2,000 soul crystals, to purchase the red feather bow. Chapter 45. Extraordinary units and equipment customization on the shelves of the Huang Yu shop. Only the Flame Sparrow Egg and the Heart of the Thunder Spirit remained. The Flame Sparrow Egg was priced at 50,000 soul crystals, and Huang Yu felt it might take until the protection period concluded to sell it. The Heart of the Thunder Spirit, while also costly at 15,000 soul crystals, seemed more feasible, especially since the leading lords were nearing their second-tier promotions after the previous night's beast tide. Huang Yu believed that few lords could afford perfect-grade materials at this stage. Should they desire to awaken a powerful talent, the Heart of the Thunder Spirit was undoubtedly their best option. However, upon noticing a familiar buyer, Huang Yu smiled wryly. Lord Gallo had chosen to purchase the red feather bow. Having collaborated on 2 occasions, it was surprising that he did not negotiate for a lower price. Clearly, this ally held high expectations. With his discount artifact in hand, Huang Yu relished 2 primary endeavors, offering discounts to his adversaries and extending favors to his friends. The former he had only done against wild monsters and orcs, while the latter was a frequent occurrence. For instance, the items he listed in the Huang Yu shop were generally priced at 2/3 or even half of the chaotic marketplace. Though this might seem insignificant among the billions of human lords, he was nonetheless willing to assist his fellow lords within his means. Though future competition and even life-and-death conflicts with other human lords seemed inevitable, for the time being, their common enemy was other races, making extreme measures unnecessary, except for those who harbored ill intentions. Having cleared out all items below perfect grade, Huang Yu focused on the high-grade offerings on the final page. The first item to catch his eye was a magical piece of equipment. Discounted extraordinary grade equipment. Ice Crystal Scar, which rapidly restores energy, enhances spellcasting concentration, and reduces spellcasting effects. Engraved within are 5 spells of no lower than perfect grade. Original price, 2,300 soul crystals. Current price, 460,000 soul crystals. Current quantity, 1. This magical piece of equipment was a 1-meter-long staff, featuring a blue crystal atop a white shaft, beautifully crafted. However, its price rendered it unattainable, regardless of its aesthetic appeal. Huang Yu swiftly moved past it to explore subsequent discounted items. Discounted legendary grade character, King Charlemagne XII. The greatest king of the Charlemagne kingdom in a parallel world. He, alongside his knights, rescued the kingdom from the torrent of magic and defeated the Lord of the Abyss. Original price, 590 million soul crystals. Current price, 59 million soul crystals. Quantity, unique. It was indeed a kingly unit. Huang Yu could not help but gaze at Charlemagne XII for a moment longer. This was his first encounter with a kingly unit. Yet the price of 59 million soul crystals was utterly disheartening. Huang Yu grimaced and continued to sift through the discounted item list. Discounted epic grade scroll, Ashen Messenger. Who plays the role of the harbinger of death amidst the smoke of war, their form entwined in embers, the strongest weapon at their disposal. Original price, 23 million. Current price, 460,000. Quantity, discounted legendary grade pet. Gaia Magic Serpent, a beloved creature of the earth, born from chaos and slumbering through the river of time. But should it awaken? Original price, 370 million. Current price, 37 million. Quantity, discounted extraordinary grade potion. Ethebes tea, granting temporary prophetic abilities upon consumption. Original price, 2 million soul crystals. Current price, 186,000 soul crystals. After flipping through over 20 high-grade items, although he could not afford any at the moment, Huang Yu still indulged his visual appetite. At that moment, he reminisced about the mythic grade equipment, the magic furnace that he had obtained yesterday. With a discounted price of 56,000 soul crystals, he can now easily afford it. Yet, upon refreshing the list, he found it had vanished. Shaking off his distractions, Huang Yu continued to scroll down. As the progress bar neared its end, he still found no purchasable items. At long last, he reached the bottom of the list, where the final 3 discounted products appeared before him. Discounted epic grade, discounted legendary grade, discounted extraordinary grade. Upon seeing the last item, Huang Yu's spirits lifted. Discounted extraordinary grade building, Amazon Tribe. Home to extraordinary units known as Amazon Warriors. They are skilled in battle, possessing not only exceptional combat skills, but also remarkable archery prowess. Original price, 2 million soul crystals. Current price, 110,000 soul crystals. Indeed, surprises often lie at the end. Huang Yu's lips curled into an uncontainable smile. With the Spartan warriors leading the way, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of extraordinary troops. In the face of their superior physical prowess and combat skills, the disparity in levels seemed trivial. It was merely 110,000 soul crystals. Today, even if it required immense effort, he was determined to accumulate the remaining 45,000 soul crystals. The mere thought of an extraordinary troop beckoning to him ignited a fierce determination within Huang Yu. Currently, he possessed a total of 145 soul crystals, leaving him 855 short of his goal, excluding the Blue Mountain Workshop under renovation. The only avenue left for earning soul crystals was through the hunting expeditions of the Spartan warriors. However, even with 100 Spartan warriors battling tirelessly for a day, gathering such a substantial number of soul crystals would prove challenging. Nevertheless, Huang Yu was resolute. He had an array of food items and a warehouse brimming with materials and potions. If he couldn't gather the required 110,000 soul crystals before the discounted item list refreshed, he wouldn't hesitate to sell a portion of his belongings. For the sake of the Amazon tribe and the extraordinary Amazonian warriors, Huang Yu was prepared to sacrifice everything to reach that goal before the refresh. Beep. Someone initiated equipment customization in the Universal Shop. Please check. The sudden notification interrupted Huang Yu. Equipment customization? He had nearly forgotten that the Universal Shop offered such a feature. Huang Yu clicked on the notification and entered the Universal Shop. The customization model provided by the trading platform for Lord Shops was quite straightforward. Buyers made requests, and sellers quoted prices. If both parties were satisfied, the transaction was confirmed, and the trading platform would deduct the buyer's soul crystals. Once the seller delivered the requested goods, the platform would transfer the soul crystals to them. With the trading platform as a guarantor, there was little worry of being swindled. Huang Yu opened the flashing customization option box, and immediately a message popped up. Buyer, Lord of Eternal Heaven. Buyer's request. Using flame thunderwood as the primary material, create a halberd that must reach at least rare quality. The user is 192 centimeters tall, with an arm span and the flame thunderwood will be provided by the buyer. Buyer's offer: 500 soul crystals. Huh! The Lord of Eternal Heaven. What a grand title. Huang Yu chuckled, not rushing to respond to the Lord of Eternal Heaven, because the golden aura surrounding the Blue Mountain Workshop had finally begun to dissipate. Chapter 46. The Magic Pattern Research Institute. Beep. The renovation of the Blue Mountain Workshop was successful. Please check the details yourself, Lord. As the golden light faded, a notification appeared. Huang Yu eagerly called up the information regarding the new structure. Magic Pattern Research Institute. Current quality: perfect. Note: the Magic Pattern Research Institute is a growth-type building. Each time significant achievements are made in Magic Pattern Research, the Institute will receive a cross-quality upgrade. Current level: first rank. Note: to upgrade to the second rank, one must produce high-quality magic pattern constructions along with 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 units of wood, 6,000 units of stone, and 600 units of refined iron. Function 1. Blue Mountain Workshop. The Magic Pattern Research Institute retains all functions and personnel of the Blue Mountain Workshop. Currently, 40 smiths maintain their original levels and potential. The Lord can increase the number of apprentice-level smiths by paying 15 soul crystals each. Function 2. Magic Pattern Research Center. The core of the Magic Pattern Research Institute. All citizens engaged in magic pattern research who achieve certain results will automatically gain the secondary profession of magic pattern constructor. All citizens can only obtain this secondary profession through learning and research. The Lord cannot increase the number of magic pattern constructors through other means. The promotion system for magic pattern constructors is the same as that for smiths: apprentice, expert, master, saint, divine. A growth-type building? This means the Magic Pattern Research Institute has the potential for infinite growth, possibly even becoming an epic or legendary structure. Huang Yu was astonished, an overwhelming joy surging within him. A blessing in disguise indeed. The renovated Magic Pattern Research Institute not only retained the functions of the Blue Mountain Workshop, but also offered the possibility of cross-quality upgrades. No matter how one looked at it, Huang Yu felt he had made an incredibly wise decision. Although the overall structure had been downgraded to a first-rank building, this minor loss was insignificant compared to its infinite growth potential. Moreover, the 3 expert-level smiths and 37 apprentice-level smiths were still present. The Magic Pattern Research Institute could continue to produce equipment. Huang Yu felt that accepting this task was an exceptionally astute choice. Following last night's beast tide, combined with the materials purchased through discounted items, the second-rank warehouse was nearly filled to capacity. If everything were forged into equipment, acquiring the missing 45,000 soul crystals for the Amazon tribe would be a trivial matter. And with the secondary profession of magic pattern constructor, Huang Yu had specifically searched for this profession in the Chaotic Mall, but had found no information. This indicated that it was a completely new profession, and currently, only he had the potential to produce magic pattern constructors. What a double blessing indeed. Just after acquiring the extraordinary Amazonian warriors, he was now gifted with a growth-oriented building and a territory-exclusive profession. Huang Yu's heart was brimming with joy. His only concern now was the ascent of the Magic Pattern Research Institute. To elevate the Magic Pattern Research Institute to the second rank, one must produce high-quality magic pattern constructions. This was distinctly different from other buildings. Without a doubt, Huang Yu could surmise that every subsequent upgrade of the Magic Pattern Research Institute would likely require the production of magic pattern constructions of varying qualities. This would certainly test the abilities of the magic pattern constructors. If they could not yield research results, the level of the Magic Pattern Research Institute would remain stagnant at the first rank. However, Huang Yu had confidence in Bai Li and the others, as well as in himself. If 40 smiths could not produce the results, he would simply increase the number to 100 or even 1,000, no matter the number. They would create the magic pattern constructions. During the time Huang Yu spent purchasing discounted items, he had already gathered all the wild creatures he brought back last night, except for the mountain monster. Without counting, he directly uploaded several thousand units of food to the Huang Yu shop. Food items had become quite common on the trading platform. They didn't yield much in soul crystals, but Huang Yu listed them simply because he had more than he could consume, rather than allowing them to rot in the warehouse. He preferred to share them with other lords, as not everyone among the billions of lords had reaped rewards last night. Huang Yu led everyone to the Magic Pattern Research Institute. The institute was a three-story structure covering over 3,000 square meters. At its center stood a spire-like building, which housed the Magic Pattern Research Center. Bai Li and the others followed closely behind Huang Yu, their expressions filled with anticipation as they gazed at the Magic Pattern Research Institute, envisioning their own future glory in the chaotic continent. Huang Yu glanced at Bai Li and the others, calling up the information panel. Blacksmith, Bailey, basic profession. Equipment blacksmith, level. Expert, specialty. Bladed weapons, potential, 3 chance to be promoted to sacred blacksmith. Secondary profession, none. Blacksmith, secondary profession, none. Blacksmith. Mooping, secondary profession, none. Upon viewing the information panels of the 3 individuals, Huang Yu furrowed his brow. The concept of magical rune constructs was indeed proposed by these 3. However, after the establishment of the Magical Rune Institute, they surprisingly did not obtain the secondary profession of rune constructor. Is the threshold for becoming a rune constructor truly so high? It seems that creating magical rune constructs is far more complex than he had initially imagined. Pointing to the relatively intact corpse of the mountain monster, Huang Yu addressed the trio. The mountain monster is in your hands now. If you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I hope to see your results soon. Yes. The trio responded in unison, bowing deeply. Huang Yu nodded and, recalling the custom task he had just received, remarked to them, crafting a rare-grade halberd from flame thunderwood should not pose a challenge for you, correct? Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Bailey was the first to step forward to respond. Flame thunderwood is already a rare-grade material, and among rare materials, its performance is exceptional. Crafting a single halberd should be quite manageable. Very well. Huang Yu nodded in agreement and proceeded to instruct. I will be assigning you 20 apprentice-level blacksmiths shortly. You may utilize all materials in the warehouse. However, amidst your research on magical runes, do not neglect the equipment forging. I am in urgent need of a batch of equipment. Lead the apprentice blacksmiths and allocate some time for this task. Rest assured, my lord. The trio nodded in affirmation. With the addition of 20 apprentice blacksmiths, the efficiency of equipment forging at the Magical Rune Institute would significantly improve without impeding their research on magical runes. Exchanging 300 soul crystals, Huang Yu transformed 20 citizens into apprentice-level blacksmiths. Watching Bailey and the others enter the Magical Rune Institute, he opened the trading platform to respond to the Lord of Eternal Heaven. The price and conditions are acceptable. You may send me the flame thunderwood now. Moments later, Huang Yu received a reply from the Lord of Eternal Heaven. I will send you the flame thunderwood right away. By the way, would you mind adding me as a friend, Lord of the Universe? Huang Yu retrieved the flame thunderwood and handed it to the waiting apprentice blacksmith nearby. Subsequently, he accepted the friend request from the Lord of Eternal Heaven. Given his good mood today, he decided to grant a friendship slot. Chapter 47, Lord of Eternal Heaven. True vision before him lay an expanse of desolate desert, with scorching yellow sand seemingly stretching to the horizon. The dunes rolled on endlessly. In an unassuming location stood a small human town. This was the territory of Eternal Heaven. The Lord of Eternal Heaven, Jiangqing Tian, sat on a stone bench. Drenched in sweat, though he appeared to be in his early 20s, he exuded an air of unyielding tenacity. Before him stood 50 robust and distinguished warriors, particularly a burly man with a beard. Despite wearing only a rough leather armor crafted from animal hides, his piercing, hawk-like gaze suggested he was far from ordinary. Ha ha! Junhuai, our equipment is finally secured. Upon seeing that Huang Yu had accepted his friend request, Jiangqing Tian leapt from the stone bench and approached Junhuai, eager for an embrace. My lord, please be mindful of your image. Junhuai disdainfully pushed his lord away, remarking, if you had been a bit luckier and quicker, we wouldn't have found ourselves in such a predicament. Recalling the words of his subordinate, Jiangqing Tian felt a surge of frustration at the past day's experiences. Those rascals had such swift hands. The moment equipment was listed, it was as if they were rabid dogs. No matter how he tried, he could never seize the opportunity. I have soul crystals and materials, yet I cannot purchase equipment from the Universe Mall. However, upon remembering Huang Yu accepting his friend request and the internal supply channel he now had access to, Jiangqing Tian felt a renewed sense of excitement. His elite unit of halberd warriors was in dire need of equipment. Yet, whether it was due to luck or speed, he always found himself outpaced whenever equipment appeared in the Universe Mall. Last night, he had expended a significant amount to purchase a batch of equipment from the chaotic mall. Reflecting on it, Jiangqing Tian felt a pang of regret. Thankfully, he would no longer have to compete with those ancient monsters for speed. From now on, the Lord of Eternal Heaven would pursue a high-end custom route. By aligning himself with the Lord of the Universe, he would never lack equipment again. After basking in his self-satisfaction for a moment, with a cunning glint in his eye, Jiangqing Tian sent a message to Huang Yu. Lord Universe, you actually accepted my friend request. I'm so excited. Never thought I would one day appear on your friends list. I have always admired you. Please take good care of me from now on. Upon reading the messages from the Lord of Eternal Heaven, Huang Yu fell silent. Did this person have a few screws loose? With such an imposing name for his territory, why did he speak in such a manner? After lingering over the block button for a while, Huang Yu ultimately decided to give the individual a chance. Speak properly and refrain from messaging me unnecessarily. Is Lord Universe truly so heartless? I am all alone and quite lonely. Block warning. Brother, I was wrong. Seeing that the Lord of Eternal Heaven ceased his harassment, Huang Yu contentedly closed the friends list. Standing on the castle balcony, he watched as 100 Spartan warriors gradually entered the forest. He had distributed communication crystals to Dilius, Musa, and Gannicus, retaining one for himself. Upon acquiring it, Huang Yu discovered that the communication crystal could transmit not only language and text, but also video for a limited duration. As long as both parties were within 100 kilometers, he could contact the Spartan warriors at any time. If a situation akin to the previous orc attack arose again, he could even coordinate with the Spartan warriors to eliminate the orcs in one fell swoop. As the warriors ventured forth to battle, the blacksmiths busied themselves forging equipment and researching magical runes. Ordinary citizens cultivated crops, tended to sheep, and cleared away chaotic trees and stones from the territory. The entire Universe town buzzed with industrious harmony. Huang Yu recalled that he still had skill books he had yet to learn and took them out. He had sold the charged skill book at the Universe shop for over 300 soul crystals. Currently, the 3 skill books he possessed were Mirage Sound, Vortex, and the perfect skill, True Vision, which he had purchased at a discount from the Chaotic Mall. True Vision, grade, perfect, description, a technique that concentrates energy in the eyes, enabling the user to perceive the fluctuations and operations of energy. It can be used to detect the surrounding environment, as well as to observe the energy consumption of enemies. Activating True Vision will continuously consume energy. Under the gaze of True Vision, nothing beneath the extraordinary can escape detection. This is Huang Yu's highest-ranked skill book to date. It grants him the ability to see through the disguises and strengths of enemies beneath the extraordinary, whether for reconnaissance or combat. The Eye of True Sight will provide significant assistance to Huang Yu. He chose to learn it. The skill book transformed into a white light and merged into Huang Yu's body. The Eye of True Sight, following the method embedded in his memory. Huang Yu activated the Eye of True Sight. Before his eyes, the world morphed into a black and white film. Within his territory, there were dense clusters of faint yellow light points, ordinary citizens at work. In the warehouse and the Arcane Research Institute, orange light points coalesced, radiating brilliance. These represented the materials required for forging equipment. In the distant forest, a red light was gradually receding. Those were the Spartan warriors setting forth. Huang Yu's vision was unimpeded by physical barriers. As long as he possessed energy within him, he could utilize the Eye of True Sight to locate his adversaries. If Ganix was still around, his shadow doctrine and shadow walking, though of exceptional quality, would prove ineffective before Huang Yu. However, the energy consumption of this skill was indeed considerable. Huang Yu estimated that the energy he possessed would only sustain the Eye of True Sight for about 10 minutes. Exiting the Eye of True Sight, Huang Yu seamlessly learned the remaining 2 skills. The first, Magic Vortex, allows him to control enemies and protect himself, albeit with modest damage output. Yet, when paired with the frost scales on his Frostblade, the vortex's potency would significantly amplify. The ice crystals intertwined within the vortex could strip the flesh from wild beasts. The frost poison carried by the frost scales would permeate an opponent's body upon contact with water, rendering them utterly defenseless. Huang Yu waved his hand to dispel the ice crystal vortex before the castle, assessing his current strength. He was capable of offense and defense, had control, reconnaissance, allure, and sustained damage. He was indeed a well-rounded spellcaster. Although he was not adept in close combat, With his current power, the outcome against the orc shaman was uncertain. Should he ascend to the second tier and awaken a formidable talent? Huang Yu even held confidence in slaying it solo. Regrettably, he had yet to find a suitable awakening medium. The lower tier options were beneath his consideration, while the higher tier ones were beyond his means. Perhaps the heart of the thunder element was a coveted item among other lords, but for Huang Yu, he would not utilize an awakening medium below the extraordinary quality unless he was left with no choice. He could not afford to delay his lordship level any further. He would grant himself one more day. If he failed to find a suitable awakening medium by tomorrow, he would reluctantly resort to using the perfect quality materials. Chapter 48. A small step, a giant leap. Ding. Steel factory upgraded to Tier 3. Ding. Steel furnace upgraded to Tier 3. Ding. Iron mine upgraded to Tier 3. Ding. Warehouse upgraded to Tier 3. Following a series of notifications, Huang Yu elevated all ordinary buildings in his territory to Tier 3. Among the ordinary structures, the steel factory required more resources than others. However, the resource consumption of the remaining buildings was negligible for Huang Yu. Once he completed these tasks, it was nearly noon, and he finally had time to glance at the world channel. It's been 3 days. I finally leveled up, sob. Ha. I farmed all night and amassed over 2,000 soul crystals. It was exhilarating. So envious. I only managed to farm 1,200 soul crystals last night. I bought 30 warriors from the universe shop this morning, and now I have nothing left. Stop boasting upstairs. If you could get something from the universe shop, you should be grateful. Many are trying to purchase but can't get anything. Indeed, if you manage to snag something, you should consider yourself fortunate. I finally have soul crystals to purchase unit buildings. Haha. By the way, when was the Hurlin barracks from the universe shop sold out? You were too slow. The universe shop was emptied early. Now only 2 perfect quality items remain. When will the universe lord restock the equipment? Compared to the Chaos Mall, the prices at the universe shop are a bargain. After the beast tide last night, the lords were jubilant as if celebrating a festival, each reaping bountiful rewards. Their conversations overflowed with joy, and even the usual grumpiness had diminished significantly. As Huang Yu had anticipated, many lords now possessed a substantial amount of soul crystals. The products from the universe shop remained highly sought after. The steward had taken the servants and cooks to prepare lunch, leaving Huang Yu to peruse the World Channel's messages during this brief interlude, reminiscent of reading the newspaper before a meal. Although he seldom engaged with the discussions in either Blue Star or the Chaos Continent, he relished the atmosphere. As the topics shifted, the lords began to discuss the universe shop once again. If only the prices of perfect quality products could be a bit lower. No choice. You get what you pay for. Last time, I bought a red armored crocodile egg from the universe mall. The pet that hatched, though merely of fine quality, has nearly cleared out the monsters nearby. Is it really that strong? If the perfect quality flame sparrow hatches, wouldn't that be extraordinary? At the very least, it should be capable of taking you to great heights. Haha. I wonder what level the universe lord has reached now. Someone mentioned that awakening to the second tier requires an awakening medium. What is this situation about? Has anyone broken through to the second tier? Please share your experiences. Indeed, I am eager to learn how an awakening medium influences talent. Currently, the only lord likely to have advanced to the second tier is the universe lord, right? Certainly, selling the heart of the thunder element indicates he no longer needs it. Many lords must be eyeing the heart of the thunder element. A talent in the thunder element should be quite formidable. After all, in many games and web novels, the thunder element is powerful, especially at such a high quality. If he can produce perfect quality materials, what quality awakening medium will the universe lord use to ascend to the second tier? Extraordinary quality? Epic quality? At this stage, which lord can access such high-quality products? It's hard to say. Observing the lord's discussions, Huang Yu found himself momentarily speechless. While many believed he had already ascended to the second tier, the reality was that he had yet to find a suitable medium for advancement. Hearing that numerous individuals were on the brink of reaching the second tier, and considering that some lords had modest requirements for their awakening mediums, it was possible that second-tier human lords had already emerged. A wave of pressure washed over him. Every moment of waiting was worthwhile. This anticipation was merely for the sake of obtaining superior talents. With 100 Spartan warriors in his territory, he did not lack in combat strength. Moreover, with 3 days of protection remaining, his safety was assured. There was no need to rush his ascension. Huang Yu reassured himself and then exited the world channel. The steward had already placed the prepared lunch before him. Compared to the previous days, today's lunch was indeed quite lavish. A serving of beast ribs, a bowl of oil-braised lamb, a plate of stir-fried local squash with meat, a dish of sautéed wild greens, and a basket of white bread. Although the lamb had yet to mature, the food enthusiast Huang Yu lacked the patience to wait. The local squash reaches maturity in 7 days, and once ripe, it can grow as large as a basketball. The squash harvested prematurely was only the size of a fist, yet still edible. As for the wild greens, they were the contributions of ordinary citizens. This eclectic assortment resulted in a splendid spread before Huang Yu. Though it appeared abundant, he had no doubt he could finish it all. With his rising levels, his physical prowess had also strengthened, leading to an increased appetite. This phenomenon was not unique to him. The Spartan warriors exhibited similar traits, each consuming several times more than the average citizen. After relishing what he deemed the most satisfying meal since his arrival, Huang Yu hastily made his way to the Rune Research Institute. It was during his meal that the system had notified him of the emergence of 2 expert-level blacksmiths and 3 apprentice-level rune artisans. "Sir, you have arrived." As Huang Yu stepped through the doors of the Rune Research Institute, he spotted Bai Li and his companions walking together. "Have you had your meal?" He greeted them in a characteristic manner of Blue Star, his face lighting up with surprise as he approached. "Have you all acquired the sub-profession of rune artisans?" "Living up to your expectations, my lord," beamed the trio, their faces bright with joy. "With the mountain monster you provided as a reference, we have discovered some pathways. We can soon begin developing rune constructs." "Excellent." Huang Yu nodded with satisfaction, affirming, "The small step you take now will be a monumental leap in the development of the Cosmic Rune Research Institute." Their swift progression to becoming rune artisans affirmed the viability of this path, granting Huang Yu a sense of reassurance. The trio's expressions reflected a mixture of excitement and anticipation, as though they were already envisioning the grandeur of that significant leap. Noticing their slightly fatigued appearances, Huang Yu expressed concern, saying, "While pressure can be beneficial, do not push yourselves too hard. It is essential to rest. You are the future of the cosmic territory. Your health is as crucial as your research." Hearing his words, Bai Li and his companions were overwhelmed with gratitude. With a lord who unconditionally supported their research and cared for their well-being, they felt compelled to give their utmost in return for such kindness. After offering a few more words of encouragement, Huang Yu proceeded into the area that had once been the Blue Mountain Workshop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a multitude of semi-finished equipment and the newly minted expert-level blacksmiths. "Hair Ginger, such splendid material, and you only made a spear shaft. Hand it over. There is still hope if you dismantle it now. Impossible. Zhuling, keep your composure. This is what the Lord desires. Stop with the nonsense, just give it to me." "Give up on that notion," Huang Yu observed as the 2 expert-level blacksmiths were engaged in a tug-of-war over a large spear. The deep crimson patterns on the spear shaft indicated it was indeed the equipment desired by the Lord. However, he was taken aback to discover that one of the newly promoted expert blacksmiths was a female, marking the first time a high-level female professional had emerged in his territory. The 2 expert-level blacksmiths appeared youthful. The male blacksmith, named Hair Ginger, possessed a cherubic face and stood at a modest height, his frame somewhat frail. The female blacksmith, Zhuling, was strikingly pretty, with a hint of baby fat and clad in black-rimmed glasses. Beneath her glasses, her eyes sparkled with mischief, exuding a quirky charm rather than a demure demeanor. Hair Ginger, with an expression of refusal, clutched the spear tightly. Despite his irritation, his voice was soft, giving an impression of suppressed anger. Zhuling, on the other hand, was brash and bold. With both hands gripping the spear and one foot pressed against the wall behind Hair Ginger, she was determined to retrieve the spear from his grasp. Ahem. After having been unnoticed for a while, Huang Yu cleared his throat. The apprentice-level blacksmiths, upon noticing him, hurriedly saluted and returned to their stations, making Huang Yu feel as though a teacher had just entered a classroom. Hearing the cough, Hair Ginger turned to see Huang Yu and, in a panic, released his hold on the spear. "Oh no!" Hair Ginger's sudden relinquishment caught Zhuling off guard, sending her sprawling as she crashed into a stack of leather armor. The armor, precariously piled high, tumbled down, burying Zhuling beneath it. Huang Yu's brow furrowed. If that had been a pile of blades, his newly acquired expert-level blacksmiths would have been in dire peril. Observing the stunned blacksmiths, Huang Yu sighed. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and help her out." At Huang Yu's command, the blacksmith sprang into action, akin to robots suddenly powered on, hurriedly clearing the scattered leather armor and rescuing Zhu Ling, who was still clutching the spear, grinning foolishly, her glasses askew, and her hair in disarray. Huang Yu shook his head, realizing that his territory had birthed quite the character. He accessed the information panels of the two. Blacksmith, hair ginger, level, expert, specialty, polearm weapons, potential, 3 chance to advance to master blacksmith. Blacksmith, Zhu Ling, level, expert, specialty, all types, note, Zhu Ling possesses an imaginative flair, unbound by the type of equipment. In her eyes, if a prosthetic limb allows the user to move swiftly or a prosthetic eye protects the user from illusions, then it is good equipment, though the cost may involve amputating a limb or replacing an eye. Potential, 5 chance to advance to master blacksmith. Huang Yu was somewhat surprised. Both possessed considerable potential, particularly Zhu Ling, whose chance of advancing to master blacksmith stood at an impressive 5, the highest among the 5 expert-level blacksmiths. However, after a prolonged glance at Zhu Ling's information panel, Huang Yu was taken aback. Prosthetic limbs and eyes? Good heavens. Just this morning, the trend was magical mechs. And by afternoon, it seemed to be veering towards cyberpunk. If this continued, would his territory style begin to evolve towards that of Piltover and Zahn? Regaining his composure, Huang Yu inquired the two, "What were you just engaged in?" Noticing Zhu Ling holding the spear, her gaze wary, hair ginger responded defiantly, "My lord. You entrusted me with a piece of flame thunderwood this morning, and with Bai Li's guidance, I forged this flame thunder spear. However, Zhu Ling asserted that I had squandered the flame thunderwood and insisted on dismantling it for research. Clearly, the flame thunder halberd I crafted is already the pinnacle among rare-grade weapons." Upon hearing Mao Jiang complain to Huang Yu again, and seeing the look in Huang Yu's eyes, Zhu Ling instantly regained her composure and hurriedly retorted, "What is wrong with rare-grade equipment? My lord, just look at this flame thunderwood. Observe the enchanting crimson-purple patterns upon it. These are traces of natural energy flow. Perhaps within it lies the secrets of magical runes." As Zhu Ling caressed the shaft of the flame thunder halberd, her words were filled with conviction. Yet, given her rather whimsical demeanor, Huang Yu could not shake the feeling that she was merely spouting nonsense. Upon hearing Zhu Ling's remarks, Mao Jiang rolled her eyes and interjected, "As long as the material possesses elemental energy, it generally exhibits similar patterns. All right? You're not here to study magical runes. You are clearly coveting its attributes." Listening to their quarrel, Huang Yu began to grasp the situation. Although the warehouse was indeed brimming with rare, exceptional, and even perfect-grade materials, it remained insufficient for a team of 70 blacksmiths. Under Huang Yu's directives, only expert-level blacksmiths were granted the privilege to access materials without his approval, while most apprentice-level blacksmiths could only handle ordinary and fine-grade materials. Now that Zhu Ling had spotted the flame thunderwood in Mao Jiang's possession, she sought to reclaim it for her own use. "This flame thunder halberd is out of the question." Huang Yu stepped forward and retrieved the weapon from Zhu Ling's grasp. Reluctantly, she held onto the halberd, her clear eyes gazing longingly at Huang Yu, as if tears were on the verge of spilling. In that moment, Huang Yu felt akin to a villain snatching a little girl's Barbie doll, overwhelmed by guilt. "Let go, Zhu Ling. Don't look at me like that." Huang Yu chuckled helplessly. "I have need of this weapon. It cannot be dismantled by you. However, since you and Mao Jiang have been promoted to expert-level blacksmiths, your treatment will be on par with Bailey and the others, and you shall have unrestricted access to the warehouse materials from now on." Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Zhu Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. She immediately released the flame thunder halberd and, with a perfunctory compliment or two, wrapped her arms around Huang Yu. "Roar! My lord is magnificent. My lord is the most handsome." Subsequently, without a second thought, Zhu Ling let go of Huang Yu's arm and dashed towards the warehouse. Mao Jiang cast an expectant glance at Huang Yu, and upon receiving his nod, she excitedly followed Zhu Ling to the warehouse. Huang Yu, unperturbed, addressed the remaining apprentice-level blacksmiths. "Everyone must strive as well. Once you are promoted to expert-level blacksmiths, the materials in the warehouse will be fully available to you. If you require high-grade materials for your promotion, feel free to apply to me." Upon hearing Huang Yu's promise, The remaining 65 apprentice-level blacksmiths were instantly invigorated, each eager to showcase their skills in hopes of ascending to expert-level blacksmiths. Chapter 50. Encountering business competition again. As Huang Yu departed from the Rune Research Institute, he casually took the Flame Thunder halberd with him and instructed the blacksmiths to shift their focus towards fine-grade equipment. With the Lord's resources becoming somewhat plentiful, purchasing power had increased. While ordinary equipment remained the mainstream commodity on the trading platform, the market for fine-grade equipment was expanding alongside the growing strength of the Lords. Thus, his Huang Yu shop needed to remain at the forefront of market demand. Upon entering the trading platform, Huang Yu handed over the Flame Thunder halberd to Lord Zhongtian. Before long, the platform automatically confirmed the transaction, and Huang Yu's account was credited with 1,500 soul crystals. Glancing at the current stock in the warehouse, he noted that within half a morning, 93 pieces of equipment had been delivered, 71 ordinary pieces and 22 fine-grade pieces. Although the quantity was less than before, the quality had distinctly improved. He promptly listed these 93 pieces for sale. Moments latte. The sound of transaction notifications chimed in succession. Lord Tianlang paid 560 soul crystals for a set of fine-grade leather armor. Lord Jiberdan paid 350 soul crystals for a fine-grade spear. Lord Kalong paid 320 soul crystals for 8 sets of ordinary-grade leather armor. In under a minute, all 93 pieces had sold, adding 950 soul crystals to Huang Yu's account. Following the commencement of the Spartan Warriors battle, over 1,000 soul crystals gradually arrived, bringing Huang Yu's total to more than 78,000. He was still over 30,000 short of the 111,000 required for the Amazon tribe. Yet everything was progressing smoothly according to his plan. Beep. Your friend Lord Zhongtian has sent a message. Please check. Beep. Your friend Lord Zhongtian has sent a message. Please check. Noticing the consecutive notifications, Huang Yu furrowed his brow. If Lord Zhongtian sent any trivial messages, he wouldn't hesitate to block him. Entering his friend list, Huang Yu opened the dialog box and read the messages sent by the other party. Huang Yu, someone is competing with you for business. Quickly check the world channel. Huang Yu frowned. Competing for business? What could they possibly use to compete with me? What was the name of the last lord who tried such a thing? It seems their shop has vanished from the trading platform. Driven by curiosity, Huang Yu entered the world channel and scrolled through previous messages. What a pity. I couldn't grab it again. Huang Yu's shop has put up fewer items this time. They vanished in the blink of an eye. I just entered Huang Yu's shop and saw a fine-grade longbow I was ready to purchase, but it was gone in an instant. Looks like I'm lucky. I've grabbed items from Huang Yu's shop for the second time. Touching the post above for good luck. Touching the post above for good luck. Touching the post above for good luck. Flipping back a few messages, Huang Yu noticed that the discussion among the lords began quite normally. However, with a post from a lord named Wang Yufei, the tone of the world channel shifted dramatically. Lord Wang Yufei has listed 80 ordinary grade items and 2 fine grade items. Lords, act quickly if you wish to purchase. Another lord has put up equipment? Hooray! Finally, there are items to choose from again. Quick, let us see what good stuff is available. However, this name Wang Yufei sounds somewhat familiar. Indeed, it's exactly the same as my idol's name back on Blue Star. Oh no, this guy's shop has equipment that is even pricier than Huang Yu's. Everyone, be cautious, don't get scammed. I just rushed in and blindly purchased an item, only to find out it was rated a tier lower than the goods in the Chaos Mall. Is it not true that even a universal shop cannot compare? This is a bit excessive. If the equipment is inferior to that of a universal shop, what justifies such exorbitant pricing? He has positioned his prices between the universal shop and the Chaos Mall, targeting those of us who are unable to procure items from the universal shop. We must resist. I hope everyone can remain rational and resolutely eliminate this unhealthy trend. In times of scarcity, there were those who capitalized on such circumstances and profited immensely, despite our attempts to resist. As long as the quality is not abysmally poor, there will always be those willing to spend their soul crystals, especially since some lords, like myself, still wield rudimentary weapons. Alas, Wang Yufei's shop has already ascended into the top 10 on the trading platform. How infuriating has it happened so swiftly? The universal shop cannot fulfill the demands of all lords, forcing some to become unwitting victims. It is a pity for the thriving ecosystem that the magnate of the universal shop has maintained on the trading platform. Huang Yu felt no stirrings within his heart. Although Wang Yufei's actions were somewhat irksome, they held no sway over him. Nonetheless, individuals like him should be blacklisted. Exiting the World Channel, he glanced at the trading platform. The Universal Shop still dominated the platform with an undeniable advantage, followed closely by the Decisive shop, whose lord seemed to have an unending supply of snakeskin grass, increasing his daily inventory. Additionally, he offered food and various materials. Due to a surplus of food, the Gaoro Lord had fallen out of the top 10. Currently, the third-ranked shop was Omenia, which offered a wide array of goods, including food, equipment, and self-made traps. However, its core product was a pet egg known as the spindle spider. The 20 eggs listed had all sold out. According to its description, this spindle spider possesses a formidable silk spinning ability, allowing it to weave webs for capturing prey. Once its protection period ends, the web can serve as a defensive measure. Though considered an ordinary grade pet, it holds considerable value for most lords. Skimming past the subsequent shops, Huang Yu spotted Wang Yufei's shop ranked 7th. Upon entering, he discovered that all the equipment listed had been sold out. The gear was standard, lacking model names, suggesting that the shop could only provide traditional equipment. However, the prices were generally higher than those at the Universal Shop. If a longbow of ordinary quality sells for 12 soul crystals at the Universal Shop and 20 at the Chaos Mall, then Wang Yufei's pricing is set at 18 soul crystals. Although the quality may not be exceptional, it is indeed genuine gear, unlike the rudimentary weapons from before, thus still attracting buyers. It poses no real threat, with 70 blacksmiths from the Magical Rune Research Institute at his disposal. He cannot compete with me in terms of either quality or quantity. He is merely a speculator. Huang Yu found it all rather mundane. His vision for the Universal Shop was to establish it as the premier choice for lord shopping, not to be arrogant enough to monopolize the market. One cannot feast entirely while denying others a taste. Chapter 51. Movements of the Wolfmen. Huang Yu paid no heed to the turmoil in the World Channel. Stepping out of the castle, he embarked on his routine patrol of the territory. Halfway through, the communication crystal in his arms began to vibrate. He withdrew the crystal, which bore a message from the third communication crystal held by Musa. Darius wielded the second, while Gannicus held the fourth. A small script floated from the crystal. My lord, the Wolfmen have emerged. After the beast tide last night, Huang Yu remained vigilant against the Wolfmen. Before the Spartan warriors set out, he had specifically instructed Darius to continue suppressing the Wolfmen. He did not expect the Wolfmen, nearly decimated by the Spartan warriors, to have the audacity to show themselves again. Huang Yu infused energy into the communication crystal, inquiring, "What is happening?" Before long, Musa responded with a message. The Wolfman Lord has appeared, and Darius has pursued it. Currently engaged in battle. The Wolfman Lord, how dare it emerge? Has its strength increased significantly during last night's beast tide? Before Huang Yu could ponder further, Musa sent another message. There's also that white wolf from last night's beast tide. It, along with several second and third tier wild monsters, is causing us some trouble, preventing us from assisting Darius immediately. Huang Yu recalled the white wolf, its malevolent gaze lingering in his memory. However, with 100 Spartan warriors, even a fourth tier wild monster should not pose a threat to them. Huang Yu's sole concern was whether the Spartan warriors would sustain any losses. Before he could inquire about the battle status, a video transmission arrived from the fourth crystal. Huang Yu activated the recording. A hazy white light emanated from the crystal, revealing scenes of the Spartan warriors in combat. Dozens of Spartan warriors formed a dispersed circular formation, advancing steadily to a stirring battle hymn. Their enemies were massive wolves that intermittently leaped from the forest. These wolves were remarkably agile, exploiting the terrain to launch surprise attacks. The second-tier wolves utilized their claws, while the third-tier wolves employed wind blades, attacking without regard for the effectiveness of their strikes. They retreated swiftly, denying the Spartan warriors the chance for timely counterattacks. Yet, they underestimated the fighting prowess of the Spartan warriors. With each wave of assault, several wolves still fell to their might, primarily the second-tier wolves. Amidst the howls of the wolves, a fleeting white shadow darted through the trees. Musa's battle song rose in pitch, prompting the previously scattered Spartan warriors to swiftly regroup. The outer warriors raised their large shields, and the transmission from the communication crystal dimmed. Huang Yu could hear the incessant sounds of clashing, indicating that the Spartan warriors were defending against the wolf pack's onslaught. Suddenly, a painful howl erupted from one of the wolves. Counterattack, Musa commanded, his voice tinged with excitement. The video resumed, revealing the Spartan warriors, who had just huddled together, surging forward into the dense forest. The recording shifted direction, and it was then that Huang Yu noticed that the holder of the fourth communication crystal was actually Zion. "My lord, Gannicus has set out on a beheading mission," Zion explained to the communication crystal before shifting the focus to another direction, where a frenzied, massive wolf stood, marked by a conspicuous wound, oozing black blood from its eyes, nose and mouth. It appeared to be severely poisoned. Suddenly, a shadow beneath the giant wolf twisted and morphed into a figure. Huang Yu then saw that it was Gannicus, twirling two venomous fangs in his hands. Subsequently, a decisive slash crossed through the abdomen of the colossal wolf. With a splatter, blood mixed with entrails cascaded down. The great beast let out a mournful howl, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Yet, Gannicus vanished once more from the video. Regrettably, that white wolf had escaped. Suddenly, Gannicus's voice emanated from the recording. The image displayed by the communication crystal began to swirl, eventually settling into a blood-soaked hand. The final words of the recording echoed forth. "Shuan, did you capture my valiant battle for the Lord?" Huang Yu momentarily found himself speechless, pondering why Gannicus had sent the recording. To his surprise, it seemed that this fellow merely wished to document his combat prowess to share with him. Alas, the communication crystal lacked a storage function. Each message was ephemeral, vanishing after being viewed. Otherwise, Huang Yu would have certainly wanted to preserve it as a memento. Reflecting on Gannicus's last remark, Huang Yu smiled wryly and sent a reply. "Although it was only for a second, I did catch a glimpse of your gallant form. Well done." In this forest terrain, the mobility of the Spartan warriors was indeed hampered. After slaughtering several giant wolves, the remaining beasts vanished in the wake of the white wolf. Musa showed no inclination to pursue, instead rallying the remaining forces to hasten towards Darius. Shuan, what did you just record?" Gannicus suddenly appeared from nowhere, gripping Shuan by the neck and demanding answers. "Your battle? Then why was it only for a second? I couldn't find you." Shuan spread his arms in exasperation. "I could only sweep the battlefield to inform the Lord you had been here." Gannicus was momentarily at a loss for words. As a stealth-oriented practitioner, would he forever be deprived of the joy of self-portraiture? A sudden sense of emptiness washed over him. "Spartan." From afar, Musa heard an enraged roar. Judging by the tone and the resonance of blood within, Musa surmised that Darius had unleashed an advanced version of Spartan fury. He instructed some of the group to spread out and encircle. Musa, along with the remaining warriors, hastened towards the battlefield. The fact that Darius had resorted to such fury indicated the enemy's formidable strength. At last, Musa arrived at a clearing, the ground marred with charred remnants, exuding thick clouds of smoke. It appeared that Darius had already unleashed the wrath of the scale-toothed set. "What on earth is this?" Gannicus's voice suddenly resonated behind him, startling Musa. Turning around, he found Gannicus kicking a bizarre, half-human creature. The creature's skin was a striking blue, with long, pointed ears and a pair of massive fangs protruding from its mouth, exuding a menacing aura. Although it was merely half a body, it was more robust than the average orc. Faint sounds of weapon clashes reached Musa's ears. He cast a glance at the blue-skinned creature and said, "Forget about that for now. We must assist Darius." "All right." Gannicus nodded, and in the next moment, inexplicably vanished. Musa paid no heed to him and led the remaining warriors towards the battlefield. However, with each step, his unease grew. Along the way, besides the corpses of the wolfmen, numerous bodies of those blue-skinned creatures littered the ground. No wonder Darius had been engaged in such a prolonged battle. Chapter 52, Ostroboom. Outside the territory of the wolfmen, a sudden thunderous sound erupted. A fiery slash was dispersed, flames splattering everywhere before gradually extinguishing as the energy waned. Bang! Darius raised the Xian turtle shield, blocking the sudden descent of a massive beast's bone. With this strike, the shockwave stirred up clouds of dust and debris, causing the ground beneath Darius to crack. Darius let out a muffled groan. For the first time, he found himself at a disadvantage in a contest of strength against the enemy. Fire snakes erupted from the gaps in the scale tooth armor, crackling with explosive sounds. Flames enveloped Darius, significantly enhancing his strength and speed. With a powerful thrust, Darius heaved the massive beast's leg bone aside. His right hand, now wielding the Fong, surged with flames extending over 2 meters, slashing toward the formidable blue-skinned monster. This creature towered at 3 meters, standing upright, clad in bare hide, with exceptionally developed muscles. It wielded a leg bone from an unknown beast, measuring over 3 meters in length. The blue-skinned creature entered an inexplicable frenzy during battle. The most troublesome aspect for Darius was its absurd healing ability. Regardless of fire burns or cuts, unless it was utterly slain, it would gradually recover. Clang, clang, clang. Bolstered by the scale-tooth's enhancements, Darius once again suppressed the adversary. Each clash sent flames erupting from the fangs. Yet Darius, shielded by the scale-tooth, remained unscathed by the errant flames. However, the enemy was not so fortunate, occasionally receiving burns and screeching in agony. With Darius's rapid assaults, the blue-skinned creature found itself in a precarious position. Its face contorted in anger as it roared at its surroundings. A howl echoed in response to the blue creature's call. Moments later, a wolf-riding wolfman burst forth from the underbrush, the Wolfman Lord. Its fur was extensively singed, exposing numerous burns on its skin. Additionally, a ghastly wound marred its chest, rendering it a pitiful sight. After muttering a few incantations, the Wolfman Lord thrust both hands forward, summoning fireballs that hurtled toward Darius. Bang! 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 The fireballs struck Darius, igniting a massive conflagration. However, the consecutive explosions not only failed to inflict any harm upon Darius, but also intensified the flames of his scale-tooth set. The flames surrounding Darius surged dramatically, singeing the majority of the blue-skinned creature's mohawk. The fireballs were merely of exquisite quality, easily absorbed by the scale-tooth's fire elemental breath. Thus, the Wolfman Lord's attack proved futile, inadvertently replenishing the energy of the scale-tooth. Barak, Shabona, the blue-skinned creature, consumed by rage, endured Darius's sword and turned to hurl a few words at the Wolfman. The Wolfman Lord, incensed, glared at the chaotic skirmish between the two. Time and again, it considered retreating its wolf, but the display of human prowess and the looming threat posed by the ogre forced it to swallow its anger. Cooperating with the ogre to confront Darius. Seizing an axe hung nearby, the Wolfman Lord patted the giant wolf beneath it. The wolf leaped suddenly, descending the slope, poised to charge at Darius. Yet in an instant, Gannicus appeared unexpectedly behind the ogre. His venomous fangs plunged fiercely into the ogre's ribs, effortlessly tearing through the blue skin. Blood gushed forth. The troll had sensed something amiss when Gannicus appeared behind it. However, Gannicus's emergence was too sudden, and his movements were exceedingly swift. Just as a sharp pain shot through its waist, the troll swung its monstrous leg bone at Gannicus, but it was in vain. It couldn't even graze the shadow of Gannicus. Sparta, seeing the troll wounded, Darius roared, swinging his weapon, the thorn. With a flash, a blaze erupted. One of the troll's arms was severed and fell heavily to the ground. The troll, supporting itself with the leg bone, leaped back and turned to see the werewolf lord galloping towards him on a wolf, a glimmer of hope in its eyes. However, the figure receded further away, as if merely passing by. The werewolf lord rode his great wolf straight past the edge of the battlefield, moving at a blistering pace, showing no intention of stopping. The troll opened its mouth to speak, but was left in confusion. That bastard, he fled. It was he who had made the demand, to submit to the great Ostrak. One must eliminate this band of humans. Bark! The troll roared in fury, nearly chasing after the deceitful werewolf lord to tear him to shreds. Yet, Gannicus and Darius denied it that opportunity. SSS. The venomous fangs sank into the troll's ankle, causing it to falter and kneel upon the ground. Despite possessing formidable self-healing and resistance to poisons, the wound inflicted by the fangs was difficult to mend. Coupled with the substantial toxins Gannicus had recently injected into its body, the troll was pushed towards its demise. Roar! Boom, boom, boom. The troll swung the monstrous leg bone, frantically striking the ground in an attempt to crush Gannicus beneath it. Yet, Gannicus appeared beside Darius. This creature's vitality is astonishing. Hearing Gannicus's voice, Darius was taken aback and questioned, "What level are you now?" 8. Gannicus twirled his venomous fangs, grinning at the troll before him. "How about you let me have this head? If I kill it, I will reach level 9. What remarkable speed! How many monsters has this fellow slain alone today?" Darius scrutinized Gannicus for a moment before raising his sword. A fiery slash soared towards the troll, severing its remaining arm along with a monstrous leg bone. Clang! The thorn was sheathed. Darius remarked to Gannicus, "It's yours." "Thank you." Gannicus approached the troll slowly. With both arms lost, the troll lay prostrated on the ground, glaring fiercely at Gannicus as it roared. Dark lines crept across its grotesque visage, and pitch-black blood flowed from its nostrils and eyes, enhancing its terrifying appearance. An overwhelming amount of toxins surged through its body, even with its formidable resistance. It would struggle to endure. "Ostrak, bless me," the troll muttered frantically in an unintelligible tongue, one word recurring with great frequency. Ostrak. Darius felt it sounded like a name. Ignoring the troll's resentful gaze, Gannicus casually flung a venomous fang. Thud! The fang pierced through the troll's eye and into its brain. The troll's other eye fixated on Gannicus, its mouth opening and closing repeatedly before it finally collapsed. Chapter 53. The golden thread of golden light enveloped Gannicus. Moments later, the light dissipated, and Gannicus's level rose to 9. Had Darius's battle concluded? Just as Gannicus completed his level up, Musa arrived, somewhat disheveled. "Musa, you didn't get lost, did you?" Gannicus jested. "We encountered that werewolf lord," Musa said gravely. "It joined forces with that white wolf and broke through our defenses, escaping back to its territory. That white wolf is truly relentless." Darius's expression turned fierce. "If we meet again, I shall make it understand the meaning of cruelty. If it weren't for that white wolf leading the pack to block the Spartan warriors, the werewolves and those blue-skin monsters would have been eradicated long ago." The werewolf territory had expanded significantly. Furthermore, with that white wolf present, it was no longer suitable to besiege them. Musa glanced around, but the Gannicus who had just stood before him was suddenly nowhere to be seen. With no other option, Musa called out to the air, "Gannicus, the Lord has decided to leave you behind to monitor their movements. If the opportunity arises, try to diminish their fighting force." "Not a problem." Gannicus's figure appeared on a nearby tree. "Leave it to me. I will make them feel fear. Right? If anything arises, use the communication crystal to contact me." Musa produced a crystal and gestured with it, then turned to Darius. "The warriors have discovered a small beast herd to the west." At dusk, Darius and Musa returned to the territory with the Spartan warriors. They brought back over 100 corpses of wild creatures. Following last night's beast tide, the surrounding area had become teeming with wild beasts, including many high-level creatures. Although the wild beasts brought back by the Spartan warriors were not numerous, their levels were high, with 14 being third-tier beasts. However, what captured Huang Yu's attention the most were the 5 troll corpses. Forest troll, race level, intermediate, lordly authority, unknown, description. Forest trolls are a subspecies of trolls. They possess robust physiques, exhibiting immense strength and tough skin. Each troll is a born hunter, endowed with keen senses and exceptional self-healing abilities. Once engaged in battle, trolls become frenzied. In a berserk state, their power is formidable, and they are impervious to pain. Huang Yu closed the troll information panel. After Darius' return, he reported the entire battle process to him, leading Huang Yu to harbor some doubts. Why would trolls associate with werewolves? Werewolves are a faction of the half-beast race, while forest trolls belong to a separate breed of trolls. What could possibly unite these two incongruous races? Moreover, what did the troll mean by Ostrak before its demise? Suddenly, Huang Yu was jolted from his thoughts by an excited shout. Looking up, he saw Zhu Ling soaring down from the slope. Upon noticing the crowd gathered, Zhu Ling extended her left hand towards the open space before Huang Yu. Whoosh! A tether plunged into the ground. Huang Yu observed that attached to the tether was a line made of unknown material. Bang! Suddenly, the slightly curved tether tightened and recoiled, dragging Zhu Ling towards Huang Yu. "Ha ha, my lord." Zhu Ling waved at Huang Yu, appearing exceedingly thrilled. Huang Yu curiously gazed at the equipment on Zhu Ling's left hand, seemingly intrigued by the interesting new gadget she had developed. However, just as she was about to land, perhaps still unaccustomed to the device, Zhu Ling stumbled and fell to the ground, subsequently being dragged before Huang Yu by the flying cable. Witnessing Zhu Ling sprawled out on the ground, Huang Yu couldn't help but chuckle, rushing over to check on her condition. "Are you all right, Zhu Ling?" he asked. "It hurts so much, boo-hoo," Zhu Ling replied, lifting her head, her face smeared with dust, thankfully without any serious injuries. With Huang Yu's assistance, she stood up, her expression one of distress, tears welling in her eyes. Her arms and thighs bore various scrapes, and her ankle was twisted, but her chest remained unscathed due to the reduced friction. Huang Yu produced a high-quality healing potion and handed it to Zhu Ling, urging her to drink it. Before long, the abrasions on her body began to scab over. "Thank you, my lord," Zhu Ling exclaimed, her pain gradually fading, her gratitude evident. "Is this the new equipment you developed?" Huang Yu waved his hand, glancing at the apparatus strapped to her arm. Flying cable, quality, rare, equipment description. The flying cable can shoot out a fastener and a cable, securing the fastener to any object, including moving targets, and then retracting the cable to swiftly approach the secure target. With the flying cable, rapid movement through complex terrains is achievable. Note: this product is developed by Zhu Ling, an expert blacksmith from the Magic Rune Research Institute, and is a new piece of equipment in the chaotic continent. "Yes," Zhu Ling exclaimed, removing the flying cable and presenting it to Huang Yu. "It's so much fun. Would you like to try it, my lord?" "Try it?" Huang Yu mused, considering Zhu Ling's unfortunate fall. While he was tempted to experience the thrill of flight, he ultimately decided against it. "What if I too end up sprawled out like you? I wouldn't want to lose my dignity as a lord. Perhaps I shall wait until later to try it alone." Ding! The Chaotic Mall has determined that the flying cable possesses archival value. Would you like to submit the flying cable for inclusion in the Chaotic Mall? The Lord will receive 10,000 experience points and 5 profit from the sale of the flying cable in the Chaotic Mall. Note: the Lord is not required to provide equipment forging materials, as the Chaotic Mall will market the flying cable as a product of Huang Yu. Once again, an item worthy of archival in the Chaotic Mall had appeared. Huang Yu regarded the flying cable in his hands, surprised by this unexpected gain. Moreover, the experience reward was a substantial 10,000 points. The profit had also increased to 5, a far more generous reward compared to the previous archival of the Crimson Crocodile armor. Nevertheless, Huang Yu did not intend to submit it to the Chaotic Mall just yet. Without a breakthrough to the second tier, additional experience would be of little use to him. He resolved to wait until after his promotion to the second tier before submitting it for archival. Turning back, Huang Yu affectionately ruffled Zhu Ling's hair. The more he observed this newly promoted expert blacksmith, the more he found himself enamored. The emergence of the flying cable was an undeniable delight for him. His territory still lay within the forest, and if mastered, such a weapon could prove invaluable in combat amidst the trees, allowing those accustomed to two-dimensional movement to evolve into three-dimensional agility. Huang Yu had already decided to classify it as one of the standard equipment for his territory. Chapter 54. The sword's point, our heart's direction. The materials from last night should have been nearly exhausted. Huang Yu glanced at the warehouse. The stock had dwindled significantly. However, the number of equipment had increased by 365 sets. Following Huang Yu's instructions, the blacksmiths had primarily forged high-quality equipment today. Fortunately, the abundance of second- and third-tier monsters brought back last night had contributed greatly. After upgrading the buildings, the supply of fine iron remained ample. Therefore, the quantity of high-quality equipment in the warehouse surprisingly surpassed that of the ordinary quality. Huang Yu took stock. The warehouse now contained 174 pieces of ordinary quality equipment, 182 pieces of fine quality equipment, and 9 pieces of rare quality equipment. Including the flying cable he held, the total number of newly minted rare quality equipment reached 10. However, Huang Yu had no intention of selling the flying cable. On the contrary, he had instructed Zhu Ling to devote her efforts to the production of this equipment, as it would become the standard gear for his troops in the future. Taking a moment, Huang Yu glanced at the World Channel. The events of the morning had evidently stirred many lords. Throughout the day, the World Channel was a chaotic scene. Some claimed celebrity status, begging for fan support. Others impersonated relatives to deceive soul crystals from seekers. A plethora of characters emerged, each more bizarre than the last. Upon witnessing someone accusing another of fraud in the World Channel, Huang Yu felt the need for an anti-fraud feature to be included. The rapidly refreshing chat messages occasionally revealed a few individuals inquiring why Huang Yu's shop had yet to list new equipment. Typically at this hour, the newly listed items had already sold out. With this batch of equipment, purchasing soul crystals from the Amazon tribe should surely suffice. Huang Yu opened the warehouse. Sifting through the contents, reserving 100 pieces of fine quality equipment and 5 pieces of rare quality equipment. This was prepared for the newly birthed Spartan warriors and the soon-to-arrive Amazonian female warriors. Subsequently, Huang Yu listed all remaining equipment: 174 pieces of ordinary equipment, 82 pieces of fine equipment, 5 pieces of rare equipment. The moment the equipment was listed, the trading prompts from Huang Yu's shop flooded in. Lord Xylan paid 580 soul crystals to purchase 1 piece of fine quality armor. Lord Yunlong paid 400 soul crystals to purchase 10 pieces of ordinary quality crossbows. Lord Huey paid 2,850 soul crystals to purchase 1 piece of rare quality spear. Hundreds of notifications piled together. Within half a minute, all items on the shelves, except for the Flamebird eggs and the Thunder Spirit hearts, had dimmed. Even the 5 pieces of rare quality equipment vanished in an instant. Huang Yu's soul crystal count skyrocketed from 78,360 to 134,700. He also received a substantial amount of materials, while the world channel momentarily erupted in excitement. Equipment has arrived, but is already gone. Wow, so much fine quality equipment. Missed out again. You all need to be quicker. I can't keep up with how fast the icons are dimming. I snagged a piece of fine quality leather armor. My warrior finally has equipment. I got 5 longbows, perfect for my archers. Haha. I cried when I randomly clicked on a piece of rare quality equipment, only to be told I lacked resources and then lost everything when I exited. Boo-hoo. Isn't the price of equipment at Huang Yu's shop rising? I bought a rare quality longsword, and it seems to be over a tenth cheaper than in the Chaotic Mall. No, the price of the ordinary equipment I bought is still the same as before. It appears that there has been a slight adjustment in the availability of high-quality items, though it remains modest. In contrast, the prices for rare-grade equipment have indeed become less favorable. A rare piece of equipment can be valued at several thousand, and receiving a discount of over 100 soul crystals from the Universe Lord is quite generous. Indeed, one cannot generalize the value of equipment across different grades. It would be unrealistic to expect a 50 reduction on rare-grade items. When compared to the likes of Wang Yufei, the Universe Lord exhibits considerable generosity, offering both quality goods and fair prices. If only he could sell a few more pieces of equipment. Huang Yu is unaware of the happenings in the World Channel, and even if he were, it would not concern him. His gaze was already fixed upon a special building listed in the discount shop, the Amazon Tribe. Do you wish to pay 110,000 soul crystals to purchase the special building? Amazon Tribe? Yes, no, yes. Huang Yu clicked eagerly. Instantly, 110,000 soul crystals were deducted, leaving him with a mere 24,700 crystals. Yet, he felt a surge of joy. Acquiring a deal from the discount shop was a triumph. In accordance with Huang Yu's will, a spark of golden light radiated, descending upon the hillside, facing the Spartan training camp from across the way. Before long, the golden light faded, revealing the Amazon Tribe before him. Amazon Tribe, extraordinary grade building, level, 1st tier. Note, to upgrade to 2nd tier requires 100 soul crystals, 1,500 units of wood, and 1,000 units of stone. Function, automatically generates 5 extraordinary units of Amazon warriors, level 1, each day. For every 25 soul crystals paid, an additional level 1 Amazon warrior can be generated. Amazon warriors will quickly recover health and injuries while in the tribe as extraordinary units upon birth. Amazon warriors are classified as warrior units, with a 5 chance of being promoted to hero units, a 0, 2 chance to noble units, and a 0, 1 chance to divine units. Note, other male creatures aside from the Lord will be expelled or even attacked upon entering the Amazon Tribe. At last, he possessed a 2nd extraordinary unit. Huang Yu gazed with anticipation at the Amazon Tribe. He had already witnessed the might of the Spartan warriors. Now, he yearned to behold the prowess of the Amazon warriors. With a soft patter of footsteps, 5 tall, diverse-looking female warriors emerged from the Amazon Tribe. They donned rudimentary soft armor crafted from linen, with knee-length brown skirts, and their feet were adorned with shoes woven from vines, though they appeared somewhat disheveled. The fierceness in their eyes commanded respect. The 5 warriors approached Huang Yu, placing their hands upon their chests and bowing slightly. Great Lord, the warriors of the Amazon report to you. From this moment forth, the valiant Amazon warriors shall fight for you. Wherever your sword points, that shall be our heart's desire. Huang Yu maintained a serious expression, extending his hand slightly to signal the 5 warriors to rise. He then spoke solemnly. "Welcome to our ranks, powerful warriors. I trust you will always follow in my footsteps and achieve immortal greatness." The Amazon warriors straightened, their eyes shining brightly as they replied in unison. "It is our honor." Chapter 55. Provocation. Huang Yu summoned the information panel for the 5 Amazon warriors. Amazon warrior, Ella, level, loyalty, 100, devoted, potential, diamond, upgradable to 49, profession, ranger, skills, Amazon combat technique, range shooting, frenzied shooting, title, none, motto, face my assault as you would a storm. In general, the strength of the Amazon warriors is on par with that of the Spartan warriors. However, the Amazon warriors lack a secondary profession, instead possessing a title attribute. It seems that titles provide a strength enhancement to the Amazon warriors akin to the secondary professions of the Spartan warriors. Huang Yu continued to examine the remaining 4 Amazon warriors, noting that their attributes were largely consistent with Ella's, differing only in skills and mottos. He observed that the mottos of the Amazon warriors reflect their distinct personalities. For instance, Ella is extroverted and lively, always brimming with excitement, much like a tempest. Meanwhile, another Amazon warrior named Melanip, whose motto is "I shall let life wither in silence," emanates a sense of indifference. The remaining 3 Amazon warriors exhibited similarly vivid personalities. Huang Yu glanced at the materials in his warehouse. There were still 4,000 units of wood and 3,000 units of stone. Earlier in the afternoon, Lord Garo had delivered today's shipment of 4,000 units of iron ore, coupled with the refined iron produced by the steel factory yesterday. The supply of refined iron in the warehouse was plentiful, even after some had been utilized by the Magic Pattern Research Institute. There remained 800 units. Thus, Huang Yu resolved to upgrade the Amazon tribe to the 3rd tier by tomorrow. "Do you wish to upgrade the Amazon tribe to 2nd tier? Yes, no, yes." The spark radiated golden light, enveloping the newly constructed Amazon tribe. After approximately half an hour, the golden light dissipated, revealing the Amazon tribe transformed into a 2nd-tier building, with its area more than doubled. During the wait, Huang Yu expended over 2,000 soul crystals, purchasing a substantial quantity of wood, stone, and refined iron from various construction material shops on the trading platform. In addition to elevating the Amazon tribe to 3rd tier, he was also preparing for the 4th tier of the spark. However, he had yet to encounter the special construction materials required for the 4th tier. He had only searched through the Chaos Mall, where the prices were exorbitant. Even for the most basic agricultural item, the fertile soil, a single unit costs over 100 soul crystals. It is evident that the more special construction materials one acquires, the stronger the territory's attributes will become. If Huang Yu intends to invest to the maximum, which is 1,000 units of special materials, it would require a hefty sum of several tens of thousands of soul crystals. After upgrading to the 2nd tier, the Amazon tribe produced an additional 10 Amazon warriors. Upon accepting the allegiance of these 10 warriors, Huang Yu accessed the information panel for the 2nd tier Amazon tribe. Amazon tribe, extraordinary grade building, level, 2nd tier. Note, to upgrade to 3rd tier requires 800 soul crystals, 5,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of stone, and 700 units of refined iron. Function: automatically generates 10 extraordinary units of Amazon warriors, level 1, each day. Similar to the Spartan training camp, the functionality of the Amazon tribe did not see a significant enhancement upon reaching 2nd tier. The only change was the increase in the number of units produced. Huang Yu immediately invested soul crystals and materials to elevate the Amazon tribe's rank. Should the Amazon tribe be upgraded to tier 3? Yes, no, yes. A golden radiance once again enveloped the Amazon tribe. Huang Yu was left with only 160 soul crystals in hand. Although the materials in the warehouse were plentiful, they still fell short of what was needed to elevate the Fire Seed to tier 4. Huang Yu planned to gather infrastructure resources on the trading platform over the next 3 days, attempting to see if he could upgrade the Fire Seed to tier 4. He arranged for the Amazonian warriors to select equipment from the warehouse, while he enjoyed dinner under the service of his butler and servants. Subsequently, he tuned into the World Channel, waiting for the Amazon tribe to ascend to tier 3. He would not be bored. However, the Amazonian warriors who had obtained their equipment were becoming restless, especially upon witnessing the valiant warriors entering and exiting the Spartan training camp nearby. The 15 Amazonian warriors began to chatter excitedly, occasionally bursting into cheerful laughter. Before long, an Amazon warrior named Ella, spurred on by her companions, approached the Spartan training camp. With her vibrant red hair and sun-kissed skin, she possessed an admirable physique, her long legs showcasing distinct muscle contours. She resembled a leopard with an insatiable desire to attack. Standing in the center of the path, Ella called out exuberantly towards the Spartan training camp. "Hey, you big guys inside, do you have any interest in sparring with me?" Ella's words caught the attention of the Spartan warriors. However, they merely glanced at her before turning back to their own affairs with indifference. "Haha, those men ignored Ella. Eya, it seems you've been underestimated," remarked one of her companions, observing the men's dismissive gazes, as if to say, "What a woman." Although this was said in jest, the remaining Amazonian warriors did not look pleased. It seemed they were belittled by the Lord's other troop due to their gender. This could not stand. How could they lose face in front of their Lord? They needed to teach those men a lesson. Seeing the Spartan warriors' disdainful gazes and hearing the laughter of her companions behind her, Ella's forehead twitched with rage as she exclaimed, "Hey, you bastards. Your gazes are really irritating me. Are you cowardly fools who won't even accept a challenge in front of our Lord?" In front of the Lord? Cowardly fools? The Spartan warriors in the training camp immediately set down their tools and turned in unison, their indifferent stares fixed on Ella, their eyes brimming with an intimidating aura. A palpable sense of iron and blood filled the air. Ella found herself momentarily enveloped by this invisible pressure, instinctively taking a step back. Yet, her expression grew more excited. These men, truly worthy subordinates of their Lord, possessed formidable strength. Perhaps an exhilarating battle lay ahead. Dilius cracked his neck, but had no intention of stepping in personally. At level 11, sparring with a level 1 Amazon warrior would be akin to bullying. Frankly speaking, he could easily crush all of them single-handedly. Turning to a few of the lowest-ranked Spartan warriors, Dilius commanded, "You lot, go spar with her." Yes, 5 level 3 Spartan warriors stepped out of the training camp. Huang Yu also exited the world channel, stepping out of the castle to observe the warriors standing across from each other. A splendid performance was about to unfold. Chapter 56. The Clash of Extraordinary Troops. Huang Yu saw no reason to impede this bout. In his eyes, it presented an opportunity for both sides to engage in friendly exchange, showcasing their skills to earn mutual respect. On the expansive road, Ella faced off against a Spartan warrior named Lorne. Both were clad in finely crafted leather armor. Ella held a curved bow in her hands and a long sword at her waist, while Lorne wielded a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. They stood poised for battle, tension escalating. Whoosh! Ella swiftly drew an arrow. The speed was so remarkable that it was nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. The arrow soared towards Lorne, who effortlessly deflected it with his shield. Following this, he charged at Ella. However, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Ella exhibited her exceptional archery skills before the onlookers. Her bowstring pulled back with such swiftness that it created a series of afterimages. Arrows flew forth in a relentless stream, each shot expertly angled, forcing Lorne to halt his advance and concentrate on defending against the barrage of arrows. Observing the invisible line formed by the arrows between them, Huang Yu couldn't help but admire Ella's marksmanship, even questioning if she wielded an automatic rifle. Clang, clang, clang. Although briefly suppressed, Lorne managed to block the dense rain of arrows with unwavering defense. Adapting to Ella's onslaught, he began to close the distance with increasing speed. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Out of the corner of his eye, Lorne caught sight of an arrow being deflected by another arrow, altering its course and heading straight for him behind his shield. Startled, Lorne leaned back just in time, the arrow grazing his face and leaving behind a half-finger-long scar. What kind of archery is this? Huang Yu's eyes widened as he stood up from the chair his butler had brought him. As an ordinary person who had only practiced Tai Chi in college, he found it hard to fathom that someone could wield a bow with such mastery. Not far away, Dilius also put down his training equipment, captivated by the skills Ella displayed. Among the Spartan warriors, there were longbowmen, but they prioritized accuracy and lethality, lacking the finesse of Ella's technique. These female warriors indeed deserved the right to fight alongside them. Haha, not bad. Ella laughed heartily, pleased that Lorne had evaded her deadly shot. She removed the empty quiver. setting it at her longbow aside. Ella unsheathed her long sword, her fighting spirit ablaze as she gazed at Lorne. In stark contrast, Lorne wore a face of embarrassment and anger. Despite his higher level and the protective shield in hand, he had not only advanced less than 10 meters, but had also sustained a minor injury. If he couldn't redeem himself, he would surely be the subject of mockery among the other warriors upon returning to the training camp. Smack! Touching the bloodied wound on his face, Lorne discarded his shield and grasped his sword with both hands, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Ella. Her archery was indeed exquisite, but in swordsmanship, he would not concede defeat. As Lorne discarded his shield, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Ella's eyes. She then gripped her long sword tightly and charged forward. In a swift motion, she closed the distance and struck at Lorne with both hands wielding her sword. Clang! Lorne, refusing to be complacent, parried Ella's attack with his own sword. Following this, he thrust towards her with precision. Ha! Ella, using her sword to support herself, leaped into the air to evade Lorne's strike, while simultaneously kicking towards him. Bang! Bang! Her two side kicks were effortlessly intercepted by Lorne's arm. Noticing Ella momentarily suspended in midair, Lorne launched a powerful kick towards her, his movements swift as a tiger. Caught off guard, Ella could only cross her arms to shield herself from the blow. Boom! Lorne's kick sent her flying. Ella managed to roll upon landing to dissipate some of the impact, sliding a short distance across the ground. She frowned, a flush creeping across her face. It was clear that Lorne's strike had taken a toll on her. Though he was only 2 levels above her, the power of a Spartan warrior was not something a ranger could rival. Rising to her feet, Ella regarded Lorne, who stood still. Her adversary had afforded her a moment of respite. Had he pressed the attack, she would have already faced defeat. Hey, Ella! Several Amazonian warriors surged forward, with the foremost among them speaking up. It's our turn now, right? Rihanna, what are you so eager about? Ella retorted, visibly displeased. My battle with him isn't over yet. Your sword is already in his hands, remarked Rihanna, the Amazonian warrior, who possessed flowing black hair, striking beauty, and a curvaceous figure, making her the most radiant among the 15 warriors. Ella's cheeks flushed, and she refrained from further argument. I have a suggestion. Turning toward Huang Yu, Rihanna's eyes sparkled with clarity as she proposed. Since our Lord is also interested, why don't we engage in a team battle, allowing everyone to showcase their skills before him? A clash between extraordinary units? Huang Yu directed his gaze towards Darius. At your command. Darius bowed respectfully, indicating that the Spartan warriors were ready. Huang Yu nodded at Rihanna and spoke. Let it be a measured engagement. Rihanna beamed with a smile, bowing to Huang Yu before organizing the remaining Amazonian warriors to prepare. Darius waved his hand, and 5 additional level 3 Spartan warriors stepped into formation, creating a circular array of 10. Meanwhile, he and Musa focused intently on the unfolding scene. Once both sides were ready, Huang Yu raised his hand to signal. Boom! A blazing magic projectile soared skyward, erupting in a thunderous explosion. For the great Lord! 25 warriors shouted in unison. The team battle commenced. The Amazonian warriors swiftly dispersed, arrows flying as they showcased a myriad of archery techniques, leaving Huang Yu dazzled. The Spartan warriors advanced steadily, their defenses impenetrable from all angles, occasionally shifting formations to repel any Amazonian warriors attempting to breach their ranks. The spectacle flowed seamlessly, igniting the audience's fervor. Despite it being their first competition, both sides demonstrated a commendable synergy, maintaining their dignity while allowing ample opportunity for the other to shine. Cheers erupted at the remarkable feats displayed by certain warriors. The clash became a showcase of skills, a testament to their loyalty to their lord and their future comrades in arms. The dazzling display continued until golden light erupted for both Rihanna and Ella, signaling the end of this captivating performance. Soon, the golden radiance faded, and Rihanna and Ella approached Huang Yu side by side, bowing as they proclaimed, Morning Star Rihanna, Storm Ella, we pay our respects to our Lord. Chapter 57 5th Day, Amazonian Warrior, Ella, Level, Loyalty, 100 Devoted, Potential, Diamond, Upgradable to 49, Class, Storm Archer, Skills, Amazonian Combat Techniques, Evasion. Storm Shot, Title, Storm, Motto, Face my assault as you would a tempest. Amazonian Warrior, Rihanna, Level, Loyalty, 100 Devoted, Potential, Diamond, Upgradable to 49, Class, Master Fighter, Skills, Amazonian Combat Techniques, Evasion. Combat Instinct. Title: Morning Star. Motto: To perish by my hand is the most valuable fate you could hope for in this life. Huang Yu had initially believed that the two would ascend to the status of hero units due to their battle, but he had overestimated the situation. Rihanna and Ella merely received titles. Upon reflection, it made sense. If one performance battle could elevate them to heroes, the Amazonian warriors would indeed be formidable. However, the significance of the titles appeared to be substantial. Originally, both Ella and Rihanna were rangers, but after acquiring their titles, Ella's class transformed into Storm Archer, and her skill, Rampage Shot, evolved into the perfected Storm Shot. Meanwhile, Rihanna became a master fighter, gaining the superb passive skill Combat Instinct. The enhancement to their foundational strength was evident. What a splendid battle! Huang Yu stepped forward to assist the two in rising, addressing all present. From you, I see a radiant future for our realm. As Huang Yu spoke, the steward timely arranged the venue with the inhabitants and subsequently brought forth the prepared food and drinks. Once everything was set, Huang Yu uttered a few brief words before announcing the inaugural banquet of the universe territory. Amidst the cheers of the warriors, the feast commenced. Ding! The Amazon tribe has been upgraded to a Tier 3 building. As the revelry continued, Huang Yu received the notification of the Amazon tribe's elevation. Glancing over, he beheld a European-style structure standing majestically on the hillside. The building, circular in form, spanned approximately 5,000 square meters. Its walls were thick and sturdy, with elongated columns and a layered facade, interspersed with large windows that lightened the overall appearance. Huang Yu accessed the information regarding the Amazon tribe. Amazon tribe, extraordinary grade building, level, Tier 3 note. To upgrade to Tier 4, requires a Tier 4 Ember, 80,000 soul crystals, 120,000 units of wood, 140,000 units of stone, 20,000 units of fine iron, and 1,001,000 units of special construction materials. Function: automatically generates 20 level 1 extraordinary Amazonian warriors daily. As extraordinary units, Amazonian warriors are born as warrior units, with a 7 chance of ascending to hero units, a 0.4 chance of becoming king units, and a 0.01 chance of attaining divine units. 20 Amazonian warriors can be automatically birthed each day. The probabilities for ascending to hero and king statuses have also slightly increased. Huang Yu nodded to himself in acknowledgement. Warriors, champions, heroes, sovereigns, deities. The disparity in combat prowess among these 5 tiers is immense. Even an increase of merely 0.1 in probability is perceived by Huang Yu as a significant enhancement. Through this upgrade, Huang Yu also uncovered a notable fact. Similar to the Amazon tribe S barracks, if one continuously upgrades within a single day, they can obtain a unit of troops at each stage. As of now, there are already 35 Amazonian warriors in the territory. While 35 Amazonian warriors is commendable, it still feels somewhat insufficient. Gazing at the remaining 20,000 soul crystals in his possession, Huang Yu contemplated for a moment and decided to retain some for a while longer. On one hand, he needed to reserve funds for tomorrow's discounted artifacts. On the other hand, without a hero unit to lead, too many warrior units could prove difficult to manage. After all, the current Amazonian warriors are all merely at level 1. Huang Yu lifted his gaze towards the night sky. The traces left by the crimson moon the previous night had been cleared by the resplendent white moon. After a night of exuberance, the crimson moon dimmed, while the purple moon merely retained an outline. Only the white moon shone brilliantly. Beneath the luminous white moon, a sense of tranquility arose within Huang Yu. Yet, this feeling of serenity felt quite awkward to him. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to the distinction between naturally drifting to sleep and succumbing to the effects of sleeping pills. It seems that the 3 moons conceal certain secrets. After observing for a few moments, he shifted his gaze. With his current strength, he was not yet capable of uncovering the mysteries of the 3 moons. After a night of merriment, the lords welcomed the 5th day since their arrival. In the open space before the castle of the Huang Yu territory, Huang Yu wielded his cold wave, practicing with Dilios and Rihanna as companions. At that moment, a faint blush of dawn appeared on the distant horizon. Yet Huang Yu had already been engaged in practice for over an hour. His goal was not merely to enhance his strength, but to forge his will and augment his combat experience. After all, the battlefield, is ever-changing, and merely releasing skills is insufficient. During the training, Rihanna provided Huang Yu with remarkable insights. Possessing an innate combat instinct, she pointed out numerous issues in Huang Yu's fighting techniques, yielding substantial benefits for him. As the sun rose, marking the end of the 5th day's sign-in period and refreshing the discount list, 100 inhabitants and 20 Amazonian warriors arrived. Huang Yu concluded his morning practice, accepting the allegiance of the 20 Amazonian warriors. He then arranged for 20 ordinary inhabitants to enter the Spartan training camp. After allocating housing and work for the remaining ordinary inhabitants, Huang Yu invited Rihanna and Dilios to dine at the castle. Breakfast consisted of a single dish. It was of a style that neither Dilios nor Rihanna had ever encountered. In the steaming, fragrant meat broth, slender noodles lay at the bottom of the bowl, garnished with wild vegetables and slices of meat. The green and white combination was undeniably appetizing. To satisfy his culinary cravings, Huang Yu had shared various delicacies from Blue Star with several cooks based on his memories. In order to create the dishes Huang Yu requested, the castle's cooks had even elevated their cooking level to 3. The ramen before him was one of their creations. While some lords still struggled to meet their basic needs, Huang Yu had already begun researching ways to improve his meals. The only regret was that he had yet to find a substitute for chili peppers. Rihanna, this communication crystal is for you. After breakfast, Huang Yu produced the number 2 communication crystal, which belonged to Dilios. Dilios usually operated alongside Musa and seldom utilized the communication crystal. Thus, Huang Yu entrusted the number 2 crystal to Rihanna. Once she accepted it, Huang Yu began outlining their tasks for the day. Dilios and Musa would lead the Spartan warriors to explore the area 10 kilometers beyond the territory, while Rihanna and Ella would upgrade the Amazonian warriors within a 10-kilometer radius. Chapter 58, Material Acquisition. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, Lord. You have received a high-quality broadsword. Huang Yu gazed at the broadsword in his hand with a look of exasperation, casually tossing it into the Huang Yu shop. What is the use of this? I'm already overflowing with equipment. Subsequently, Huang Yu clicked on the discount artifact, directly searching for material-related products. As the list refreshed, dozens of pages of discounted materials appeared, ranging from ordinary materials to special building materials, potion components, equipment materials, and magical substances. The first item, 50 off high-quality material, light energy crystal. Absorbs energy during the day and emits a soft glow at night. Original price, 30 soul crystals. Current price, 6 soul crystals. Current quantity, 50. Are you still using foul-smelling beast fat lamps for illumination? Or perhaps even more primitive torches? What are you hesitating for? Buy it. Think of your inhabitants. Lighting devices made from light energy crystals are clean and hygienic. They will no longer strain their eyes while working late. As usual, Huang Yu automatically disregarded the advertisements from the discount artifact. However, the territory indeed lacked such materials. The lighting devices produced by the Magic Pattern Research Institute relied on fuel types, which were neither natural nor environmentally friendly. Paying 200 soul crystals, Huang Yu acquired 50 light energy crystals. He placed them in the warehouse and turned his attention to the next material. 50 off rare material, giant arm ape bone. The giant arm ape has exceptionally developed arms, and their astounding strength is primarily concentrated there. Original price, 30 soul crystals. Current price, 15 soul crystals. Current quantity, 10. The bones are quite sturdy. If you can't chew them, you can use them to hit someone. A rare 50 discount appeared on a piece of high-quality equipment forging material. Upon seeing the current price of 15 soul crystals, Huang Yu immediately lost interest. No matter how tough the bone, could it surpass the hardness of a weapon forged from refined iron? With 15 soul crystals, one could purchase 15 units of refined iron. Skipping the giant arm ape bone, Huang Yu continued to scroll down. 50 off rare material, obsidian. Obsidian can be used to craft equipment or serve as special building materials. It possesses exceptional explosive resistance, enhancing the defensive capabilities of constructions. Original price, 120 soul crystals. Current price, 6 soul crystals. Current quantity, 200. Some refer to it as dragon crystal. In truth, this substance bears no relation to dragons. However, its outstanding resistance to explosions has made it a favored building material among many lords. Special building material obsidian. This is indeed a worthwhile acquisition. Huang Yu paid 200 soul crystals to purchase all 200 units of obsidian, preparing it as a potential material for upgrading to the 4th tier. 50 off rare material, Phoenix Eye Flower Pod. The leaves of the Phoenix Eye Flower bear pods in the shape of phoenix eyes, which not only intimidate enemies, but also contain abundant energy. The concoction made from the Phoenix Eye Flower capsule can swiftly replenish the energy expended by the user. However, it is advised against consuming it directly. Originally priced at 360 soul crystals, it is now available for just 72 soul crystals. Current stock, 10 out of stock? Then perhaps you should try the energy-restoring potion crafted from the Phoenix Eye Flower capsule. It will invigorate you to your former vigor. Huang Yu felt a slight twitch on his face. He paid 720 soul crystals to acquire 10 Phoenix Eye Flower capsules. Although he was currently unable to transform the capsules into potions, it served as a commendable strategic reserve. 1/10 the price for the exceptional grade material, Golden Crown Eagle Eye. The Golden Crown Eagle is a magically enhanced raptor, possessing extraordinary flight speed and wielding the tempestuous power of wind elements. Its level can reach up to 49, 5th tier, and it can further evolve into the extraordinary creature, Dragon Eagle. Its eyes are composed of magical tissue, granting formidable dynamic vision and sight, enabling it to discern the trajectory of a large rodent from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Originally priced at 8,000 soul crystals, it is now available for 800 soul crystals. Quantity 2. Equipment crafted from it will be the coveted item of most archers. It may also serve as a medium for awakening. With a stroke of luck, one might even awaken a perfect level talent. The magical tissue of wild creatures capable of reaching the 5th tier is indeed remarkable, though it is exceptional grade. Its original price of 8,000 soul crystals indicates it is merely a hair's breadth away from the perfect grade. Huang Yu paid 1,600 soul crystals to procure both Golden Crown Eagle Eyes. Subsequently, he placed them all in the Cosmic Shop and marked them for sale at 7,000 soul crystals. With dynamic vision and superior sight, he believed that these qualities alone would entice numerous lords to purchase. Indeed, not long after, as Huang Yu had just acquired the 2 materials, a transaction notification chimed through the trading platform. Ding! Transaction notification. Lord Omenia paid 6,000 soul crystals, along with materials valued at 2,000 soul crystals, to purchase the exceptional grade material, Golden Crown Eagle Eye. Huang Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. He now had an additional 4,400 soul crystals in his inventory. With great discernment, Huang Yu procured hundreds of units of materials. His initial sum of over 20,000 soul crystals had long been exhausted. He primarily relied on the immediate sales of materials from the Cosmic Shop to maintain his financial equilibrium. In this brief span, the Cosmic Shop had listed 5 varieties of exceptional grade materials and 17 types of rare grade materials, collectively yielding him over 50,000 soul crystals. Currently, only the Fire Sparrow Egg, Heart of the Thunder Spirit, and another Golden Crown Eagle Eye remained on the shelves of the Cosmic Shop. Nevertheless, after purchasing some materials for personal use, Huang Yu found himself left with just over 20,000 soul crystals. The newly refreshed, perfect grade and extraordinary grade materials were predominantly discounted by more than half. After a few glances, he spotted only one suitable material. 1/10 the price for the perfect grade material, Moon Pool Stone, which contains white moon energy, making it a premium magical and special construction material. Equipment crafted from Moon Pool Stone will inherently possess the white moon energy attribute for all skills, calming the mind. If sufficient amounts of Moon Pool Stone are incorporated into a structure, it will deter frenzied wild beasts from approaching your territory. Originally priced at 25,000 soul crystals, it is now available for 2,500 soul crystals. Current stock, 100. Still troubled by the intrusion of beasts? Then consider adding a bit of Moon Pool Stone to your buildings. Clearly, following the beast tide, such unique materials as Moon Pool Stone are coveted by many lords. After the 7-day protection period, the beast tide would erupt once more, forcing lords to confront it directly. However, the price of 25,000 soul crystals makes it unaffordable, even for Huang Yu. While he could still purchase a few pieces, his soul crystals were dwindling, and he needed to reserve some for other discounted items. Ding! Transaction notification. Lord Decisive paid 12,500 soul crystals, along with 800 units of fine iron, 5,000 units of timber, 3,000 units of stone, and materials worth 4,000 soul crystals to purchase the perfect grade material, Heart of the Thunder Spirit. Seeing the 12,500 soul crystals credited, Huang Yu was pleasantly surprised. Just as he was dozing off, a pillow was sent his way. Chapter 59. Awakening Medium with the Sale of the Heart of the Thunder Spirit. Huang Yu's soul crystal count soared to 34,500. Skipping over the moon pool stone, he turned to the last page of materials and was immediately captivated by the first item he saw. 1/10 the price for the epic grade material. Core fragment of the Fire Element Lord. The elemental realm is home to numerous elemental beings, each composed of pure elemental energy. Among them, there exists one supreme elemental being for every element, known as the Elemental Lord. Originally priced at 1.5 million soul crystals, it is now available for 150,000 soul crystals. Quantity 3. Though merely a core fragment, it remains an exceedingly rare and powerful material. If Huang Yu were to utilize the Fire Element Lord's core fragment as an awakening material, he would gain a fire affinity talent, at the very least of extraordinary grade. Despite the discounted price of 150,000 soul crystals, he felt that with diligent effort, procuring the Fire Element Lord's core fragment was still a feasible endeavor. Huang Yu was somewhat tempted and placed the Fire Element Lord's core fragment in his shopping cart while continuing to browse the next high-grade material. 2/10 the price for the epic grade material, Heart Crystal of the Tidal Giant. The Tidal Giant is a race residing in the ocean, belonging to a branch of giants. As the largest of the giants, an adult tidal giant size rivals that of a titan. Originally priced at 3.4 million soul crystals, it is now available for 680,000 soul crystals. Quantity. If your territory requires the construction of a large energy supply building, it may come in handy. The staggering price of 680,000 soul crystals made Huang Yu hesitate, and he promptly skipped it to examine the next discounted item. 1/100th the price for the legendary grade material. Essence of the Void Marauder. The Void Marauder is the most notorious existence among void beings, possessing an insatiable desire to devour all living creatures. They slay their foes and then plunder their exceptional abilities to grow stronger. Countless dimensions have been destroyed by them to date. Originally priced at 21 million soul crystals, it is now available for 210,000 soul crystals. Quantity 2. Whether for crafting equipment or enslaving the essence within, you will become the nightmare of your enemies. Huang Yu gulped. He acknowledged his intrigue. Despite the Void Marauder's less than favorable reputation, its formidable abilities were undeniable. Moreover, with a discounted price of 210,000 soul crystals, Huang Yu believed he could muster the funds with some effort. Quickly scanning the remaining materials, Huang Yu realized that the most suitable options for awakening materials were the Fire Element Lord's core fragment and the essence of the Void Marauder. It seemed he would need to part with a considerable sum today. Huang Yu exited the filter. Enter the complete list of discounts. As the equipment is being crafted, let's first procure some goods from the Chaos Mall. Next, it is time to deliver warmth to the lords. Indeed, those who are handsome often enjoy good fortune. If I were to announce the items I have signed for over the past 5 days in the World Channel, those lords would surely be envious. Wang Yufei gazed at the delicate-looking man before him, feeling a wave of secret satisfaction. Since his arrival, none of the items he had signed for daily had been below the rare grade. On the first day, he signed for 50 rare units. On the second day, he received 10 superior grade potions. On the third day, he acquired the special building, the Rune Forge. On the fourth day, he claimed a skill book of superior grade. And today, he signed for an extraordinarily potential hero unit. In this grand competition among races, Wang Yufei felt as if he were the child of destiny. Of course, it would be even better if it weren't for that universe lord. Looking at the over 13,000 soul crystals in his account, Wang Yufei curled his lip and reluctantly opened the trading platform to click on the universe shop. His level had reached 9, and he needed to purchase the Thunder Spirit Heart as his awakening medium. Ding! You have been blacklisted by the Universe Lord. You cannot enter the Universe Mall while in a blacklisted state. What? Wang Yufei stared blankly at the notification, his expression turning to one of indignation. How dare he blacklist me? In a mountainous region, Edward held a purple, spindle-shaped crystal in his hands. The surface of this crystal occasionally emitted faint electric currents. Edward's golden hair stood on end from the static, but he was unwilling to let it go. This was what he had purchased with all his savings. He had even postponed his Fire Seed promotion to acquire this Thunder Spirit Core. Will you use the Thunder Spirit Heart as an awakening medium to promote to the second tier? Note, awakening is irreversible. The talents gained after awakening will be permanently fixed, and the Thunder Spirit Heart will disappear. Yes, no, yes. Why hesitate? This was the moment he had been waiting for. He decisively selected yes. The Thunder Spirit Heart in Edward's hands began to radiate a brilliant purple light. Streams of purple electricity surged forth, clinging to Edward's body. Edward trembled, foam forming at his mouth, feeling as if every bone in his body was being pulled by an overwhelming force. His flesh and organs felt as if they were burning. Ultimately, Edward rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. A few minutes later, the Thunder Spirit Heart completely vanished. Edward lay on the ground for a while before regaining his senses. Congratulations, Lord, on your promotion to the second tier, awakening the perfect grade talent, Thunder Incarnation. Please explore the talent abilities on your own. Closing his eyes, Edward could feel the surge of thunderous energy within him. He then raised both hands. Sparks danced in his palms, eventually transforming into a bolt of lightning. Under his control, the lightning morphed into various shapes: a lightning spear, a lightning whip, freeform electric elemental attacks, and immunity to electric elemental attacks. Edward grew increasingly exhilarated, unleashing his talent with all his might. Crackle. Amidst the thunderous explosions, Edward's body briefly elementalized, and the most powerful, elementalized body. After a second, he couldn't help but break into a wide grin. I did it. Ha ha. In the Garo territory, on the balcony of a castle, lay a completely golden feline creature, devoid of any stray hair or patterns. This was the reward Garo received on her 5th day of signing in, a perfect grade pet. The Golden Silk Tiger. Although it was merely a level 1 cub, the Golden Silk Tiger had already reached over a meter in length. Rubbing the cub's head, Garo rarely wore a smile, but soon her expression turned conflicted. This was because one of the 2 Golden Crown Eagle-S eyes on the shelves of the Universe Mall had been purchased by someone. After buying the red feather bow yesterday, she was left with only over 4,000 soul crystals, still far from the 7,000 soul crystals needed. Watching as materials continuously appeared on the shelves of the Universe shop only to vanish quickly, including items worth 4,000 to 5,000. Garo felt the coveted Golden Crown Eagle-S eye teetering on the brink of disappearance. After much hesitation, a hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes. Biting her lip, she opened her friend list. Chapter 60. First dividend after determining her goal. Huang Yu perused the complete list of discounted items. Ordinary and fine-grade goods were always the most abundant. Aside from food, Huang Yu merely glanced at items he believed lords might need before moving them to the Universe shop for resale, until he stumbled upon this item. 10 discount on fine-grade equipment. The Scarlet Crocodile Armor, produced by the Universe Blue Mountain Workshop, innovatively forged by expert blacksmith Sanyan, superior performance, original price 850 soul crystals. Current price 85 soul crystals. Current quantity 50. Seeing the Scarlet Crocodile Armor appear on the discounted items list, Huang Yu felt a dramatic twist of fate. He never anticipated his equipment would appear here. Yet it was a must-buy. After all, at a mere 85 soul crystals, the price was a steal. Huang Yu calculated that this price didn't even cover the cost of materials. Moreover, since the red-armored crocodiles near the territory had been exterminated, the Spartans had not encountered a single red-armored crocodile within a 10-kilometer radius of the Universe Lord's domain. Just days ago, Huang Yu lamented why he had captured a few to raise, resulting in half of the Spartan warriors currently donning mismatched fine armor, appearing like a motley crew. With these 50 sets of Scarlet Crocodile armor, he would perfectly meet the remaining needs of the Spartan warriors. Furthermore, Huang Yu was curious to know if purchasing the Scarlet Crocodile armor at a discounted price would yield dividends based on the price before the discount or the depreciated price. Spending 250 soul crystals, he acquired the 50 sets of Scarlet Crocodile armor and promptly stored them in the warehouse. Before he could even exit the purchase interface, he received a notification of soul crystals being credited. Ding! The Chaos Mall sold 50 sets of Scarlet Crocodile armor. According to the agreement, you received 275 soul crystals. Huang Yu couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected the Chaos Mall to provide him with profit dividends based on the price before the discount. In total, each set of Scarlet Crocodile armor cost him less than 60 soul crystals. Truly, The official channels are fair and just. Huang Yu praised the Chaos Mall and turned back to continue browsing the discounted items. 2-fold exquisite grade professional scroll for spearman. 15-fold rare grade potion. 3-fold rare grade pet. 1-fold exceptional grade skill book. Linguistic proficiency. Upon release, it enables the target to comprehend the languages of the wise races. Originally priced at 800 soul crystals, now available for 380 soul crystals. Current quantity, 1 a linguistic skill book. It will be indispensable for future interactions with other races. The utility of linguistic proficiency is remarkably extensive. When you click to purchase, the 380 soul crystals vanished, and a skill book materialized in his hands. Huang Yu chose to learn it. The linguistic proficiency skill book transformed into a radiant white light, merging into Huang Yu's being. After a moment of introspection, he cast the linguistic proficiency on himself. There was no extraordinary sensation, merely a recollection of the name Ostras, which instinctively registered as a name. It seems that only through contextual dialogue can the specific meaning be discerned. He would have to seek out other races to experiment further. Returning to the discounted product list, Huang Yu continued scrolling down. Meanwhile, the trading platform was abuzz with activity. Transaction notifications arrived in rapid succession. Lord Lanyue paid 260 soul crystals for an exquisite grade scythe. Lord Brandier paid 2,000 soul crystals for a rare grade skill book. Lord Otan paid 500 soul crystals for an exquisite grade building. The Goya Swordsman Base. As Huang Yu browsed the discounted product list, he simultaneously supplied goods to the universe shop. The soul crystals spent would invariably multiply in return in the next moment. He was unaware of how many items he had moved. Once he had cleared all items priced under 100,000, his total soul crystals exceeded 100,000. Indeed, exploiting the Chaos Mall was the most gratifying method of acquiring soul crystals. Huang Yu, still craving more, gazed at the perfect grade items that lay ahead. Typically, items of perfect grade were priced between 100,000 and 1,000,000. After discounts, their prices usually started at 10,000. At this stage, any lord wishing to purchase them would require a considerable amount of time to accumulate the necessary funds. For instance, the Thunder Spirit Heart from yesterday was only purchased by Lord Decisive after a day's wait. Huang Yu had no time to spare. To amass 210,000 soul crystals before the discounted product list refreshed, he had to make the most of every soul crystal at his disposal. Unfortunately, today's high-grade items had discounts that did not fall below 0. 1. Huang Yu swiftly perused the remaining discounted items. The highest grade was a legendary building named the Well of Stars, originally priced at 300 million, now only 2-fold discounted. The price was so exorbitant that Huang Yu lost interest in even clicking to view it. The lowest discount was an epic grade professional scroll at 5-fold, with a post-discount price of 1.5 million. That was also merely a product to gaze upon. It seemed today as pursuits would conclude here. Though Huang Yu felt unsatisfied, he had no choice but to exit the Chaos Mall. Ding! Your friend Lord Garo has sent you a message. Please check it. Garo? Huang Yu raised an eyebrow and opened his friend list. Lord Huang Yu, I apologize for the interruption. If convenient, could you reserve the Golden Crown Eagle SI for me? It appeared she had taken a liking to the Golden Crown Eagle SI. Was she planning to use it as her awakening medium? The previous iron frame bow and the subsequently purchased red feather bow, had they been for her own use? In that case, the Golden Crown Eagle SI was indeed the most suitable awakening medium for her at present. Huang Yu did not respond immediately, but inquired, For how long should I reserve it? Garo replied instantly, Before nightfall, along with today's iron ore. Before nightfall. Huang Yu pondered for a moment, about to agree, when he saw another message from Garo. No need to wait until nightfall. Can be before noon? Was she concerned I might refuse? Huang Yu first returned to the shop to withdraw the Golden Crown Eagle SI. He then sent a message. All right, I will reserve the Golden Crown Eagle SI for you before noon. Thank you, he replied succinctly. Huang Yu cleared 999 friend requests with a single click and exited the friend list. Standing on the balcony, Huang Yu surveyed his territory. A surge of grandeur washed over him. Upon seeing Huang Yu's reply, Garo sighed deeply. Her expression clouded as she gazed out at the poised Huilon light cavalry. Another favor owed. At this rate, would the territory still belonged to her? Meow. Sensing her master's concerns, the golden silk tiger rose and nuzzled Garo's delicate calf. Seeing her pet comforting her, Garo smiled wryly as she sat on the ground, affectionately ruffling the golden silk tiger's head. You must work hard, dear Meow. Otherwise, sister might have to sell you to repay debts. Upon hearing Garo's words, the golden silk tiger, reveling in her affection, suddenly raised its head, its jewel-like eyes filled with astonishment. Meow. Chapter 61. Amassing soul crystals as noon approached. The Amazonian warriors led by Rihanna and Ellis swept through the southwestern region of the territory, returning with over 100 wild beasts. Most of these creatures were first and second tier, with 2 being third tier. Compared to the Spartan warriors, the Amazonian warriors clearly excelled in combat within forest environments. Their inaugural mission yielded commendable results. Although their levels still lagged behind the Spartan warriors, after a morning of hunting, Rihanna and Ella had already reached level 4. Among the other Amazonian warriors, 12 had attained level 4, and 21 were at level 3. The gap in levels was steadily narrowing. After arranging for the Amazonian warriors to return for rest, Huang Yu descended the slope, observing the gatherers dismantling the monster corpses. Over 30 gatherers, some reaching level 7, exhibited remarkably high efficiency. In less than an hour, over 100 wild beast carcasses were entirely processed. Blood, flesh, bones, furs, claws, and scales. An abundance of raw materials were sent to the warehouse. Huang Yu first placed nearly 2,000 units of food into the Universe Mall, including exquisite grade meats. Soon, those meats were snatched up by the lords. As for the rare grade meats, Huang Yu refrained from selling them. The rare grade meats not only increased experience points, but also replenished energy and enhanced physical constitution. They were primarily reserved for himself and the warriors. The Rune Research Institute notification. You have acquired 6 expert-level blacksmiths. The Rune Research Institute notification. You have acquired 1 apprentice-level rune craftsman. While Huang Yu was organizing the warehouse supplies, the Rune Research Institute sent a notification. He had gained 6 expert-level blacksmiths. Huang Yu reviewed the personnel information from the Rune Research Institute and discovered that Zhu Ling, who had just been promoted to expert level yesterday, had today acquired the subprofession of rune craftsman, truly deserving of the highest potential. Currently, at the Arcane Inscription Research Institute, there are 69 apprentice-level blacksmiths and 11 expert-level blacksmiths. Among them, 4 expert-level blacksmiths have acquired the secondary profession of arcane inscription craftsman. Huang Yu hurried to the institute, where he encountered the newly promoted 6 expert-level blacksmiths, offering them praise and encouragement. The equipment forged at the Arcane Inscription Research Institute has become one of his primary sources of soul crystals. And each individual there is exceptionally talented. He adores this place. Upon entering the Arcane Inscription Center, Huang Yu immediately spotted Zhu Ling, who was nestled in the laboratory with dark circles under her eyes. Beside her lay several enchanted crystals, which she was methodically grinding into powder with a particular apparatus. Huang Yu winced at the sight. Currently, only Tier 3 wild monsters had a chance to drop enchanted crystals, each valued at over 1,000 soul crystals. After activating his true sight, he could clearly see the energy within the shattered crystals dissipating rapidly, rendering them useless for core equipment. What a waste! Huang Yu's face twitched, yet he refrained from stopping Zhu Ling. The development of new materials often entails significant investment, and he trusted that Zhu Ling was not engaging in futile endeavors. With a sharp crack, another fire element, enchanted crystal, was crushed. Still under the influence of true sight, Huang Yu observed the fire energy within the crystal beginning to boil. Alarmed, he swiftly pulled Zhu Ling into his embrace, casting a stone armor spell on both of them while conjuring a vortex beside them with practiced ease. Boom! The boiling fire energy exploded for unknown reasons, unleashing a wave of flames accompanied by a whirlwind that clashed with the vortex for a considerable time before gradually dissipating. Surveying the wreckage of the laboratory and the steam filling the air, Huang Yu felt a chill of fear. Had he not been present, Zhu Ling might have been reduced to cinders. However, upon witnessing the explosion, Zhu Ling exclaimed in excitement. What a spectacle! Huang Yu, exasperated, lightly tapped her forehead. You nearly perished. Do you realize that? Ouch! Zhu Ling rubbed her forehead, her big, watery eyes looking at Huang Yu with a sense of grievance. It hurts, my lord. I haven't rested all night for the sake of arcane research. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Huang Yu found himself at a loss for words. He could only maintain his lordly demeanor and stated, "In the future, no dangerous experiment shall be conducted without my presence. Understood?" Gazing at the ruined equipment and materials in the room, Huang Yu felt his heart bleed. All of this represented lost soul crystals. "Understood," Zhu Ling replied, sticking out her tongue and instantly transforming her expression from one of near tears to a quirky, spirited demeanor. She bounced out of the laboratory to summon apprentices to assist with the cleanup. Noticing Zhu Ling had settled down, Huang Yu inquired, "Zhu Ling, how is the production of the flying ropes progressing?" "Right over there." Zhu Ling pointed to a nearby shelf. Huang Yu's heart sank as he rushed over, fearing the explosion had damaged the flying ropes, but he sighed in relief upon finding them intact. "Just 5 pieces?" he asked, furrowing his brow. "I entrusted the remaining ones to Shi Yin. They should be sent to the warehouse along with the gear made at noon." Shi Yin was one of the newly promoted expert-level blacksmiths that morning and, like Zhu Ling, was also a female blacksmith. Huang Yu searched the warehouse and indeed found 10 flying ropes. Although a total of 16 pieces was slightly short, it was understandable, considering the rarity of the equipment. Additionally, the warehouse had received 340 new pieces of equipment, showcasing the blacksmith's accomplishments that morning. Among them were 105 ordinary pieces, 206 fine-quality pieces, 25 rare pieces, and even 4 exceptional quality pieces. Huang Yu estimated that selling this batch of equipment would almost cover the cost of the soul crystals needed to purchase the Void Marauder's essence. He selected 10 flying ropes for exceptional quality pieces and 5 rare quality pieces, then listed the remaining 321 pieces for sale. Moments later, trade notifications began pouring in. Lord of the Purple Blossom pays 400 soul crystals for a rare quality armor piece. Lord of the Radiant Knight pays 200 soul crystals for 10 fine quality longbows. Lord of Emond pays 80 soul crystals for 2 pieces of ordinary leather armor. Amidst the flurry of transaction alerts, Huang Yu's soul crystal count soared, with thousands pouring in nearly every second. Within half a minute, all the equipment had been sold, and his total soul crystals surged from 102, 518 to 211, 052. Huang Yu took a deep breath. He had finally gathered enough soul crystals to purchase the awakening medium. Chapter 62. The Void Marauder upon returning to the castle. Huang Yu clicked to purchase the essence of the Void Marauder. "Do you wish to pay 210,000 soul crystals for the essence of the Void Marauder?" "Yes, no, yes." Huang Yu promptly spent the freshly acquired soul crystals. As a palm-sized purple square crystal materialized in his hand, his account balance plummeted to 1,052 soul crystals. Within the purple crystal lay a menacing, chitinous creature in slumber. Despite the crystal barrier, Huang Yu could still sense an intense aura of danger, as if the Void Marauder could awaken at any moment and devour him whole. "Do you wish to use the essence of the Void Marauder as an awakening medium to ascend to Tier 2? Note: the awakening process is irreversible, and the acquired talents will be permanently fixed. The essence of the Void Marauder will be consumed." "Yes." After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yu chose to awaken his talents. Immediately, the essence of the Void Marauder emanated a brilliant purple light, enveloping Huang Yu. When he regained his senses, he found himself amidst a starry expanse. Before him loomed a mountain-sized Void Marauder, a terrifying pressure enveloping Huang Yu, creating an illusion that his very soul was on the verge of being torn asunder. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed in his consciousness. In horror, Huang Yu watched as the Void Marauder opened its eyes, fixing its cold, greedy gaze upon him, as if it were a ravenous beast that had not feasted in ages. Now presented with fresh flesh. What in the world? His body seemed paralyzed. Realizing the Void Marauder had awakened, Huang Yu felt a surge of panic. "I have chosen the path of awakening, yet it feels as though I am merely a passive recipient of offerings." Just then, a tremor rippled through the space, conjuring a wave of disturbance. The Void Predator, who had just risen, had yet to make its next move when it was shattered into fragments amidst the upheaval. A haunting roar echoed in Huang Yu's consciousness, and he soon beheld those shards transforming into luminous streams, rushing toward him. Upon the first stream merging with his being, Huang Yu experienced a mental jolt, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the realm of reality, Huang Yu's body floated weightlessly, while the essence of the Void Predator hovered above his forehead, infusing a torrent of pure void energy into him. Half an hour elapsed before the last wisp of void energy penetrated his brow, causing the square crystalline purple glow to completely dissipate, revealing a translucent crystal that fell alongside him. A mysterious purple pattern emerged on his forehead. With a deep breath, Huang Yu gradually opened his eyes. After a considerable duration, he regained his awareness amidst the chaos of his awakening. Congratulations, Lord, on advancing to Tier 2 and awakening the legendary talent, Void Plunder. Due to the exceptional grade of your talent, we are currently analyzing its capabilities for you. Analysis successful. Void Plunder, legendary talent. Ability 1, Void Walking. Typically, only extraordinary beings can survive in the void. By acquiring this ability, the Lord can move freely in void environments and automatically absorb void energy to meet his survival needs. Ability 2, Void Energy. The Lord possesses a reservoir of void energy within, enhancing the effects of release skills. Moreover, direct utilization of void energy will yield varied effects, which the Lord must explore. Ability 3, Predator Physique. To maintain the balance of abilities and preserve the genetic purity of the predator race. Void predators have formidable control over their bodies. Like the void predators, the Lord can conceal, block, and sever the plundered abilities, releasing them only when necessary. Ability 4, Void Plunder. By slaying living beings, the Lord can randomly plunder their abilities, including genetic, attribute, and talent capabilities. Other abilities require the Lord to explore independently. Is this truly a legendary talent? Huang Yu was utterly astounded. Although the ability to traverse the void may not be immediately useful, the remaining 3 talents were each overwhelmingly powerful. Void energy held myriad applications. The Predator Physique afforded ultimate control over the body, preventing him from becoming a grotesque amalgamation due to excessive ability plundering. Ultimately, Void Plunder would serve as Huang Yu's shortcut to power. Presently, the shortcomings of his personal strength would gradually be mitigated by the talents of Void Plunder. Huang Yu was overwhelmed with excitement. What did it matter that the human race's value was merely of ordinary rank? Those higher-ranked races would inevitably become a part of his burgeoning strength. After a considerable pause, Huang Yu recollected that the Chaos Mall was still cataloging the crafting process for the flying cable and promptly chose to upload it. The Chaos Mall has recorded the rare-grade equipment, flying cable. The Lord gains 20,000 experience points. As the notification materialized, a golden light enveloped Huang Yu. Moments later, the radiance dissipated, and his level ascended to 12, surpassing the previously established records of Dilius, who had only recently broken through level 11. This invigorating sensation of power was truly intoxicating. Huang Yu channeled the void energy within him, causing his body to levitate gently, and under his command, he soared from the 3rd floor of the castle. Utilizing the void energy granted him the ability to float and fly. Additionally, his strength, speed, and regenerative capabilities had seen substantial enhancement. Extending his hands, void energy surged forth, and Huang Yu hurled it at a stone. The energy penetrated the stone's core, and with a gust of wind, it was reduced to a cloud of dust. The direct release of void energy could utterly obliterate matter, returning it to its essence. He pondered whether this effect would extend to living beings or spells as well. Amidst the astonished and awed gazes of his subjects, Huang Yu descended the hillside and landed at the edge of his territory. Fiery magic orb. Huang Yu raised his hand and unleashed a fiery magic orb. Previously, these orbs had been a deep crimson hue, but this time, purple fissures adorned its surface and its size had doubled. Whoosh! The orb soared into the forest before erupting suddenly. Boom! A small mushroom cloud ascended from the trees, scorching a 30-meter radius into an open clearing. Such destructive power rivaled that of a perfect grade skill. Huang Yu marveled at the spectacle. Eager to further explore the potential of void energy, he found himself somewhat constrained, as his reserves of void energy were dwindling and recovering at a painfully slow pace. Ding! Your friend, Lord Garo, has transferred 5,000 soul crystals to you and provided 1,500 units of iron ore, valued at 2,000 soul crystals. Was this sufficient to procure the necessary resources? Huang Yu had little inclination to concern himself with such trivial matters. Accepting the soul crystals and materials, He casually handed over the eye of the golden-crowned eagle to Garo and continued to immerse himself in the exploration of his newfound talents. Chapter 63. Near the territory. Congratulations, Lord, on advancing to Tier 2 and awakening the exceptional talent, Demonized Eagle Eye. Please explore the capabilities of this talent independently. Garo leaned against the headboard, her eyes fluttering open. The scenery before her fluctuated between blurred and clear, inducing a sensation of dizziness. Meow. Hearing a sound nearby, Garo turned to look. The golden-striped tiger lay in the corner, greeting her before resuming its grooming. Following the morning's battle, its level had increased to 5, and its size now surpassed that of an adult Siberian tiger. In Garo's perception, the tiger's movements were slow yet vivid. She could discern the barbs on its tongue as it meticulously groomed its golden fur, capturing the gradual alignment of each hair. After focusing for a moment, Garo finally acclimated to her talent. Supporting her forehead, she rose from the bed. Superb vision, dynamic capture. These were the two abilities bestowed upon her by the demonized Eagle Eye. Gazing out the window, Garo could see the Hurlan light cavalry patrolling near the large iron mine. Clad in leather armor procured from the Cosmic Mall, emblazoned with the insignia of Cosmic Blue Mountain. Just this morning, Dilu had ascended to the rank of warrior, standing guard atop a makeshift watchtower at the large iron mine, gripping an iron bow with a keen gaze. It seems there are other abilities yet to be discovered. Garo descended from the bed, donning a set of fine-quality light armor that accentuated her graceful figure. Grabbing the red-feathered bow from the wall, she beckoned to the golden-striped tiger. Meow. The tiger emitted an excited roar, trailing Garo as she exited the castle. Taking advantage of the afternoon, she aimed to both adapt to her demonized eagle eye and clear the nearby wild creatures. The spark must be elevated to the 3rd tier as soon as possible. At that point, the territory will border the iron mine, eliminating the need for additional manpower to maintain it. Moments later, Gallo rode on a feathered deer, accompanied by a golden-striped tiger and 30 light cavalry from Xiaolan, charging into the grasslands. As dusk approached, the collection area of the Huanyu territory saw the return of Spartan warriors, who brought back over 200 carcasses of wild beasts. More than 30 gatherers resumed their industrious tasks. Windblade, a windblade, twice the usual size and trailing a faint purple light, whistled through the air towards a copper-skinned wild bull. With a swift strike, the towering creature, standing over 3 meters tall and at the 2nd tier, had no time to react before its massive head fell to the ground. You have gained 342 experience points and 30 soul crystals. Huang Yu furrowed his brow. It was evident that even with the application of void energy, the enhancement of the refined skill only increased its power and size, unlike the fiery magic ball, which achieved a fundamental transformation. It seems that both equipment and skills present significant turning points at the rare and extraordinary grades. Nevertheless, the core ability of Void Plunder remains quite reliable. After Huang Yu slayed the copper-skinned wild bull, the mark on his forehead drew a wisp of purple light from the beast's carcass. Subsequently, void energy coursed across his skin. His consciousness instinctively captured a piece of information. You have plundered the genetic ability of the copper-skinned wild bull. Metallic skin. Huang Yu raised his arm. His once ordinary skin now bore a hue reminiscent of brass. The skin of the copper-skinned wild bull is an excellent defensive material among refined grades, impervious to attacks from common arrows, spears, and blades. Now through Void Plunder, Huang Yu acquired this characteristic. He controlled the talent of Void Plunder, utilizing the capabilities of the plunderer physique to conceal the appearance of the metallic skin while retaining its defensive properties. Although he appeared unchanged, he was now impervious to harm from ordinary weapons wielded by those below level 10. A remarkable talent, Huang Yu mused. If one day he were to slay a dragon, would he not also gain a physique as formidable as that of a dragon, along with an extended lifespan? Lord, this is a rudimentary map we sketched after today's exploration. Upon witnessing Huang Yu complete his experiment, Darius approached, holding a map drawn on beast hide. After a day of battle, his level had risen to 12, with experience just shy of Huang Yu's. The copper-skinned wild bull was a creature Huang Yu had instructed Darius to capture alive. Currently, slaying 2nd-tier wild beasts was a trivial task for Darius, yet capturing them alive posed a significant challenge. Spreading the map on the ground, Darius explained to Huang Yu. Approximately 12 kilometers to the northeast lies an expansive grassland, from which we captured the copper-skinned wild bull. Additionally, we discovered a herd of ancient giant lizards and a multitude of grassland creatures. Those orcs likely originated from the grassland, yet we did not encounter them. Hearing Darius's words, Huang Yu couldn't help but think of the Orc Lord. They are nomadic yet aware of their territory, potentially launching an attack at any time. Once the protection period concludes, the orcs will become a ticking time bomb for the Huang Yu territory. Noting Huang Yu's nod, Darius continued. To the north and west of the territory lies an endless forest. However, we ventured nearly 20 kilometers to the northwest and caught a glimpse of a distant mountain range. Along the way, we also spotted a group of small green-skinned creatures. Those beings were exceedingly timid. We attempted to express goodwill initially, then resorted to intimidation. They wouldn't dare to approach. Glancing at the towering Spartan warriors, each resembling a harbinger of death, Huang Yu struggled to envision how they could convey goodwill. Observing Huang Yu's expression, Darius awkwardly rubbed his nose and proceeded. We haven't had the chance to explore the east yet. To the south, about 15 or 16 kilometers away, lies an ocean. An ocean? Huang Yu expressed mild astonishment. From the castle, he could vaguely discern a body of water, but had not anticipated it to be an ocean. Indeed, Darius nodded. It stretches endlessly, and not far from the shore, there lies an island. Huang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Whether grasslands, mountains, or oceans, these regions harbor countless resources while undoubtedly concealing immense dangers. With a clear understanding of the surrounding environment, he would now focus on identifying potential enemies near the territory. The camp of the Wurgens 3 kilometers away, the Orcish inhabitants of the plains, the trolls that suddenly emerged, and the green-skinned creatures encountered by Darius today. These foreign races are adversaries he must inevitably confront, serving as stepping stones for his continuous growth. The greater the area he controls, the richer the resources he can acquire. As dusk fell, 55 Amazonian warriors returned to the territory, bringing nearly 200 wild beast carcasses and an exhilarating piece of news. They had discovered a unique resource-type mineral, receiving the dark golden or from Rihanna's hands. A palm-sized chunk felt surprisingly weighty. Huang Yu activated his true sight and discerned that it contained abundant earth elemental energy, stable and pure, rivaling that of third-tier wild beast earth elemental crystallization. Huang Yu accessed the mineral information. Kunjin rock, quality, excellent, description. Kunjin rock harbors rich earth elemental energy. Yet this energy is dense and stable. It is unsuitable for equipment forging except for heavy weaponry. However, Kunjin rock serves as an excellent special building material. Incorporating Kunjin rock during the territory's construction upgrades significantly enhances the stability and defensive capabilities of the structures. Additionally, Kunjin rock can autonomously absorb free earth elemental energy over time. Buildings containing Kunjin rock will be influenced by the earth elements, gradually boosting their defenses and even merging with the land. A unique resource-type mineral. Moreover, an exceptional building material of remarkable quality. The Amazonian warriors truly surprised Huang Yu this time. Storing the Kunjin rock in the warehouse, Huang Yu inquired, Rihanna, where is the mineral located? Are there any wild beasts or other races nearby? Upon hearing Huang Yu's query, Rihanna replied, 5 kilometers west of the territory lies a concealed cave, which we discovered by chance. There were no signs of biological activity inside, but we did encounter a rather alert creature. It bore a unique rune on its body and attempted to ambush us as we passed, though it was unsuccessful. After we pursued them, they mysteriously vanished. It appears they belong to another faction. Huang Yu nodded. The Kuanjin rock mines must be secured. Exceptional quality building materials, each unit valued at thousands of soul crystals, with such superior performance. In Huang Yu's mind, these are essential materials for promoting the fire seed to the 4th tier. He committed the matters of the special race and Kuanjin rock mines to memory. Huang Yu handed over the 31 grappling hooks in the warehouse to Rihanna, instructing her to lead the Amazon warriors in adapting to the equipment. He then returned to the castle to tally the spoils of the Spartan warriors and Amazon warriors, as well as the equipment forged by the Magic Pattern Research Institute that afternoon. A total of 423 monster corpses contributed over 10,000 units of food to Huang Yu, leaving behind more than 1,000 units of rare, exceptional quality food. Huang Yu discarded the remaining food into the cosmic shop. After organizing the accumulated equipment in the warehouse, All over 9,000 units of food were sold, resulting in an increase of 31,800 soul crystals in Huang Yu's account. Along with the spoils from the Spartan warriors and Amazon warriors' afternoon hunt, his soul crystal count reached 40,000. Additionally, a large quantity of materials was sent to the warehouse. By tomorrow, these materials would be forged into equipment by the Magic Pattern Research Institute, leading to another significant influx of soul crystals. Throughout the afternoon, the Magic Pattern Research Institute forged 216 pieces of equipment for Huang Yu. While the quantity was modest, the quality was impressive, including 2 exceptional items, a radiant gold bow and a blood cry sword, both of which matched the performance of the Frost Wave in Huang Yu's possession. He intended to retain these for Ella and Rihanna. Furthermore, there were 44 pieces of rare quality equipment. Excluding 20 grappling hooks, 24 pieces of rare quality equipment remained, from which Huang Yu selected 12 for the warriors. The rest, along with 120 pieces of fine quality equipment and 50 pieces of ordinary quality equipment, were prepared for sale. The time was ripe. The lords must be eager for soul crystals. Huang Yu chuckled softly as he listed all 182 pieces of equipment. Lord Seven Knights paid 200 soul crystals for a rare quality battle axe. Lord Abrick paid 900 soul crystals for 10 pieces of fine quality long swords. Lord Tunglong paid 40 soul crystals for 1 piece of ordinary quality leather armor. Within 10 seconds, hundreds of transaction notifications flooded in. Huang Yu instantly received over 70,000 soul crystals. Meanwhile, the world channel erupted with excitement. I can't believe your speed. I can never snag equipment from the Cosmic Shop. So frustrating. I managed to grab a rare quality longbow. I just tried it out, and its power is astonishing. Cosmic Boss, I adore you. Jealous of the previous poster. Alas, I lack soul crystals, only snagged 5 fine quality spears. Yes, I'm just here to show off. How infuriating. Let this guy flaunt. I wish I could reach through the world channel and hit someone. So many fine quality items listed in the Cosmic Shop lately. Indeed, it seems Lord Huang Yu's strength has significantly increased. Worship the Great One, but the quantity has decreased. There are barely 200 sets. Exactly, it's simply not enough to grab. Lord Huang Yu, please stock up some more. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Can't Lord Huang Yu forge some more ordinary equipment to support the lower tier lords? Yes, ordinary quality equipment is becoming scarce, and we can't afford high quality items. Don't just focus on your own advancement. Lend a hand to your fellow lords. With great power comes great responsibility. Shouldn't you fulfill your obligations? The leading lords, like Lord Huang Yu, only care about their own development, never minding our plight. It's truly cold-hearted. They are nothing but a bunch of vampires. The recent elevation of product quality in the Cosmic Shop has led to increased purchasing pressure from many lower-tier lords, sparking discontent among some. As complaints arose, many joined in to vent their frustrations, mindlessly attacking the leading lords, with Huang Yu drawing the majority of their ire. However, soon a few lords stepped up to counter the criticisms. Do you think the myriad races competition is a game? You need others to carry you? If you cannot develop on your own, do not blame others. The products in the Cosmic Shop are already quite reasonable. What more do you want? Should Lord Huang Yu give them away for free? I can't believe it has come to this. How are you still alive as such colossal infants? If you can't make it, don't blame the road for being uneven. How old are you? Still nursing at someone else's breast. In an instant, the world channel was filled with tension as 2 factions exchanged heated words. Even some leading lords personally intervened, while others, seeking chaos, stirred the pot, further escalating the disorder. Chapter 65. End of the protection period. Ding. Your friend, Lord Eternal, has sent you a message. Please check it. Just as Huang Yu placed the 4,000 units of iron ore handed over by Gallo into the warehouse, he received a message from Lord Eternal. Boss Cosmic, the world channel has erupted because of you. Because of me? Huang Yu was somewhat surprised, but dismissed it. People's joys and sorrows are diverse. He merely perceived the uproar as a distraction. Instead of engaging in verbal sparring, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to develop his own power. Initially intending to ignore it, he reconsidered and replied, "Please refrain from bothering me with such matters in the future." Understood. Clearly, Lord Eternal did not anticipate Huang Yu's indifference. After a while, he continued, "Boss Cosmic, I have a batch of materials I would like you to help forge into equipment, if it's convenient. Following this, Lord Eternal sent the details of the materials. They comprised a total of 22 units of fine-quality beast hides. Lord Eternal wished for Huang Yu to craft 20 pieces of fine-quality leather armor. Huang Yu assessed the market price and quoted a fee. The production cost per set is 300 soul crystals, totaling 6,000 soul crystals. Is that acceptable? Typically, within the same quality tier, armor tends to be pricier than weapons. In the Chaos Mall, even the cheapest fine-quality leather armor costs over 400 soul crystals. Moreover, equipment crafted by the Magic Pattern Research Institute is generally of medium to high quality. Thus, the 300 soul crystals per set was already a generous price offered by Huang Yu. Ding! Your friend, Lord Eternal, has transferred 6,000 soul crystals and 22 fine-quality beast hides to you. Please check your inventory. Lord Eternal was quite straightforward, promptly transferring the materials and 6,000 soul crystals to Huang Yu, followed by a message. Thank you, Boss Cosmic. I entrust the equipment to you. Since you are unwilling to engage in these trivial matters, allow me to take charge of those insignificant individuals from the World Channel. I shall defend the honor of the universe leader for eternity. Huang Yu's eyelids twitched slightly, leaving him speechless, considering the other party's well-meaning intentions. He ultimately decided to give the Eternal Lord a reprieve, retaining the connection for a few more days. After all, this fellow's title for him was rather catchy. After dinner, the night completely enveloped the universe territory. A bright white moon ascended, casting a radiant light that illuminated the fifth night since the arrival of all. Under the moon's glow, the red and purple moons appeared faint, nearly indistinguishable. It seemed that today marked the peak of the white moon's brilliance within the 7 days. Beneath the white moon's illumination, the distant forest grew notably quieter, with the sporadic beast roars sounding feeble and half-hearted. Nevertheless, the mysterious patterns on Huang Yu's forehead still enabled him to keenly pinpoint the location of the purple moon, drawing a modicum of void energy from it. The purple moon symbolizes the void. What do the frenzied red moon and the serene white moon represent? Huang Yu pondered. As his strength increased, he began to unveil a corner of the mysteries surrounding the chaotic continent, which the lords would inevitably confront. The night passed without incident. In the early morning, the white moon vanished, heralding the quiet arrival of the 6th day since the universal descent. Huang Yu concluded his morning exercises and, while having breakfast with Rihanna and D. Leos, awaited the refresh of the sign-in and discount lists. However, to his surprise, the first message he received was from Gonix, whom he had nearly forgotten. Huang Yu felt a moment of embarrassment. He had dispatched Gonix to monitor the Wolfmen and had not contacted him for quite some time. A lapse in duty on his part. Taking out the vibrating communication crystal from his pocket, he saw 2 lines of text appear. My lord, I just attempted to enter the Wolfmen's territory and found I can do so freely. Their protection period has ended. Upon reading Gonix's message, Huang Yu contemplated deeply. It turned out that, as a medium race, the protection period for the Wolfmen was merely 5 days. He immediately inquired, what are they doing? Have they fled? The Orc Lord could carry a totem pillar around, and Huang Yu worried that the Wolfmen might possess the ability to migrate their territory. After sending the message, he awaited Ganix's response. Moments later, Gonix sent a video recording. Through the misty haze, Huang Yu observed a 3-meter-high wall erected in the core area of the Wolfmen's camp. Constructed from stone, clay, and wood, the wall appeared somewhat rudimentary, unlike the products of the chaotic marketplace. It was likely built by the Wolfmen themselves. Beyond the wall, only a corner of a stone structure was visible, and shadowy figures of numerous Wolfmen stood atop the wall, most wielding crude weapons, though a few possessed more respectable gear. Scattered at intervals were several watchtowers, where Wolfmen with large bows vigilantly scanned the surrounding territory. They had abandoned wild skirmishes and opted for defense. It seemed the Wolfmen were quite intimidated by me. Huang Yu chuckled softly. While Wolfmen excel in open combat, they were not adept at defense. Yet after being crushed by Spartan warriors twice in the wilderness, these Wolfmen no longer dared to confront Huang Yu head-on. Still, one must remain vigilant. Since they managed to survive after the protection period, these Wolfmen must have passed the Lord's assessment. Their strength should not be underestimated. The recording from Gonix continued. The Wolfmen's territory seemed to still be in the second phase, covering an area of approximately 500 by 500. However, the area outside the wall had been completely cleared, leaving a barren landscape, with traces of traps faintly visible. Additionally, Gonix had captured several large wolves on the communication crystal. Some were concealed within the surrounding forests, while others hid behind the wall. Particularly, a white wolf, whose height surpassed 3 meters, could not be concealed even by the towering wall. It appeared that this time, the enemy included not only the wolfmen, but also a pack led by the 4th-tier white wolf. That white wolf truly was a persistent adversary. D. Leos and Rihanna, watching the video from the communication crystal, were also drawn to the image of the white wolf. D. Leos displayed a hint of impatience. This vengeful and cunning white wolf had caused them some trouble during the previous battle against the wolfmen and trolls. After a while, the recording concluded, and Gonix sent another message. "My lord, do you have any further orders?" Huang Yu's expression turned serious as he infused energy into the communication crystal. "Gonix, keep a close watch on them. I will lead the warriors there shortly. Today, we shall seize the wolfmen's territory." Upon reading this, Gonix promptly replied, "Understood." Turning to D. Leos and Rihanna, Huang Yu instructed D. Leos, "Rihanna, prepare the warriors for battle. I shall personally lead the charge today to eradicate these wolfmen." Chapter 66. The Expedition. Yes, my lord. D. Leos and Rihanna did not question Huang Yu's command. After saluting, they hurriedly left to organize the troops. Huang Yu returned to his chamber and retrieved a suit of armor. Scorpion lion armor, quality, exceptional, equipment description, expertly forged by the master blacksmith Song Yun from the Blue Mountain Workshop, utilizing materials sourced from the 4th-tier wild beast. The Scorpion Lion. During the forging process, shining gold stones were added, greatly enhancing the armor's defensive capabilities. Among exceptional grade equipment, it ranks at the top. Active skills. 1. Flight. Song Yun modified the Scorpion Lion's wings, allowing the armor to retain a brief flight capability. 2. Gust. When the wings on the back of the armor unfurl or are vigorously flapped, a powerful gust of wind will be generated, pushing nearby objects away. 3. Wing Slash. Infusing energy to swing the wings can unleash a slashing attack. 4. Wings of Shining Gold. The wings of the Scorpion Lion armor are embedded with shining gold stones, granting a defensive power comparable to exceptional grade shields, with edges sharp enough to rival rare grade weapons, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Passive skills. 1. Scorpion Lion Venom. Being struck by the Scorpion Lion armor will infect the target with Scorpion Lion Venom, causing muscular paralysis and shock. 2. Shining Gold Guard. After adding shining gold stones, the armor boasts formidable defense and possesses a physical rebound effect. This armor was specially crafted by Song Yun for Huang Yu, utilizing materials obtained by the Spartan warriors after the beast tide. Its overall performance is outstanding. The only lamentable aspect may be the absence of a magical crystal as an energy core, due to the magical crystal of the Scorpion Lion, along with its scorpion tail. A certain fellow had an encounter with it last night. With the assistance of the steward, Huang Yu donned his armor. The armor was not as heavy as he had imagined, resplendent in hues of purple and gold. It came complete with matching shoulder guards, knee pads, and battle boots. Concealed within the diamond-shaped compartment at the back of the breastplate lay the modified wings of the Scorpion Lion. The design of the helmet mirrored that of the Scorpion Lion itself. Once adorned, Huang Yu appeared both formidable and imposing, descending the staircase amidst the praises of the steward and servants. Before departing the castle, Huang Yu accessed the Chaos Mall, clicked to sign in, hoping for a stroke of good fortune. Sign in successful. Congratulations, Lord. You have received a fine-grade spear, Heart Piercer. A fine iron spear materialized in his grasp. Huang Yu's smile faltered for a moment before he casually discarded Heart Piercer into the Universal Mall. Moments later, a transaction notification appeared, and he received 270 soul crystals. Heart Piercer is indeed splendid. Huang Yu stepped out of the castle, muttering to himself, "To kill, one must pierce the heart." In the square before the castle stood the Spartan warriors on the left, numbering 139 in total, while the Amazonian warriors on the right, including 20 newly born ones, totaled 75. Over 200 warriors, all fully armed, wore equipment of no lesser quality than fine grade. The two groups gazed at Huang Yu with profound respect. As if he commanded them to invade hell, they would execute the order without hesitation. Further away stood 100 newly born subjects. gazing in awe at the army before the castle, their expressions a mix of shock and relief. For their first expedition, they aimed for a flawless victory, to execute a splendid annihilation. Observing the numbers on both sides, Huang Yu felt a stirring in his heart as 525 soul crystals vanished. From the Amazon tribe, 125 level 1 female warriors emerged one after another. Meanwhile, 60 chosen subjects entered the Spartan training camp with expressions of great honor. A mere 10 minutes later, 60 level 1 Spartan warriors exited the training camp. Among them 3 heroic units: Spartan Hero, Astinos, unique, level, loyalty, 100 devoted, potential, sacred domain, upgradable to 69, class, Spartan Berserker, skills, Spartan combat techniques, Spartan formation, Spartan swordsmanship, maxim, the blade bears my fury. Hero introduction. Astinos is a master swordsman who relishes charging forth, wielding his blade imbued with wrath to incinerate his foes. Spartan Hero, Phaedra, unique, level, loyalty, 100 devoted, potential, sacred domain, upgradable to 69, class, Spartan Vanguard, skills, dual wield mastery, combat intuition, maxim, they see only the bloodied edge of my weapon, while I perceive their fear. Subclass, Poet, hero introduction. Phaedra is a unique hero, skilled in combat, capable of wielding any weapon with devastating efficacy. His poetic talent inspires fellow warriors, and while he ravages foes with fiery intensity, he offers warmth to friends. Spartan Hero, Esconas, unique, level, loyalty, 100 devoted, potential, extraordinary, upgradable to 59, class, Spartan Shield Bearer, skills, Spartan combat techniques, Spartan formation, shield mastery, maxim, calamity halts at my presence. Hero introduction. Esconas is an exceedingly reliable companion. As long as his form stands, you can confidently strike at the enemy. Huang Yu gazed upon the 3 new heroes standing shoulder to shoulder with Dilius and Musa in the Spartan formation. Astinos, the youngest, always bore an enthusiastic glint in his eyes, reminiscent of Dilius' spirit. The Spartan Vanguard Phaedra possessed striking features, his golden hair radiating warmth akin to sunlight. Esconas, a towering bald giant, over 2 meters tall, possessed a physique reminiscent of an unyielding fortress. Welcome, my heroes and warriors. Huang Yu beamed at the magnificent army before him, a surge of noble sentiment swelling within. This scene seemed apt for an impassioned speech, yet Huang Yu wished to conserve time. Once he retrieved the equipment from the warehouse and fully armed the warriors, he spread his arms wide, activating the scorpion lion armor. Boom! The purple gold wings erupted from his back, a gust of energy dispersing the surrounding dust and debris. With a powerful flap, Huang Yu ascended into the air. Warriors, for the future of the universe, let us fight! Huang Yu roared to his warriors below. Let those despicable wolfmen tremble beneath our feet. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, the Amazonian warriors and Spartan fighters were filled with excitement, clashing their weapons and raising jubilant cheers. For victory! For the universe! As the echoes of their cheers lingered, Huang Yu soared through the air, the wings creating a whirlwind. His form instantly propelled to the front of the ranks, landing with such force that it left a substantial crater in the ground. Onward. Chapter 67. The cunning wolfmen within the territory of the wolfmen. Although continually subjected to Huang Yu's oppression, the wolfman Lord Buck had managed to elevate his domain to the 2nd tier. After passing the assessment, he received commendable rewards. Currently, his territory boasted over 400 wolfmen, each a born warrior. Among them were 50 elite wolfman berserkers, 10 rare wolf knight units, and 5 rare ghost hand wolfmen. Yet, Buck felt it was still insufficient. The agonizing cries of the troll warriors echoed in his mind. Each recollection of those humanoid killing machines sent shivers down his spine. Approaching the ancestral totem of the wolfmen, a symbol of authority for the half-orc lords, Buck could summon warriors of the Wolfman clan through the totem, purchase various buildings and resources with soul crystals, and trade with other Wolfman lords. However, after summoning a multitude of subjects using soul crystals, he found himself unable to continue such endeavors. Now he sought assistance. Great ancestors, please convey to my brother Mog that I acquiesce to his demands. The Wolfmen possess a weak sense of emotional attachment, characterized by cold-bloodedness and selfishness. Though Mog is Buck's brother, their bond resembles that of ordinary wolfmen, and for certain reasons. Their relationship had become quite strained. Therefore, rather than a plea for aid, it resembled a transaction. A transaction of souls, indeed. Oh, my dear brother, upon receiving your message, my soul soared with excitement. Come, let us hasten to seal this pact. Thus, our family can reunite soon, haha. Upon receiving the message from Morg, a visage of a withered, malevolent face flashed through Buck's mind, accompanied by that unsettling voice. Yet, gazing at the contract before him, Buck hesitated not a moment and inscribed his name with resolve. He had no alternative but to trust that Morg would bestow upon him twice the military strength stipulated in the agreement. Contract established. Please receive the materials provided to you by the other party as per the contract. Buck sighed deeply, opting to accept. In his hand, a scroll materialized. However, upon inspecting the scroll's contents, Buck's eyes widened in despair as he bellowed, Morg, you scoundrel! Before long, Huang Yu and the warriors arrived at the territory of the Wolfmen. Ganix appeared before Huang Yu almost immediately, his level now elevated to 11, on par with Musa. Huang Yu surveyed the Wolfmen's domain, surprised to find their number substantial. The towering wall, exceeding 3 meters in height, was nearly filled with wolfmen. The appearance of the army sent the wolfmen into disarray, unleashing chaotic roars. Among them was a unique type of wolfman berserker, towering nearly as tall as a typical orc. However, these wolfmen were not highly leveled, most being 1 or 2. The Sparta warriors possessed sufficient strength to confront them. Under the command of several heroic units, the Sparta warriors formed a semi-encirclement around the wolfmen's territory. A contingent of Amazonian warriors, led by Ella, concealed themselves in the woods behind the wolfmen's domain, while another group, under the command of Rihanna, launched a full-scale assault in concert with the Sparta warriors. Huang Yu, unfamiliar with military formations, refrained from intervening, focusing solely on issuing battle objectives. His command was clear: annihilate the wolfmen and the giant wolves. With all preparations in place, the Sparta hero Dilius donned his scale armor, raising his massive sword and shield, and roared, My lord commands, destroy the wolfmen's territory and cleanse all alien races. Warriors, let us bring victory to our great lord. The warriors placed their hands on their chests in salute, roaring in unison, For the lord. Forward! Dilius bellowed and charged first into the wolfmen's domain, while Huang Yu soared into the sky, activating his true vision, unleashing a vortex imbued with void energy. Swish, swish, swish. A water tornado, spanning 6 to 7 meters in diameter, erupted in the open space before the advancing warriors. The water tornado surged forward rapidly, obliterating all traps in its path before gradually dissipating. Yet this was not the end. After releasing the water tornado, Huang Yu hurled a fiery magic orb, crackling with purple fissures. In the eyes of the terrified wolfmen, the orb struck the wall. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the crude wolfman's wall was blasted open, creating a gaping hole several meters wide. Lord has slain 2 wolfmen, gaining 34 experience points and 3 soul crystals. Lord has slain 3 wolfman berserkers, gaining 65 experience points and 7 soul crystals. Lord has slain 1 wolfman. A single fiery magic orb shattered a dozen wolfmen into fragments. The void mark on Huang Yu's forehead flickered, followed by a surge of notifications. Absorbed Wolfman genetic ability. Power of the Wolfmen. Absorbed Wolfman genetic ability. Power of the Wolfmen. Absorbed Wolfman genetic ability. Wolfman-S scent. Could the absorption of a certain ability indeed stack infinitely? Truly, a legendary talent. Even by vanquishing weak creatures and continuously absorbing their abilities, it would ultimately evolve into a terrifying ultimate power. Huang Yu's eyes gleamed with intensity. Infinite absorption, infinite stacking. No wonder the Void Plunderers became the nightmare of countless races. Utilizing the Plunderer's physique, he restored his abundant fur and elongated, robust arms to their original state. Huang Yu felt his strength double, and his sense of smell sharpened to an extraordinary degree, capable of distinguishing different scents, including the wolfman stealthily lurking behind him on that tree. Ganix, leave this to me. Huang Yu turned his gaze to Ganix, who had positioned a venomous fang against the throat of a shadow claw wolfman. Maintaining his true vision, he could discern Ganix's location. However, His awareness of the lurking Shadow Claw Wolfman was solely due to the recently acquired Wolfman scent. Upon realizing Huang Yu was looking in his direction, the level 10 Shadow Claw Wolfman was taken aback, understanding that he had been discovered. Yet, as the only second-tier member among the 5 Shadow Claw Wolfmen, he could not fathom how he had been detected. Without time to ponder, the Shadow Claw Wolfman lunged from the tree towards Huang Yu. Throughout the encounter, he remained oblivious to the Sparta hero concealed just behind him, who nearly severed his neck. Shadow Claw Wolfman, level, abilities, stealth, dark claw, heart extraction, description, an assassin class within the Wolfman race, possessing grotesque arms and claws sharp enough to rival finely crafted blades, exhibiting remarkable agility in motion. Huang Yu glanced at the information regarding the Shadow Claw Wolfman, then abruptly flapped the wings of his scorpion lion armor. Bang! With a powerful gust, just 3 meters away, the grinning Shadow Claw Wolfman was propelled back by a fierce wind. A blade of wind then shot from Huang Yu's hand, cleaving him in two. The corpse of the Shadow Claw Wolfman crashed to the ground, his eyes still reflecting bewilderment. Lord has slain 1 Shadow Claw Wolfman, gaining 156 experience points and 14 soul crystals. Absorb Shadow Claw Wolfman attribute ability. Agility of a Shadow Claw Wolfman. Chapter 68. The Burning of Life, witnessing the failure of the second-tier Shadow Claw Wolfman assassination. The last flicker of hope in the Wolfman Lord Buck's eyes extinguished. The Shadow Claw Wolfman was his last resort, buried outside in anticipation. He knew that the human in the distance was the enemy's lord. However, traversing through those machines of slaughter to approach the human lord was nearly impossible. Observing his panicked subordinates, overwhelmed by the tremendous power of the fiery magic orb, Buck's expression turned bitter as he retrieved a scroll from within his garments. Scroll, burning life, quality, perfect, ability description upon use. The combat strength of allied units will receive several-fold enhancement, rendering them impervious to pain and fearless in death. However, the price for this power is the continuous consumption of the life force of allied units. As long as the battle endures, the burning continues. Coverage quantity, 500. Indeed, it significantly enhanced the strength of my territory, yet also urged me and my subjects toward a swift demise. Buck's gaze turned lifeless as he unfurled the scroll. Morg, can you not wait even this brief moment? The scroll opened. Upon the surface, a scarlet symbol array was inscribed. Buck channeled energy, and a rich crimson glow surged forth from the scroll, transforming into several arcs of light that flew towards the territory's Wurgens and dire wolves. The red arcs emanated an ominous aura. Many perceptive Wurgens recoiled, resisting the integration of the arc into their beings, casting anxious glances toward their lord. Noticing the fearful expressions of his kin, Buck's gaze turned frigid as he barked, "Do not resist, embrace it." The authority of the lord remained unshaken. Hearing Buck's command, the Wurgens hesitated momentarily before accepting the life-burning arc. Under the scrutiny of his subjects, Buck too merged with a strand of the life flame. Amidst crackling sounds, Buck's form swelled to twice its size, muscles bulging and veins throbbing, transforming him into a terrifying Wurgen nearly 3 meters tall. And you as well. A faint red mist escaped his nostrils. Buck's eyes glowed crimson, exuding a frenzied aura as he turned to regard the white wolf beneath the castle. Awoo! The white wolf bowed its body, letting out a roar towards Buck. The arc of life flame circled above its head, but could not penetrate. The dire wolves behind it were in a similar plight. Boom! Buck leapt directly from the castle, landing before the white wolf. The ground trembled upon impact. Brandishing a colossal axe, Buck's gaze was steely as he addressed the white wolf. Either accept it or perish. The white wolf emitted an enraged howl, yet under Buck's duress, reluctantly assimilated the life flame. Upon witnessing the white wolf's form expand and a hint of bloodlust glimmer within its pure white fur, Buck turned back with satisfaction and roared to the Wurgens in the courtyard. My kin, wield this newfound power to surprise our foes. Let them know the cruelty of our kind. Awoo! After accepting the life flame, the Wurgens became frenzied, nearly losing their rationality. Responding to Buck's words, they howled in unison. Resembling a pack of beasts under a crimson moon, Huang Yufei hovered in the air, observing the Wurgen's transformation with keen interest. Is this some sort of secret technique? The enhancement in strength is remarkably evident. Furrowing his brow, Huang Yufei stored away his scorpion lion armor and descended to the ground. His concern did not lie with the outcome of this battle. With 400 warriors on the offensive, victory was already within his grasp. Instead, he worried about potential losses among his warriors. However, the urgency of the situation left him little time for further contemplation. As the Spartan warriors entered range, the wargen archers and spear throwers on the walls prepared to strike first. Yet, engaging in archery and spear throwing before the Amazonian warriors and Spartan soldiers was akin to brandishing a broadsword before the legendary Guan Yu. The wargens did not even release a single arrow before being met by a downpour of arrows from the Amazonian warriors, accompanied by a volley of powerful thrown spears. Instantly, the wargens were sent fleeing, suffering heavy losses, retreating behind the walls in fear. Before long, the Spartan warriors encountered the frenzied wargens. There was no superfluous interaction. Upon contact, a fierce clash erupted. "Kill!" Darius roared, charging alongside Astinos. Musa held the central position, issuing commands. Fedra stood on the left and Isonas on the right, maintaining a solid formation. Their enemies, however, were akin to a scattered pile of sand, wildly brandishing wolf fawn clubs, beast bones, large hammers, and flails as they charged at them. Upon first contact, flesh, severed limbs, and entrails were flung about. Despite their significant enhancement in power, the wargens were merely tougher bones in the face of the Spartan warriors' assault. Huang Yufei silently observed the brutal battlefield, feeling not discomfort, but rather a surge of exhilaration, even harboring an impulse to join the fray himself. What a peculiar state of mind. Huang Yufei chuckled to himself, bemused. While other transmigrators might feel nauseated upon witnessing the bloodshed of war for the first time, he found himself invigorated instead. A woo! Just then, a wolf howl interrupted Huang Yufei's musings. A group of armored, robust wargens appeared at the breach in the walls, evidently far stronger than the previous wargen rabble. Their equipment was far superior as well. Upon their emergence, they briefly halted the Spartan warriors' swift advance. The wargen brutes, an elite segment of their race, each possessed strength comparable to rare human soldiers. After igniting their life flame, their power even surpassed that of exceptional human troops, fearless of pain and undeterred by death. Even if a Spartan warrior severed limbs or pierced their chests, the wargen brutes would still howl, determined to bite a piece of flesh from their foes. Darius had unleashed several fiery slashes, yet the wargen brutes, engulfed in flames, discarded their weapons and leapt into the ranks of the Spartan warriors, slightly disrupting their formation. Stone armor. Huang Yufei cast a stone armor spell upon a dozen warriors at the front to shield them from the wargens' suicidal assaults. But at that moment, shadowy wargens emerged from the corner shadows, advancing toward the hearts of the Spartan warriors with uncanny speed and angles. "Fools, your chaotic breaths betray your positions." A sharp rebuke rang out. The venomous fangs struck first, plunging into the hearts of two shadow wargens. As they slumped, lifeless, they beheld the figure of Gannicus standing behind them. Prey must be aware. Fedra twirled her dual swords like a dancing dragon, swiftly reducing the remaining two shadow wargens to mere fragments. However, at that instant, 10 dire wolves surged from within the walls, each carrying a wolf knight, escorting Buck atop the white wolf, charging towards the back of the warriors. Their target was Huang Yufei. Chapter 69. The Element of Fire Ambush. Observing the wargen lord leading the wolf knights and packed towards him, Huang Yufei remained unfazed. In the face of absolute power, this was merely a different form of struggle. Although the wargen lord's sudden action was unexpected, the Spartan warriors and Amazonian fighters reacted swiftly, altering their formation to intercept. Ropes shot forth from the hands of the Amazonian warriors, dragging the wolf knights down from their dire wolves. Arrows, thrown spears, and long pikes pierced the bodies of the giant wolves, turning them into pincushions. The 10 wolf knights and several dire wolves only managed to cover half the distance before falling utterly. Only the wargen lord Buck and the 4th-tier white wolf remained. Yet Buck bore no fear on his face, only a wild, wicked grin, his gaze fixated solely on Huang Yufei, standing at a distance. Boom! Just then, the Spartan hero Isonas suddenly emerged, brandishing a massive shield, and directly collided with Buck and the white wolf. With a fierce howl, Buck landed firmly on the ground, directing his furious roar at Huang Yu. Huang Yu enhanced himself with a language comprehension spell, allowing him to understand Buck's intent. I will slay you. It is you, vile race, that has condemned my soul to eternal torment. I must destroy you. Buck muttered to himself, his voice steeped in hysteria. Confronted by the oncoming foes, he swung his colossal axe, which was enveloped in frenzied flames, occasionally launching fireballs to repel the advancing warriors. Meanwhile, the white wolf, despite having its eyes blinded and its body riddled with arrows, continued its frenzied assault on the nearby warriors, showing no inclination to flee. Their desperate struggle unexpectedly caused considerable trouble for the warriors, with several sustaining significant injuries. Clang! A lithe figure darted in front of the werewolf lord. Rihanna, cloaked in golden light and wielding a rare-grade longsword, managed to block the werewolf lord's frenzied assault. Has she ascended to hero status? Huang Yu mused, casting a stone armor spell on Rihanna and summoning her information panel. Amazon warrior, Rihanna, level 8, loyalty, 100 devoted, potential, sacred realm, upgradable to 69, class, battlefield master, skills 1. Morningstar's secret technique. Rihanna synthesizes all her combat skills into the Morningstar secret technique, the ultimate essence of her previous class as a combat master. 2. Leadership aura. Rihanna possesses a rare leadership aura that naturally earns her companions' trust, uniting them into a cohesive force, instilling them with determination, courage, and perseverance, leading them to victory. Note: current leadership aura can influence up to 100 individuals. 3. Battlefield intuition. While on the battlefield, Rihanna gains acute intuition, enabling her to perceive enemies' intentions and traps. Title: Morningstar. Motto: to die at my hands is the most valuable experience of your life. At last, the first hero unit among the Amazon warriors was born, a commanding hero with the highest potential. Huang Yu observed the valiant Rihanna as she engaged the werewolf lord in combat. Her movements were ethereal, her silver sword dancing gracefully amidst the werewolf lord's brutal attacks, making her actions appear precise and elegant. For a moment, she seemed evenly matched with the werewolf lord. However, the werewolf lord, being of the second tier, held an advantage in level and the effects of life burning, placing its actual combat power above Rihanna's. After a prolonged stalemate, Rihanna's rhythm was disrupted by the werewolf lord's frenzied combat style. Damn it! Buck's form surged once more, his eyes transformed into a crimson hue, his muscles taking on an unhealthy red-purple shade. Clang! Buck swung his massive axe, striking Rihanna repeatedly. Finally, with a horizontal slash, he sent Rihanna flying, who had blocked with her vertical sword. Get away! As the surrounding warriors surged again, Buck spun rapidly with his axe, the flames on it swelling into a fiery whirlwind. The warriors' spears, swords, and shields were shattered, and the encircling formation was torn apart, allowing him to break free. Looking up, Buck spotted Huang Yu standing alone 20 meters away, revealing his blood-soaked fangs as he grinned eerily. I will capture you. Is that so? Huang Yu responded, raising his arm. Whoosh! A flash of purple light zipped through the air. Before Buck could comprehend what had transpired, he saw his arm, which gripped the massive axe, fly off. You have much further to go. The thick void energy compressed his simple wind blade attack into a half-meter-long purple blade, which swiftly severed Buck's arm. The distance between us is further than you imagine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more compressed wind blades followed, and before Buck could even think to evade, his head was severed. Soaring away. Thud! The headless corpse of the werewolf Lord Buck collapsed to the ground, its vacant eyes now devoid of expression, leaving only emptiness. Its once mighty physique shrank from over 3 meters to less than 2, appearing desiccated, akin to a mummy. Huang Yu then received a notification. Killed the alien werewolf lord, taking the first step toward the conquest of myriad races. Leader gains 20,000 experience points and 2,000 soul crystals. Seized werewolf lord's innate ability. Fire elemental factor. A golden light enveloped him, elevating Huang Yu's level to 13. Is this all? Huang Yu silently waited, realizing that aside from the increased experience points and soul crystals, he received nothing else from slaying a lord. What about the werewolf's soul crystals? The equipment? The resources? A series of questions erupted in his mind, and a timely notification appeared. Acquire the werewolf lord's emblem of authority to inherit the lord's assets. It seems the essence lies not in the lord itself, but in its authority. Huang Yu pondered, The battlefield ahead had entered its concluding phase, with only a few deranged werewolves left to resist. Soon, the entire territory would belong to Huang Yu, and the werewolf lord's authority would be no exception. As Huang Yu patiently awaited, he examined the innate ability he had just seized from the werewolf lord. Innate ability, fire elemental factor. Grade, rare. Ability, the flesh inherently contains the power of fire elements, allowing the direct release of fire element spells or attachment to weapons. Those endowed with this ability possess formidable magical resistance against fire element energies. Chapter 70, Gaining the Ancestor Totem. This must be the innate ability awakened by the werewolf upon advancing to the second tier. Huang Yu recalled the werewolf lord's combat scenes, recalling its ability to unleash fireballs and envelop its weapon in flames, maintaining the effect for a considerable duration. All of this was due to the fire elemental factor. Now, this ability belonged to Huang Yu. Activating the fire elemental factor within, orange-red flames erupted from him, enveloping his scorpion lion armor entirely. The ability seemed adequate. Huang Yu assessed, noting that the fire elemental factor had little enhancement on his physique, but the temperature of the flames produced was notably higher than that of natural flames. For most lords at this stage, the fire elemental factor could be considered a moderate innate ability. On the battlefield, the struggle had been overwhelmingly one-sided from the beginning. Although the warg lord initiated a surprise attack, it failed to create any significant disturbance. Before long, the last warg was cleaved in two by Astinos, bringing the battle to an abrupt halt. The fallen wargs lay on the ground, their bodies emaciated and lifeless, a testament to the cost of burning through their very essence. Even those who survived this clash would not have long to live. Within days, their vitality would be completely depleted. My lord, all wards have been annihilated. Darius, bloodied from battle, addressed Huang Yu, placing a hand over his heart. Well done. Please arrange for the injured warriors to be sent back to the territory. Huang Yu produced several rare potions and handed them to Darius. In the recent skirmish, although the Spartan warriors and Amazonian warriors did not suffer any fatalities, many were gravely injured, particularly from the counterattack of the warg lord, whose flaming great axe dealt considerable damage. These potions would only alleviate their wounds. True recovery would depend on the healing capabilities of the Spartan training camp and the Amazon tribe. However, the outcome of this battle was quite favorable for Huang Yu. The warriors were busy collecting equipment, and the experience points and soul crystals gained were substantial. Huang Yu's level rose to 13, nearing a breakthrough to 14, while this war yielded over 13,000 soul crystals. Among the Spartan warriors, heroes Darius, Musa, and Gannicus were all at level 12, with Darius on the verge of reaching level 13. Among the other three heroes, Astinos was at level 7, while Phaedra and Isonas were at level 6. The remaining 194 warriors had a minimum level of 3, with the initial 40 warriors, including Shuan, having surpassed level 2. Among the Amazonian warriors, the highest level was held by Morningstar Rihanna, who had just leveled up to 9, followed closely by Storm Ella at level 8. Notably, Ella was primarily responsible for sniping wolf packs in the forest. After leaving the territory, the related information prompts diminished significantly. Upon Ella's return, Huang Yu discovered that she had also been promoted to hero. Amazonian warrior, Ella, level 8. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, Sacred Realm, upgradable to 69. Profession, Banner of Storms. Skills, Storm Shot, Rain of Arrows. Charged Shot. Title, Storm. Motto, face my assault as you would a tempest. Ella's exceptional archery skills and style earned her the special profession of Banner of Storms. Building upon her existing abilities, she acquired high-grade skills such as Rain of Arrows and Charged Shot, significantly enhancing her power. Additionally, Melanip and 4 other Amazonian warriors also earned titles, with most of the Amazonian warriors reaching level 3 or above. Once the battlefield was cleared, a multitude of equipment was sorted. Among them, the highest quality item was the great axe wielded by the warg lord, categorized as rare with average attributes. Other equipment included 96 items of fine quality and 216 items of ordinary quality, with the remainder being makeshift weapons that Huang Yu found unworthy. He planned to transport them back to the territory for sale at the Universal Trading Post, hoping to profit from soul crystals. Stepping through the breach in the city wall, Huang Yu entered the core area of the warg territory, where 3 or 4 wooden houses stood alongside iron mines, smelting furnaces, warehouses, and arrow towers. The heart of this area was a rugged stone fortress, where the warlord's power was believed to reside. Upon entering the fortress, he immediately spotted the ancestral totem in the Grand Hall. It stood 5 meters tall, depicting a fierce warg. Discovered warlord's ancestral totem of authority. Current status, unclaimed. Would you like to claim it? Yes, no, yes. Huang Yu's purpose in coming here was to acquire the warg's authority. However, he was taken aback to find that claiming the warg authority was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. Please choose a method of claiming. Inherit, devour, disintegrate, assimilate. 4 options lay before Huang Yu. Puzzled, he inquired in his mind, what are the differences among these 4 methods? Soon, he received an informational prompt. Choosing to inherit will cause the lord to lose their human lord identity, becoming the new warg lord and inheriting all resources of the current warg territory. Choosing to devour will allow the fire seed to consume the warg ancestral totem, unlocking the purchase rights to warg race items in the Chaos Mall. If he acquires warg subjects, they will appear as vassal races. Choosing to disintegrate will allow the fire seed to break down the warg ancestral totem, granting the lord a substantial amount of soul crystals, as well as initializing units of the current resources in the warg territory. Choosing to assimilate will allow the fire seed to assimilate the warg ancestral totem, with the energy obtained nurturing a secondary fire seed, controlled by the primary fire seed, enabling the lord to establish new territories. Each method of claiming had its distinct focus. Inherit was certainly not an option Huang Yu would consider. He had no intention of relinquishing his identity as a human lord to become a warg lord. Losing his human lord status would mean forfeiting everything he had achieved. It was likely that the moment he assumed the identity of a warg lord, Darius would be there to strike him down. Disintegrate held little allure for Huang Yu. The promise of a large number of soul crystals was vague, and he suspected it would not exceed 100,000. As for the initialization units of the current resources in the territory, he thought of the ordinary iron mines and arrow towers outside the fortress, and found no interest whatsoever. Thus, he was left with only the options of devour and assimilate. As for unlocking the purchasing rights to warg race items in the Chaos Mall, or gaining a secondary fire seed to establish a new territory, Huang Yu had already made up his mind. Chapter 71. Is the Lord moved? Confirm the use of the fire seed to devour the warg ancestral totem? Yes, no, yes. Huang Yu chose to devour the warg ancestral totem from the 4 methods of claiming. Assimilation was appealing as well, allowing him to establish a territory near the Kuanjin rock mine, but he opted for devouring to enhance his discounts on artifacts. After all, his rise was fundamentally rooted in the acquisition of discounted artifacts. Devouring the warg ancestral totem increased the variety of items available in the Chaos Mall, and the range of discounted items would also expand. Upon confirming his choice, the fire seed's phantom slowly materialized. Upon contact with the ancestral totem, it transformed into a ghostly blue flame, instantly enveloping the entire totem. The ancestral totems gradually faded away, yet Huang Yu felt a piercing gaze emanating from them. Before he could ponder further, the territory of the wolfmen suddenly began to tremble. Cracks appeared in the pillars and walls of the stone fortress. Hurry! Huang Yu jolted, spreading the wings of his scorpion lion armor above him as he dashed out of the fortress. Just as he escaped, he turned back to witness the fortress collapsing under his gaze. Along with it, the iron mines, steel furnaces, and arrow towers were also obliterated. In an instant, the wolfmen's territory was reduced to a desolate wasteland. A notification flashed before him. Fire seed devoured successfully. The Lord has unlocked the Chaos Mall, Wolfmen race products. Huang Yu attempted to access the Chaos Mall, but received a message stating, the Lord is outside the territory and cannot perform purchases, sign-ins, or trades. It was Huang Yu's first time leaving the territory, and he realized that he could only access the fire seed interface within its confines. He would have to wait until he returned to explore it. At that moment, the Spartan warriors and Amazonian warriors had already finished scavenging the Wolfmen's territory. In a bid to confront Huang Yu, the Wolfmen's lord, Buck, had nearly exhausted all resources. The territory was impoverished beyond belief, with its second-tier warehouse completely bare. Prior to the collapse, the warriors had emptied its contents, discovering only a dozen makeshift weapons, less than 100 units of refined iron and iron ore, along with a motley assortment of materials. However, The warehouse still contained a substantial amount of food, exceeding 800 units. Yet, upon encountering the half-eaten body of an elderly wolfman, Huang Yu felt nauseated at the sight of the grotesque food. He incinerated the wolfman's corpse. The warriors, with the gathered supplies and the carcass of the giant wolf, returned under Huang Yu's guidance. By the time Huang Yu returned to the territory, it was just past noon. Magic Rune Research Institute. You have acquired a master-level blacksmith. Magic Rune Research Institute. You have gained 7 expert-level blacksmiths. Magic Rune Research Institute. You have obtained 2 apprentice-level magic rune crafters. Magic Rune Research Institute. Your magic rune crafter has successfully developed a superior-grade magic rune construct. As Huang Yu stepped into the territory, a flurry of notifications greeted him, all from the Magic Rune Research Institute. Without a moment to peruse the changes in the Chaos Mall or the discount product listings, he kept his scorpion lion armor on and headed straight to the institute. Bursting with excitement, he entered the research center to find numerous expert-level blacksmiths gathered around Bai Li, seeking knowledge about forging. Huang Yu checked the promotion information. Bai Li was the first among the blacksmiths to achieve mastery. Blacksmith, Bai Li, level, master, specialty, bladed weapons, secondary profession, magic rune crafter, apprentice, potential, 5 chance to be promoted to sacred blacksmith 0. 1 chance to become a divine blacksmith. After attaining master level status, Bai Li's potential had also increased, even presenting the possibility of advancing to divine rank. My lord. Upon seeing Huang Yu clad in armor, the blacksmiths promptly bowed with deep respect. No need for such formality. Huang Yu waved his hand and approached Bai Li, laughing heartily. Bai Li, you have become a master? You have not disappointed my expectations. Bai Li stood tall, his face brimming with confidence. Indeed. Huang Yu praised him before inquiring about the magic rune constructs. Upon asking, he learned that during this time, the blacksmiths had gradually produced some magic rune constructs. However, the materials used were quite expensive, and the resulting products lacked strong functionality, being classified as merely ordinary. The superior-grade magic rune construct born today was not crafted by Bai Li, but rather by Zhu Ling Boom. Amita Tandru Explosion. Huang Yu instinctively spread the wings of his scorpion lion armor to shield the blacksmiths behind him. Through the gaps in his wings, he glimpsed a figure armed to the teeth emerging from the laboratory. Zhu Ling removed her helmet, letting out a boisterous laugh. Bai Li, standing behind Huang Yu, expressed a mix of envy and admiration, saying the superior-grade magic rune construct was made by Zhu Ling. However, due to the high requirements for materials, she was not satisfied. She has been refining materials in the laboratory all morning, and it seems she has succeeded. In the realm of magic rune research, Zhu Ling had surged ahead, surpassing all of them. Huang Yu flapped his scorpion lion wings, dispersing the smoke filling the room. He then approached Zhu Ling with a frown. My lord. Seeing Huang Yu, Zhu Ling hurriedly attempted to rise, feeling guilty for conducting a dangerous experiment in his absence and getting caught. Huang Yu wanted to address the recent perilous explosion, but upon seeing her, the words caught in his throat. The girl appeared to have been deprived of rest for an extended period, her dark circles rivaling those of a panda. Clad in thick armor while conducting experiments, she was drenched in sweat, her complexion pale, and her demeanor somewhat dazed, evoking a twinge of sympathy. Are you hurt? Huang Yu gently pulled Zhu Ling out from her heavy armor. After prolonged experimentation, she was somewhat exhausted, needing to cling to Huang Yu's arm to steady herself. I'm fine. Noticing Huang Yu's lack of reprimand, Zhu Ling's spirits lifted, and she excitedly produced 3 ping-pong ball-sized orbs, presenting them to Huang Yu. My lord, look at this wonderful creation. Huang Yu accepted them without concern for the sweat on their surface. The 3 spherical orbs were predominantly golden, adorned with red, purple, and white magic rune circuits. Upon activating his true sight, Huang Yu shuddered, nearly dropping the orbs out the window, for he sensed the volatile and intense energy contained within them, which was also exceedingly unstable. If they were to explode in his hands, even with the scorpion lion armor, his fate could be dire. Bang! As he turned, Huang Yu's eyelids twitched. He saw Zhu Ling producing 2 similar orbs, casually spinning them in her hands like walnuts. Noticing Huang Yu's gaze, Zhu Ling innocently smiled. Are you moved, my lord? I Haven Tea rested for 2 days and nights, and I finally produced a superior-grade magic rune construct. Huang Yu's expression stiffened, and he swallowed hard, feeling hesitant to move. Chapter 72. Explosive Magic Orbs Delicious. My lord has so many delectable treats. Within the castle of Huanyu territory, the enchantment on Zhu Ling's glasses lifted, revealing her charmingly youthful face as she savored meticulously roasted leg of ram, her eyes lingering hungrily on the other dishes on the table. The typical behavior of indulging in the feast while glancing at the pot reflects a complete disregard for one's image. This sumptuous meal was meticulously prepared by the castle chef at Huang Yu's behest to reward her. It also sparked within Zhu Ling a newfound passion beyond her craft of forging. After savoring the first bite, she declared her intention to dine at Huang Yu's establishment for every meal henceforth. Huang Yu sat across from Zhu Ling, intrigued as he toyed with a bead in his hand. Upon realizing that these beads were entirely safe as long as they remained inactive and devoid of energy, he felt a profound sense of relief. His interest in this novel equipment grew significantly. These beads were the magical constructs crafted by Zhu Ling, which she aptly named the Explosive Magic Sphere. It is said that her inspiration stemmed from Huang Yu's skill, the blazing magic bullet. Several days prior, she had ground magical crystals to create this magical construct. Magic construct, explosive magic sphere, quality, superior, equipment description. This masterpiece is the work of Zhu Ling, a genius blacksmith and magical construct artisan from the Universal Magic Pattern Research Institute, marking the first superior-grade magical construct in the chaotic continent. The explosive magic sphere is categorized into 4 types: flame burst sphere, thunder burst sphere, wind burst sphere, and ice burst sphere. To activate the magical pattern circuit, one simply inputs energy and throws it within 5 seconds to trigger an explosion. The flame burst sphere detonates to create a violent explosion. The thunder burst sphere forms an electric net. The wind burst sphere releases a barrage of razor-sharp winds, and the ice burst sphere encases an area in ice. The explosive magic sphere bears a resemblance to elemental magic scrolls, yet it far surpasses them in flexibility and convenience, requiring only a modicum of energy to unleash tremendous power. However, its manufacturing cost is exorbitantly high. Despite Zhu Ling's improvements, creating the explosive magic sphere still necessitates the rare Quan gold stone as a base material, along with a core made from powdered magical crystals. The Quan gold stone is a rare grade material, while the magical crystals can only be found on monsters of at least level 3. The cost of the materials alone exceeds that of all other superior grade equipment. Although the cost-performance ratio is not favorable and mass production is currently unfeasible, it represents a commendable beginning. After all, even the chaotic mall has acknowledged its value by incorporating it with a sales fee ratio of 5. Huang Yu felt a sense of joy at the birth of the explosive magic sphere. He had recently ascended to level 14, gaining experience from the inclusion of the explosive magic sphere in the chaotic mall, which awarded him 10,000 experience points. From his perspective, the chaotic mall's valuation of the explosive magic sphere was 5 times that of the superior grade equipment, the Crimson Crocodile armor. Moreover, the Magic Pattern Research Institute could finally be upgraded to level 2. Huang Yu's greatest concern had been the inability to elevate the Magic Pattern Research Institute. But now that worry had lessened considerably. With the initial hurdle surmounted, the research into magical constructs should flourish rapidly, especially with the explosive magic sphere as a foundation. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Yu prepared to elevate the Magic Pattern Research Institute to a second-tier structure. Detection indicates completion of manufacturing a superior-grade magical construct. Do you wish to consume 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 units of wood, 6,000 units of stone, and 600 units of fine iron to upgrade the Magic Pattern Research Institute to a second-tier structure? Yes, no, yes. Confirming the selection, a golden light emanated from a spark, enveloping the Magic Pattern Research Institute. Approximately 10 minutes later, the golden glow dissipated, and the Magic Pattern Research Institute was transformed into a second-tier structure. Magic Pattern Research Institute, current quality, perfect. Note, the Magic Pattern Research Institute is a growth-type building. Each time significant progress is made in magical pattern research, it will receive a cross-grade upgrade. Current level, second tier. Note, to upgrade to the third tier, it is necessary to create a rare-grade magical construct and possess 50,000 soul crystals, 80,000 units of wood, 60,000 units of stone, and 12,000 units of fine iron. Function 1. Blue Mountain Workshop. The Magic Pattern Research Institute retains all functionalities and personnel of the Blue Mountain Workshop, automatically producing 20 apprentice-level blacksmiths daily. The Lord may pay 20 soul crystals to increase the number of apprentice-level blacksmiths by 1. Function 2. Magic Pattern Research Center. The core of the Magic Pattern Research Institute allows high-level magical construct artisans to train lower-level artisans. 5 additional laboratories have been added. The second-tier Magic Pattern Research Institute not only doubled the daily production of apprentice-level blacksmiths, but also introduced 5 new functional laboratories. Huang Yu specifically examined these laboratories, which featured enhanced safety measures against fire, explosions, and toxins, greatly improving the safety of the magical construct artisans. Furthermore, after the promotion to Tier 2, magical construct artisans could now be cultivated. For instance, if Zhu Ling became an expert-level magical construct artisan, she could teach others, potentially granting them the subprofession of magical construct artisan, thus alleviating her dependence on solitary research. Ah, how delightful! I'm utterly stuffed, Zhu Ling exclaimed, stretching and letting out a satisfied burp. She then reclined in her chair, gazing at the leftover food on the table with a look of regret, lamenting her inability to finish it all. Noticing the grease on Zhu Ling's face, Huang Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He summoned a mini whirlpool and pressed it against her face. Aura, 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 he exclaimed, using the whirlpool to wash away the grease. He then rang a bell to summon the butler to tidy up. Meanwhile, Zhu Ling spat out 2 mouthfuls of elemental water, her eyes wide with indignation as she glared at Huang Yu. Who washes someone's face with magic? I have some thoughts regarding the magical constructs. Would you care to listen? Huang Yu inquired. Upon hearing Huang Yu mention magical constructs, Zhu Ling immediately cast aside her earlier displeasure, her eyes fixated on him, eagerly anticipating his words. With a gentle smile, Huang Yu recounted various technological marvels for Blue Star, such as steam engines, fuel engines, automobiles, trains, airplanes, and firearms. Though he merely outlined their basic principles and functions, Zhu Ling's eyes grew increasingly bright with interest. Ultimately, she diligently took notes, posed numerous questions, and requested Huang Yu to sketch designs, marking structures she was familiar with. Without delay, she dashed towards the Magic Pattern Research Center. Huang Yu watched her departure, not believing that his vague introduction could inspire Zhu Ling and other artisans to create aircraft or artillery. That would be sheer fantasy. He merely observed a resemblance between the explosive magic sphere and a hand grenade, while artisans like Bai Li and San Yun remained fixated on traditional forging techniques. Thus, he hoped to provide his magical construct artisans with innovative ideas, liberating them from the confines of their experiences. Chapter 73. A Bountiful Harvest. The warehouse contained such an abundance of equipment. After managing the affairs following his return, Huang Yu opened the warehouse and was immediately astounded by the abundance of equipment within. Recently, the number of apprentice and expert blacksmiths had surged dramatically, coupled with the presence of Master Blacksmith Bailey, significantly enhancing the efficiency of equipment forging. Excluding the batch of equipment from the Wolfmen, the warehouse boasted an impressive inventory: 382 pieces of fine-grade equipment, 53 pieces of rare-grade equipment, 7 pieces of exceptional-grade equipment, and a perfect-grade greatsword. In contrast to the fine-grade items, the ordinary-grade equipment was surprisingly scarce, totaling just 184 pieces. These items were crafted to avoid wasting lower-tier materials. Huang Yu retrieved 20 sets of fine-grade armor and transferred them to Lord Zhongtian via his friend list. He then selected 200 pieces of fine-grade equipment, 30 pieces of rare-grade grappling hooks, and 10 pieces of other rare-grade items, retaining the 7 pieces of exceptional-grade equipment and the perfect-grade greatsword to arm his warriors. The morning's battle had been somewhat hasty, with an unexpected influx of over 200 warriors, many of whom lacked adequate gear. This new batch of equipment was perfectly suited to equip them. As for the remaining items, Huang Yu planned to list them at the Huang Yu Mall for sale, specifically selecting the Wolfman's equipment along with the surplus. Moments later, Huang Yu's trading notifications began to flood in. The unread messages in the upper right corner rapidly surged to 99. Lord Beishian paid 3,600 soul crystals for a set of rare-grade leather armor. Lord Hongye paid 2,600 soul crystals for 10 pieces of fine-grade long swords. Lord Machino paid 360 soul crystals for 10 pieces of ordinary-grade leather armor. Seizing a moment, Huang Yu glanced at the shops of other lords. Lord Decisive remained in second place and had begun listing some equipment, primarily of ordinary grade, priced similarly to those in the Huang Yu Mall. Additionally, his shelves featured snakes' tongue herbal potions, indicating that an apothecary had emerged in his territory. Surprisingly, the third-ranked lord was Kagaya, whom Huang Yu had previously rewarded and who had proposed the Beast Tide farming strategy. Not only had he listed a batch of ordinary grade equipment, but he was also selling a number of rare grade Scythe-Claw Dragon mounts, with over 50 available. As Huang Yu surveyed the scene, he noted that many lords had also begun to employ professionals in equipment forging, such as blacksmiths and craftsmen from the civilian classes, with some even acquiring specialized blacksmith roles. Low-grade equipment was no longer rare, as many lords had previously traded it on the marketplace. However, fine and rare-grade equipment remained relatively scarce, constituting a pressing need for mid-tier and upper-tier lords. The Huang Yu lord, who had been quiet throughout the morning, suddenly listed a large quantity of equipment, sending ripples through the human lord community. During this time, only Huang Yu had been able to produce such a significant volume of fine-grade equipment. Numerous lords expressed their excitement in the World Channel. The equipment is up. Hurry and grab the gear. If you wait, it'll be gone. It's already disappearing. I'm not quick enough. I wish I could confine the Huang Yu lord and his blacksmith to a room to forge equipment. Upon exiting the shop and opening the Chaos Mall, Huang Yu discovered that all the equipment had been sold out, including the seized Wolfman's gear, netting him over 128,000 soul crystals. His total soul crystal count surpassed 200,000 once again, reaching 249,623, tantalizingly close to 250,000. Furthermore, the World Channel erupted in fervent discussion regarding the unique nature of Huang Yu Mall's equipment listings. I didn't manage to snag any. I waited all morning. And just relax for a moment. Why doesn't the Huang Yu Lord follow a consistent schedule? The quality of equipment listed this time is quite uneven. Indeed, there are even some makeshift weapons. Most lords no longer need such items. Goodness, earthen weapons at 1 soul crystal for 2 pieces. It's practically giving them away. Is he catering to the lower tier lords? Why do I feel like the Huang Yu Lord is just dealing with trash? The Huang Yu Mall, known for its high-quality equipment, had surprisingly offered a number of makeshift weapons, leaving other human lords both astonished and perplexed. However, as lords who had purchased Wolfman's equipment began to speak up, the underlying reason became apparent. The flail I bought isn't even from Huang Yu. It was marked as Wolfman's equipment. Mine too, a makeshift wolf tooth club, also marked as Wolfman's gear. Wolfman's bone clubs? Has the Huang Yu Lord begun clashing with other races? So many Wolfman's weapons. This seems like a resounding victory. Wolfmen are a mid-tier race, with attributes superior to humans. Over 600 pieces. How many Wolfmen must have been slain? At least, they must have obliterated an entire second-tier Wolfmen territory. Is this the disparity between us and top-tier lords? I'm in awe. I feel the world's unevenness. In the Garo territory, after the afternoon break, Garo prepared to venture out for hunting and glanced at the World Channel's information. After a long silence, she reflected on Huang Yu's rapid development. It would not be long before this so-called ally of hers would regard her as merely an ordinary, marginalized lord. A sense of helplessness washed over her. Despite her relentless efforts to propel her territory forward, leading from the front in every battle, the gap between her and Huang Yu only widened, resembling an insurmountable chasm. The dwarven territory she had previously discovered belonged to the weakest of the dwarves, the white dwarves, who, like the wolfmen, were also mid-tier races. Today marked the end of their protection period. Currently, she commanded 150 Hullen light cavalry, 10 of whom had been promoted to warrior units, with 5 achieving second-tier status, just like herself. Additionally, her golden tiger had swiftly ascended to second tier, not only serving as her mount, but also awakening numerous abilities, rendering it remarkably powerful. Even so, she dared not launch an attack against Huang Yu, lacking the confidence to secure a victory. Instead, she could only send individuals to harass the dwarven tribe, suppressing their development. However, there were recent signs of her inability to maintain this pressure. Tonight, she must elevate the fire seed to third tier and liberate the warriors guarding the large iron mine. After tomorrow's Lord assessment, she would have to confront the white dwarves in a decisive battle. Setting aside the oppressive feeling brought on by Huang Yu's strength, Garo gently patted her golden tiger, which now stood nearly 6 meters tall. The days of softness and innocence have vanished, replaced by an aura of fierce might. Yet, a sharp meow escapes, as the golden-striped tiger transforms into a streak of golden light, dashing across the prairie alongside Jalo. 50 elven cavalrymen follow closely behind, their faces alight with admiration as they pursue their lord. Chapter 74. The Chaotic Mall's grand clearance sale with a hefty sum of 250,000 soul crystals in hand. Huang Yu eagerly opens the Chaotic Mall, selecting discounted artifacts for filtering. The exhilarating moment of the grand clearance sale has arrived. After a brief refresh, a list of discounted items emerges before Huang Yu. He glances over it and notes a modest increase in the number of available products, approximately 1/5 more. Given that many materials, equipment, scrolls, and skill books are universally applicable across races, an increase of 1/5 is indeed commendable. As he scrolls to the end of the list, Huang Yu's eyes widen at the sight of 3 discounted mythical-grade items, a first in his experience. Mythical-grade material, remains of the Void Star Spirit, a favored entity of the Void Will, capable of traversing the void at will, where the stars become their playthings. Their existence knows no bounds. Original price, 670 million soul crystals. Current price, 67 million soul crystals. Current quantity, a mythical-grade skill scroll, Beast God's Descent. By sacrificing 100,000 souls of origins, one may summon the Phantom of the Beast God, possessing 1/10 of the power of the original Beast God in half-orc mythology. Original price, 1 billion soul crystals. Current price, 200 million soul crystals. Current quantity, mythical-grade equipment, Celestial Glass Realm, a world unto itself, containing boundless resources and life. To possess this is to own an entire universe. Original price, 2 billion soul crystals. Current price, 820,000 soul crystals. Current quantity, 1 each of these items holds its own allure, yet Huang Yu's heart yearns most for the Celestial Glass Realm. However, even at a staggering discount of 0.01, gathering enough soul crystals remains an insurmountable challenge. Even if he were to sell off every building, unit, and resource within his territory, he would still fall short of the required 860,000. With a sigh of longing, Huang Yu dutifully returns to the first page of the discounted list to commence his wholesale journey through the Chaotic Mall. For ordinary goods, he focuses solely on population minerals, livestock, and essential construction materials. After a thorough examination, he discovers a discount on a population resource at 20 off, iron, or at 10 off, as well as seeds for 3 crops, seedlings, and 2 types of livestock offspring. He sets these aside for personal use. Other equipment, buildings, and food items barely warrant a glance before he purchases them, stocking them in the universal shop. Transaction prompts begin to appear frequently. While ordinary-grade items yield minimal soul crystals individually, their cumulative quantity proves to be quite profitable. After selling off several hundred ordinary-grade items, Huang Yu's soul crystals increase by over 20,000. Upon reaching the refined-grade items, Huang Yu begins to take a closer look. Refined-grade resource, red iron Oregon. Each unit can yield 2 units of fine iron, with a purity 4 times that of ordinary iron ore and a daily yield double that of similarly graded ores. Original price, 3,000 soul crystals. Current price, 900 soul crystals. Current quantity, 1. While it may not rival a rare-grade, large iron mine, the fine iron output from the red iron ore is commendable. With this, Huang Yu's territory can produce nearly 1,000 additional units of fine iron each day. He pays 900 soul crystals to acquire the red iron ore. Refined-grade class scroll, heavy armored warrior. This is a special existence among ordinary class units, though one must provide appropriate equipment. Original price, 700 soul crystals. Current price, 210 soul crystals. Current quantity, 5. Refined-grade skill book, earth wall technique. Summons a wall of earth to block enemy attacks. Original price, 460 soul crystals. Current price, 46 soul crystals. Current quantity, 3. Refined-grade equipment, long-handled scythe. Original price, 360 soul crystals. Current price, 216 soul crystals. Current quantity, 15. As long as Huang Yu encounters items he does not require, he readily pays soul crystals to list them in the universal shop. With each soul crystal transaction confirmation, he eagerly examines the next item. By the time he finishes browsing the refined grade discounted items, his soul crystals surpass 300,000. However, it is now time for him to spend. Huang Yu still has significant demand for rare grade items, particularly materials. The research on magical constructs requires substantial investment in resources. Currently, the Magical Research Center consumes precious materials at an alarming rate, yet yields limited results. Over the past few days, Huang Yu has purchased numerous rare, exceptional, and even perfect-grade materials for the mages to study. However, the materials have been depleted considerably, with only one explosive magic pill resulting from the endeavor. Despite being prepared for the hefty initial investment, each thought of it causes his heart to bleed. The materials, if crafted into equipment, would have fetched far greater prices. Rare grade building, Wargen Berserker Camp. The Wargen Berserkers are elite units of the Wargen race, their combat prowess rivaling that of human rare grade units. Original price, 23,000 soul crystals. Current price, 300 soul crystals. Current quantity, cross-race purchase notice. Upon purchase, the Wargen Berserker's birth will become a vassal race to the Lord. However, the Wargen are inherently cunning and ruthless. If not managed properly, their loyalty may rapidly decline, even leading to rebellion. The first discounted item in the rare grade category is indeed from the Wargen race, specifically the Wargen Berserkers Huang Yu has encountered before. For a human lord to possess such a formidable cross-race army, one must wield exceptional management skills. Otherwise, they may face the repercussions of a Wargen uprising. While Huang Yu holds little interest in the Wargen Berserkers, he believes there are human lords who would find this appealing. After all, the price for the Wargen Berserker Camp is relatively low among rare-grade military buildings, and considering its combat capabilities, it offers excellent value. Huang Yu spends 300 soul crystals to acquire it, then lists it for 20,000 soul crystals in the Universal Mall. He initially anticipated that the Wargen Berserker Camp would linger on the shelf for some time before attracting interest. To his surprise, it was snatched up almost instantly. Transaction notification. Lord Hui Yi has paid 16,000 soul crystals, 30,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of fine iron, and materials worth 2,000 soul crystals to purchase the rare grade building, the Wolfman Barbarian Camp, through the sale of the Scythe-Claw Dragon mounts. This Lord Hui Yi has amassed quite a fortune in soul crystals. Huang Yu holds a profound impression of this lord, for his rapid ascent to the top ranks can be attributed not only to luck, but also to personal effort and prowess. Chapter 75. Dragon Eagle and Wind Whisper Amulet. Continuing to peruse the discounted product list, he reached the rare grade section where the available items were limited. 1/10 rare grade potion of accelerated growth, which enables plants to grow rapidly within a short period without affecting their reproduction. Original price, 200 soul crystals. Current price, 120 soul crystals. Is this a modified version of the golden fertilizer? A thought sprang to Huang Yu's mind. Subsequently, he paid 200 soul crystals to acquire all 10 units of the growth potion and stored them in his warehouse. This potion could be utilized for crops in his territory or special plants like the black gold bamboo. 3/10 rare grade equipment, glorious gold bow. An upgraded version of the iron frame bow. Original price, 800 soul crystals. Current price, 140 soul crystals. From its name, Huang Yu discerned that this rare grade longbow was crafted from glorious gold stone, an excellent material for equipment forging. He had previously purchased 100 units of glorious gold stone, and now had consumed over half of it. He bought all 5 glorious gold bows, intending to allocate them to his Amazonian warriors. 1/10 rare grade mineral resource, Crystal Explosion Stone Mine. Crystal Explosion Stone is a highly combustible ore that easily liquefies at high temperatures and is rather unstable, posing a risk of explosion. Original price, 500 soul crystals. Current price, 650 soul crystals. Upon seeing the mineral resource, Huang Yu's eyes gleamed. Judging by the description, the Crystal Explosion Stone seemed a rather dangerous mineral. Yet, he couldn't help but draw parallels to oil, natural gas, and the explosive magic bullets made from bamboo in the Blue Star. Thus, the mining value of this ore increased significantly in Huang Yu's eyes. With 650 soul crystals expended, the Crystal Explosion Stone Mine was now his. He utilized his fire seed to position it at the edge of his territory and pulled up the information panel for the mine. Crystal Explosion Stone Mine, Tier 1 Rare Resource, Function, accommodates up to 10 citizens for mining, yielding 50 units of Crystal Explosion Stone daily. Note: upgrading to Tier 2 requires 3,000 soul crystals. The value of the Crystal Explosion Stone had yet to be assessed by the rune mechanic, so Huang Yu was not in a rush to upgrade. He resumed browsing through the discounted product list. 4/10 rare grade equipment, Blood Banner. The Blood Banner, a large blade favored by the Wolfman's elite unit, the Frenzied Blood Wolfmen. Original price, 200 soul crystals. Current price, 480 soul crystals. This was the standard equipment for the Wolfman's special troops. Huang Yu was seeing a blade with a price higher than most armor for the first time. Driven by curiosity, he purchased one Blood Banner. Indeed, it was a Blood Banner. Huang Yu stared in disbelief at the massive blade in his hand, which exceeded 2 meters in length. The blade was blood red, its edge wavy. Holding it aloft felt akin to raising a crimson flag. Such a weapon surely suited only larger races. Huang Yu shook his head and tossed the Blood Banner into the Universe Mall, setting the price at 4,000 soul crystals. His warriors lacked for suitable equipment. Whoever desired it could take it. A while later, a trading notification popped up. Ding! Transaction notification. Lord Zhongtian has paid 4,000 soul crystals to purchase the rare grade large blade, Blood Banner. Huang Yu then received a message from his friend list, indicating that Lord Zhongtian had sent him a message. Huang Yu chose to ignore it. It was not every day one encountered a gullible target. A few minutes later, all rare grade items had been cleared from Huang Yu's inventory. Although he retained some materials, potions, and minerals, he had also listed a considerable number of items for sale. After accounting for his own expenditures, the rare grade discounted goods yielded him over 30,000 soul crystals. Huang Yu's total soul crystals finally surpassed the 300,000 mark. Next came the exceptional and perfect grade items. At this juncture, purchasing everything was unrealistic. Huang Yu could only select a few. He scanned through the entire list of exceptional grade discounted goods and tossed over 20 items into the Universe Shop to prepare for soul crystals. Only after those sold out would he begin to acquire the items he desired. 1/10 exceptional grade material, Demon Resisting Stone. The Demon Resisting Stone is a specialized building material that grants exceptional magical resistance to structures made from it. Original price, 300 soul crystals. Current price, 230 soul crystals. Previously, Huang Yu had purchased 200 units of obsidian, which possessed explosive resistance. Yesterday, the Amazonian warriors discovered the Kunlun Gold Rock Mine, which primarily enhances physical resistance for buildings. Now, encountering the magical resistance property of the Demon Resisting Stone, Huang Yu spent 46,000 soul crystals to acquire all 200 units. Upgrading the Fire Seed to Tier 4 requires 1,000 units of special building materials. Huang Yu's goal is undoubtedly to amass 1,000, ensuring a more robust foundation for his territory. 1/10 exceptional grade potion, Flesh Resurrection. Original price, 14,500 soul crystals. Current price, 450 soul crystals. 5/10 perfect grade material, Echo Sand. Original price, 26,200 soul crystals. Current price, 310 soul crystals. Having perused a considerable portion of the discounted product list, Huang Yu selected several exceptional and perfect grade items, including Tier 4 mutated monster magic crystals, perfect grade skill books, and various equipment and potions. These acquisitions consumed over 100,000 soul crystals. Soul crystals come swiftly, but depart just as quickly. Observing his account's dwindling balance of 210,000 soul crystals, Huang Yu sighed, feeling the sting of financial limitations. He then shifted his gaze to the discounted items above the extraordinary tier. 3/10 extraordinary grade class scroll, Holy Knight. The Holy Knight is the most formidable class in the Norland Plain. They do not conform to traditional knights, but resemble a special warrior with no weaknesses, mastering swordsmanship, assassination, magic, and marksmanship. Original price, 2,000 soul crystals. Current price, 600,000 soul crystals. Current quantity, 2. 1/10 extraordinary grade pet, Dragon Eagle. named for its single horn resembling a dragon's. The dragon eagle does not possess dragon lineage, yet its power is on par with ordinary dragons. Original price, 1,400,000 soul crystals. Current price, 140,000 soul crystals. Current quantity, 1/10 extraordinary grade equipment. Wind Whisper Amulet. Wearing the Wind Whisper Amulet maintains a clean body and a spirited mind. Upon sensing danger, the Wind Breath Amulet automatically deploys a protective barrier, shielding the wearer from harm. In harsh environments, it can sustain the Wind Breath domain for an extended period. Originally priced at 1 million soul crystals, it is now available for just 100,000. When Huang Yu reached this point, he felt a twinge of temptation. The Dragon Eagle is indeed an excellent companion, boasting exceptional flying capabilities and strength comparable to that of a dragon. Moreover, the amulet's automatic protective feature enhances the safety of both himself and Zhuling, making it highly practical. However, as Huang Yu turned to the page featuring epic-level discounted items, he discovered an even more intriguing product. Chapter 76, Blood Loss, 1% discount on epic-level hero. Yuan, the court mage of the Millennium Empire, unique. Yuan hails from nobility, having received a systematic magical education from the Millennium Empire. At the age of 20, he was promoted to Archmage, demonstrating extraordinary talent and becoming a favored individual in the eyes of the Millennium Emperor. Originally priced at 1,050,000 soul crystals, it now stands at 105,000. Note, mage ranks are as follows: Apprentice, Mage, Archmage, Legendary Mage, Mage God. In the list of discounted items, Huang Yu encountered a spellcaster hero unit for the first time. The universe territory had yet to possess a magic user, and as its lord, Huang Yu could only consider himself a half-mage. Now, he finally laid eyes on a spellcaster, an archmage, no less. While Huang Yu was not fully acquainted with the capabilities of an archmage, it was understood that such a rank typically begins at least at the 6th tier, level 50. Unlike purchasing troops, acquiring a hero unit retains the hero's level. Even if Archmage Yuan were indeed only at tier 6, he would still represent a significant addition of extraordinary combat power, greatly enhancing the strength of the universe territory. Furthermore, according to the introduction, Mage Yuan is a court mage of the Millennium Empire and a favored figure of the Millennium Emperor. Having achieved the rank of Archmage at the tender age of 20, he should possess considerable strength and potential. After browsing the remaining discounted items and finding nothing else appealing, Huang Yu resolutely paid 105,000 soul crystals to acquire Yuan, the court mage of the Millennium Empire. Confirm payment of 105,000 soul crystals to purchase the Archmage Yuan. Yes, no, yes. Huang Yu confirmed. A spark of light emerged, coalescing into a humanoid form. Moments later, the golden light dissipated, revealing a handsome young mage in his early 20s before Huang Yu. Archmage Yuan, at your service. Esteemed Lord, Yuan greeted Huang Yu with a courteous mage's bow. He was impeccably dressed, his demeanor respectful, devoid of the arrogance often associated with mages and nobility. Huang Yu's impression of him was quite favorable. No need for excessive formalities. Huang Yu nodded and summoned Yuan's information panel. Millennium Empire Court Mage. Yuan unique. Level 51, Extraordinary Archmage. Loyalty 100 devoted. Potential, Tier 7 Sanctum, upgradable to 69. Profession, Court Mage. Skills, Grand Entrance, Grand Exit. War Vision, Leader's Veil, Divine Presence, Vitality Surge, Super Sense Experience. Motto, my magic forges your epics, legends, and happiness. Hero Introduction. Mage Yuan, born into nobility. Received systematic education at the Royal Magic Academy of the Millennium Empire. Shortly after graduation, he was promoted to Archmage and became a favored individual in the eyes of the Millennium Emperor due to his remarkable talent and unique spell system. The unique spell system included Grand Entrance, Grand Exit, Vitality Surge, and Super Sense Experience. What exactly does forging happiness entail? Huang Yu felt an ominous premonition stirring within him. He gazed at Archmage Yuan, who displayed an expression of calm confidence, seemingly assured of his acceptance and utilization by the Lord. Noticing Yuan's demeanor eased Huang Yu's concerns, he inquired, "What type of spells are you proficient in?" With a smile, Yuan replied, "Illusions and enhancement spells, not offensive spells." Huang Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. and he currently upheld strength as paramount. Nevertheless, illusions and enhancement spells could still prove useful. The scope and effects of an extraordinary archmage's illusions should be impressive. And with enhancement spells, his 400 warriors and heroes could become unstoppable forces under the influence of an archmage group enhancement. Could you demonstrate? Huang Yu asked, still harboring a sense of unease. Upon hearing Huang Yu's request, Yu An's expression shifted slightly. He glanced around before hesitantly responding. It is possible. But which type of spell would my lord prefer to see? Illusions or enhancement spells? After a moment's reflection, Huang Yu decided, let's go with enhancement spells. Yuan's face registered surprise as he surveyed the surroundings, casting a glance at the maid at the door. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, will my lord like to call a maid in? Huh? Why would we need a maid? Huang Yu was perplexed. Sensing Yuan's reluctance, he decided against pressing the issue, saying, never mind. If it's inconvenient, please demonstrate an illusion instead. Upon Huang Yu's words, Yuan's troubled expression eased, and he replied, will my lord prefer to experience an illusion in a public setting or one infused with everyday life? Illusions can be categorized by public settings and everyday life. Huang Yu was thoroughly confounded. Was there a misunderstanding on his part? Court mage? Court mage. Finally, Huang Yu grasped the discrepancy and quickly asked, what is the purpose of your illusions? With a beaming smile, Yu elaborated, they can enhance your image in public, my lord, whether for pre-battle mobilization, speeches, or hosting banquets. I can make you and your army appear more imposing and divine. Naturally, my illusions can also serve as delightful diversions in daily life, with absolutely no side effects. So, grand entrance and leader's veil serve such purposes? He had initially thought these were formidable skills, even associating them with divine powers. Now, it seemed they merely added a flourish to his persona. And what are the enhancement spells? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Huang Yu inquired further. Yuan maintained his charming demeanor, but to Huang Yu's eyes, the handsome smile of this extraordinary archmage began to take on a rather unsavory quality. The enhancement spells offer even more possibilities. Their primary function is to ensure that you can battle fiercely and with vigor on another battlefield. Huang Yu fell into a prolonged silence. After a moment, he calmly addressed Yuan, perhaps you should step outside for a moment. I need some time to reflect. Yuan sensed something amiss, but could not quite decipher his lord's preferences. He did not dare to inquire recklessly. After performing a mage's rite, he exited the grand hall of the castle. Once the mage Yuan had departed, Huang Yu's expression darkened instantly. Revitalizing energy and extraordinary experiences. Who would find such trifles of use? Huang Yu supported his forehead with a hand, seated himself upon a chair, feeling utterly despondent. 100,000 soul crystals. In the end, he had acquired a mage with little combat prowess. Wasn't the dragon, eagle, egg enticing? Was the wind breath talisman ineffective? What a grievous loss. Why was there no return policy in the Chaos Mall? Chapter 77. The Niven tribe. Huang Yu sat silently at the dining table. Opposite him, Zhu Ling, with her hair resembling a chicken's nest, blinked her eyes expectantly as she gazed at Huang Yu, waiting for him to ring the bell on the table. This girl had truly come to mooch a meal. Take this, Huang Yu said, producing the wind breath talisman and handing it to Zhu Ling. Ultimately, with over 100,000 soul crystals at stake, he had chosen the wind breath talisman over the dragon eagle. He entrusted it to Zhu Ling to prevent her from recklessly endangering herself on the path to sanctification. Magic equipment? Zhu Ling glanced at it before accepting the wind breath talisman and hanging it around her neck as if it were merely an ordinary pendant. Huang Yu was not perturbed. He had grown accustomed to Zhu Ling's demeanor. He rang the bell on the table, and shortly thereafter, the butler appeared, leading the servants who laid out the prepared feast before them. Tonight's dinner was more sumptuous than lunch. For Huang Yu had used a growth acceleration potion to hasten the ripening of the crops he had gathered over the past 2 days. The effects of the growth acceleration potion surpassed Huang Yu's expectations. After diluting a vial with water and evenly dispersing it across the fields, all the crops had matured in waves, and even now, they continued to thrive. As he beheld the delectable spread before him, Zhu Ling could not help but swallow repeatedly. Yet, Huang Yu remained still, and so did she. Though her nature was carefree, she still adhered to basic etiquette. You may eat, Huang Yu gestured, allowing her to partake while he turned to inquire of the butler. Where has Yuan gone? Although Huang Yu was somewhat dissatisfied with Yuan's abilities, he understood that it was not a reflection of the man himself. Moreover, as a grand mage, even with peculiar abilities. He must possess unique merits that could prove invaluable in the future. Upon hearing Huang Yu's query, the butler leaned in respectfully and replied meticulously. Lord Yuan is in the guest room. We have already sent food to him. Huang Yu found this curious and asked, why does he not join us for dinner? The butler, with no intention of concealing anything, replied monotonously, he seems to believe that the Lord does not favor him, so he is temporarily keeping his distance. Huang Yu furrowed his brow and accessed Yuan's information panel. Loyalty, 100. The loyalty remained intact at 100, indicating that Yuan harbored no grievances towards him. The reason for his absence might stem from his uncertainty about how to interact with Huang Yu, having previously had to tread carefully within the court to avoid scrutiny. Overthinking, Huang Yu muttered, turning back to pick up a rib from the table. He addressed the butler. Invite Yuan to breakfast with me tomorrow morning. Yes. The butler inclined slightly, noting the request. Amazon tribe, you have acquired a hero unit. Before the rib could reach his mouth, Huang Yu received a notification. Rihanna and the others had returned. Furthermore, yet another warrior had been promoted to a hero unit. Huang Yu's spirits lifted. In just a single day, he had acquired 6 heroes. He dropped the rib from his hand, ruffled Zhu Ling's hair affectionately, and strode out of the castle. As he crossed the square in front of the castle, he spotted the returning Amazonian warrior, hauling over 20 crates of dark brown or towards the warehouse. After the battle at noon, Huang Yu had dispatched the Amazonian warriors to scout the Kuanjin or mine, instructing them to bring back some samples. Once the Kuanjin ore was delivered to the warehouse, Huang Yu counted it. There were a total of 180 units. It appeared that the Kuanjin mine was substantial, likely a medium-sized deposit. My lord, Rihanna and Ella approached, accompanied by a woman, none other than Melanipo. Huang Yu accessed Melanipo's information panel. Amazonian warrior, Melanipo, level, 7 loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, extraordinary, can be upgraded to 59. Profession, annihilation warrior. Skills, breath of annihilation, silent slash. Rapid arrow barrage. Title, annihilation. Motto, my blade will grant you annihilation. Melanipo, you have indeed been promoted to hero. Huang Yu smiled at the woman with dark green hair before him. I have not disappointed your expectations, my lord. A faint smile broke through Melanipo's previously indifferent demeanor. Truly, a hero bearing the title of annihilation, she was fierce and few of words. Had it not been for her being one of the first Amazonian warriors to emerge, Huang Yu might have misinterpreted her smile as mere mockery. My lord, we have brought this back. Ella, with her fiery red hair, exhibited the most excitement. She tugged at the rope in her hands, and a humanoid corpse came flying from a distance. With a thud, the body landed at Huang Yu's feet. Huang Yu examined the figure of the creature. It was humanoid in shape, but bore long limbs and 6-fingered hands. Its head was cylindrical, complete with facial features. The skin was green, adorned with numerous yellow runes of varying shades, resembling a camouflage outfit. Niven tribe, race level, ordinary, lord's authority, unknown, description. The Niven tribe is a unique species dwelling in forests. From birth, they bear Niven, which differs from magical runes. It is a contract binding the Niven tribe to the flora of their birthplace. This connection grants the Niven tribe the ability to control plants, allowing them to sense their surroundings through vegetation and conceal themselves within robust trunks to evade enemy attacks. Certain members of the Niven tribe can even command flora to launch assaults. The stronger the contracted plant, the longer it survives, enhancing the strength of the Niven tribe. The Niven corpse before him had thin arms and legs, suggesting its physical constitution was inferior even to that of humans. Rihanna stepped forward to explain, when we arrived, the terrain around the Kuanjin or mine had changed dramatically. The entrance to the cavern was blocked by vegetation, and while we struggled to clear it, these creatures would sporadically emerge to harass us. Moreover, they often vanished inexplicably. Ultimately, it was Ella who, before its disappearance, struck it down with a single arrow. After listening to Rihanna's words, Huang Yu nodded noncommittally. Kuanjin yen was an ore of exceptional quality, and the mineral in question was likely to be of medium or even large scale. He absolutely could not afford to part with it. Would it simply vanish? Under the gaze of his true sight, these Niven tribe members would be unable to hide, right? A sharp glint flashed in Huang Yu's eyes. It seemed he needed to find the time to deal with those Niven. Chapter 78, Decentralized Assessment. As night descended, the purple moon and white moon illuminated each other. Huang Yu sat cross-legged on the balcony, enveloped in a gentle violet starlight. He was utilizing the meditation technique given by Yu and to absorb the void energy radiating from the purple moon. Although he had just begun to grasp the meditation method, the results were limited. Nevertheless, Huang Yu could indeed feel the void energy within him gradually growing stronger. The experience bar on his personal information had also imperceptibly increased a notch. However, after merely an hour, Huang Yu found himself dizzy and unable to concentrate, forcing him to halt his practice. He rose and leaned over the balcony, surveying his territory. Though it was already midnight, the Huang Yu territory remained ablaze with light. Energy crystals had been fashioned by the craftsmen into street lamps, standing tall along the four main avenues of the territory. Half of the windows in the Magic Pattern Research Institute building on the slope were still lit, indicating that the craftsmen and magic pattern engineers were diligently engaged in their research. In the distance, the steel mill belched thick smoke, smelting the 4,000 iron ores sent by Lord Garo into refined iron. However, after tomorrow, the citizens would no longer need to work in shifts, burning the midnight oil to smelt refined iron. Starting from the 8th day, Lord Garo would only provide 500 iron ores daily. Of course, should she elevate the large iron mine, the quantity of iron ores Huang Yu received would correspondingly increase. Moreover, tomorrow marked the last day of the safety period for human lords. At that time, they would truly face the trials of the chaotic continent. Ding. Assessment Decentralization Notification. Esteemed Lords, this is to inform you that you and your territory will enter the chaotic illusory realm for assessment the day after tomorrow at dawn. The sign-in, refresh time point. The assessment content is random, and you have 1 day left for preparation. The chaotic will provide corresponding evaluations based on the performance of the Lord. Achieving a level assessment will lead to the immediate eradication of the Lord. Obtaining a level assessment will revoke the Lord's qualifications. The Lord will lose their territory and citizens, becoming a wanderer. Receiving a level assessment will retain the Lord's qualifications. The Lord will randomly obtain one ordinary, refined grade item. Achieving a level assessment will preserve the Lord's qualifications. The Lord will receive 1,000 soul crystals and randomly obtain 2 rare, exceptional grade items. Receiving a level assessment will retain the Lord's qualifications. The Lord will be awarded 10,000 soul crystals and randomly obtain 3 perfect, extraordinary grade items. Achieving a level assessment will preserve the Lord's qualifications. The Lord will receive 100,000 soul crystals and randomly obtain 2 epic, legendary grade items. Receiving a level assessment will retain the Lord's qualifications. The Lord will receive 1,000 soul crystals and randomly obtain 1 mythic grade item. Note: a day in the illusory realm equates to a mere moment in reality. Should a level or above assessment be achieved, all losses incurred in the illusory realm will not affect reality. Wishing the Lord to forge ahead through thorns, overcoming all difficulties, and achieving great martial success. The sudden appearance of this information left Huang Yu momentarily dazed. Was the assessment upon them? Clenching his fists, Huang Yu felt no fear, but rather a surge of excitement. Upon reviewing the assessment rules, his objective shifted from merely enduring the assessment to striving for a higher evaluation. The assessments were tiered, and different evaluations would yield varying rewards. No wonder that Wolfman Lord had experienced a significant increase in power after the safety period ended. Despite having been so thoroughly suppressed by him, he still possessed rare units like Wolf Knights and Ghost Claw Wolfmen. It appeared he must have received a level assessment and was quite fortunate to have randomly acquired those units. Huang Yu couldn't help but ponder. If his defeated subordinates could secure level assessments, then surely he could aim for an even higher one. Bang! The sound of an explosion jolted Huang Yu from his reverie. A flash of fire erupted on the 3rd floor of the Magic Pattern Research Center, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. Huang Yu glanced at it, but lost interest. Accustomed as he was to such occurrences, it was likely just Zhu Ling engaging in some perilous experiment again. After acquiring the crystal explosive stone in the afternoon, Zhu Ling had been drawn to the material, fervently declaring her intent to continue improving the explosive magic bomb and excitedly diving into the functional laboratory. Since then, the explosions had been relentless. Fortunately, the functional laboratory was sturdy, and with Zhu Ling's wind breath amulet for protection, safety was assured. After visiting a few times, Huang Yu decided to let Zhu Ling pursue her work unimpeded. Looking up at the purple moon, Huang Yu returned to his room to prepare for rest. He needed to rejuvenate his spirit. For tomorrow, he would venture out to battle alongside the warriors. The decentralization of the assessment had indeed instilled in him a sense of pressure. He wished to seize this opportunity to elevate his level to the second tier while also striving to enhance the levels of his warriors. However, while Huang Yu managed to find sleep, many other human lords who received the notification of decentralization found themselves restless. At that moment, the world channel was in chaos. Some expressed their anticipation for the assessment, being lords with mid to high tier strength who eyed the rewards associated with different evaluation levels, especially the level, and even level assessments. Currently, few lords had access to extraordinary grade items, but those who possessed them had shared tales of their formidable power. For instance, the lord who signed in on the first day received an extraordinary pet and frequently shared the growth of his blazing hound on the world channel. Though it was only a second-tier being at present, it was already the mightiest creature near the blazing heaven territory. Even though his shop ranked low on the trading platform, all lords regarded him as possessing the strength of a leading lord. Nonetheless, those expressing anticipation were but a minority. The vast majority of human lords were gripped by fear, panic, and even despair. They knew nothing of the assessment content and dreaded receiving a level assessment. Receiving a level assessment meant death, not in a game, but in the truest sense of the word. Even achieving a level assessment and becoming a wanderer was hardly a better fate. Losing their territory and citizens, ordinary individuals would find it impossible to survive in the chaotic continent. The skills needed for survival in the wilderness were not something just any lord could possess, especially given that the wilderness of the chaotic continent was an entirely different matter from the Blue Star. Some lords, confident in their ability to achieve high evaluations, find themselves unable to remain optimistic. This is because assessments are merely assessments. Their true adversaries emerge from the vast and enigmatic chaos continent. They face terrifying beast tides and ruthless alien races. With no grace period, the pressure on their survival is immense. In summary, the global channel is bustling with activity. As countless lords vent their emotions, the 7-day protection period is drawing to a close, and the weight of survival has left them gasping for breath. Chapter 79. The 7th day. On the 7th day, before dawn breaks, Huang Yu has already been training with Rihanna and DeLeos for a considerable time in the square before the cosmic castle. He restrains himself from using spells, focusing solely on honing his combat skills. Despite being 5 levels higher than Rihanna and possessing a superior rank, Huang Yu still finds himself somewhat flustered in their confrontations. He barely manages to hold his ground, relying on the strength, agility, and reaction speed that his higher level affords him. Energized, just as Huang Yu felt the strain in his wrist from gripping his sword and his body beginning to tire, the extraordinary Archmage Yuan timely cast a rejuvenating spell. It must be noted that Yuan's exquisite control over magic and keen observational skills are commendable. He not only alleviated the fatigue of Huang Yu and his companions precisely, but also skillfully controlled the spell's area of effect, invigorating those he chose. Yuan approached this minor task with utmost seriousness and focus, maintaining Rihanna and Huang Yu's vitality as if even the smallest matters, connected to his lord, warranted solemn attention. As the sun began to rise, after 3 hours of intensive training aided by the Archmage Yuan, Huang Yu finally ceased his exertions. At that moment, the sign-in time refreshed. Huang Yu opened the Chaos Mall and signed in effortlessly. Sign-in successful. The Lord receives 50 seedlings of the ordinary grade, Bloodstanch Herb. It seems rather promising. 50 seedlings of Bloodstanch Herb appeared in his hands. Huang Yu accessed the information panel. Bloodstanch Herb, grade, ordinary, effect, possesses hemostatic properties. Can be used directly or made into a hemostatic potion, enhancing its effectiveness. The applications of hemostatic potions are vast, although merely of ordinary grade. Huang Yu was still quite pleased. He handed them over to the steward to arrange for planting. Meanwhile, he moved to the edge of the square, where the Amazon tribe had gained 20 new female warriors. The Rune Research Institute had added 20 apprentice-level blacksmiths, and 100 ordinary citizens had gathered at the slope. The population of the cosmic territory had increased by 140 individuals. Having expended 2,800 soul crystals, Huang Yu summoned 80 Amazonian female warriors and transformed 100 citizens into Spartan warriors, bringing the total of these extraordinary units to 300. However, after this surge of troops, his supply of soul crystals dwindled considerably. His previous expenditures on Yuan and Fengshi's charms had already consumed a significant portion, and enhancing the red iron and crystal explosion mines to Tier 3 resources had left him nearly depleted, with a large contingent of warriors joining. Rihanna and DeLeos declined Huang Yu's invitation for breakfast, rushing down to the square to organize the newcomers and equip them. Huang Yu then entered the castle alongside the Archmage Yuan. Upon entering the dining hall, he spotted Zhu Ling, yawning and looking drowsy. "Good morning, my lord," Zhu Ling greeted, casting a curious glance at the Archmage Yuan. She then slumped onto the table, staring blankly at the bell before her. Yuan's expression darkened at the sight of Zhu Ling. Coming from a noble background and having served the royal family, he placed great importance on decorum. Had he been aware of Zhu Ling's identity, he might have approached her with reprimands. Noticing Yuan's demeanor, Huang Yu chuckled and introduced, "This is our treasured Zhu Ling of the Cosmic Territory, who possesses exceptional talent in blacksmithing and rune crafting. Our treasured Zhu Ling is indeed the Lord's treasure. However, what is this rune crafting profession?" Yuan, still new and focused solely on Huang Yu, was unfamiliar with the unique occupations of the territory. Before he could inquire further, Zhu Ling's eyes lit up upon hearing Huang Yu's words. She pulled out 5 explosive magic orbs from her pocket, rolling them across the table toward Huang Yu. As an extraordinary archmage, Yuan's mental acuity was formidable, and he sensed the terrifying energy contained within the orbs. He prepared to intercept them, only to see Huang Yu deftly grasp all 5 explosive orbs. "My lord, these are the improved versions of the explosive magic orbs," Zhu Ling exclaimed with a grin. "I stayed up late refining them. Although they're just an upgrade of the fire explosion orbs, their cost has significantly decreased, and their power has been enhanced." Huang Yu handed one to Yuan, who cautiously held it in his palm, wary of any sudden detonation. Huang Yu then accessed the information panel for the explosive magic orbs. Runic crafting, explosive magic orb, fire explosion orb 20, quality, excellent, equipment description. This is a creation by Zhu Ling, a genius blacksmith and runic craftsman from the Cosmic Rune Research Institute. It is an improvement on the fire explosion orb branch. The 20 mother orbs contain numerous bullets made from icefall stones. Once the energy activates the runic circuit, throwing it within 5 seconds will cause the mother orb to explode, launching the bullets in all directions. Upon encountering obstacles, the bullets will trigger secondary explosions, with a kill radius twice that of the original version. And the flames produced are extremely adhesive. It is indeed a cluster bomb. Huang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Such a weapon possesses formidable destructive power. The seemingly harmless Zhu Ling had concocted something so potent, and he found himself quite enamored. Using this against alien races posed no moral dilemma for him. "My lord, is this what runic crafting entails?" Yuan gazed in awe at the explosive magic orb in his hand. It was his first encounter with such equipment, which contained terrifying capabilities harnessed through runic circuits, distinguishing it from traditional forged or magical equipment, a completely novel creation. Such intricate design was something he had never witnessed before. Huang Yu offered no further explanation. He rang the bell, and as the steward led the servants to serve the dishes, he specifically instructed them to add 2 legs of the popo bird for Zhu Ling. After finishing their meal, the Archmage Yuan followed Zhu Ling to the Rune Research Institute, intrigued by the concept of runic crafting. Meanwhile, Huang Yu retrieved the perfect grade skill book he had purchased the previous day. Disintegration Ray, grade, perfect, description, releases a ray that has a certain probability of disintegrating the flesh, even the spirit and soul of the opponent. The disintegration effect can potentially trigger on life forms below the 6th tier, extraordinary, but the higher the enemy's level, the lower the probability of triggering it. The disintegration ray is a skill that relies heavily on luck. Whether it can trigger the disintegration effect is almost a matter of chance. However, when Huang Yu first beheld this skill, his mind naturally associated it with void energy. Void energy has the capacity to utterly obliterate matter, returning it to its essence. If applied to amplify the disintegration ray, Huang Yu lacked a test subject, thus was unaware of the specific effects. Yet he felt certain that this method would undoubtedly yield remarkable surprises. Chapter 80. The Special Interests of Royal Family Members Clad in the Scorpion Lion Armor. Huang Yu emerged from the castle, 600 heroes and warriors stood arrayed at the base of the slope. He was exhilarated to discover that among the new 100 Spartan warriors, 4 had ascended to the rank of hero. The first hero was named Melendez, a young man with robust arms. His piercing green eyes radiated an intimidating sharpness. He bore a full quiver of short spears on his back and held a rare-grade spear in his hand. Spartan hero, Melendez, unique. Level, loyalty, 100 devout. Potential, sanctum, upgradable to 69. Class, Spartan marksman. Skills, Spartan combat techniques, Spartan battle formation. Berserk throw. Motto, facing me? You might need a stroke of luck. Hero description. Melendez's spear-throwing technique is an art. Each spear in his hand strikes the enemy in an uncanny manner. The second hero was named Baldic. Unlike the other fully armored Spartan warriors and heroes, he donned heavy armor and wore a pair of gauntlets. With a powerful build and a scarred face, he appeared exceedingly fierce. Spartan hero, Baldic, unique. Level, loyalty, 100 devout. Potential, sanctum, upgradable to 69. Class, Spartan brawler. Skills, Spartan combat techniques, Spartan battle formation. Thunderous fist. Motto, my fists are as formidable as any blade. Hero description. Baldic specializes in resolving conflicts with his fists. He possesses unique techniques that grant him the strength to shatter shields with a single blow. The third hero was named Preston. He wielded a flag spear in his right hand and a round shield in his left. The flag on the spear bore the crimson symbols of the universe and Sparta, appearing as a blazing flame in Preston's grasp. Spartan hero, Preston, unique. Level, loyalty, 100 devout. Potential, extraordinary, upgradable to 59. Class, Spartan standard bearer. Skills, Spartan combat techniques. Spartan battle formation, command flag. Motto, my flag shall only march towards victory. Hero description. Preston is an exceptional standard bearer, capable of rallying warriors into battle through the flag he holds. Current coverage, 100 warriors. The fourth hero was named Grek. What drew attention to Grek was the exaggerated large hammer he wielded, a rare-grade weapon. Huang Yu recalled that it was crafted by a newly ascended expert blacksmith, intentionally augmented with Kuan gold or for weight. Yet, in Grek's hands, it seemed weightless. Spartan hero, Grek, unique. Level, loyalty, 100 devout. Potential, sanctum, upgradable to 69. Class, Spartan hammer fury. Skills, Spartan combat techniques, Spartan battle formation. Wave hammer technique. Motto, a worthy opponent should at least withstand 3 strikes. If that is too high a bar, how about just 1 hammer? Hero description. When Grek raises his hammer, his enemies must tread carefully, for his attacks are inexhaustible like waves, each more ferocious than the last. These 4 heroes each possessed unique traits, 3 with sanctum potential and 1 with extraordinary potential. Furthermore, Preston was a commanding type of hero. The 10 Spartan heroes stood proudly at the forefront of their formation, while the Amazonian warriors appeared somewhat lacking in comparison, currently only boasting 3 hero units. Nevertheless, Huang Yu believed that as battles increased, the Amazonian warriors would soon witness more brave souls ascend to hero status. After arranging matters simply, Huang Yu chose not to act collectively. Instead, he organized groups of 60 to sweep in various directions from their territory. His objective was to facilitate rapid leveling for the warriors. This widespread approach would enhance efficiency, while he, accompanied by Dilius, Ganix, Rihanna, and Yuan, along with 30 second-tier Spartan warriors and 30 high-level or titled Amazonian warriors, set forth towards the Niven tribe. The Kuan gold, or mine, lay ahead. Rihanna carefully observed the terrain and remarked to Huang Yu, the environment has changed again. There weren't this many plants before. Indeed, Huang Yu looked up to survey the surroundings. Rows of trees, each thick enough for 3 men to embrace, stood in meticulous order, with only a meter or 2 separating each. This arrangement was entirely inconsistent with natural growth patterns. Additionally, various vines and poisonous plants thrived between the trees. Thick vines intertwined to form giant webs, blocking their path. The Niven tribe had forged a pact with the plants, granting them the ability to control vegetation. Huang Yu gazed at the plant-based defenses before him, sensing that even more perilous traps lay concealed within. However, what was causing the cracking sounds among the trees? Huang Yu cast a spell to comprehend languages. Upon witnessing his incantation, Yuan raised his hand, instantly bestowing the same understanding upon everyone. Was this the capability of an extraordinary archmage? With a simple gesture, he unleashed a spell that acted as an area of effect magic. However, Yuan, how are you so proficient in casting the language comprehension spell? Huang Yu inquired. Hearing his question, Yuan hesitated before responding. Perhaps it's due to my frequent usage. Frequent usage? Huang Yu asked curiously. Have you interacted often with other races? To some extent, the royal members of the millennium-old empire have a unique interest in other races. Huang Yu mused. Indeed, every member of the royal family is a heavyweight contender. The dynamics of life and movement seem to be filled with such intricacies. Clearing his mind of distractions, Huang Yu began to listen intently to the sounds emitted by the nearby plants. Subsequently, everyone heard a peculiar language. The group of humans has returned. Hurry and inform the Lord. The Lord's Niven contract requires Koenjin Rock. We cannot allow them to take it away. If they dare to enter, we shall eliminate them. They have already sensed our presence. The crowd, upon hearing those voices, was taken aback, for they had not even glimpsed the shadows of the enemy. However, Huang Yu remained unperturbed and activated his true vision eye. Instantly, the world transformed in his sight. The plants before him morphed into intertwining gray-green lines, spreading inwardly and ultimately converging upon a module of orange and green hues. This module represented an energy being. Huang Yu raised his hand, and a disintegration ray, a gray beam, flashed past, striking the creature concealed within. Chapter 81. Racial Talent, Niven Contract to the Others. A gray beam emitted from Huang Yu's hand, penetrating into the trunk of a great tree. Moments later, a Niven being emerged from the trunk, crashing to the ground and disintegrating into a cloud of dust. It turned out these aliens could hide within the tree trunks. Rihanna suddenly understood. No wonder they had always struggled to locate the Niven tribe. The Lord has slain 3 Niven beings, gaining 350 experience points and 30 soul crystals. Plunder the Niven tribe's racial ability. Niven contract. To his delight, Huang Yu had directly appropriated the Niven tribe's racial talent. The Niven were physically frail, possessing limited combat capabilities. However, their Niven contract ability was indeed commendable. Huang Yu placed his hand upon a nearby tree to activate the Niven contract ability, but was met with failure, instead receiving feedback indicating the void plunder talent. Current Niven contract strength is low, capable only of contracting ordinary flora. Only able to contract ordinary flowers? Leaning down, Huang Yu touched a purple blossom while simultaneously activating the Niven contract ability. A green rune materialized on the back of his hand, and he felt a faint connection with the flower. Through it, he could hear indistinct sounds and control the flower's closure. Beyond that, it held no further utility. After all, I am not of the Niven tribe. To contract more robust and diverse plants, I must plunder additional Niven contract talents and stack them. A quantitative change will lead to a qualitative one. It may not be impossible to contract special plants in the future. Huang Yu had once seen a product named Willow Serpent in a discounted merchandise list, classified as an extraordinary item. The Willow Serpent tree was enormous, with hanging branches resembling agile serpents, adept at capturing its prey. If Huang Yu could contract the Willow Serpent using the Niven contract, it would provide his territory with a natural defense. Utilizing the plunderer's trait to conceal the Niven markings on his skin, Huang Yu continued to activate his true vision eye. In this area, all plants seemed to act as the eyes and ears of the Niven tribe, relaying information through a unique method to a nearby location, where he detected a denser energy response, likely the territory of the Niven tribe. Dilios, break through the tree wall, Huang Yu commanded. He was eager to harness the Niven contract ability further. Hearing Huang Yu's order, Dilios did not hesitate to act. With a pair of sweeping strikes, he unleashed 2 fiery slashes, felling 7 great trees and creating an opening in the tree wall. Be cautious, Huang Yu warned his subordinates, leading the way into the tree wall. As he stepped in, the gray-green lines began to flicker wildly. Soon, the surrounding trees and vines appeared to come alive, thrashing their branches and tendrils toward them, interspersed with poisonous thorns and fruits hurled by the shrubs. Yet, such an assault was far from capable of harming Huang Yu and his companions. In a single encounter, the vines and trunks were severed by the warriors, and the flying thorns and fruits were eradicated by Yuan's wide-scale dust removal spell. Huang Yu could not help but glance at Yuan. The ordinary dust removal spell proved nearly as effective as his scorpion lion armor's sweeping effect, without affecting his allies. Truly, he was deserving of being an extraordinary archmage. As he pondered, Huang Yu extended his hand to unleash a wind blade imbued with void energy. Whoosh! The wind blade effortlessly severed the trees, and as they toppled, 2 Niven corpses tumbled out. The Lord has slain 5 Niven beings, gaining 480 experience points and 45 soul crystals. Plundered the Niven tribe's racial talent. Niven contract. Huang Yu maintained an impassive expression, continuing to unleash a wind blade that cleaved another great tree while simultaneously slaying another Niven being. It was only at this point that the concealed Niven beings realized they had been discovered, hastily leaping from the trees to flee toward their lord's direction. However, remaining among the trees would have granted them a reprieve. Emerging now would render them mere targets for the Amazonian warriors and Spartan fighters. Do not kill them outright. Huang Yu's words had barely left his lips when a volley of arrows and spears flew forth. 16 Niven beings shrieked in agony, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Huang Yu did not allow them to suffer for long, utilizing ordinary wind blades to dispatch a dozen Niven beings. Perhaps the Niven possessed no other abilities of plunderable value beyond the Niven contract. What Huang Yu acquired were solely the Niven contract's racial talents. Through a series of plunders, Huang Yu's Niven contract talents accumulated, now exceeding the capabilities of ordinary Niven beings. Presently, he could contract at least 7 or 8 great trees. Perhaps sensing their inability to harm Huang Yu and his companions, the Niven beings ceased their pursuit along the way. They encountered no further signs of the Niven tribe, nor attacks from the surrounding flora until they arrived at the Niven territory, brushing against an invisible barrier. Huang Yu understood that the Niven, much like humans, had yet to pass their protection period. The Niven territory was not extensive. It appeared to be merely a Tier 2 domain. At its center stood a colossal banyan tree, resembling an enormous umbrella that occupied 2/3 of the Niven territory. Its hanging roots were yellow, densely covered in Niven markings, akin to a writhing python. Upon sighting the great tree, a notification appeared in Huang Yu's mind. Niven Banyan Tree, the authority of the Niven tribe's lord, as well as the territory of the Niven tribe, is a special plant capable of continuous growth. Huang Yu was astonished. The towering banyan tree that obscured the heavens was indeed the authority of the Niven tribe's lord. Truly, in the realm of myriad races, there exists a boundless diversity. As Huang Yu approached the territory, on the Niven banyan tree, Niven tribespeople continually emerged, producing a cacophony akin to the rustling of tree trunks. Get out. This is our territory. The Kuanjin rock mine belongs to us. Once we control the entire forest, we shall devour you whole. We will annihilate you to avenge our kin. Ignoring the Niven's raucous shouts, Huang Yu counted the numbers. The Niven were indeed numerous, over 600. With the banyan tree present, they seemed formidable. Suddenly, eerie sounds emanated from the ground. Dodge! Huang Yu commanded sharply, unfurling his scorpion lion armor's wings to blow away the nearby subordinates. He prepared to ascend into the air. But just as his feet lifted more than a meter off the ground, several root-like tendrils emerged from below, twisting and climbing towards him. Huang Yu swung his wings to sever the tendrils. A resonant clang echoed, but the powerful scorpion lion wings only managed to cut through a few roots. In that moment, the tendrils surged forward, binding Huang Yu tightly. The scorpion lion armor creaked under the immense pressure. Chapter 82. Protection vanishes. Huang Yu was ensnared by the dense mass of tendrils, which constricted around him like a multitude of serpents, making it difficult for him to breathe. Realizing the urgency, Dilius, Ganix, and Rihanna fought desperately to cut through the encasing tendrils, but their numbers were overwhelming, continuously emerging from the ground, hindering their efforts to rescue Huang Yu. Yet, even as he was entwined, Huang Yu remained composed, contemplating an escape. The banyan tree must have absorbed a considerable amount of Kuanjin rock, rendering it exceptionally hard and heavy. If the wings could not sever the roots, then neither would the wind blades. Huang Yu was uncertain whether the explosive magic projectile could detonate the roots, but he knew it would certainly obliterate him. With his stone armor technique already shattered and the illusion sound, vortex, and true sight abilities proving ineffective, only the disintegration ray remained. What effect would the void, energy-enhanced disintegration ray have? Without hesitation, he directed the empowered ray at the tendrils encasing him. A deep violet light swiftly penetrated the banyan roots. Suddenly, the twisting tendrils froze in place. Ganix instinctively swung his venomous fong, the cold light flashing as the roots collapsed like a pile of sand, transforming into fine dust that scattered onto the ground. Huang Yu, somewhat disheveled, fell amidst the dust. His wings had been crushed into 2 heaps of scrap metal, and his scorpion lion armor bore numerous dents, clearly on the brink of destruction. Lord! Rihanna rushed forward to help Huang Yu up, relieved to see he was relatively unharmed. The previous scene had been perilously intense, leaving her shaken. She quickly placed several vitality potions into Huang Yu's hands, restoring him to his peak condition. Ganix stood by Huang Yu, his expression dark. Flames ignited around Dilius as he angrily launched a flame slash towards the Nivern territory. What was initially perceived as futile rage surprised everyone as the flame slash penetrated the Nivern's defenses, toppling several nearby tribespeople. The Nivern's protective barrier had been breached. With a roar filled with confusion and despair, the towering Nivern lord, clad in the Nivern contract, emerged from among the tribespeople, directing its fury at Huang Yu and the others. Then, to their astonishment, the immense banyan tree began to collapse, cascading clouds of dust as it disintegrated from the crown downwards. In Huang Yu's consciousness, a notification appeared. You have destroyed the Nivern Lord's authority. Nivern Banyan Tree. The Lord gains 100,000 experience points and 10,000 soul crystals. A brilliant golden light enveloped Huang Yu, gradually dissipating after a long while. The sudden influx of experience catapulted him to level 18. Amused at the unexpected turn of events, Huang Yu felt a pang of regret. With the banyan tree's destruction, he could no longer consume or assimilate the Nivern Lord's authority, more than the rewards of experience and soul crystals. He yearned to unlock the purchasing rights for the Nivern's chaotic marketplace. The collapse of the Nivern banyan tree was akin to doomsday for the Nivern. Countless tribespeople crawled out from the mountainous dust, wailing in confusion and despair. Particularly, the Nivern Lord was bewildered as to why its banyan tree had been inexplicably destroyed. It regretted its earlier reckless actions, wishing it could reverse time and refrain from using any part of the banyan tree beyond the territorial protection. However, the opportunity for choice was lost. As the trunk turned to dust, the Nivern Lord's eyes bulged, struggling briefly before succumbing to death. You have indirectly killed the Nivern Lord. The Lord gains 5,000 experience points and 1,000 soul crystals. You have plundered the Nivern racial talent. Nivern contract. Bewildered, Huang Yu pondered who had slain the Lord. Had he, with a single void disintegration ray, obliterated an entire territory? It dawned on him that for human lords, the extinguishing of their flame meant death. The same held true for the Nivern. The destruction of the banyan tree sealed the fate of their lord. Yet, this marked only the beginning of the Nivern's demise. Stripped of their leader and territory, they would become wanderers, struggling to survive in the chaotic continent. Moreover, a formidable group of enemies, led by Huang Yu and 60 warriors, now revealed their predatory fangs. Without the protective barrier and the banyan tree, the over 600 Nivern tribespeople were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Without needing to be instructed, Dilius, Ganix, and Rihanna charged forward, their hearts filled with shame for having endangered themselves in their lord's effort to save them. Their eyes ablaze with fury, they struck mercilessly. The battle quickly turned in their favor, and Huang Yu joined the fray, beginning to seize the Nivern's talent abilities. However, with over 600 Nivern, he could not eliminate them all. Shortly after the battle commenced, at last, the Nivern tribe has regained its senses and commenced a frantic retreat into the depths of the dense forest. A mere 100 members of the Nivern tribe managed to escape. Huang Yu dispatched Ryan, Ganix, and 30 Amazonian warriors in pursuit. Meanwhile, Dilius and 30 Spartan warriors remained to survey the battlefield. However, there was little to clean up. The Nivern territory was established around the Nivern banyan tree, and with its destruction, many structures and resources perished as well. Due to their racial attributes, the Nivern tribe is not adept at wielding weapons or equipment. Consequently, Huang Yu's spoils from this battle were lamentably scarce. The only consolation might be the significant enhancement of the warrior's prowess. Among the Amazonian warriors, Ryan successfully advanced to the second tier, elevating her level to 11. All 30 Amazonian warriors uniformly ascended to level 9, standing just one step away from the second tier. Among them, 6 warriors earned titles, and one named Sandra achieved the status of a heroic unit. Amazonian Warrior, Sandra, level 9, Loyalty, 100 Devoted, Potential, Sacred Realm, upgradable to 69. Class, Shadow Blade, Skills, Dark Stab, Arrow of Silence, Title, Shadow. Meanwhile, on the Spartan side, Dilius advanced to level 16 and Ganix to level 15. The other warriors already at the second tier have collectively improved by approximately 2 levels, culminating in an average level of 13.